Chapter 1. Give me yours, and I shall have mine. In the primordial realm, beneath Mount Wuzia, within the grand Panga Hall, a colossal blood pool lay beneath, which the intertwining energies of blood and malevolence surged with magnificent intensity. Wu Tian sat cross-legged in the void, tirelessly absorbing the power emanating from the blood pool. Suddenly, a multitude of malevolent energies retreated, cascading into the pool. His indistinct silhouette gradually unveiled its true form, revealing an extraordinarily handsome face, profound and spirited eyes, and a physique resembling that of a finely crafted bronze statue, emanating an unmistakable aura of masculinity. "Ah!" Wu Tian exclaimed, joy radiating from his visage. He observed that, unlike other members of the Wu clan, his malevolent aura was subdued, and his temperament was not as ferocious or irritable as that of the typical Wu clan member. He was, in fact, the 13th Ancestral Witch. Originally a man from a later era, Wu Tian found himself inadvertently propelled into the primordial world after a stroke of fortune while struggling for survival. It is widely acknowledged that the mud truck is a deity governing the act of traversing realms. Upon awakening, he emerged from a colossal blood cocoon within the Panga Hall, surrounded by the 12 ancestral witches, all gazing at him with curiosity and anticipation. Simultaneously, a surge of information flooded into Wu Tian's consciousness. Soon, Wu Tian grasped his predicament. He had inexplicably become the 13th ancestral witch, a figure that did not exist within the grand scheme of things. The Wu clan? The 13th ancestral witch? Panic flickered within him. In the future calamity between the Wu and demon clans, the ancestral witches would all perish, leaving the Wu clan utterly vanquished and retreating from the stage of the primordial world. Now that he had become the 13th ancestral witch, was he destined to share the same fate? System, brother system, Wu Tian urgently called out in his mind. As long as he could count on the support of brother system, it would be a simple matter to obtain a beginner's gift package filled with Pangus essence blood and soar to new heights. Though, he mused, it did sound somewhat ridiculous. Nevertheless, he had no time to dwell on that. After calling out repeatedly and examining his own body, Wu Tian reluctantly acknowledged the unfortunate truth. He lacked a system. What? Am I to rely solely on myself? After a moment of despondency, he consoled himself. What of the absence of a system? What of the Wu clan? This was indeed the authentic lineage of Pangu. Historically, the ancestral witches have been known for their reckless aggression and lack of strategy, leading to their eventual demise. However, things had changed. With Wu Tian, who possessed an understanding of the celestial order, merely guiding the ancestral witches at critical junctures could alter the fate of the Wu clan. Wu Tian recognized that the war between the Wu and demon clans was entirely orchestrated by the heavenly order. Even at the onset of the first conflict, when the powers of the two clans were imbalanced, Hongjun intervened to delay the war, ensuring a balance of strength before both sides suffered. But what if, during the final battle between the Wu and demons, could I persuade the ancestral witches to retreat into the underworld, relinquishing the primordial realm to Dijun and his followers? Would the sages of the heavenly order allow Dijun to unify the primordial realm, or would they be compelled to intervene? This thought ignited a spark of hope within Wu Tian. If he could force the heavenly sages to engage in battle with the demons, it would undoubtedly be an extraordinary spectacle. Of course, the ancestral witches were not easily swayed. They were notoriously obstinate and temperamental, their minds as unyielding as the stones atop Mount Wuzia. Yet, he thought, if all else failed, he could simply accompany the ancestral witch Hutu into the underworld, couldn't he? Although I lack a system, I have Hutu, the ancestral witch, who will one day embody the cycle of reincarnation and govern the underworld. Is that not more appealing than a mere system? With this thought, Wu Tian felt invigorated. He began to appreciate his identity more, believing that as long as he could endure and cultivate steadily, he would at least find joy in the underworld. Not to mention, securing a position as the Emperor of Fengdu seemed a reasonable aspiration. When the time of the Fengshan calamity arrived, should the opportunity present itself, he might even break free from the underworld once more. Just as Wu Tian contemplated his future, his expression fluctuated, catching the attention of the ancestral witches. A rugged voice broke the silence. This old 13 seems questionable. Startled, Wu Tian opened his eyes to gaze at the speaker. Before he could form a thought, the ancestral witch, whose aura radiated like fire, remarked, "Why do you appear so foolish?" Wu Tian was rendered speechless. How could he be deemed foolish? He had just been born surely. He needed time to process the information regarding his lineage and contemplate his past and present. He quickly rose to his feet. Wu Tian pays his respects to all esteemed brothers. Greetings to Sister Xianming, Sister Hutu. His gaze swept over the 10 imposing figures, quickly landing on Xianming and Hutu, his eyes brightening. He had witnessed many things in his previous life, from various videos showcasing innate sacred bodies to the divine beauty before him. Yet, those he had encountered previously could not compare to the two ancestral witches before him. These were innate goddesses, their strength only enhancing their perfection. Wu Tian found no need for extravagant praise. His highest commendation was a simple thought. Worth it. Just for the sake of Xianming and Hutu, my presence in the Wu clan is justified. Before he could indulge in further admiration, Xianming shot him a fierce glare, her gaze piercing like ice, prompting Wu Tian to quickly avert his eyes. At that moment, the ancestral Wujia-Yao let out a long sigh of relief, seemingly reassured, and laughed. He even fears Sister Xianming. Haha, it seems his mind is intact. Wu Tian was utterly speechless. Was this truly a standard of discernment? The icy glare from Xianming would startle anyone, even a fool would yield under such scrutiny. At that moment, the eldest among the ancestral witches, Dijiang, stepped forward, surveying Wu Tian before asking, "Wu Tian, what is your law? Where is your true form as an ancestral witch?" The ancestral witches inherently wielded the power of laws. This was an advantage of being a descendant of Pangu, for instance. Dijiang commanded the law of space, while Zhu Jiuyin governed the law of time. For practitioners in the primordial realm, achieving mastery over such laws was a lifelong pursuit, whereas for the ancestral witches, it was an instinct as natural as breathing. As the 13th ancestral witch, born after Hutu, Wu Tian should possess control over a specific law and have his own true form as an ancestral witch. Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback. It appeared he had encountered a minor issue, perhaps due to the influence of his later life's soul, or perhaps because, in the grand scheme of things, the 13th ancestral witch simply did not exist. Wu Tian's physique was robust and overflowing with vitality, yet felt hollow. He had not mastered any law. After the ancestral witches discerned the situation, they exchanged glances, and Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin extended their divine consciousness to probe within Wu Tian's being for a thorough examination. Moments later, they resigned themselves to this reality. After a brief contemplation, Dijiang, with a look of certainty tinged with regret, spoke, "I understand. Wu Tian's late emergence has led to insufficient origin, resulting in a deficiency that precludes him from instinctively wielding the powers of law." Wu Tian's brow furrowed in confusion. How could there be a flaw? If I obtain your essence, wouldn't I possess it? As long as each of the ancestral witches grants me a few drops of their blood, wouldn't I be able to gather all 12 laws? He even entertained the notion that the ancestral witches bore flaws, while he himself was the normal one. With a swift glance, Wu Tian smiled and said, "Brother, your words are mistaken. Though I may lack the innate ability to command a law, possessing a formidable physique. Perhaps this is precisely what the Father Pangu intended, to enable you to embody your laws." A gleam flickered in Wu Tian's eyes. It is well known that when the Calabash brothers unite, they can transform into the Calabash warrior. If he could refine the essence of all the ancestral witches, wouldn't he become a miniature Pangu? Chapter 2. The ancestral witches are quite affable. The ancestral witches were momentarily taken aback. They sensed something was amiss, yet could not pinpoint what it was. Most importantly, Wu Tian shamelessly invoked the name of the Father Pangu, leaving the ancestral witches without the will to refute him. The Father Pangu is supreme. Dijiang murmured softly, "It seems there might be some truth to it." At that moment, the ancestral witch of Earth stepped forward, gazing at Wu Tian with a smile that held an inexplicable meaning. She said, "Very well. Allow me to be the first to test whether you can refine my essence and wield some of my law's power." As her words fell, she struck her chest. A drop of dark red essence, emanating from the ancestral witch of Earth's heart, swiftly flew forth, and merged into Wu Tian's body. Wu Tian barely had time to react before a powerful force erupted within him. Boom! His entire being trembled with vitality. He quickly closed his eyes and seated himself in the blood pool of the Pangha Hall, allowing his own blood energy to circulate autonomously. Little sister, are you sure about this? Di Jiang, the ancestral witch, expressed his surprise. However, the gaze of the ancestral witch of earth remained fixed on Wu Tian, sensing something unusual about her younger brother, stirring a curiosity within her. She decided to conduct an experiment. Hearing Di Jiang's inquiry, she chuckled lightly. It is merely a drop of essence. If it fails, so be it. After all, we are kin. But if it truly unfolds as Wu Tian suggests, it was only then that the ancestral witch of earth turned her gaze back, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Upon hearing her words, Di Jiang's expression shifted, and he too felt a surge of expectation, muttering, indeed, if it were true, would it not mean that a witch capable of wielding all 12 laws could arise from our clan? And Wu Tian would become the true inheritor of the father Pangu? The ancestral witches are descendants of Pangu. However, each possesses mastery over only one law, and due to the corruption of Pangu's essence by the malevolent energy at the dawn of creation, they are unable to forge their primordial spirits, leaving them incomplete. The ancestral witches utilized the 12 heavenly god-slaying array to merge their powers, summoning the true form of Pangu, which represented their mightiest assault. If Wu Tian could indeed bear the power of the 12 laws, would he not be able to cultivate the true form of Pangu himself? Thus, the ancestral witches gathered closely around, their eyes fixed upon Wu Tian, eager to assist him in refining the essence. Unbeknownst to them, Wu Tian was engulfed by the potency of the ancestral witch of earth's essence, deeply immersed in the transformation of his own vitality. Memories began to unfurl within his bloodline, astonishing him. 9 turns primordial art? However, after a moment's contemplation, he ceased to be overly astonished, becoming the 13th ancestral witch of the Wu clan, inheriting the techniques of the great deity Pangu within his bloodline. Was this not perfectly natural? Without further thought, he hastened to channel the 9 turns primordial art that emerged in his mind, initiating the circulation of his own vital energy. Swish! The bloodlight around Wu Tian grew, increasingly vibrant. The essence of the ancestral witch of earth that had entered his body became wildly turbulent. Though the malevolent energy was somewhat diminished, it still bore the essence of an ancestral witch. As the 9 turns primordial art activated, the turbulence began to dissipate, flowing through Wu Tian's body in a harmonious rhythm, gradually merging into his being. 1 cycle, 2 cycles. Wu Tian tirelessly operated the technique, continuously refining the essence of the ancestral witch of earth, while the ancestral witches displayed no signs of fatigue, each one captivated by the spectacle. Soon, the vitality and malevolent energy within the essence were refined by the 9 turns primordial art, merging into Wu Tian's form, enhancing his physical prowess until every fiber of his being shimmered with divine light. The power of the law was also distilled, a wondrous sensation blossoming within Wu Tian's heart, a chaotic amalgamation that felt akin to an instinctive memory, inscribing itself onto his body. Under the cleansing influence of the earth law, a faint imprint began to materialize upon Wu Tian's soul, signifying the inherent law of the ancestral witch of earth. His spirit became increasingly resplendent. After what felt like an eternity, Wu Tian's aura gradually stabilized, having completely refined the drop of ancestral essence, and he finally halted his cultivation, still yearning for more. Upon opening his eyes, Wu Tian was nearly startled by the intense gazes upon him. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" he inquired with a hint of bewilderment. At that moment, the eyes of the 12 ancestral witches burned with fervor. Even the previously stern gaze of the ancestral witch of Xianming was now filled with astonishment, making Wu Tian feel quite uncomfortable. It was then that the ancestral witch of Zhu Rong exclaimed incredulously, "You truly are impressive." It is known that the powers of the ancestral witches clash with one another. For instance, the ancestral witch Di Jiang, who embodies space, cannot refine the essence of the time ancestral, which Zhu Jiuyin. At most, they could extract the malevolent energy and vitality, but as for the power of the law, it was utterly impossible to comprehend. Yet they stood witness as Wu Tian refined the essence of the ancestral witch of Earth, feeling subtle changes in his aura that bore some resemblance to Earth. Clearly, he had genuinely inherited the Earth law. Before Zhu Rong could utter another word, Di Jiang forcefully pushed him aside, interrupting, and with eyes gleaming, he addressed Wu Tian. How do you feel now? Wu Tian took a moment to assess. I feel fantastic. Of course. It would be even better if I could obtain a few more drops of essence. After refining this drop of essence, Wu Tian felt an overwhelming sense of vitality, an explosion of energy coursing through him. Yet paradoxically, a longing began to emerge within him. It felt as if his very flesh craved more. Insights regarding the application of the Earth law floated to the forefront of his mind. It seemed he had indeed grasped some rudimentary understanding of the Earth law. The ancestral witches were momentarily stunned before erupting into hearty laughter. Di Jiang expressed his excitement. Excellent. Wonderful. Observing this, the ancestral witch of Earth pondered briefly, raising her hand to extract another drop of essence for Wu Tian to refine, only to be halted by Di Jiang. Di Jiang turned to exchange glances with Zhu Jiuyin. Then he directly addressed the golden ancestor, Ru Shou. Provide Wu Tian with a drop of your essence, and let him refine it once more. Di Jiang refrained from asking the ancestral witch of Earth for more. Having already verified that Wu Tian could refine the essence of Earth and embody its law's power, Di Jiang was now keen to discover, can he bear other laws as well? Or, like the other ancestral shamans, is it true that an ancestral shaman can only wield a singular law's power? Wu Tian originally possessed no control over any laws. Could he truly transcend such limitations? A tempest of thoughts surged within Di Jiang, prompting him to directly intervene and request that another ancestral shaman, Ru Shou, present his essence blood. Ru Shou, the ancestral shaman of the Western Gold, inherently commanded the law of gold. Since Earth gives rise to gold within the 5 elements, and Wu Tian had just refined the essence blood of Ho Tu, it was only fitting that the essence blood of the gold ancestral shaman now followed. Ru Shou said nothing, silently nodding as he summoned a drop of his own essence blood, offering it to Wu Tian. This solitary drop glimmered like pure gold, exuding an extraordinarily sharp aura. Even before it touched his hands, Wu Tian felt a piercing sensation from this aura, his own blood qi instinctively activated to resist its sharpness. Momentarily stunned, he gazed at the eager ancestral shamans, at a loss for words. His earlier remarks had been somewhat casual. In Wu Tian's perspective, the power of the laws he commanded was invaluable, akin to the most critical possession of every ancestral shaman, almost equivalent to the primordial seals of the 3 Pure Ones. If he were to traverse as a subordinate of the 3 Pure Ones, would he be able to obtain the primordial seal from them? Tong Tian might oblige, but Tai Qing Yuan sure would be less certain. Yet the ancestral shamans believed him. The Ho Tu ancestral shaman had already bestowed upon Wu Tian a drop of essence blood, and now Ru Shou was prepared to offer a second. In that fleeting moment, a thought blossomed in Wu Tian's mind. The ancestral shamans were rather benevolent. Chapter 3. The 12 Ancestors of Witchcraft. There are actually 13. Do not just stand there. Hurry up. The ancestors were growing increasingly anxious. Wu Tian nodded, ultimately saying nothing. He then directly absorbed the essence blood of the golden ancestor, fervently operating the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong to begin the refining process. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. When Wu Tian awoke once more, he opened his eyes to find the ancestors brimming with joy, their excitement palpable. Zhu Rong and the other ancestors were beside him, howling and roaring in celebration, causing a ringing in Wu Tian's head. Am I now the hope of the entire village? No, the hope of all the ancestors? Wu Tian mused inwardly. Di Jiang burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Excellent. Truly wonderful. The Panga Father God has a worthy successor. He approached Wu Tian, eagerly patting him on the shoulder. Wu Tian, just having risen, nearly stumbled as he was pressed down again by Di Jiang's forceful hand. Di Jiang then turned to stand beside Wu Tian, addressing the others with a commanding voice. Everyone, cease your actions. Each of you, contribute a drop of your essence blood to Wu Tian, allowing him to refine it to the utmost. The ancestors naturally had no objections. Instantly, the Panga Hall was thick with a formidable aura, the energies of various laws clashing against one another. Soon, 10 drops of ancestor essence blood, each shimmering with different divine lights, appeared before Wu Tian. Ho Tu and Ru Shou had already contributed theirs, so they were not needed now. Wu Tian gazed at the 10 drops of ancestor essence blood, feeling a surge of emotion, then turned to the ancestors, reflecting once more. The witch clan truly seems quite splendid. The ancestors were fierce and brutish, yet they harbored no ulterior motives. They did not even ponder whether their laws would be harmed by Wu Tian's refining process. Wu Tian hardly had the chance to persuade them further before they willingly contributed, and he had acquired the essence blood of all 12 ancestors. After a moment of reflection, Wu Tian solemnly cupped his hands in gratitude, addressing the ancestors. "Thank you, brothers and sisters." Before he could finish, a resounding slap from Di Jiang sent Wu Tian staggering. Di Jiang, somewhat displeased, remarked, "It is merely a drop of essence blood. Is such formality necessary?" Wu Tian inhaled sharply, feeling a wave of numbness in his shoulder. Di Jiang and Appo's slap had nearly caused his blood to surge in agitation. He looked at Di Jiang, somewhat speechless. Who would have thought that in the witch clan, being polite could become an offense? The ancestors still had much to improve upon. They wielded their strength without restraint. Seeing Wu Tian grimace, the ancestors erupted into laughter. Zhu Rong, in particular, exclaimed, "Little brother, you should quickly refine this essence blood. Once you have absorbed it all, it will be time for us, the 13 ancestors, to dominate the primordial chaos." The ancestors nodded in agreement. Indeed, this world, created by our Father God, must be governed by us. Even Di Jiang concurred wholeheartedly. Wu Tian, however, could not help but smile bitterly. The ancestors had only just emerged, yet they were already contemplating dominance over the primordial chaos. Were they aware of the current circumstances outside? Suddenly inspired, he spoke. "Brothers, I have something to say, though I wonder if it is appropriate." Di Jiang and the others turned their attention to him. Wu Tian hurriedly elaborated, "My strength is still weak, and refining these 10 drops of essence blood will likely take a considerable amount of time. It would be better for you, my brothers and sisters, to act in the name of the 12 ancestors. After all, there are 13 of us. It is hardly a problem." Facing the puzzled expressions of the ancestors, Wu Tian continued to explain, "Consider this. If everyone in the primordial chaos accepts there are only 12 ancestors, and then I, the 13th, suddenly emerge, would that not be quite intriguing? Would it not surprise them?" In the original grand scheme, Ho Tu had transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation, opening the underworld after the 12th ancestor departed, resulting in the incompleteness of the 12 capital heavenly gods and fiendish array. Ultimately, this led to both the witch clan and the monster clan suffering heavy losses. But if, at this moment, the witch clan were suddenly unveil another ancestor, enabling the 12 capital heavenly gods and fiendish array to unleash its full potential. Most importantly, Wu Tian believed it would be wiser to remain inconspicuous. By diligently refining the ancestor essence blood and cultivating within the witch clan, he could seize opportunities in the primordial chaos. Once his strength had grown formidable, he could venture forth to explore the primordial world, witness the legendary innate goddesses, and, of course, alter the tragic fate that awaited the ancestors. Is this not a splendid plan? To dominate the primordial chaos? Wu Tian glanced at the ancestors and thought, "With your tempestuous tempers and brains harder than the Mount Buzhou, do you possess the means to govern? Can you outwit the heavenly Tao? Can you outmaneuver Hong Jun and the saints of the heavenly Tao?" The ancestors remained oblivious to Wu Tian and Appo's true intentions. But as they pondered his words, their expressions became increasingly animated, soon casting him strange looks. Surprise? More like shock, it seemed. Their expressions appeared to convey, "Who would have thought that this robust fellow could be so cunning? You are somewhat mischievous, Arin and Appo's. To you?" Yet, the ancestors also expressed a sense of anticipation, eager to witness the reactions of others when the time came. Di Jiang decisively declared, "Very well, we shall follow your lead." You indeed require time to refine this essence blood. I suspect the further you progress, the longer it will take amidst the clashing laws. Once you have mastered the 12 laws and your power is fully realized, that will be the moment for you, the 13th ancestor, to make your name known. Dijiang and Amp, Appo's gaze towards Wu Tian grew increasingly approving. Little brother, you are quite the thinker. Among the ancestors, your level of intelligence nearly rivals my own. In the time that followed, the ancestors began to mobilize at the foot of Mount Wuzhou, hunting ferocious beasts and absorbing the malevolent energies of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves, while Wu Tian devoted himself to refining the ancestor essence blood. This was the era of Long Han. The primary factions were the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, with Hong Jun and Luo Ho in opposition, each striving to seize fortune and ascend further. During moments of respite from his cultivation, Wu Tian ventured out with the ancestors once. It was utterly terrifying. Merely 12 individuals conjured the battle cries of thousands, fighting as if their lives depended on it. The primordial chaos was truly perilous. No, I must return to continue refining the essence blood, inscribing the laws of the ancestors. I shall not emerge until all 12 drops of essence blood have been completely refined. Wu Tian quickly returned to his task, remaining focused on refining the ancestor essence blood. Even during breaks from cultivation, he only ventured to the foot of Mount Wuzhou, deliberately avoiding the fierce conflicts among the three clans. The panga pressure on Mount Wuzhou was still overwhelming, providing ample protection from the surrounding battles. Within the Panga Hall, Wu Tian reflected on his journey into the primordial chaos and his experiences as an ancestor, unable to suppress a grin of satisfaction. By remaining in the Panga Hall to refine the ancestor essence blood, he could enhance his strength and engage in conversation with Ho Tu, fostering relationships and deepening bonds. Was this not splendid? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Wu Tian, come and spar with me. Let me see if you have regressed recently. Wu Tian couldn't help but shiver. Turning to glance, one beheld two exquisite figures standing side by side. One resembled an ethereal ice goddess, known as the primordial witch of Xianming, while the other, the primordial witch of Hutu, wore an amiable smile. It was indeed the primordial witch of Xianming who called out. Was it truly necessary? Hadn't they just practiced not long ago? A bitter smile crept across Wu Tian's face. He wondered if it was due to the way he had looked at the primordial witch of Xianming that she had taken note of him, seizing his moment of respite to subject him to another round of training. However, for Wu Tian, it was far from training. It was a sheer travesty. After several battles, Wu Tian had come to a realization. This woman and Amp, Appo's heart was even colder than her Xianming principles. Chapter 4. Has the primordial spirit been cultivated? Upon witnessing Wu Tian and Amp, Appo's immobility, the Xianming ancestor which furrowed his brows in displeasure, the atmosphere within the Panga Hall seemed to grow frigid as he sternly declared, "No more idle chatter. If you do not approach me, I shall come to you." Wu Tian cast a desperate glance toward the Hutu ancestor witch. Yet she merely smiled radiantly, showing no intention of intervening. Wu Tian sighed inwardly, lamenting, "What else can I do? I must brace myself and proceed." Among the 12 ancestor witches, Xianming was formidable, known for his stoic demeanor and volatile temperament. Confronting Wu Tian at this moment was all too easy for him, justified by his righteous assertion. How can the witch tribe thrive without battle? You claim to dislike combat with ferocious beasts? Fear not. I shall personally assist you in the Panga Hall. The clash was intense, reverberating with ferocity. It was not until Wu Tian neared exhaustion that Xianming finally relented, and the hall fell silent once more. Wu Tian resumed his seat, feeling as if every fiber of his being was on fire. His muscles and bones bore not only the wounds of brute force, but also the corrosive influence of Xuanming's laws. However, as Xianming had articulated, the immense pressure on his physical form invigorated his internal blood energy, accelerating the operation of his 9 turns primordial art. A dense aura of blood and malice surged forth from the blood pool, consumed voraciously by Wu Tian and Appo's body. After a brief period, Wu Tian fully recovered, appearing revitalized. with a physical strength surpassing his prior state, and a deeper mastery over the laws he had assimilated. Observing this, Xianming maintained his stoic expression, slightly lifting his chin. What do you think? I told you so, practice is essential. Wu Tian did not contest this point. The bodies of the witch tribe seemed to possess a unique feedback mechanism. Through relentless torment, as long as one did not perish, growth occurred at an accelerated pace. Yet, he was not a masochist. There was no need for such suffering. Gradual cultivation would suffice. Wu Tian smiled in agreement, though internally he resolved that once he fully refined the 12 drops of Ancestor Witch blood and integrated all the powers of the laws, he would seek Xianming for further practice. Today and Amp. Oppose. Humiliation must be avenged. If I do not subdue you, can I still call myself a man? Xianming and Oppose. Eyes shifted as he inquired. What are you pondering? Wu Tian quickly protested. Nothing. I am thinking of nothing at all. Observing the duo, Hutu found their exchange amusing and lightly shook her head, saying, You too. Now, Wu Tian, do not blame Sister Xianming. She only wishes for your betterment. While refining blood essence is vital, cultivating a battle awareness is equally crucial. Wu Tian could only smile and nod. I understand. He then addressed Xianming. I appreciate your intentions, Sister Xianming, but if you could be a touch gentler in your approach, that would be splendid. Xianming shot him a glance, clearly unwilling to acquiesce to his request. Wu Tian wished to say more, but was abruptly interrupted by Hutu and Oppose. As cheerful announcement, Wu Tian, I have cultivated my primordial spirit. Wu Tian and Oppose. Eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. Cultivating a primordial spirit? He was utterly astounded, even more so than if Hutu had announced she was having child. Really? He could not help but inquire again. This was a development he had actively encouraged, although Wu Tian rarely ventured into battle alongside the Ancestor Witches. He had not remained idle. He sought to establish himself as the intellectual strategist of the witch tribe. With this persona, he could provide counsel while the Ancestor Witches exerted their strength. It was unheard of for a strategist to engage in frontline combat. Thus, he could cultivate his skills in peace, and during critical moments, his words would carry weight with the Ancestor Witches, gradually altering the fate of the witch tribe. Consequently, Wu Tian frequently offered small suggestions. When he noticed the Ancestor Witches dismissing the merits of slaying ferocious beasts and absorbing the resulting malevolent energy, he boldly suggested, why not allocate it all to Sister Hutu? With the merits supporting her, she might just cultivate her primordial spirit. It is worth noting that all living beings in the primordial world possess souls. With continuous cultivation and the pursuit of the great Tao, their souls ascend, from soul to divine soul, and then to true spirit. Once the laws are inscribed upon the divine soul, the true spirit becomes indelible, even if the body perishes. As long as the true spirit escapes, it can reincarnate and possibly re-emerge in the world. However, the Ancestor Witches differ significantly. They inherently wield the power of laws. Their physical forms are robust, and their malevolent energy is incredibly dense, clashing with the innate purity required to cultivate a primordial spirit. Thus, they are utterly incapable of achieving this state, their divine souls tightly entwined with their corporeal forms. This presents a significant drawback. Should their physical bodies be slain, their true spirits cannot escape, leaving the Ancestor Witches with no opportunity for reincarnation as they merge with the primordial world upon death. However, if they could cultivate a primordial spirit, the scenario would shift dramatically. Under the protection of the primordial spirit, the true spirit could escape. They need not reincarnate, as they could cultivate directly with their primordial spirit. In a grand scheme, Hutu was the only ancestor which capable of cultivating a primordial spirit. However, due to the limitations of the Ancestor Witch and Amp, Oppose, as physical form, after transforming into the 6 paths of reincarnation, she became known as the Goddess of Equanimity, leading to the saying that the Goddess of Equanimity no longer embodies the witch. But if Hutu were to cultivate her primordial spirit ahead of time and elevate it to a higher realm, might that not alter her fate? Would the Goddess of Equanimity remain, along with a genuine Hutu Ancestor Witch? Wu Tian was uncertain, yet he yearned to explore this possibility. After hearing Wu Tian's suggestion, Emperor Jiang pondered briefly before consenting, instructing all ancestor witches to transfer their accumulated merits to Wudhu, just to test it out. Who knows? Perhaps this young fellow might be onto something? Emperor Jiang thought to himself. Nonetheless, the others held little hope, and even Wu Tian himself felt similarly, believing Wudhu might only have a chance after delivering a sermon at the Zixiao Palace. Voicing it now was merely a preparatory measure to lay a foundation for Wudhu Ancestor Witch. To their astonishment, it truly succeeded. Suddenly, a radiant golden light of merit enveloped Wudhu, suppressing her malevolent energy, and from above her head emerged a 3-inch tall primordial spirit, vividly resembling Wudhu herself, seated cross-legged within the golden glow. Upon witnessing this scene, Wu Tian was filled with overwhelming joy, now that Wudhu had cultivated her primordial spirit ahead of time. Regardless of future developments, one thing Wu Tian was certain of: Wudhu had become an even more formidable ally. Wu Tian's mind raced, and he quickly inquired, "Have you informed our brothers?" Wudhu chuckled in affirmation. Just then, several boisterous voices echoed throughout the Pango Hall, creating a thunderous reverberation that left Wu Tian feeling overwhelmed. "Wudhu, sister, have you truly cultivated your primordial spirit?" In the next moment, a flurry of figures rushed in. The ancestor witches gathered once more, their eyes brimming with joy as they gazed at the primordial spirit hovering above Wudhu and Appo's head. After observing for a while, Emperor Jiang revealed a confident smile, exuding an air of control, as he lightly remarked, "I knew it. Among our ancestral deities, aside from Wu Tian, it is Wudhu who has emerged last, bearing the lightest aura of malevolence. With so many merits to support her, she is able to counteract the sinister energy, thus cultivating her primordial spirit." Wu Tian nodded slightly, having come to a realization. Had he delayed in offering his counsel, waiting for Wudhu to grow stronger, her physical form would have become more formidable, and the malevolent energy within her would have intensified, making it far more challenging than it is now. Just as he was contemplating this, a sudden clap. The palm of Di Jiang struck Wu Tian's shoulder once more, scattering all of his thoughts in an instant. "Wu Tian, this time, it is thanks to you," Di Jiang exclaimed, his eyes burning with fervor. "You truly possess remarkable abilities." Chapter 5. I have another idea. After expressing his admiration, Emperor Jiang was soon joined by the other ancestral witches, who began to praise him in kind. Zhurong, eager to be at the forefront, leaned forward and asked Wu Tian, "Wu Tian, do you think I am capable?" With a playful blink of her eyes, she added, "I also wish to make progress. I long to cultivate my primordial spirit." Wu Tian found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure whether to be direct or more tactful. It was clear that Wudhu, the Earth Mother, could indeed cultivate her primordial spirit, for she stood as the only ancestral witch capable of such a feat, even without Wu Tian's guidance. His intervention merely facilitated her early success, coinciding with the time when she had only recently emerged and had yet to recklessly absorb the malevolent energies of the world. However, as the 13th ancestral witch, born after Wudhu, Wu Tian was confident in his ability to cultivate a primordial spirit as well. Unlike the other ancestral witches, the malevolent energies he absorbed transformed under the refinement of his 9 transformations primordial art, directly becoming the purest source of power integrated into his very being. For this reason, Wu Tian appeared markedly different from the others, devoid of the overwhelming aura of malevolence that surrounded them. Could it be that my 9 transformations primordial art differs from that of the other ancestral witches? This question arose in Wu Tian and Appo's mind. Yet, upon consulting Wudhu, he discovered that their methods were fundamentally the same. He could only attribute his uniqueness to his distinct nature. Though he had yet to cultivate a primordial spirit, he diligently practiced the 9 transformations primordial art, continuously refining the ancestral witch and Appo's essence. He believed that once he had completely refined the essence and perfected his physical form, his primordial spirit would naturally emerge. Just as Wu Tian pondered this, a hand reached out from the crowd and yanked Zhurong back. Gong Gong, the water god, laughed heartily, and exclaimed, "Do not create chaos. Do you think you are like Hutu, capable of cultivating a primordial spirit?" Zhurong was immediately incensed and began to quarrel with Gonggong. "Get out of my way." Emperor Jiang, growing furious, unleashed a powerful strike that sent both of them flying from the Panga Hall. When he noticed the other ancestral witches watching with amused expressions, he glared at them, prompting them to leave as well. Soon, only 5 remained: Emperor Jiang, Zijian, Xianin, Hutu, and Wu Tian, who found himself encircled. As Hutu successfully cultivated her primordial spirit, Emperor Jiang increasingly sensed that Wu Tian was no ordinary individual. Within the entirety of the witch clan, his wisdom likely rivaled only his own. Thus, he inquired, "Now that Hutu has cultivated her primordial spirit, what about you?" Wu Tian, appearing lighter than the malevolent energy surrounding Hutu, even without the protection of merit, responded with a smile, "Let me refine this essence first. Once I have perfected my 12 laws and my being, my primordial spirit will manifest." Emperor Jiang nodded thoughtfully and then asked about Wu Tian and Appos, as cultivation progress. Wu Tian candidly shared that he had refined 5 drops of ancestral witch essence, following the order of the 5 elements. After listening, Emperor Jiang expressed his satisfaction with a nod and exchanged glances with Zijian. He then smiled and said, "My brother and I possess unique laws. Should you encounter any difficulties during your refinement, feel free to seek us out for guidance." After conveying this, Emperor Jiang added with a smile, "There are only 13 of us ancestral witches. I plan to activate the blood pool to nurture more members of our clan. What do you think?" After venturing out for some time and witnessing the immense forces of the 3 tribes, which boasted millions of members, the ancestral witches naturally felt drawn to the idea. Since they had all emerged from the blood pool in the Panga Hall, they wished to replicate that process to cultivate more of their kin. Now, Wu Tian held greater significance in their eyes, especially following Hutu's achievement. They sought his opinion, not necessarily to implement it, but to consider his perspective. Wu Tian agreed, finding the proposal reasonable. It was customary for the ancestral witches to pursue such methods, especially given their clan's physical limitations, which included the inability to cultivate primordial spirits and difficulty in reproduction. What alternative could there be to nurturing through the blood pool? None. Could it be that I too share this limitation? Wu Tian gasped inwardly, his expression shifting as he involuntarily glanced at Xianin and Hutu, only to be met with a fierce glare from Xianin. There was no way to verify this now. He would have to wait for a future opportunity. Suppressing his thoughts, Wu Tian turned to Emperor Jiang and said, "I believe it is feasible. However, the blood pool is not infinite. It will eventually be depleted. Therefore, while you're out hunting fierce beasts, do consider bringing their corpses back to the blood pool. Furthermore, even if our numbers increase, there is no need to confront the 3 tribes just yet. We could develop slowly at the foot of Mount Buzhou. We are currently amidst the great calamity of Longhan. The 3 tribes are the primary players in this crisis. Even if the ancestral witches were to emerge, they would be no match for the 3 tribes, only inviting calamity upon themselves. It would be wiser to slay fierce beasts, absorb the malevolent energies of the world, and accumulate merit. Once the 3 tribes fall, the witch clan can expand freely, build high walls, store ample grain, and wait patiently for the time to rise to power. This is a truth known to all in subsequent generations. Upon finishing his thoughts, Wu Tian noticed that both Emperor Jiang and Zijian nodded slightly, while Xianin and Hutu remained silent, their gazes fixed intently on Wu Tian. Seeing Wu Tian and Appos as confident demeanor as he spoke, they could not help but nod in approval, seemingly very satisfied. After exchanging glances with Zijian, Emperor Jiang suddenly asked, "Which of the 3 tribes do you think will prevail in the end and dominate the Honghuang?" Without hesitation, Wu Tian shook his head. "None of them. None of the 3 tribes will conquer Honghuang. They will all meet a dismal end. The ultimate victor will undoubtedly be Hongjun." Emperor Jiang and Appos' eyes widened in surprise, and he murmured, "Hongjun." Wu Tian nodded again. deliberately expressing this conviction to leave a lasting impression on Emperor Jiang and the others. In time, as his predictions proved accurate, they would be thoroughly convinced of his keen insight into the grand tides of Hongguang, granting him greater influence within the witch clan. At critical junctures, it would be vital that his voice be heard by the ancestral witches. Thus, Wu Tian continued with a smile, just watch. The upcoming developments will unfold as I have foretold. The struggles among the three tribes are merely instigated by Luo Hao from behind the scenes. The real conflict lies between Luo Hao and Hongjun, and he cannot possibly prevail against Hongjun. Emperor Jiang nodded slightly, choosing not to respond, but committing Wu Tian's words to memory for future verification. There was no harm in Wu Tian being mistaken. But if the developments truly unfolded as he predicted, it would be monumental. With this thought, Emperor Jiang gazed at Wu Tian with a peculiar expression. As he sensed their attentiveness, Wu Tian breathed a sigh of relief, his demeanor relaxing. There was no rush. In time, they would recognize the true prowess of the 13th ancestral witch. And then, Wu Tian's smile shifted, taking on a somewhat cunning appearance in the eyes of the ancestral shamans. He continued to speak to Emperor Jiang and the others. I have another idea. In addition to slaying the ferocious beasts and gradually developing our strength, we could also position ourselves behind the three tribes. While they engage in battle at the forefront, we can follow behind to cleanse the battlefield. Chapter 6. Purifying the Primal Chaos. The responsibility of the witch. A few individuals were left speechless after hearing the words. After a moment of contemplation, the ancestor of the Xianming frowned and coldly remarked, Are you suggesting that we clean up the battlefield of the three clans and collect their corpses? To the ancestors, scavenging like vultures was quite beneath their dignity, and naturally, they were reluctant. However, Wu Tian looked at them and retorted, What is wrong with collecting corpses? The remains of the three clans are valuable. Their essence can be poured into the blood pool to enhance its power, and their flesh can serve as sustenance for our future kin or be refined into divine weapons. Furthermore, there is another point. The battlefield is surely filled with malevolent energy. If we could cleanse it, the heavens would bestow great merits upon us. The ancestors wished to voice their objections, but found themselves stifled by Wu Tian's words. With a solemn expression, he asserted, We are the blood descendants of Pangdu. This realm left to us by our Father God must be well preserved. The battlefield of the three clans is rife with peril. Should we not take action? It is our duty as witches to uphold the integrity of the world. Even if Hongjun were to witness this, he would have nothing to say. At this point, everyone fell silent. Di Jiang pondered for a moment before addressing Wu Tian. Very well. I shall heed your counsel once more. He then rose alongside Zhu Jiuyin to prepare, intending to inform the other ancestors and to mobilize the blood pool to nurture the witch clan. Xianming and Hutu remained behind. Hutu and Amp, oppose. S gaze flickered, her thoughts still lingering on Wu Tian and Amp, oppose, as predictions. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Do you truly believe the three clans will meet such an end? The Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans are currently at their peak. Even the proudest of ancestors must tread carefully around them. Yet you assert such a fate for them. Wu Tian chuckled softly and replied, Sister Hutu, just wait and see. The demise of the three clans is not only inevitable, but they will also voluntarily withdraw from the primal chaos. By that time, you will understand. Hutu, the ancestor, appeared contemplative. Wu Tian then turned his gaze, smiling as he continued, Sister Hutu, if I am correct, could you assist me with a small favor? His eyes flitted between Xianming and Hutu before finally resting on Hutu. She smiled and replied, Speak. What do you desire? Even if you are mistaken, I shall thank you for helping me cultivate my primordial spirit. Wu Tian quickly responded, You flatter me, Sister Hutu. Your ability to cultivate a primordial spirit is primarily due to the merits granted by our brothers. With such merits, you can shield yourself from the encroachment of malevolent energy. Hutu did not dispute this, but it was evident she felt Wu Tian and Appo's contribution was paramount. Who else could have conceived such ideas? Wu Tian continued with a smile, The favor I seek hinges on my prediction being accurate. If my forecast holds true, when the ancestral dragon withdraws from the primal chaos, If you have the opportunity, could you procure some of its essence for me? The two were momentarily taken aback, gazing at each other in astonishment before Hutu finally nodded with a smile. Very well. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly obtain it for you. Wu Tian's heart swelled with joy. Earlier, when Di Jiang mentioned nurturing the clan through the blood pool, he realized a pressing concern. As an ancestor himself, the Witch clan had deficiencies in reproduction, and he pondered whether he shared that issue. He had not married in his previous life, and he could not allow the lineage to fade away in this life. He wished to meet more innate goddesses, arriving in the primal chaos. He could not squander such a splendid opportunity. Preparations were necessary. Furthermore, the ancestral dragon was said to be formed from the essence of Pangu, possessing immense power and unparalleled prowess in reproduction. Truly a divine sewing machine. One aspect Wu Tian found questionable was that the ancestral dragon seemed to have no preferences. It was said that one of the 9 dragon offspring, Pu Lao, had a mother who was a toad. Even the toads of the primal chaos would not suffice. Wu Tian mused whether he could refine the essence of the ancestral dragon to remedy any deficiencies in the witch body and avert potential issues. He had prepared his explanation. If Xianming and Hutu probed further, he would claim he sought to study the essence of the ancestral dragon to explore solutions for the reproductive challenges of the Witch clan. However, neither of them inquired further and readily agreed. They then rose to bid farewell to Wu Tian. Xianming remarked coolly, "Focus on your cultivation here. I shall return to seek you out." With that, they departed from the Panga Hall. Wu Tian sighed with a wry smile, shaking his head lightly before settling by the blood pool to resume his cultivation. As of now, he had refined 5 drops of ancestral essence belonging to Hutu, Rushou, Gong, Zhurong, and Jumeng. Although each drop contained minimal power of the laws, once Wu Tian refined and fused them, they produced remarkable reactions. The 5 powers of law interwove, perpetually transforming the strength within Wu Tian's body into the power of laws, etching deeper traces upon his soul. Which essence to refine next? Wu Tian pondered deeply, ultimately deciding the essence of Xianming. Refining Xianming and Appo's essence would deepen his understanding of its laws, allowing him to navigate the forthcoming battles with greater ease. Time passed swiftly in cultivation. The ancestors heeded Wu Tian's advice, appearing as sanitation workers wherever the 3 clans had fought. As soon as battles concluded, they rushed forth to collect corpses, cleanse the battlefield, and absorb the malevolent energy. The entire process was seamless. The previously chaotic battlefield was restored into a thriving habitat for the beings of the primal chaos after the ancestors passed through, dissipating the malevolent energy. Naturally, merits were bestowed upon them. As was customary, the ancestors offered these merits to Hutu. Such occurrences left the 3 clans both furious and bewildered. What were these beings up to? Where did they come from? Seizing our kin's corpses, yet gaining merits in the process. Upon discovering the origins of the ancestors, the likes of the ancestral dragon could only smile wryly. The blood descendants of Pangu, cultivating their essence from the malevolent energies of the world, were practically born for this purpose, natural cleansers of the primal chaos. They ultimately decided to let it go. After all, these beings were not weak. Their ability to dispel malevolent energy was recognized by the heavens, and with formidable adversaries at hand, it was best not to quarrel with them. They cautioned their kin to avoid leaving corpses on the battlefield. Even Hongjun took note of the Witch clan. At present, the Wei had not fully manifested, and Hongjun had yet to attain the status of a sage, thus rendering him unable to gauge the ensuing cause and effect. Yet, for reasons unknown, he found himself feeling rather peculiar about the situation. Chapter 7. Yet again, you are right. Fortunately, the ancestral sorcerers are not foolish. Despite their fiery tempers, they understand that now is not the time for reckless actions, as they have already incurred the ire of the 3 clans, leading to minor skirmishes. However, a true war has yet to ignite. The ancestral sorcerers have more pressing matters at hand, the urgent development of their kin. As countless corpses are cast into the blood pool, its power is significantly replenished, and under the ancestral sorcerer's impetus, An endless stream of sorcerers emerges from the depths of the pool. At this pivotal moment, Wu Tian certainly does not wish to miss out. Observing his kin crawling out from the blood pool, he cannot shake off the feeling of surrealism. How fantastical! Among the initial sorcerers, there are several familiar figures to Wu Tian, such as Qi Yu, Xing Tian, Hua Fu, and Ho Yi. These are the formidable forces within the sorcerer clan. The mighty sorcerers. Only these great sorcerers are aware of Wu Tian's true identity, recognizing that this figure, who perpetually practices by the blood pool, is indeed their 13th ancestral sorcerer, Wu Tian. We are preparing to categorize our kin according to their inherent laws, allowing each to pursue their own cultivation, which will benefit their growth. Do you have any thoughts on this? As the number of sorcerers increases, the ancestral sorcerers approach Wu Tian. Di Jiang, smiling broadly, states, "We have discussed this, and you're ultimately capable of embodying all our laws. Therefore, you need not be constrained by any specific law. Feel free to choose whichever you prefer from among the kin." Wu Tian contemplates this for a moment, but ultimately shakes his head in refusal. "Never mind, I shall refrain from doing so. Even if I were to refine all 12 laws, it would merely serve as a prelude, requiring an extensive period for accumulation. What joy is there in leading a multitude of sorcerers? These beings are perpetually raucous and brimming with energy. I have no desire to exert my mental faculties on such matters. There is nothing more delightful than clinging to Sister Ho-Tu and Amp. Oppose. S-leg. She is simply irresistible." With this thought in mind, Wu Tian turns his gaze towards the ancestral sorceress Ho-Tu. "Sister Ho-Tu, how about we collaborate?" The ancestral sorcerers are momentarily taken aback, then erupt into excited exclamations. Having traversed the world for so long and broadened their experiences, while the ancestral sorcerers are indifferent to matters of relationships, they are not entirely ignorant. The ancestral dragon serves as a living lesson. Suddenly, Zhu Rong, the ancestral sorceress, glances back and forth between the two, feeling a surge of excitement as she muses, "Ah, no wonder Sister Ho-Tu so readily offered her essence blood earlier, and Wu Tian always aids her, allowing us to bestow all our merits upon her. They must have found mutual affection." She slaps her forehead, wearing an expression of regret for not realizing it sooner. Turning to Di Jiang, she exclaims, "Brother, we should facilitate a union between Wu Tian and Sister Ho-Tu. Perhaps it could lead to the proliferation of our sorcerer kin." Wu Tian silently muses, "Do you think I am the ancestral dragon? To rely solely on the two of us for procreation would take an eternity to yield sufficient kin, and given the sorcerer's limited reproductive capabilities, is simply impossible." Before he can voice his thoughts, he suddenly sees Zhu Rong soaring forth. Bang! She crashes against the wall of Pangahal before sliding down slowly. Ho-Tu wears an expression of both shame and anger, revealing a glimpse of her fierce nature. As if that weren't enough, why does Xianming also take action? Observing the two, the ancestral sorcerers glance around at the others, and even Di Jiang struggles to suppress his laughter, finding it inappropriate to comment further. Wu Tian feels a wave of nervousness. If you're going to beat Zhu Rong, that is one thing. After all, he is tough-skinned and can withstand it. But surely, you want to turn your wrath upon me as well? Fortunately, Ho-Tu quickly regains her gentle demeanor, nodding at Wu Tian with a smile. "All right, from now on, we shall jointly oversee the Ho-Tu tribe. As of now, the sorcerer clan has yet to formally establish itself." Wu Tian is mindful of this fact, but refrains from mentioning it. Firstly, the number of kin is still insufficient. Secondly, the conflict among the three clans has yet to conclude, and announcing the establishment of the sorcerer clan at this moment would draw too much attention. It could potentially provoke hostility from the three clans. He intends to discuss this matter with Di Jiang after the first sermon at Zhixiao Palace, opting to develop quietly for the time being. In the subsequent days, Wu Tian finds that the time required to refine each drop of essence blood lengthens significantly. Fortunately, in the realm of cultivation, time seems to stand still, and he immerses himself in his practice, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. By the time Wu Tian has refined 10 drops of essence blood, only the essence blood from the ancestral sorcerers Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin remains. These two, representing the ancestral sorcerers of space and time, are the most formidable among the 12. Their laws are also the most challenging. At this moment, Wu Tian is roused from his prolonged meditation by the ancestral sorcerers, and before he can regain his bearings, Di Jiang exclaims with immense delight, "Wu Tian, you were right. The three clans have issued an oath to the heavens and voluntarily withdrawn from the Hongwang realm." Wu Tian is taken aback. So soon? At this juncture, Ho-Tu approaches with a smile, extending her palm to reveal 3 drops of ancestral dragon essence blood. She beams at Wu Tian, stating, "Here is the ancestral dragon essence blood you desired." There is also a glimmer of astonishment in Ho-Tu's eyes. However, upon reflecting on the process of acquiring the ancestral dragon and Appo's essence blood, she feels a touch of embarrassment and shoots Wu Tian an accusatory glare. The ancestral dragon, with righteous fervor and profound sorrow, issued an oath, while she and Xianming lingered at the sidelines, merely waiting for the ancestral dragon to relinquish his body to extract the essence blood, much like vultures waiting for carrion. Wu Tian hastily accepts the ancestral dragon and Appo's essence blood, thanking Ho-Tu with a cheerful smile. Di Jiang, unable to contain his eagerness, inquires, "Wu Tian, how did you figure this out?" Wu Tian recalls that it was during the height of the 3 clans and Appo's power. At that time, Di Jiang had been skeptical, yet now it has come to fruition. Wu Tian chuckles, for he had confidence in the original trajectory of events, allowing him to make such a bold assertion. Though he cannot articulate this, he merely nods, smiling. "Naturally, I deduced it through reasoning." Observing the skeptical expressions of the ancestral sorcerers, Wu Tian playfully remarks, "Brothers, could it be that I lack innate control over the laws, because I have mastered the law of wisdom? The power that birthed me has all been utilized to enhance my intellect? Therefore, I should be the ancestral sorcerer of wisdom." At this, murmurs arise among the ancestral sorcerers. Is it truly so? Does the law of wisdom truly exist? Di Jiang is momentarily speechless, turning back to slap the mouth of the inquisitive ancestral sorcerer, exclaiming somewhat irritatedly, "He is spouting nonsense. What wisdom, ancestral sorcerer? Among the sorcerers, I am undoubtedly the wisest. If there were to be a wisdom ancestral sorcerer, it should rightfully be me." However, not long after, as Wu Tian is about to refine Di Jiang's essence blood and comprehend the spatial law within it, he is abruptly interrupted by Di Jiang and the others. Upon awakening from his meditation, Di Jiang solemnly states, "Wu Tian, once again, you were right. Hong Jun has triumphed." Wu Tian breaks into laughter. "So now you believe?" Di Jiang nods vigorously. It is one thing to be correct occasionally, but if Wu Tian continues to predict significant events, it can only indicate one thing. He possesses a profound understanding of the overarching trends. Di Jiang pauses for a moment before directly proclaiming, "I believe it. I am starting to suspect that you might truly be the ancestral sorcerer of wisdom." Chapter 8. No payment. No, Count the wise ancestor Wu was clearly speaking nonsense. However, witnessing the initial awe of the ancestral spirits, Wu Tian felt a surge of joy, as it signified that his words would be given greater weight in the future. Of course, he could not afford to become complacent. Even if the ancestral spirits acknowledged him, it did not guarantee that they would heed his counsel. These beings, once stirred with fervor, would hardly care for reason. Hadn't an Appo's Gonggong recklessly toppled Mount Buzhou in a fit of passion? The ancestors were not to be understood through conventional logic. Just because Di Jiang appeared calm now did not mean he would not lose his temper at any moment. Wu Tian could only strive to influence them as best he could. Di Jiang let out a soft sigh, an expression of melancholy crossing his face, leaving Wu Tian somewhat perplexed. What would be troubling him? He glanced at Ho-Tu, seeking a silent inquiry. Ho-Tu burst into laughter and candidly remarked in front of everyone, "What else could it be? My brother has always believed himself to be the wisest among our clan, and you have stolen his limelight." Di Jiang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, shot a glare at Ho-Tu's day. He treated her with a degree of restraint. Had it been Zhu Rong, or any other brother, he would have already slapped them. As for Xianming and Ho Tu, he merely glared at them before grabbing Wu Tian with great anticipation, asking, "Quickly speak. What else have you yet to tell us?" Wu Tian pondered for a moment. At this juncture, being neither here nor there, it seemed there was little chance for intervention. Was Hong Jun's teaching worth considering? Should he preemptively speak before Hong Jun? However, what could the ancestral spirits discuss? The cultivation method of the 9 turns Yuan Gong? Or perhaps their understanding of the power of laws? The 9 turns Yuan Gong was certainly out of the question. This technique was bequeathed to them by Pangu, and the ancestors would be reluctant to share it with others. Moreover, the threshold for this technique was exceedingly high. Not every being could master it. As for their comprehension of the laws, it seemed the ancestors would struggle to articulate that as well. For them, manipulating laws was as natural as breathing or the rhythm of the heart. If they were to recount the intricacies of cause and effect, it would be quite a challenge. Ultimately, Wu Tian concluded, with Hong Jun and Appo's victory, bolstered by fortune, he will assuredly advance further, and when he succeeds, he will undoubtedly impart his teachings. This indeed presents a significant opportunity. Dijanu apirdu contemplative. While Zhu Rong interjected loudly, "What sort of opportunity is that? Our ancestors possess their own methods of cultivation, refining the body and deepening our mastery of the laws. And one day, we will achieve enlightenment. Why should we listen to him speak? Would that not incur undue karma?" The other ancestral spirits nodded vigorously, their agreement evident. Wu Tian could only manage a wry smile in response. Zhu Rong, filled with confidence, firmly believed in his destined enlightenment, yet was oblivious to the fact that mastering even a single law was the most arduous task, nearly impossible. Within the vast expanse of the primordial realm, countless laws existed. The more fundamental the law, the more potent it became. To attain enlightenment, whether through a single law or an intertwining of multiple laws, one could indeed forge their own path, yet the difficulty of doing so was incomparable. Take Zhu Rong, for instance. If he aspired to master the entirety of the fire laws in the primordial realm, how formidable a challenge would that be? Would Hong Jun and the heavenly Tao permit it? A sudden thought struck Wu Tian. Could the heavenly Tao be calculating against the ancestral spirits, leading them to demise and dissipating their essence, thereby reclaiming the power of the laws? If one were to master all laws, how could the heavenly Tao ever attain completeness? How could sages exert control over the primordial realm? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he glanced over at Ho Tu, only to find her deep in contemplation, which brought him a modicum of comfort. Truly, she was the only one capable of cultivating a primordial spirit. As for Xianming, he seemed even more profoundly influenced by Wu Tian, refraining from outright opposition and instead observing Wu Tian with curiosity, as if waiting to see how he would convince them. There was no other choice. He would have to persuade them using logic and reasoning that the ancestral spirits could comprehend. In the prevailing circumstances, only Xianming and Ho Tu had ventured to the Xixiao Palace to hear the teachings. The other ancestral spirits regarded it with disdain. Wu Tian spoke softly. Should Hong Jun impart his teachings, it would certainly stem from his own intentions, yet it is more likely a requirement of the heavenly Tao. He is, in a sense, compelled to teach, guiding the cultivation of the primordial realm. Then he turned his gaze to Zhu Rong, who had been the most vociferous, and with a smile said, "Brother Zhu Rong, in such a case, if you were to attend Hong Jun's teachings, would you feel you owe him any karma?" Zhu Rong's eyes widened. "Of course not. Why should we? This world was opened by our Father God. What harm is there in listening to him speak a few words?" Wu Tian immediately spread his hands. "Isn't that settled then? If you don't feel indebted, then all is well." Though unspoken, it echoed the sentiment of no payment, no service in later generations. Naturally, the path of karma was not so simple. Yet, Wu Tian's reasoning sufficed to sway the ancestral spirits. Such a grand occasion must be witnessed. Though he was wholly devoted to his own cultivation and seldom ventured forth, he was immensely curious about the teachings at Xixiao Palace. He yearned to discover whether the seats within represented a sage and Appo's opportunity, symbolizing the return of primordial purple energy. As Wu Tian contemplated, The ancestral spirits paused, momentarily struck by his words. Indeed, that seems to bear some merit. Observing their readiness to be convinced, Wu Tian felt no inclination to prolong the discussion. Instead, he cheerfully seized Di Jiang and Appo's arm, saying, "Brother Di Jiang, I was just about to grasp your insights on the space laws when you interrupted me. You must compensate me. You cannot leave until you demonstrate them properly." Since they planned to attend the Zhixiao Palace to hear the teachings, it was imperative to thoroughly refine all the ancestral spirits and Appo's essence beforehand, ensuring a solid footing. Thus, Wu Tian sought Di Jiang and Appo's assistance. Additionally, he needed to involve Zhu Jiuyin. Di Jiang paused for a moment before breaking into a smile, replying, "Very well. As brothers, we shall certainly assist one another." Noticing Wu Tian and Appo's gaze shift toward Zhu Jiuyin, he turned to her and said, "You should stay as well. Let's help him. Once he comprehends both the space and time laws, Wu Tian will have mastered all 12 laws. I, too, am eager to see what transformations will arise from such mastery." From the beginning until now, Wu Tian had already refined a total of 10 drops of ancestral essence. Yet, the power of the laws contained within these essences was minimal, leaving only an imprint upon his soul. Each was far from complete. As a result, while Wu Tian commanded numerous laws, none were sufficiently potent. His actual strength still lagged considerably behind that of the ancestral spirits, who remained untroubled, ravenously consuming the malevolent energies of the cosmos to bolster their own might. Yet, Di Jiang and the others were keen observers of Wu Tian's transformation. Regardless of how much malevolent essence he consumed, his demeanor remained distinct, devoid of the brutality and ferocity typical of the ancestral spirits, as though he were impervious to the taint of dark energy. Perhaps this was the true essence of the Father God's blood? Di Jiang mused inwardly, eager to witness the changes that would occur once Wu Tian ultimately embraced the 12 laws. Chapter 9. The birth of the primordial spirit and the cosmic measuring ruler time continued to elapse since Hong Jun began his teachings. The uncertainty of how much longer remained weighed heavily on Wu Tian and Appo's mind, filling him with a sense of urgency. What if he could not fully refine all the essence blood before Hong Jun commenced his discourse? Thus, the normally languid and carefree Wu Tian seized the opportunity to enlist the help of Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, fervently urging them to assist him in refining the essence blood of the ancestral witches, so he could grasp and comprehend the underlying laws. With scarcely any time for respite, the pace of refinement accelerated dramatically with their support, leaving both Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin perplexed. What had prompted Wu Tian and Appo's sudden urgency? Was it the realization of the disparity in strength compared to his brothers, driving him to hastily bridge the gap? Emperor Jiang pondered, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, as an ancestral witch, one must possess a competitive spirit, unyielding against the heavens, the earth, and the very air itself. Such is the essence of being an ancestral witch. Even Emperor Jiang, having previously been impressed by Wu Tian and Appo's intellect, found himself reflecting, "I am the elder brother. My wisdom is not inferior to that of Wu Tian." Previously, they had perceived Wu Tian as admirable in every aspect except for his demeanor, which seemed too gentle for an ancestral witch. This realization invigorated both of them, and they dedicated themselves even more wholeheartedly to assisting him. As they focused on their cultivation, not only did Wu Tian's strength steadily increase, but the ancestral witch blood was also rapidly refined. An added benefit was that the Xianming ancestral, which could not seize the opportunity to attack him during his moments of rest. Time passed unmeasured. Wu Tian first refined the essence blood of Emperor Jiang, imprinting the laws of space upon his soul. Next came the essence blood of Zhu Jiuyin. The comprehension of the laws of time proved even more challenging than that of space. Fortunately, Zhu Jiuyin continuously employed his divine powers, allowing Wu Tian to delve into the nuances and, through his unique experiences, gradually overcame the daunting task. After expending considerable time, Wu Tian finally succeeded in completely refining the essence blood, adding an exceptionally profound imprint upon his soul. In that instant, as the 12 laws of power came into alignment within him, a sudden surge of energy erupted violently throughout his being. The essence of his blood surged, creating a chaotic aura that disrupted the very chi within the Panga Hall, causing the blood pool and Appo's essence to ripple in tumultuous waves. The other ancestral witches sensed the anomaly within the Panga Hall and hurriedly rushed towards Wu Tian and Appo's location, before their feet even touched the ground. The Hutu ancestral witch urgently inquired, "Brother, what has happened to Wu Tian?" As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Wu Tian, who lay with tightly shut eyes, a pained expression upon his face, his body radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, as if the laws themselves were in conflict. "The laws are clashing," Zhu Jiuyin stated gravely. Yet, he had previously observed Wu Tian refining other laws without issue. The Hutu ancestral, which grew increasingly anxious. Although the Xianming ancestral, which said nothing, his furrowed brow and unwavering gaze upon Wu Tian indicated his own inner turmoil. At that moment, Emperor Jiang burst into the scene. After assessing Wu Tian, he immediately directed Zhu Jiuyin, "Let us act together. We must suppress this conflict." Zhu Jiuyin nodded in agreement. The two ancestral witches instantly revealed their true forms, their formidable aura radiating outward. Before each unleashed a powerful force imbued with profound energy toward Wu Tian. With a flash, the chaotic aura surrounding Wu Tian began to stabilize. It was then that Emperor Jiang remarked, "Wu Tian and Appo's physical strength surpasses the power of the laws within the essence blood you provided. But once our laws are refined by him, the conflict will intensify. His physical prowess alone cannot quell it, hence the present turmoil." Understanding the issue made it easier to address. They needed either to bolster Wu Tian and Appo's physical form or to help him dissolve the conflict among the laws. Maintaining his true ancestral witch form, Emperor Jiang pondered in midair. Despite Hutu's impatience, she refrained from interfering at that moment. After a brief interval, Emperor Jiang chuckled, "Haha, I have long been prepared. The 12 heavenly divine formation. We shall impart this formation to him, enabling him to control the laws within him." The 12 heavenly divine formation was a powerful array passed down through the ancestral witches and Appo's bloodline, capable of gathering the strength of all 12 ancestral witches to summon the true form of Pangu. As a 13th ancestral witch, Wu Tian had yet to inherit this formation due to his lack of any law powers. However, even before Wu Tian claimed he could encompass all 12 ancestral laws, Emperor Jiang had contemplated this formation, and today it would be put to good use. With Emperor Jiang taking the lead, the ancestral witches wasted no time. They unleashed streams of profound light, directing them toward Wu Tian and Appo's forehead, flooding his consciousness with an overwhelming influx of information. Emperor Jiang further encouraged Wu Tian, "My second brother and I will suppress the turmoil within your body. Quickly comprehend this formation to unify and control the 12 laws." With his eyes firmly shut, Wu Tian imperceptibly nodded, hastening to grasp the intricacies of the 12 heavenly divine formation. Before long, the chaotic aura enveloping Wu Tian began to dissipate, transforming from sharply defined colors into a harmonious blend as the 12 laws gradually sank into his being. Within his physical form, the 9-turn Yuan Gong surged with vigor, slowly manifesting the intricate array. The 12 laws of power were drawn together by this force, merging seamlessly, while the imprints of the laws upon his soul deepened, creating a sense of interlacing layers that rendered Wu Tian's essence ever more resplendent. In that moment, a peculiar sensation blossomed within Wu Tian's heart. The laws were harmonizing, and his physical form was strengthening. The primordial spirit was on the verge of birth. It felt as if he was about to cultivate his primordial spirit. At that instant, the Panga Hall trembled unexpectedly. From the vast, enigmatic depths of space, a brilliant purple light surged forth, resembling a heavy, violet rainbow, cascading down upon Wu Tian's head. The cosmic measuring ruler, Emperor Jiang exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 10. The unification of laws and the true body of Pangu within the primordial chaos. The Hongmeng measuring ruler had seldom made its presence known, remaining concealed within the Panga Hall of the Witch clan, largely unknown to the world. However, there existed a treasure intimately linked to the Hongmeng measuring ruler. Well known among the denizens of the primordial realm, the celestial yellow Linglong Pagoda. Both treasures are regarded as innate treasures of virtue. The celestial yellow Linglong Pagoda emphasizes defense, being the foremost innate defensive treasure acquired by Taching, while the Hongmeng measuring ruler focuses on offense, recognized as the premier innate offensive treasure. Thus, the two embody a complementary relationship, one being offensive and the other defensive, each possessing the unique characteristic of inflicting fatal harm without entangling themselves in karmic retribution. As the Hongmeng measuring ruler descended, penetrating the essence of Wu Tian, an overwhelming radiance of virtuous golden light erupted, instantly illuminating Wu Tian and Appo's newly reborn primordial spirit. Wu Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated the existence of such a treasure within the Panga Hall, drawn out by his own aura. Yet, he had no time for further contemplation. The ancestral witches had just imparted the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying formation to him. Wu Tian, employing this formation, orchestrated the 12 laws as the 12 ancestral witches within his being, temporarily quelling the conflicts among the laws. However, he lacked a core, an entity capable of stabilizing the formation. When the ancestral witches established the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying formation, they relied on the Panga Hall for suppression. The Panga Hall, being the heart of the great Pangu, was naturally suited for the task. Yet the Panga Hall was a shared domain of the ancestral witches, and Wu Tian could not refine it into his own body. At this moment, as the Hongmeng measuring ruler fell, its might erupted within his primordial spirit, directly replacing the Panga Hall and Appo's position within the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying formation, instantaneously stabilizing the formation. In the next moment, the powers of the 12 laws were activated. The formation, which had been on the verge of stagnation, roared back to life, continuously revolving with the Hongmeng measuring ruler as its core, channeling Wu Tian and Appo's strength towards the ruler. The innate restrictions within were gradually refined. The more they were refined, the more intense the virtuous golden light emanating from the Hongmeng measuring ruler became, revealing an increasingly formidable power to suppress the formation. Under the stimulation of this force, the formation accelerated its operation, creating a delicate balance between the two, continuously transforming towards the ultimate. Simultaneously, outside Wu Tian and Appo's body, as the formation continued its operation, the powers of the laws cycled, and the aura shifted, perhaps due to the inadequacy of the law power contained within a drop of ancestral witch's blood. Wu Tian did not manifest the true form of the ancestral witch. Yet behind him, ethereal phenomena began to materialize. The first phenomenon showcased a six-legged, four-winged, formless chaos, resembling a massive yellow pouch, tinged with a crimson hue akin to a flame. This represented the true form of Emperor Jiang. The second phenomenon portrayed a human-headed dragon body, entirely crimson, with eyes gleaming with the essence of the laws of time, manifesting the true form of Zhu Jiuyin. As the formation continued its activation, numerous phenomena emerged, enveloping Wu Tian's being, appearing like a grayish, ominous rainbow. When all the ancestral witch forms manifested, a sudden flash of gray light erupted. Boom! The Panga Hall trembled with immense weight. Though referred to as a hall, it contained a vast expanse within, replete with boundless blood and malevolent energy. Following this upheaval, a torrent of blood and malice surged forth, forming a colossal funnel above Wu Tian's head, relentlessly infusing these energies. In the adjacent infinite blood pool, monstrous waves erupted due to this upheaval, as countless blood-red strands spiraled towards Wu Tian's form. The ancestral witches gazed at this spectacle in rapt attention, Even the usually boisterous Zhu Rong was rendered speechless, his expression frozen in disbelief. After a considerable duration, as the immense power infused, the 12 ethereal figures surrounding Wu Tian suddenly converged and collided. Boom! A transformation ensued. The ancestral witches collectively stepped back, their expressions deepening in astonishment, mingled with profound joy. Logically, the convergence of the 12 ethereal shadows should yield a more substantial and distinct form. Yet upon collision, it transformed into a faint, nearly invisible silhouette. Though its essence remained undeniably real, the true body of the Father God, Zhu Rong, could no longer contain his exclamation. As his voice echoed, the ethereal form dissipated in an instant, akin to a fleeting glimpse of a phoenix. In the next moment, Emperor Jiang delivered a powerful slap, sending Zhu Rong flying. His furious glare seeming to convey, "Do you think you know everything? Why shout so loud? Look at the commotion you and Oppose, VE, caused. You've startled Wu Tian." The ancestral witches, who also wished to exclaim, swallowed their words, suppressing their elation. After warning the others not to disturb Wu Tian's cultivation, Emperor Jiang refocused on Wu Tian. Though the faint silhouette had vanished, he was resolutely convinced it was indeed the aura of the true body of Pangu. In that fleeting moment, he felt an involuntary urge to bow in reverence, overwhelmed by the impulse to worship the Father God, the true body of the Father God. Wu Tian had genuinely refined the essence of the Father God. Emperor Jiang and Oppo's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, repeatedly murmuring within himself. They should have been mentally prepared. The previous act of offering 12 drops of ancestral blood for Wu Tian to refine was laden with anticipation. Yet, when that day finally arrived, Emperor Jiang still felt an immeasurable impact. This was the true body of Pangu, only through the combined efforts of the 12 ancestral witches. Utilizing the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying formation to connect their powers, could they summon the true body of Pangu, which could only exist for a fleeting moment. Yet Wu Tian, relying solely on himself, had managed to cultivate the essence of the Father God. The earlier ethereal silhouette had indeed been faint, but Emperor Jiang understood that existence and strength are two distinct concepts. That earlier scene indicated that Wu Tian had already achieved this. Henceforth, he merely needed to cultivate and strengthen, until one day, he could fully realize it. As the silhouette vanished, the blood malice within the Pangu Hall swiftly dissipated, restoring tranquility. Despite absorbing such vast amounts of malevolent energy, Wu Tian remained devoid of the ancestral witch's fierce aura. His physical body radiated an inherent, subdued brilliance, each muscle robust and harmonious, resembling a divine creation of the universe itself. Xianming and Hutu exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with strange colors. Not only had Wu Tian and Oppo's physical form transformed, but his soul experienced a profound metamorphosis as well. The law imprints once inscribed upon Wu Tian and Oppo's soul completely fused, morphing into a grayish shadow, an indistinct human figure. As the gray shadow etched itself, Wu Tian's soul instantly blazed, enriched by the essence of indomitable truth. Chapter 11. A surge in power, challenging Xianming. Moreover, the suddenly emerging primordial measuring ruler was swiftly refined by Wu Tian under the cleansing of the internal formation. An imprint of Wu Tian was inscribed upon the artifact. Among the 49 innate prohibitions, 24 were successfully refined in one go due to the earlier opportunity, whereas previously only 12 had been assimilated. However, following the appearance of the Pangu true form and Oppo's phantom, the process accelerated dramatically, swiftly refining another 12 innate prohibitions. Wu Tian lamented inwardly, "Alas, if only the aura of this Pangu true form were a bit stronger, it could have completely refined the primordial measuring ruler." But it was beyond his means. The 12 drops of ancestral blood contained limited law power. The fusion with Wu Tian had already been a rare feat, manifesting as the Pangu true form. After a while, Wu Tian organized his power and ceased his cultivation. He suddenly opened his eyes, which gleamed with vitality, piercing through the sinister mist within the Pango Hall like a bolt of lightning. Wu Tian descended gracefully to the ground, where the ancestral witches surrounded him in delight. Di Jiang hurriedly approached and inquired, Wu Tian, have you truly cultivated the Panga true form? Despite witnessing it firsthand, the ancestral witches needed Wu Tian's confirmation to alleviate their anxiety. Wu Tian chuckled softly yes and no. The expressions of the ancestral witches shifted from joy to bewilderment at his ambiguous response. Zhu Rong, with a pained expression, urged, oh dear. Brother Wu Tian, please clarify. My elder brother nearly struck me down for interrupting your training. If you have erred in any way, I might be doomed. Wu Tian laughed heartily, then pondered for a moment before explaining to Di Jiang and the others. He had not genuinely cultivated the Pangu true form. Such a formidable existence required the combined efforts of the 12 ancestral witches to summon. How could Wu Tian achieve that with merely 12 drops of blood? If so, the Panga true form would lose its value. However, he had indeed grasped the essence of the Pangu true form, etching it into his soul and transforming it into a divine ability. Although Wu Tian and Appo's physical strength was formidable, it paled in comparison to the Panga true form. Yet, with this newfound divine ability, he could ignite his own essence blood and manifest the Pangu true form for a brief period. Akin to the ancestral witch true forms, the ancestral witches displayed their true forms at their most potent, aligning perfectly with the laws of the universe. Initially, Wu Tian lacked an innate law, but now he possessed it, the authentic Pangu true form. Naturally, the duration and the power he could unleash while summoning the Pangu true form were contingent upon his own strength. The stronger he was, the greater the power he could wield. When his physical form was not sufficiently robust, forcing the activation could deplete his essence and energy. Nevertheless, Wu Tian now possessed a formidable trump card. After hearing Wu Tian's explanation, the apprehensions of the ancestral witches dissipated entirely, replaced by sheer exhilaration. I knew you could do it. Wu Tian, you are indeed the true inheritor of the Pangu Father God. Di Jiang bellowed with laughter. Wu Tian beamed at the crowd and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, I owe it all to you for providing me with ancestral witch blood and imparting the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation. Otherwise, how could I have achieved today and Appo's a success? Di Jiang waved dismissively. What is a single drop of blood? What truly matters is your own merit. If you did not possess this innate quality, even 100 drops would be futile. He then inquired with curiosity, by the way, what is your current strength? A confident smile spread across Wu Tian's face. After this round of cultivation, he had cultivated his primordial spirit, refined the primordial measuring ruler, merged 12 laws powers, and acquired the Pangu true form's divine ability. He felt an overwhelming surge of power ready to burst forth. He longed to engage in combat for countless rounds to vent his excitement. Upon hearing Di Jiang's question, Wu Tian and Appo's mind raced. Such significant progress. Surely, I cannot still be inferior to Xianming, right? As a proud man, how could Wu Tian tolerate being repeatedly suppressed by the Xianming ancestral witch? With an opportunity at hand, he was determined to assert his dominance. He promptly declared to Di Jiang, you shall see for yourself how my strength has grown. He then turned his gaze toward the Xianming ancestral witch, a glint of challenge in his eyes, and cheerfully proposed, Sister Xianming, would you care to engage in a sparring session with your younger brother once more? The Xianming ancestral witch raised an eyebrow, and in the next moment, a faint smile graced her usually icy face as she replied, it seems you have indeed made substantial progress. How bold of you to provoke me. As her words fell, her form flickered, and with a resounding crash, she collided with Wu Tian, sending him soaring into the air. An intense chill enveloped the Panga Hall. The Xianming ancestral, which transformed into countless overlapping shadows, swirling around Wu Tian like a tempest. The cacophony of strikes fused into a continuous thunder, reverberating through the void. Observing this scene, the ancestral witches momentarily paused, then erupted into hearty laughter. Zhu Rong exclaimed, "Wow." Xianming is smiling. Poor brother Wu Tian is in for it now. Under the relentless barrage, Wu Tian found himself momentarily dazed. Fortunately, the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation within him activated instinctively, channeling all its power to withstand the onslaught. Once he regained his composure, Wu Tian inwardly cursed. Unprincipled. He felt exasperated. He had merely issued a challenge, yet she charged at him without warning. Couldn't she allow him a moment to prepare? However, Wu Tian understood that the ancestral witches had no concept of chivalry. Winning was all that mattered. Thus, he only grumbled internally, dismissing the thought, and began to devise a counter-strategy. He could endure a beating from the Xianming ancestral, which as before since few witnesses had been present. But this time was different. He had instigated the challenge, aiming to leverage his newfound strength to suppress the Xianming ancestral witch and restore his own reputation. Furthermore, all the ancestral witches were watching. Wu Tian was eager to reclaim his former glory. Fortunately, the Xianming ancestral witch did not strike with lethal intent. Although her blows were heavy, she was gauging Wu Tian's strength. After enduring a wave of attacks, she finally allowed him a chance to retaliate. In the next moment, Wu Tian wasted no time. Paying a true form, he instantaneously unleashed his newly acquired divine ability. Chapter 12. Unveiled with a gentle admonition. A sudden flash of gray light enveloped Wu Tian, signaling a transformation in his aura. The previously fleeting essence of the Pangu true body re-emerged within the Panga Hall, radiating outward in all directions. The once elusive figure of the Xianming ancestor, which was immediately pressed by this overwhelming force, reappearing in the void and hastily retreating. A look of astonishment adorned her cool visage, with a flicker of delight hidden in her gaze. At this moment, Wu Tian's form remained unchanged, yet it seemed shrouded by a thin veil, with every inch of his flesh emanating a subtle, radiant glow. With a resounding impact, he launched a powerful punch at the Xianming ancestor witch. This seemingly straightforward strike, imbued with profound rhythm, shattered the layers of icy blades before her, dismantling countless Xianming laws. In a flurry, the Xianming ancestor witch crossed her arms defensively. The collision was instantaneous and devastating. Despite her frantic efforts to harness her own power, the Xianming laws, under the influence of the Panga true body's aura, felt as though they were suppressed, rendering her unable to unleash her full strength. Reluctantly, she braced herself against the onslaught, yet the immense force caused her arms to ache, and numerous bone spurs that erupted from her body were shattered. After retreating a considerable distance, she finally managed to dissipate the force, though it left her blood energy in turmoil, causing her laws to become somewhat disordered. Curiously, Xianming lifted her gaze, surprised that Wu Tian did not pursue her after the blow. Instead, he stood confidently in the void, hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his features as he looked at her. "Sister Xianming, now you understand my prowess, do you not?" Wu Tian spoke nonchalantly. At this moment, the gray light had vanished, and the aura of the Pangu true body dissipated as if the preceding spectacle had been but an illusion. The ancestor witches were all taken aback, yet they felt an odd sense of inevitability. Having cultivated the Panga true body, it seemed only natural that he could subdue the Xianming ancestor witch, leading to the current scenario. Wu Tian then chuckled lightly. "Sister Xianming, I am aware that your previous sparring was for my benefit. Hence, today, I shall only deliver one punch, to grant you some face. Let us conclude our duel here." After saying this, he slightly raised his head to observe Xianming, who hesitated momentarily, frowning as she scrutinized his form with a look of suspicion. In the next instant, her expression shifted dramatically. A cold smirk escaped her lips, accompanied by the gentle laughter of Hutu. Wu Tian and Amp, Oppose, as heart sank. "This is it. I and Amp, Oppose, you've been seen through." Indeed, the Xianming ancestor witch, with a bemused tone, addressed him. "There is no need for you to spare me. Come again. Did you not always wish to suppress me? Today, with your newfound strength, I shall grant you that opportunity." Initially astonished by Wu Tian's prowess, Xianming's eyes swept over him, discerning the slight flush on his face and the somewhat chaotic aura surrounding him. In an instant, she comprehended the truth. The Pangu true body demanded an immense expenditure. Although Wu Tian's strength had surged, he could only sustain it briefly. She even felt that his previous strike had been his utmost limit. Amused yet frustrated, she recognized his ploy. This fellow was attempting to save face, putting on a fade to deceive her. Come again. With a light command, she surged toward him. Wu Tian's expression altered instantly. The calm demeanor he wore shattered as he shouted, "Wait. Let me explain." Just as Xianming had surmised, the cost of the Pangu true body was exorbitant. Although it was not a one-time use, forcing its activation further would jeopardize his foundation. In that fleeting moment of exertion, Wu Tian felt his blood energy wildly ignite. Thus, after merely delivering a single punch, he quickly halted. The contest with Xianming was not worth risking his core essence. He sought to cleverly deceive Xianming, but she saw through his ruse. Her expression turned to one of indignation, ignoring his attempts at explanation and striking with even greater ferocity. The entire Pangu Hall resonated with the sounds of Wu Tian and Appo's, as flesh colliding against Xianming and Appo's, as fists, accompanied by his continuous cries of pain. The ancestor witches exchanged glances, and those with keen minds, such as Di Jiang, Zhu Juin, and He Tu, quickly discerned Wu Tian's trickery. As they witnessed the two engaged in a fierce scuffle, they erupted into laughter, viewing such a skirmish as mere playful banter among kin. Zhurong chuckled heartily, "So that's it. Your Pangu true body is not sustainable." Wu Tian, upon hearing this, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. What do they mean by not sustainable? Men detest such remarks. He was tempted to expend more energy to showcase his might, but restrained himself. Instead, he called out to Xianming, "If you do not cease this instant, I shall show no mercy." As he spoke, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler materialized in his grasp, emanating boundless golden light, interspersed with a hint of purple, appearing extraordinarily mystical. Though it was an offensive treasure, it bore no hint of malice. This was the preeminent innate merit treasure, immensely powerful. Should I unleash its full potential upon you, it will be no fault of mine if you are injured," Wu Tian hastily declared. Naturally, Xianming merely scoffed. Even upon recognizing the extraordinary nature of the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, she exhibited no inclination to retreat or show fear. Fortunately, Di Jiang intervened. "Enough. Let's all cease hostilities." Though Xianming was known for her aloof disposition, she respected Di Jiang's words and immediately acquiesced, bringing their skirmish to an end. Once they both landed, Xianming resumed her usual icy demeanor, casting a sardonic glance at Wu Tian, who bore the marks of battle, his visage displaying signs of bruising. He quickly circulated his blood energy, healing his wounds. The ancestor witches regarded him with amused expressions. At that moment, the ever-annoying Zhurong exclaimed, "Brother Wu Tian, we were all concerned about your indifferent nature, preferring solitude and cultivation within the Pangu Hall, appearing somewhat uncharacteristic of the witch clan. Who would have thought you possessed such bravery to challenge Xianming? I am impressed." He raised his thumb in approval, a gesture he had learned from Wu Tian himself. Wu Tian shot a glance at the boisterous ancestor witch, feeling somewhat embarrassed that he had thought his newfound strength could topple Xianming, only to find himself on the receiving end of a thorough beating. However, it seemed the ancestor witches were utterly unconcerned. As ancestor witches, they were expected to continually challenge the strong. If one only dared to strike at the weak, what sort of ancestor witch would that be? Wu Tian's challenge to Xianming only endeared him more to them. Chapter 13. The Improvement of the 12 Heavenly Gods' Great Array. So this is our ancestral shaman. One must dare to fight and strive. Di Jiang and the others looked at Wu Tian with satisfaction. And even the usually aloof Xianming ancestor shaman showed a hint of appreciation in his gaze. It's worth noting that prior to this, it was always Xianming taking the initiative. This was the first time Wu Tian had stepped forward. Seeing the ancestor's attention, Wu Tian felt a surge of confidence, and the earlier awkwardness faded away as he cast a provocative glance at Xianming ancestor shaman, provoking a cold snort from him. The crowd erupted into laughter, filling the Pangu Hall with an atmosphere of joy. At that moment, Di Jiang spoke up, "Ha, there, No rush. In the future, once your Panga true form is fully developed, defeating your sister Xianming will be a possibility, and even your second brother and I will not be beyond your reach. Di Jiang held Wu Tian in high regard. With the emergence of the Pangu true form, he had begun to see Wu Tian as the genuine successor of the Panga deity, or perhaps a flawless descendant of Pangu. He even contemplated, if we had not been tainted by the malevolent aura, would we not have been like Wu Tian from the start? Possessing an incredibly robust physique, a self-generated primordial spirit, combined with the innate mastery of the laws, even in constructing the 12 heavenly gods' great array, one would not need to fear the backlash of malevolent energy. Wouldn't he that make the wilderness the domain of the shaman tribe? Alas, fortunately, now we have Wu Tian among our ranks. Di Jiang silently lamented. After witnessing the battle between Wu Tian and Xianming, he and Zhu Jiuyin exchanged whispers and deliberated thoroughly. They promptly resolved to ensure Wu Tian's steady growth until he could command the Pangu true form without hindrance, thus becoming the most formidable trump card of the shaman tribe. Immediately, Di Jiang addressed Wu Tian, saying, Wu Tian, the consumption of the Panga true form is immense. Only through the 12 heavenly gods' great array can my siblings and I summon it for a brief moment. Although you are under the protection of our father Pangu and have acquired this divine ability, do not use it recklessly. Wu Tian quickly nodded, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your concern, elder brother. I understand. If it were otherwise, I would not have ceased my strike after just one punch. He was far more prudent than the ancestors and would certainly not misuse the Panga true form. However, Wu Tian was taken aback by Di Jiang's heightened concern. Di Jiang looked at him with a serious expression, enunciating each word. Unless it is a matter of life and death, I hope you do not reveal, or even let others know of this divine ability. Wu Tian blinked in surprise. Ah, do you mean? Di Jiang playfully thumped his shoulder and chuckled. Didn't you say there are 13 ancestors? Keeping this hidden will give our enemies a surprise. We are not fools. We understand your intention. Since that is the case, let us be thorough and conceal the Pangu true form as well. Wu Tian and Appo's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he gazed at Di Jiang. After a moment of confusion, the other ancestors were also swayed by Di Jiang's words, appearing to wholeheartedly agree. Naturally, Wu Tian was pleased. He had been contemplating this very idea, and before he could voice it, Di Jiang had proposed it directly. The ancestors' actions were indeed simple and direct, but Wu Tian noticed a significant change influenced by him. Di Jiang's ability to conceive such a thought was entirely unexpected and filled him with elation. If the ancestors could continue this way, engaging their minds and strategizing, would there still be a future war between the shaman and the demon races, leading to mutual destruction? If so, could I suggest retreating to the underworld, waiting for the right moment to return? Would the ancestors agree? An expectation blossomed in Wu Tian's heart. He promptly praised, Elder brother, you truly possess great wisdom. Di Jiang beamed with delight, his chin lifting slightly as he nodded at Wu Tian. Of course. Do you think I, as your elder brother, am merely a decoration? While Di Jiang acknowledged Wu Tian's brilliance, he maintained a belief in his own capabilities, attributing his explosive temperament to the influence of the malevolent aura. Sometimes, driven by passion, he simply did not care to think too deeply. I'm not devoid of intellect. I just often choose not to think. This was quite reasonable and aligned with the shaman tribe and Appo's nature. Wu Tian chuckled once more. At this juncture, Di Jiang turned to the other ancestors, sternly cautioning, did you all hear my words? What transpired today must be kept in your hearts. In the future, do not speak carelessly about Wu Tian. He particularly glared at Zhu Rong, who appeared speechless. What are you looking at? I may be impatient, but I am not foolish. Di Jiang offed lightly, momentarily accepting Zhu Rong's assurance, then continued speaking to Wu Tian, do not rush. At present, the Panga true form can only be utilized for a fleeting moment, but as you grow stronger, there will come a day when you can summon it at will. Wu Tian vigorously nodded. Rest assured, what you say is most reasonable. I shall certainly adhere to it. He subtly flattered Di Jiang. After a brief contemplation, Wu Tian addressed Di Jiang, elder brother. Previously, you entrusted me with the 12 heavenly gods' great array to mitigate the conflicts among the laws. During my recent training, I gained some insights. Suddenly, I have a new idea. Following this training, Wu Tian had developed a profound understanding of the 12 heavenly gods' great array, recognizing its strengths and weaknesses. An idea took shape in his mind. Observing Di Jiang's rare openness, he decided to seize the moment and propose an improvement to the 12 heavenly gods' great array. Di Jiang was taken aback. Oh, this lad actually has another idea? Recalling Wu Tian's previous suggestion to allocate all merits to Ho Tu, enabling her to give birth to a primordial spirit, Di Jiang felt a sense of anticipation. After exchanging glances with Zhu Jiuyin, he directly encouraged, "Speak freely." Wu Tian organized his thoughts and looked at everyone with a smile. "I have come to understand the 12 heavenly gods' great array, whose greatest power lies in integrating the strengths of the 12 ancestors to summon the Pangu true form. However, its drawback is that once the array operates, the laws intertwine and clash, compounded by the overwhelming malevolent energy, resulting in a backlash against my brothers. Hence, this array cannot be sustained for long." Wu Tian had previously experienced this situation. Fortunately, he managed to attract the Hongmeng Liang Tian Qi from the Panga Hall to suppress the backlash within his primordial spirit. Moreover, he quickly refined the Hongmeng Liang Tian Qi using the array's power. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang curiously inquired, "Could we not use the Panga Hall to suppress the array? Is there not a stronger treasure in the wilderness than the Panga Hall?" Chapter 14. The moral coercion array of the witch clan. Wu Tian suddenly burst into laughter. The Panga Hall, as the essence transformed from the heart of the Panga deity, undoubtedly held immense power and would eventually become the 6 paths of reincarnation hall of Empress Pingxin. However, Wu Tian and Appo's thoughts wandered in a different direction. Thus, he smilingly proposed, "Is it possible to add an entity to bear the backlash in the 12 capital celestial god array, perhaps Mount Wuzhou?" In the original grand scheme, the furious confrontation of Gonggong with Mount Wuzhou resulted in the mountain and Appo's shattering and Gonggong and Appo's own demise, imposing a tremendous karmic burden upon the witch clan. Wu Tian, being a member of the witch clan and a primal ancestor at that, desired to avert such an outcome. Should Mount Wuzhou collapse, even if he managed to escape the calamity of the witches and sought refuge in the underworld, he would still bear the brunt of that karma. How could he accept such a fate? Yet, while minor adjustments could be made, the major trends remained immutable. Wu Tian was uncertain if the fall of Mount Wuzhou constituted a celestial decree. Thus, he needed to prepare in advance to avoid the potential boundless karmic repercussions. If the collapse of Mount Wuzhou were inevitable, he could not allow it to occur at the hands of the witch clan. What if another were to bear that karma instead? Binding Mount Wuzhou to the 12 capital celestial god array, akin to the Earth Book array of the primeval immortal Jin Yuanzi, would mean that breaking this array would shake Mount Wuzhou. Who would dare to act against the primal ancestors then? Wu Tian mused silently and promptly conveyed his thoughts to the primal ancestors. This left Di Jiang and the others momentarily speechless. "This may not be appropriate," they pondered. "Mount Wuzhou is the transformed spine of our father, Pangu. How can we use it as a shield? Would that not dishonor our father?" Di Jiang, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of temptation but ultimately deemed it unsuitable. The primal ancestors were conflicted by Wu Tian and Appo's idea, their expressions betraying a mix of intrigue and unease. On one hand, they recognized the merit of the proposal. On the other, they wondered if it would be a blasphemy against their father, Pangu. Seeing their reaction, Wu Tian sighed in exasperation. "Come now, the Panga Hall is also a manifestation of Pangu's heart, yet I hear no objections regarding that." At this moment, Zhu Jiuyin interjected, "Wu Tian, Mount Wuzhou is the pillar of the primordial world. Its significance cannot be overstated. If any misfortune were to befall it, the realm that our father Pangu has established would surely tremble. We cannot afford to be careless. In the hearts of the primal ancestors, this world was carved by their father, Pangu, and as his bloodline, they bore the responsibility to safeguard it, hence Zhu Jiuyin's admonition. Moreover, The immobility of Mount Wuzhou posed a challenge for the 12-capital celestial god array. Wu Tian nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, we cannot drag Mount Wuzhou everywhere, can we? The primal ancestors cannot move it either. In countless battles to come, we cannot always bring our opponents near Mount Wuzhou and wait for the ancestors to be ready. With a shift in thought, Wu Tian quickly conceived a compromise. He smiled and stated, "What you say is indeed correct. However, I do not intend to have you fix the 12-capital celestial god array at Mount Wuzhou. For routine matters, we will utilize the Panga Hall to suppress the array, and only in times of dire peril will we invoke the connection to Mount Wuzhou." Wu Tian raised his head, his gaze penetrating as he addressed the primal ancestors with calm conviction. If one day the Witch clan faces annihilation, then what if Mount Wuzhou were to fall? Is a primordial realm without the Witch clan still a realm worth our protection? Zhu Jiuyin fell silent, struck by Wu Tian's words. Indeed, if this world could no longer accommodate the Witch clan, where would they go from there? Soudain, Zhu Rong, après mon ancestor, exclaimed, "Impossible. We are the bloodline of Pangu. This world, crafted by our father, must be governed by us. How could it possibly reject us?" The other primal ancestors were momentarily taken aback, then erupted in agreement, displaying expressions of resolute confidence. Observing their prideful demeanor, Wu Tian, Kuden, and Appos, T helped but smile wryly, inwardly muttering, "I knew it. The primal ancestors are exceedingly proud. How could they accept my perspective?" Fortunately, not all the primal ancestors were averse to reflection. Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and others, more contemplative in nature, did not echo Zhu Rong and Amp, Appos, as sentiments, but instead furrowed their brows, deep in thought. Clearly, Wu Tian and Amp, Appos, S remarks had resonated with them. Di Jiang believed such a day was implausible. Yet, what if it were to happen? After all, Wu Tian had been right about every matter thus far. If that day truly arrived, how would the primal ancestors navigate their existence? Eventually, Di Jiang slowly raised his head and, with a determined gaze, turned to Wu Tian. "Very well. I shall heed your counsel. We will ponder how to link the 12-capital celestial god array with Mount Wuzhou. It will not be used routinely, serving instead as a hidden trump card for our Witch clan." Wu Tian was elated. He was unaware of Di Jiang's inner thoughts, but the acceptance of his proposal brought him immense joy. His goal had been achieved. He promptly nodded and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your trust, brother." Wu Tian never intended to directly alter the primal ancestors. Two tasks are notoriously difficult in this world. One is to pilfer money from another into Appos, S pocket and make it one's own. The other is to instill one's ideas into another's mind. The latter is the more formidable challenge. Thus, he sought to subtly influence the primal ancestors over time, preparing for any eventuality. With Di Jiang's agreement, Wu Tian felt reassured that Di Jiang was sincere, as the primal ancestors were indeed reliable. This meant that the Witch clan would possess their own moral coercion array, just as Zhen Yuanzi, with his Earth Book in hand, could roam freely in the primordial realm unchallenged. Might the Witch clan also find a turning point? Even if not, when the final battle between the Witch and Demon clans arrived, the primal ancestors could redirect the karmic consequences of Mount Wuzhou as shattering. At that moment, no matter if the adversaries were demons or saints, they would surely face dire repercussions. After discussing this matter, Di Jiang bid farewell to the primal ancestors, smiling. "Focus on consolidating your own cultivation. Leave this matter to us. We will discuss with your brothers how to amend the array." And with that, he departed with the other primal ancestors. However, Xianming and Ho Tu did not follow. They remained where they were. Once everyone had left, Ho Tu, the only primal ancestor with a manifested primordial spirit, expressed her concern. "Wu Tian, you seem rather pessimistic about the future of the Witch clan." Her keen perception had allowed her to discern something from Wu Tian's actions. Whether it was his cultivation of the primordial spirit or the alterations to the 12-capital celestial god array today, it seemed he was preparing for some future eventuality. Chapter 15. A confession with Hutu. As Hutu spoke, the ancestral Witch Xianming cast a surprised glance in her direction. Under the intense scrutiny of the two primordial goddesses, Wu Tian felt an overwhelming pressure, his heart in turmoil. Should he divulge a fragment of the future? After weighing his options, he ultimately resolved to engage in an honest dialogue with Hutu and Xianming, subtly hinting at the forthcoming cosmic trends. A candid exchange was in order. Naturally, the primary focus was on Hutu, as she was the pillar Wu Tian had chosen to rely on. The more Hutu acknowledged him, the smoother his various schemes would unfold, leading to greater benefits amidst the impending calamity of the witch and demon clans, allowing for more significant changes. Thus, Wu Tian began, "Sister Hutu, what are your thoughts on the future development of our witch clan?" Hutu's brow furrowed, and with a playful scold, she tapped Wu Tian's arm. Her tone light-hearted. "I should be the one asking you. Why are you turning the question back on me? Speak up, don't keep me in suspense." She then turned to Xianming, embracing her arm, her smile radiant as she continued, "If you keep prattling on, I shall let Sister Xianming teach you a lesson." Xianming shot her a disapproving glance, as if to say, "Why don't you take action yourself? It is you who worries about Wu Tian's lack of experience. Yet you always insist I intervene, allowing you to remain the good one." The playful banter between them was delightful to behold. Wu Tian watched intently, and only after Hutu urged him did he finally speak again. After the Dragon Han calamity, the aftermath of the Great War has left the world saturated with malevolent energy, and our witch clan's cultivation relies on this very essence to refine our bodies. Thus, it is only natural that our clan shall flourish. Xianming and Hutu straightened at his words, nodding in agreement. However, Wu Tian swiftly shifted his tone and continued, "But can the witch clan maintain its strength indefinitely?" Without waiting for their responses, he decisively shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. "It is said that prosperity breeds decline. Is there any existence that remains perpetually thriving?" The three clans of Dragon Han were once in a similar predicament. They emerged from the need to eradicate the ferocious beasts of creation, rising from weakness to great strength, only to meet a dismal end in the end. Xianming frowned, asserting, "It is different for us. We are the descendants of Pangu, and this primordial realm was formed by our father deity. Our prosperity is well-deserved." Xuanming's thoughts echoed those of the entire witch clan, which was precisely why Wu Tian had refrained from discussing this with Di Jiang and the others. Had it not been for Hutu's inquiry, he would not have broached the subject at all. Yet now that he had spoken, he intended to clarify thoroughly. Whether or not he could persuade Xianming and Hutu, at the very least, he aimed to leave a profound impression on them. With a smile, Wu Tian retorted, "What makes it different? The myriad beings of this primordial realm are largely transformed from the body of our father Pangu. We are born of his essence. And other beings have their own origins. Take the ancestral dragon. For instance, it was birthed from Pangu and Amp, Appo's essence. Did it not also meet a tragic fate? Since the dawn of creation, calamities have arisen periodically. First came the calamity of the heavens, then the Dragon Han calamity. With each calamity, a protagonist emerges. And likewise, a protagonist exits the stage. Why should our witch clan be any different?" Xianming was about to counter him, but Hutu tugged at her arm, leaving her with a huff of indignation, suppressing her dissatisfaction within. Hutu, however, wore a serious expression, clearly reflecting on Wu Tian's words. After a moment of contemplation, she sighed softly, "Alas, it is commendable that you consider the long-term fate of the witch clan." Then, with curiosity, she asked if that is the case. "Why have you not mentioned this to your brothers?" Wu Tian replied with a hint of exasperation. "I would very much like to, but our witch clan is still nascent, just beginning to develop. If I were to proclaim that our clan is destined for decline, how could my brothers accept such a notion?" He then pointed towards Xianming, adding, "She is likely even more agitated than you." Xianming felt a surge of indignation at being used as an example. She lunged toward Wu Tian, but fortunately, Hutu restrained her with a firm grip, wearing an expression of exasperation. Indeed, her brothers were poised to embark on a grand venture. If she were to bring up such matters, they would surely be displeased. As Hutu voiced her thoughts, her gaze turned contemplative, clearly mulling over Wu Tian's words, feeling a ripple of unease within. Moments later, she smiled and said, "What is said here should remain between us. Do not share it with our brothers. Though there are precedents to heed, as long as we siblings unite our hearts, we may yet shatter the constraints. This will ensure the perpetual prosperity of our witch clan." Wu Tian understood Hutu and Appo's intent and nodded with a smile. Observing this, Hutu turned to whisper a few words to Xianming. Despite her conflicted expression, soon nodded in agreement. The three of them set the matter aside. Hutu then shifted the conversation, expressing concern for Wu Tian's cultivation, cheerfully asking, "Do you still require the blood of the ancestral witches?" With that inquiry, she appeared ready to offer her own blood once more, prompting Wu Tian to hastily wave his hands. No, just a single drop of your blood as a catalyst is sufficient. I cannot continuously rely on your essence for my cultivation. That would be inappropriate. The ancestral witches' blood contains the power of the laws they command. The more blood extracted, the more their own strength is impacted. If it were not the case, the ancestral witches would have long used their own essence to cultivate the great witches fervently. However, that is not the reality. The blood of the ancestral witches is exceedingly precious to the witch clan, and very few great witches have truly received it. Conversely, Wu Tian had already fused 12 sources of law power, inscribing it as a catalyst upon his divine soul. As long as he continued to absorb the vitality of the heavens and earth, he could refine the law power to strengthen himself. While the blood of the ancestral witches or other treasures brimming with vitality and law power would certainly accelerate his cultivation, they were not imperative. After declining with a smile, Wu Tian shifted the topic. However, if you two sisters could assist in locating various treasures rich in law power or primordial spiritual roots, I would be immensely grateful. The witch clan held little regard for such items. Even primordial treasures, like the previous Hongmeng measuring ruler, were met with mere astonishment before being dismissed without further inquiry. This request was not unreasonable. Upon hearing this, Hutu smiled. "Very well. I shall keep an eye out. Not only will I and your sister Xianming take this to heart, but I will also speak to our brothers about it." Chapter 16. Refining the blood of the ancestor dragon. Strengthening the kidneys. Once Xianming and Hutu departed, Wu Tian exhaled softly, casting a lingering gaze towards the direction of the Panga Hall before resuming his meditative posture. Having lingered in the Panga Hall for an extended period, he had finally made significant progress in his strength. Although he yearned to explore the wonders and mysteries of the primordial world, he ultimately resolved to maintain his composure. There was no need for haste. Soon, Hongjun would impart his teachings, promising encounters with various illustrious figures of the primordial era. Settling by the blood pool, he continued his cultivation. Before Wu Tian manifested his primordial spirit, he remained unconcerned about his realm. The hierarchy of the witch clan was exceedingly simplistic: Ancestor Witch, Great Witch, and Minor Witch. As the 13th Ancestor Witch, Wu Tian was weaker than his counterparts. Nevertheless, his physical prowess easily placed him within the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. At that moment, he fused the powers of 12 laws, elevating his 9 turns primordial technique to the 6th turn. With his physical form strengthened, his primordial spirit began to take shape, prompting Wu Tian to ponder. According to the cultivation of the primordial spirit, did I now belong to the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal? Even though Hongjun had yet to commence his teachings and the hierarchical structure of cultivation in the primordial world remained unrefined, Wu Tian clearly understood that a great Luo Golden Immortal embodies the fullness of the 5 energies within, with the 3 flowers blooming atop the head. The completeness of the 5 energies corresponds to the 5 elemental essences within the organs, signifying the practitioner's mastery of the 5 elemental laws inscribed upon the divine soul. In the future, when Hongjun establishes the Xianmin and disseminates the path of immortality, most cultivators would follow this path, basing their practices on the primordial 5 elements, leading to the notion that immortals transcend the 3 realms, stepping beyond the confines of the 5 elements. However, Wu Tian possessed an astonishing 12 laws, rendering the traditional concept of the 5 energies and 3 flowers irrelevant to him. Moreover, The fusion of his 12 laws manifested as a chaotic hue etched upon his divine soul, clearly indicating an incomplete state. In fact, he felt that he had barely achieved even a fraction of completeness. Thus, although Wu Tian's physical body boasted the strength of a great Luo golden immortal, his mastery over the laws through his primordial spirit only aligned with the realm of the Tai golden immortal. This realization led him to a profound insight. If the path of immortality requires refining and inscribing the primordial 5 elemental laws to attain the great Luo golden immortal realm, then my primordial spirit, aspiring for ascension, necessitates mastering 12 laws. Consequently, the difficulties surpassed that faced by others. Of course, should he ultimately achieve completeness, he would equally possess the strength of a great Luo golden immortal, allowing him to unleash power far beyond that of his peers. Moreover, he had the added advantage of his formidable physical strength. This was quite advantageous. Otherwise, he would have no right to claim a desire to attain enlightenment through strength. He certainly did not wish to follow Hongjun down the path of the 3 corpses. After contemplating for a moment, Wu Tian ceased his ruminations. Recognizing that Hongjun and Appo's impending teachings would provide clarity to his lingering doubts, he immediately stabilized his magical energy. With a flash, 3 beams of blood light surged forth, the precious blood of the ancestor dragon descending before him. Within the immensely dense essence of the blood, the laws of wood and water flowed, swirling like diminutive true dragons soaring amidst the crimson hue. Once Hongjun began his teachings, the primordial world would fully enter the era of the witch and demon conflict. With numerous mighty beings emerging like bamboo shoots after a rain and various disputes unfolding in waves, Wu Tian needed to elevate his strength swiftly. Refining the blood of the ancestor dragon was the optimal choice. As 3 drops of ancestor dragon blood seamlessly merged into his being, the potent energy within erupted, causing a tumultuous surge of blood energy that threatened to burst forth from Wu Tian's corporeal form. The 9 turns primordial technique activated instantly, channeling the strength of Wu Tian and Appo's physical body to confront the explosive blood energy, which he continuously divided and washed, integrating it into every sinew of his flesh. The law powers within the 3 drops of blood subsequently merged together. The laws of water and wood surged within Wu Tian and Appo's body like 2 rampaging dragons, seemingly striving to break free from him and return to the primordial cosmos. If one were to observe Wu Tian at that moment, they would note the 2 forces clashing violently upon his form, yet subdued by the overwhelming crimson aura. As the 9 turns primordial technique operated, these 2 law powers were incessantly refined, gradually being assimilated at an ever-accelerating pace. At that juncture, 2 fainter shadows emerged around Wu Tian's divine soul, resembling the true forms of the ancestor witches, echoing the auras of Gongong and Jumong. A thought sparked in Wu Tian's mind. Could the refining of specific law powers correspondingly evoke the phantoms of their respective ancestor witches? Observing this, he mused that Gongong, who commanded the law of water, and Jumong, the ancestor witch of the eastern wood, were indeed aligned with the primordial water and wood laws present within the ancestor dragon's blood. Yet, he felt a twinge of concern. Would and Appo's this lead to an imbalance among the laws? The conflicts between laws posed the most arduous challenge faced by the ancestor witches. Wu Tian had fortuitously navigated this dilemma through the 12 heavenly divine formation and the Hongmeng celestial measuring rod. However, with only 2 laws at play, activating the formation became impossible. As these worries surfaced, Wu Tian was astonished to witness the phantoms of Gongong and Jumong shimmering, around which the figures of other ancestor witches materialized in sequence. Clearly, the transmutation among the laws had precipitated such an occurrence. The laws revolved, generating cycles of creation and destruction. As the primordial wood and water law powers within the ancestor dragon blood were entirely refined, 12 phantoms emerged anew around the Pangam mark. Compared to the initial phantoms of Gongong and Jumong, they appeared significantly dimmer, yet their essences intertwined, embodying an unfathomable balance. With a flash of the Panga mark, the 12 ancestor which phantoms vanished, yet the grayish mark expanded and clarified, taking on the semblance of a vague humanoid figure. Wu Tian felt a surge of enlightenment. His inscription of laws had progressed further. Previously, when he activated the divine powers of his Panga form, he felt as though he might exhaust his essence with a single strike. Yet now he believed he could unleash at least 3 punches. Ah, Ancestor Dragon, your utility leaves much to be desired. Wu Tian mused, slightly dissatisfied, before probing the changes within his corporeal form. Upon sensing the transformation of his kidneys, he noted their superiority over the other organs, prompting a satisfied nod. This was far more acceptable. The kidneys generate essence and govern reproduction. Wu Tian had previously harbored concerns about potentially sharing the same deficiencies as the ancestor witches, rendering him incapable of siring offspring, prompting him to enlist the help of Xianming and Hutu in procuring the ancestor dragon and damp, Apos, S-blood. Now, with these changes manifesting, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He could hardly contain his eagerness to validate this newfound strength. Chapter 17. Those destined may come to hear the teachings yet. As Wu Tian contemplated this, he hastily shook his head. Forget it. I should first enhance my strength. Despite his significant progress, he felt it was still woefully inadequate compared to the 2 ancestral witches. He had no desire to incur their wrath and suffer their punishment. In contrast to Wu Tian, the ancestral witches harbored no such reservations. They voraciously absorbed the sinister energies of the world to refine their bodies and devoured the essence of ferocious beasts. As their physical forms were tempered, their mastery of inherent laws simultaneously flourished. According to Wu Tian's estimates, most of the ancestral witches had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. The 2 most formidable ancestral witches, Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin, were likely on the verge of transcending to the primordial golden immortal realm. At present, Hongjun had yet to deliver his teachings, nor was there any concept of saints or quasi-saints. Beyond the great Luo golden immortal lay the primordial golden immortal. The ancestral witches possessed innate cultivation techniques through their bloodlines and naturally commanded a law, presenting no hindrance for them before ascending to the primordial great Luo golden immortal. This also elucidated why Wu Tian previously remarked on the ancestral witches and Apos' lack of interest in Hongjun and Apos' teachings. The witch tribe was indeed blessed with extraordinary advantages. Just the innate ability to command a law would surely evoke envy from others in the wilderness. After refining the essence of the ancestral dragon and inscribing the power of its laws upon their souls, even Wu Tian could not help but feel a pang of envy. Wu Tian still had to continuously inscribe laws. Given the current circumstances, he could only wonder how many rare treasures filled with the power of laws he would need to consume. However, the ancestral witches had a different experience. They merely needed to follow a systematic approach. Once their physical forms were strengthened, mastering the laws became as effortless as eating and drinking. Alas, this seemed to be a trade-off Wu Tian used. As Wu Tian pursued his cultivation, Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin convened, their expressions grave and furrowed with concern. After a lengthy silence, Dijiang finally spoke. Second brother, what are your thoughts on Wu Tian's words? Zhu Jiuyin understood that Dijiang was not referring to the alteration of the 12 capital heavenly God's Great Formation, but rather the ominous implication. Would there come a day when the wilderness could no longer accommodate the witch tribe? This was no mere alarmist rhetoric. Though the ancestral witches were steeped in sinister energies and oblivious to the heavenly mandates, as primordial deities and the most powerful spatial and temporal witches, they were far from foolish. Initially, they had not given it much thought, but Wu Tian and Apos' statement had stirred their minds. They could not help but ponder deeply. Wu Tian had already proven exceptionally insightful, possessing a long-range vision that surpassed even the ancestral witches. When the 3 tribes were at their zenith, Wu Tian boldly declared that all 3 would ultimately fail, with Hongjun emerging as the final victor. At that time, the ancestral witches had not scoffed at him. Yet their skepticism lingered. How could that be? The three tribes were immensely powerful, nearly dominating the wilderness. Surely, at least one tribe would emerge victorious. How could they all face dismal fates? However, when the conclusion arrived, the ancestral witches could only gaze in astonishment as the three tribes met such a dire end. To ensure their kin's legacy, the leaders of the three tribes sacrificed themselves, vowing to protect the wilderness. After a soft sigh, Wujia-Yao spoke. I too wish this were not the case. We, the witch tribe, are the true descendants of Pangu, absorbing the world's sinister energies and stabilizing the wilderness. How could such a day ever arrive? Yet, Wu Tian, though languid, is the wisest among us, most attuned to the heavenly mandates. Perhaps it is due to his later emergence and lesser exposure to sinister energies. He never speaks without purpose. After saying this, Wujia-Yao pondered briefly before continuing. However, there is no need for concern, since Wu Tian has alerted us to the need to modify the 12 capital heavenly God's great formation. Let us follow his lead and proceed diligently. There is little to lose. But if what he says holds true, we shall possess an additional formidable card. Typically reticent, Wujia-Yao exhibited an unexpected verbosity when alone with Jiang. He then raised his head, his eyes gleaming with intensity. His expression turned solemn. Furthermore, once we advance further in our cultivation, we shall join forces to harness the laws of space and time, delving into the depths of time itself to discern future changes. Jiang's brow furrowed even deeper. If they were to peer into the river of time, as Wujia-Yao suggested, they might not glean much, but the backlash would surely be immense. Yet, Jiang did not voice any opposition. After a moment of silence, he solemnly agreed. Very well. Wujia-Yao nodded slightly. Observing Jiang and Appo's heavy demeanor, he suddenly smiled, his tone shifting to a lighter note. Brother, there is no need for such worry. After all, we are descendants of the Pangu primordial deity. As long as this world exists, we shall forever possess a share of its fortune. In the wilderness, strength is paramount. As long as we cultivate our own strength, what is there to fear? Wujia-Yao and Appo's gaze shifted. Moreover, we have Wu Tian. He differs from us ancestral witches, directly embodying the power of 12 laws and issuing such warnings. Perhaps he is the path the primordial deity has laid out for our witch tribe? Jiang blinked, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Indeed. The primordial deity will surely protect us. Following their exchange, the ancestral witches' worries quickly dissipated, and they readily set aside the matter, turning their thoughts to the 12 capital heavenly gods and Appo's great formation. The nature of the witch tribe was such, swift in their concerns and equally swift to dismiss them. Before they could even formulate a plan, a grand voice suddenly reverberated through the heavens. Hong Jun's calm words, enhanced by the will of the heavenly path, reached the ears of every cultivator in the wilderness. I am Hong Jun, now a saint. 3,000 years hence, I shall deliver teachings in the Xixiao Palace. Those destined may come forth. Upon hearing this proclamation, Jiang and Wujia-Yao sprang to their feet, gazing towards the heavens, beyond the wilderness. As a faint sense of awareness blossomed within them, it seemed they had discerned the location of the Xixiao Palace. Jiang, with a grave expression, remarked, Hong Jun truly intends to deliver his teachings. Wu Tian and Appo's words have proven accurate once more. The two shared a knowing glance, recalling their earlier conversation. Concern etched upon their faces, yet neither dared to speak further on the matter. After a brief pause, Wujia-Yao declared, Let us go. Gather the ancestral witches and seek out Wu Tian. In truth, there was no need for their summons. The other ancestral witches had also heard Hong Jun and Appo's voice. Witnessing Wu Tian's predictions come to fruition, the ancestral witches were astounded. They immediately hastened back toward the Panga Hall. Chapter 18. Preparations before departure. The voice of Hong Jun reverberated throughout the vast wilderness, yet it failed to penetrate the confines of the Panga Hall. This artifact, forged from the heart of Pangu, possessed the formidable ability to obscure the secrets of the heavens, preventing even the essence of the Tao from infiltrating its sanctum. Consequently, when Wu Tian awakened from his meditative state and beheld the ancestral witches encircling him, his eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Di Jiang mention Hongjuan's teachings. Has already commenced? Di Jiang exchanged a knowing glance with Zhu Jiuyin and then nodded slightly. Indeed, you were right once again. A mysterious glint flickered in Di Jiang and Appo's eyes as he gazed at Wu Tian, his thoughts swirling with unspoken intentions. He resolved to place greater emphasis on the 12 capital heavenly gods and Appo's great array. Wu Tian, however, remained unfazed by Di Jiang and Appo's penetrating gaze. In fact, he considered any shift in Di Jiang and Appo's demeanor a fortuitous development. Having confirmed the situation, Wu Tian promptly rose, exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? Let us depart at once." His urgency was palpable. A leisurely journey to locate the Zhixiao Palace amidst chaos would surely hinder their chance of arriving ahead of others. Although he had no desire for the primordial purple energy or to ascend as a saint of the Tao, he was nonetheless eager to seize a position that symbolized the opportunities of saint. After all, he could trade it for something of value. At the very least, it would disrupt Hongjun and Appo's schemes and provide some amusement. It was said that a single seat represented a portion of primordial purple energy. If the witch clan were to claim it, would Hongjun truly bestow the primordial purple energy upon the ancestral witches? The thought only heightened Wu Tian and Appo's anticipation. However, the ancestral witches were perplexed by Wu Tian's eagerness. Though they had been convinced by him and had no intention of abstaining, they could not comprehend his anxious mindset. Gonggong, one of the ancestral witches, curiously inquired, "There are still 3,000 years left. Why set out now?" The others turned their curious gazes toward Wu Tian, including Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, whose eyes glimmered with intrigue, while Ho Tu appeared contemplative. Wu Tian sighed inwardly, understanding the ancestral witches and Appo's perspective. Yet, he could not elucidate his thoughts to them. Instead, he turned his attention to Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, realizing that if he could persuade the leaders, the opinions of the other ancestral witches would cease to be an issue. After a moment and Appo's reflection, Wu Tian declared, as I previously mentioned, Hongjun and Appo's teachings are not solely driven by his own will, but are also dictated by the requirements of the Tao. Given this, there must be significant opportunities awaiting us. With so many people involved, it is undoubtedly a race to arrive first. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. He was indifferent to the Tao and Appo's intentions and held no particular expectation for the so-called opportunities, as the witch clan had no need for artifacts. They revered only Pangu, their father. Nevertheless, Wu Tian and Appo's uncanny insights had a way of manifesting, compelling Di Jiang to reconsider. At this juncture, Zhu Jiuyin interjected with a smile, "No need to rush. We must make arrangements for our companions. After all, we will be away for 3,000 years, and we cannot predict how long the teachings at the Zhixiao Palace will last." Wu Tian paused, then swiftly nodded, chuckling, "Indeed, I was too hasty." Zhu Jiuyin seemed to perceive Wu Tian's thoughts and continued with a grin, "Elder brother governs the laws of space, while I command the laws of time. Together, our combined abilities in travel would be unrivaled throughout the wilderness. We are certain to locate the Zhixiao Palace first." Wu Tian pondered this and found it to be a sound rationale. The anxious expression on his face dissipated as he felt reassured. At that moment, Di Jiang chimed in, "Then it is settled. Let us quickly summon the great witches and instruct them. And then we shall swiftly venture beyond the wilderness into the chaos to seek the Zhixiao Palace." With that, he cast a glance at the others, signaling for action. Seeing that their leaders were in agreement, the other ancestral witches nodded and hurried to relay the orders to their respective great witches. Soon, the great witches made their way to the Panga Hall. Wu Tian was well acquainted with these great witches, having witnessed their emergence firsthand while he was refining the ancestral witch blood by the blood pool. The great witches were also aware of Wu Tian's status, though they had been advised by Di Jiang and the others to keep Wu Tian and Appo's identity a secret from outsiders. When the great witches arrived, they bowed in unison, declaring, "We pay our respects to the ancestral witches." Di Jiang gestured for them to rise and then briefed them on their journey to the Xiao Palace for the teachings, urging them to safeguard their kin. Upon hearing this, the foremost among them, Qiyu, responded, "Rest assured, ancestral witches. We vow to protect our people with our lives." The other great witches nodded vigorously, their expressions filled with determination to defend the witch clan at all costs. Di Jiang appreciated the enthusiasm of the great witches, giving Qiyu a hearty pat on the shoulder while laughing. "Excellent. Truly worthy sons of the witch clan." Wu Tian contemplated making a remark about the balance of preserving land versus preserving people, but ultimately refrained, knowing the witch clan's temperament would not accommodate such notions. Furthermore, with the commencement of Hongjuan's teachings, the formidable figures of the wilderness would likely flock to the Xiao Palace, alleviating any concerns for the great witch's safety. In the end, Wu Tian smiled and said, "After we depart, the Panga Hall will remain here. Should you encounter formidable foes, return to the Panga Hall and await our return. Together, we shall reclaim our honor." The great witches accepted this notion, bowing respectfully to Wu Tian, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, ancestral witch Wu Tian." With this matter settled, the great witches dispersed. Wu Tian then summoned Jiu Feng and Ho Yi, bringing them before him. Throughout their interactions, he had grown closest to Xianming and Ho Tu, having shared governance over the Ho Tu tribe. Meanwhile, Jiu Feng and Ho Yi practiced the laws of Xianming and Ho Tu, respectively. Therefore, Wu Tian entrusted them with a task. While you're active at the foot of Mount Buzhou, keep an eye out for a 7-colored gourd vine. If you discover it, be sure to protect it and inform me upon my return. Wu Tian recalled the primordial gourd vine, which had appeared during the teachings. Its gourds not yet fully matured, only to be claimed by others, with even the vine transformed into Nuwa's creation whip. Naturally, he wished to secure it ahead of time. However, he could not precisely remember when the primordial gourd vine first manifested after the teachings, nor could he ascertain whether it had already appeared. Thus, he had to rely on the two to be vigilant. If they found it, it would be splendid. If not, he planned to explore Mount Buzhou after attending the teachings at the Xiao Palace. Should he still fail to uncover it, there would be little recourse. The wilderness was governed by the principles of fate and opportunity, and Wu Tian could only keep a close watch on the 3 pure ones and others, hoping that at the very least, fortune would smile upon those who sought it. Jiu Feng and Ho Yi, upon hearing his instructions, solemnly bowed and replied, "We shall faithfully obey the command of Ancestral Witch." They were resolute in their commitment to search diligently. Wu Tian smiled and nodded, amused by their earnestness. He explained further, "Ultimately, this matter hinges upon fate. Should it prove elusive, do not feel disheartened. I have other means at my disposal." Chapter 19. Journey to Chaos. Jiu Feng and Ho Yi exchanged nods, feeling a sudden sense of relief in their hearts. They had indeed harbored concerns about how to report to Wu Tianzu Wu if they failed to locate the object. Fortunately, Wu Tian and Appo's words had alleviated their worries. They shared a glance, realizing that Wu Tianzu Wu was quite amiable. Among the great witches, Wu Tian was perceived as a rather peculiar ancestor, always preferring to seclude himself in the Panga Hall for cultivation, displaying a consistently gentle demeanor. Unlike the other ancestors, known for their tempestuous tempers, even Ho Tu-zu Wu, the most placid among the 12 ancestors, occasionally exhibited a volatile side. Yet, Wu Tian had never shown any anger towards them. A thought struck them suddenly. Was this the first time Wu Tianzu Wu had tasked them with something? They felt a surge of determination to ensure they would find the 7-colored gourd vine for Wu Tian. As Jiu Feng and Ho Yi departed, Ho Tu curiously inquired, "Wu Tian, is this primordial gourd vine truly significant?" Wu Tian nodded and smiled, explaining, "It is one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots. Each gourd possesses its own unique essence. But most importantly, this gourd vine is tied to a great opportunity." He spoke of the chance to create life. Wu Tian was determined to involve himself in this matter, and the primordial gourd vine served as the focal point of his ambitions. Ho-Tu pondered his words thoughtfully. Having grown accustomed to Wu Tian's insights, she did not question how he acquired such knowledge. Perhaps it was merely his innate ability to perceive the grand patterns of the celestial order and various opportunities. Then, with a smile, Ho-Tu added, "If they fail to find it, I shall assist you in the search once the discourse concludes." At that moment, Xianming glanced over, her expression conveying that she, too, considered herself a part of this endeavor. Wu Tian felt a wave of gratitude and clasped his hands in appreciation, saying, "Thank you, sisters." After this exchange, Di Jiang and the other ancestors made some arrangements within the Panga Hall. Once everything was completed, they approached Wu Tian. Di Jiang smiled and said, "Let's go. It is time to attend the discourse at the Zishao Palace." Instantly, the laws of space activated, enveloping the ancestors and propelling them outward from the Panga Hall. In the next moment, as if the very fabric of space had shifted, Wu Tian found himself soaring above the void, heading towards the most tumultuous winds of the 9 heavens. Di Jiang's mastery of space laws indeed facilitated rapid travel, with the scenery morphing swiftly, resembling a folding of space, as they ascended to the heavens in mere blinks. At this juncture, Zhu Jiuyin also acted. Their combined powers created an isolated space around Di Jiang, radiating a gentle glow, effectively shielding them from the fierce gales of the 9 heavens that roared around them. Di Jiang chuckled lightly, remarking, "Hong Jun mentioned that those fated could attend the discourse, but I believe it requires strength to withstand these formidable winds. It is nearly impossible for anyone below the golden immortal level to pass through." He scoffed at the notion of fate, recognizing that it was strength, not mere chance, that dictated survival. As he spoke, Wu Tian noticed a figure struggling against the winds, being battered and rendered powerless, plummeting towards the primordial earth below. Wu Tian couldn't help but shake his head. Di Jiang's words, while blunt, resonated as a truth within the wilderness. The notion that virtue attracts fortune was secondary to sheer might. Some may argue that the wilderness was not merely about strife and conflict, but rather about human relationships. However, it was only after one possessed the ability to fight that others would engage in such social dealings. Fortunately, the 12 ancestors were present, valiantly confronting the tumult, allowing Wu Tian to navigate the complexities of social interactions from a place of safety. With these thoughts, Wu Tian cast a glance at the ancestors. Di Jiang noticed Wu Tian's gaze and, sensing his curiosity, cheerfully urged, "Wu Tian, now is the perfect moment for you to absorb the energies we are manifesting. Why are you hesitating?" Wu Tian was unlike the other ancestors. They were bound to their own primordial laws, unable to comprehend the laws of space and time presented before them due to inherent conflicts. Yet Wu Tian could, having cultivated his primordial spirit. He bore the weight of 12 laws. With gratitude towards Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin for their unreserved support, Wu Tian promptly settled into a meditative posture amidst the void, encircled by the ancestors. He gently closed his eyes, and in the next instant, his primordial spirit soared from his crown. His spirit's awareness extended outward, probing the laws emanating from Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin. Soon, an abundance of insights began to blossom within him. The laws of space and time began to imprint themselves upon his essence. As before, the visages of Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin flickered within his consciousness, while the other 10 laws began to flourish. Observing this, Ho-Tu's expression brightened with a smile. "Since we have idle time, why not lend Wu Tian a hand?" Without waiting for a response from the other ancestors, she radiated a profound earthen light, her laws enveloping the surrounding barrier. Xianming, without hesitation, followed suit, unleashing her own laws. One of the ancestors then boisterously declared, "Let us hasten to assist. Otherwise, this fellow may think only his 2 sisters care for him, while we brothers are stingy." In an instant, a myriad of laws manifested, intertwining with the laws of space and time. The original ethereal glow transformed into a chaotic hue, as Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin exchanged exasperated glances. Without the guidance of the 12 capital heavenly gods, the simultaneous clash of so many laws intensified the strain upon them. At that moment, A flash of golden light erupted from Wu Tian's primordial spirit as the Hongmeng Liang Tian Qi materialized above his head, slowly rotating and exuding an aura of immense power. This presence quelled the tumultuous clashes among the various laws. Of course, this was also due to the ancestors not exerting their full strength. They merely wished to facilitate Wu Tian's understanding of their laws. With this transformation, the engravings of the 12 laws within Wu Tian and Appo's spirit surged, and the ethereal forms of the 12 ancestor spirits grew increasingly vibrant. The ancestors quickly transcended the chaotic membrane, emerging from the primordial realm into the boundless chaos beyond. Chapter 20. Hongjun, where did the problem lie? In the midst of chaos, the myriad paths did not exist. There was neither time nor space, nor any of the great laws of the universe. The luminous sphere where the ancestors resided resembled a minuscule world, shattering countless chaotic currents. Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin, guided by an innate sense deep within their hearts, traversed the boundless chaos. It was uncertain how much time had elapsed. Suddenly, Dijiang's voice echoed in Wu Tian's ears. "We have arrived." Wu Tian awakened abruptly, withdrawing from his meditative state. After an indeterminate period of introspection, under the influence of numerous laws, the engravings of the laws upon Wu Tian's soul had been significantly enhanced once more. After a brief assessment, he realized that the improvement he experienced during this period was even more potent than the 3 drops of ancestral dragon essence he had refined. The engravings of the laws had reached at least 20%. After all, it was only during such a journey, with all 12 ancestral shamans working together, that Wu Tian had this opportunity. Otherwise, in the primordial chaos, how could it be possible? It was not that the ancestral shamans were unwilling to assist, but rather that they could hardly contain their impatience. They calmed their own laws, allowing their primordial spirits to retreat into their spiritual realm, while the primordial measuring ruler also fell into their primordial spirits, suppressing Wu Tian's heavenly secrets and fate. Wu Tian slowly opened his eyes. Is this the Xixiao Palace? He gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. In the boundless chaos, which was once filled with countless erratic chaotic currents, a vast expanse of blankness now lay before his eyes. It was as if a world had formed. The Xixiao Palace stood solitary in the center, exceedingly simple yet emanating a faint precious light, with boundless Tao rhythms flowing from within it, shrouded in countless extraordinary phenomena. Under the pressure of such an aura, the chaotic energy was obstructed. Wu Tian looked around but saw no figures, and the great doors of the Xixiao Palace were also closed, as if no one had yet arrived. At this moment, Dijiang spoke with a sense of pride. "What do you think? Did I deceive you, brother? We will certainly arrive ahead of the others, not hindering your plans." Wu Tian nodded with a smile. Just as he was about to flatter Dijiang, 3 figures suddenly surged forth from the side of the chaos, unhesitatingly rushing towards the Xixiao Palace. Among the 3 figures, one appeared as an elder, another as a middle-aged man, and the last was a handsome, refined youth. Wu Tian's heart stirred. Could it be that these were Taiji, Yuanshi, and Tong Tian? He had not previously encountered the Sanqing, but during the fierce battles against the ferocious beasts in the primordial world, Dijiang and the others had indeed interacted with them. Instantly, his gaze sharpened, and he exclaimed, "Sanqing!" The Sanqing were also the true disciples of Pangu, yet unlike the ancestral shamans, who were derived from Pangu and Appo's essence and bore the heavy aura of slaughter upon their emergence. The Sanqing were transformed from the 3 divisions of Pangu and Appo's primordial spirit. Logically speaking, there should be some connections among them, but in reality, during previous encounters, the 12 ancestral shamans and the Sanqing had each held a disdain for one another. The Sanqing found the 12 ancestral shamans too crude, full of slaughterous aura, acting with wrath and aggression. The 12 ancestral shamans, on the other hand, felt that as fellow true disciples of Pangu, how dare they look down upon them. Seeing the Sanqing appear now, Dijiang's competitive spirit surged. He lightly called out to Zhu Jiuyin, and the spatial and temporal laws surrounding the ancestral shamans suddenly intensified, accelerating their speed. They aimed to reach the Zhixiao Palace before the Sanqing. Taiji, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian also noticed the figures of the ancestral shamans. Their hearts filled with curiosity. These 12 ancestral shamans, so arrogant and proud. Would they actually come to listen to Hongjuan's teachings? Simultaneously, the three of them exchanged glances, noticing Wu Tian, who was surrounded by the ancestral shamans, their eyes revealing a hint of intrigue. Who is this person? Could he be of the shamanic lineage? Separated by heavy spatial and temporal laws, they could not discern Wu Tian and Appos as specific circumstances. But it was evident that he was different from the ancestral shamans. Despite the swirling thoughts in their minds, the Sanqing and Appos' speed did not diminish in the slightest. The three of them were like a single entity, rapidly soaring towards the entrance of the Zhixiao Palace. Upon entering the suppressive range of the Zhixiao Palace, the surrounding chaotic energy instantaneously cleared. The Sanqing quickly sensed the change. In the midst of chaos where no paths existed, everyone consumed their own essence without the possibility of replenishment from the external world. Yet, to their astonishment, this place seemed akin to the primordial world. It was as if the power of the heavenly Tao extended here, opening up a small world within the chaos. With the replenishment of external vitality, the Sanqing and Appos' speed accelerated further. Whoosh! They drew even closer to the Zhixiao Palace. However, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin felt differently. Upon entering the aura of the Zhixiao Palace, their initially swift pace suddenly plummeted. The ancestral shamans felt as if they were mired in a quagmire, becoming increasingly sluggish the closer they approached the Zhixiao Palace. What is happening? Wu Tian was taken aback, then contemplatively gazed towards the Zhixiao Palace. What is going on? The teachings have yet to begin, and Hongjun is already employing tactics. Wu Tian felt bewildered. He then watched as the Sanqing entered the Zhixiao Palace. And not only that, but two more figures shot forth from the chaos, surpassing the positions of the ancestral shamans. These two, one male and one female, were none other than the siblings Fuxi and Yuhua. They, like the Sanqing, upon entering the aura of the Zhixiao Palace, felt the oppressive chaos dissipate instantly, and their speed increased further. Witnessing one figure after another enter, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin furrowed their brows, their faces darkening with fury, casting cold glances towards the Zhixiao Palace, on the verge of an outburst. How could they not realize they were being targeted? This old Hongjun, Di Jiang, could hardly restrain himself from cursing, though he did not care for the opportunities Wu Tian spoke of, having boasted in front of his younger brother. It was only natural that he felt extreme displeasure when thwarted just before achieving his goal. Wu Tian hastily interjected, "Elder brother, do not be anxious. Let us enter the Zhixiao Palace first." The Zhixiao Palace suppresses the chaos and is connected to the heavenly Tao. The power of the heavenly Tao permeates this space. Strictly speaking, this is Hongjun and Appos' domain. Creating a scene here may not yield favorable outcomes. Wu Tian naturally sought to dissuade the ancestral shamans, but he too had gleaned some insights. At the very least, he understood that the seating arrangement in the Zhixiao Palace was problematic. It was not solely based on opportunities, but rather orchestrated by Hongjun. If it were not so, why would Hongjun covertly intervene to obstruct the ancestral shamans, preventing them from entering ahead of time? If the ancestral shamans were allowed to enter first, let alone 6 seats, they could fill them all with another 6. The so-called cushions representing the opportunity for sanctification would thus become mere nonsense. In reality, at that moment deep within the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun gazed at the unfolding scene outside, his heart filled with astonishment. He too found it puzzling. Why was it so different from what the heavenly secrets indicated? The 12 ancestral shamans had all arrived? And so early? After his sanctification, the predictions of the heavenly secrets had clearly shown that only the ancestral shamans, Xianming and Hutu, would come to listen to the teachings. Where had the discrepancy arisen? Hongjuan's heart was enveloped in confusion. Chapter 21. He owes us gratitude. Hongjun had only recently attained the status of a sage, not yet the Tao ancestor who would later embody the Tao. His control over the grand forces of the heavenly Tao was still limited. Consequently, when the ancestral witches appeared prematurely, he was filled with confusion and even began to doubt whether he had made a mistake in his predictions. It was impossible. He had repeatedly divined the heavenly secrets with consistent results. Left with no choice, Hongjun was compelled to intervene forcibly. He summoned the power of the heavenly Tao to suppress the speed of the ancestral witches, delaying their arrival at the Purple Cloud Palace, thereby allowing the three pure ones, Fushi and Yuwa, to enter first. He understood the potential consequences of this action. Given the nature of the ancestral witches, a disturbance could lead to an uncontrollable situation. This calamity would grant the witch tribe great fortune, and he could not resort to slaughtering the ancestral witches. Yet, could he afford to stand by and watch as they seized the first opportunity to occupy all the seats in the Purple Cloud Palace, thus disrupting his plans? With a barely perceptible shake of his head, Hongjun recognized the significance of the three pure ones, who were the true descendants of Pangu, the embodiment of the world's fortune. He was determined to take them under his wing, for only by gathering their immense luck could he elevate himself to greater heights. Niwa, too, held great potential, and while her path differed from that of the three pure ones, she was destined for extraordinary opportunities. Hongjun would not let her slip away either. After weighing his options, Hongjun acted without hesitation. He turned his gaze cautiously towards the ancestral witches, only to be increasingly astonished by their unexpected composure after a moment of fury, as they suppressed their emotions. What was happening? When had the ancestral witches ever displayed such restraint? The reason for their tempered response lay in the persuasion of Wu Tian, who had intervened at the critical moment. Despite his efforts, Di Jiang found it difficult to contain his anger. Rather than hurling insults at Hongjun, he proclaimed loudly, "Brothers, let's take action." Instantly, the aura of the ancestral witches surged forth, releasing a tremendous force that was incomparably stronger than what they had previously exhibited for Wu Tian and Amp. Oppose, as comprehension. Previously, the ancestral witches had deliberately tempered their powers, but now they unleashed their full ferocity. The luminous sphere surrounding them flared brightly, colliding with the formidable energy emanating from the Purple Cloud Palace. The surrounding laws of power became chaotic, and the ancestral witches swiftly broke free from their restraints, racing towards the Purple Cloud Palace. Wu Tian let out a sigh of relief. He had successfully convinced the ancestral witches to suppress their anger and refrain from causing a scene on Hongjun's territory. For who knew how Hongjun might respond if a conflict erupted? Would he use the ancestral witches as a means to intimidate others who had come to seek wisdom? As for the seating arrangements within the Purple Cloud Palace, well, securing even 2 seats would suffice. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed more figures darting past the ancestral witches. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were moving side by side, while a lone figure exuded an air of defiance, Kuanpeng. As Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun passed by, they nodded amicably towards the ancestral witches, their faces adorned with warm smiles. This brotherly duo had always been gentle and kind-hearted. Meanwhile, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun contemplated, "Strange, upon entering this realm, I feel as though I have returned to the primordial world and my powers flow more freely." Why did the ancestral witches seem so peculiar? Little did they know that the ancestral witches were suppressed by the energy of the Purple Cloud Palace, while they themselves received special enhancements from Hongjun, making them appear somewhat unusual. As these 3 figures disappeared into the palace, Wu Tian stood in astonishment, inwardly cursing, "How shameless! I led the ancestral witches here first, yet at the last moment, Hongjun resorts to such petty tricks." Was this the demeanor of a Tao ancestor? In Wu Tian's mind, even if Hongjun had ulterior motives, he should have acted with subtlety and grace, rather than in such a flagrant manner. This was an exceedingly clumsy display. In truth, Hongjun also felt quite speechless. He had meticulously calculated his plans. But who could have predicted that the ancestral witches would arrive together and be the first to enter the Purple Cloud Palace? This unexpected turn had completely disrupted his arrangements. If he did not take action to block the witch tribe now, it would be even more troublesome to adjust his original plans later. Thus, he had no time to maintain composure. What had befallen the ancestral witches? Was there an unforeseen variable at play? Hong Jun's gaze shifted towards them, his expression inscrutable. After a brief survey, it inevitably settled on Wu Tian. However, he discerned nothing amiss. Wu Tian held a legitimate identity, and combined with the suppression of his aura by the Supreme Treasure, the Hongmeng Liantian ruler, it was impossible for Hong Jun to covertly investigate further. When the ancestral witches entered the Purple Cloud Palace, the three pure ones had already taken their seats on the foremost mats. Contrary to Wu Tian's expectations, there were 7 mats in total, with the first 3 occupied by the 3 pure ones. Following them were Fuxi and Yuhua. The brother and sister duo understood that the seats at the front signified great opportunities, but Fuxi, being wise, quickly abandoned the thought of claiming one for himself, and chose to sit behind Yuhua instead. If there was indeed a significant opportunity, countless others would vie for it. Outside were the 12 ancestral witches, and with their own capabilities, the 2 siblings could only secure 1 seat at best. "I shall protect you from behind," Fuxi conveyed to Yuhua in whispers. Thus, they occupied only 1 seat together. Subsequently, Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and Kunping entered and took the 5th and 6th seats. Strangely, Zhen Yuanzi, like Fuxi, chose to sit behind Hong Yun instead of taking the 7th seat for himself. "Hutu, you have manifested your primordial spirit. You should take a seat," Wu Tian said, pushing Hutu forward. The ancestral witches had no objections, but Hutu hesitated momentarily, her eyes reflecting a hint of emotion as she looked at Wu Tian. Her gaze seemed to question, "Do you not also possess a primordial spirit? Why do you not take a seat?" Hutu remembered well that Wu Tian and Appo's eagerness to arrive at the Purple Cloud Palace was due to the coveted front seats representing great fortune. By doing so, was he not relinquishing the opportunity to himself? Wu Tian simply smiled, urging Hutu to occupy the 7th mat, then turned to the ancestral witches and said, "Let's sit behind." With a gentle gesture, a row of jade stone mats appeared on the ground. However, Di Jiang remained somewhat irate and dissatisfied. Had it not been for Hong Juan's meddling, given their early arrival, all 7 seats should have belonged to the witch tribe. How could they have only secured 1? Before he could voice his frustration, Wu Tian discreetly communicated with the ancestral witches, glancing at the departing figures of Hong Yun and Kunpeng, and cheerfully remarked, "Brothers, do not fret. Soon, Hong Yun will yield his seat to us. Not only that, he will express his gratitude to our witch tribe, acknowledging a significant karmic bond. Do you believe this?" Chapter 22. Building alliances. The attention of the ancestral shamans was instantly captivated, their anger momentarily set aside. Is this not a fortuitous opportunity? They pondered. You wish to claim this significant chance as your own and expect gratitude in return? The ancestral shamans turned their gaze toward Hong Yun, their expressions unusually perplexed, as if questioning his intelligence. Yet, Wu Tian understood that Hong Yun and Zhen Yuanzi, though acknowledged as the benevolent figures of the primordial world, were certainly not foolish. Speaking of Zhen Yuanzi, the future progenitor of Earth immortals, he was one of the 2 entities among the 10 innate spiritual roots capable of transformation, the other being the formidable Yang Mei, who could rival Hong Jun. Moreover, Zhen Yuanzi wielded the Earth Book and could create a moral binding formation known as the Earth Book Barrier. To claim he lacked profound wisdom was simply inconceivable. What further confirmed Wu Tian and Appo's belief was that Zhen Yuanzi did not separate from Hong Yun to seize the last available seat, instead choosing to stand protectively behind Hong Yun, akin to Fuxi safeguarding Enhua. Clearly, he recognized the significance of this mat and anticipated the potential for fierce conflict. Was Hong Yun relinquishing his seat merely out of kindness? Or was there a deeper, more complex reason behind his actions? Wu Tian mused silently. At that moment, the collective gaze of the ancestral shamans fell upon Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, their stares direct and imposing, immediately instilling an unexplainable pressure upon the 2. Hong Yun and Appo's expression grew somewhat rigid, yet he maintained a faint smile as he turned slowly to face the ancestral shamans, offering them a gentle laugh and a slight nod. He quickly shifted his gaze to Zhen Yuanzi, their eyes locking in silent communication. "Zhen Yuanzi, what are the ancestral shamans planning? Their stares are quite intimidating. Surely, They did not intend to act against us? Jin Yuanzi was equally perplexed. I am unsure. However, this is indeed the Purple Cloud Palace. The ancestral shamans should not disregard even Hongjuan's authority and act recklessly. Besides, we have not provoked them. After pondering for a while, Jin Yuanzi could no longer contain his curiosity and directed his gaze toward the ancestral shamans, settling on the most affable among them, Wu Tian. He steadied himself and inquired with a warm smile. This friend seems unfamiliar. How may I address you? Wu Tian gestured toward Emperor Jiang and the others, feeling somewhat at a loss with their blunt stares. How can one look upon another in such a manner? He thought, observing how unsettled it made Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun. Noticing this, Emperor Jiang let out a soft huff, retracting his intense gaze and exchanging glances with Zhu Juyin and the others, keenly listening to the exchange between Wu Tian and Jin Yuanzi. Wu Tian then chuckled, It is quite normal for Jin Yuanzi to be unaware of my identity, as I rarely traverse the primordial realm. I am Wu Tian of the Witch Clan. However, I have long heard of both your esteemed names, renowned throughout the land, and have eagerly anticipated meeting you. The ancestral shamans often speak of you as rare, benevolent souls in the primordial world, as Wu Tian and Apos, as kind words echoed. Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun felt a wave of relief wash over them, their smiles becoming increasingly genuine. Yet, the term benevolent struck them as oddly peculiar, almost akin to an insult. Nevertheless, seeing Wu Tian and Apos' sincere demeanor, they dismissed their concerns. Jin Yuanzi humbly shook his head, stating, My friend, you flatter us. The ancestral shamans exaggerate. My brother and I simply prefer a life free of conflict, seeking only leisure. How can we be considered benevolent? Meanwhile, the three pure ones, along with Fuxi and Inhua, glanced curiously in their direction, harboring their own doubts. They were familiar with the 12 ancestral shamans, having either encountered or heard of them during the Longhan Great Catastrophe. However, the ancestral shamans were notorious for their audacity, having brazenly engaged on the battlefield to scavenge corpses, leaving the populace astonished by their boldness. As Wu Tian introduced himself, the crowd and Apos' attention subtly shifted, realizing he was called Wu Tian, and they nodded in acknowledgement. Many conjectured that Wu Tian must be a formidable figure among the Witch Clan, just below the ancestral shamans, and that attending the discourse at the Purple Cloud Palace was indeed a rare opportunity, hence the ancestral shamans and Apos' presence alongside him. Only Hongjun remained in a state of contemplation. Though he had yet to reveal himself, the entirety of the Purple Cloud Palace was his domain. He overheard the dialogue between Wu Tian and Jin Yuanzi, and upon hearing Wu Tian's name, he muttered himself, Wu Tian, his brow furrowed slightly. As the first heavenly Tao saint, Hongjun was not fond of this name. It felt confrontational, particularly given the Witch Clan and Apos' reputation. He harbored discontent and did not believe Wu Tian to be an ordinary great witch, were it not for the concern of further provoking the ancestral shamans. Hongjun would have been tempted to wield the power of the heavenly Tao to investigate Wu Tian's background thoroughly. As thoughts swirled among the crowd, Wu Tian and Jin Yuanzi continued their spirited exchange, free of malice and rather intrigued by one another. Wu Tian had previously noted that while the ancestral shamans engaged in conflict, he could cultivate relationships in the background, and both Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun were certainly worth befriending. Their conversation was imbued with goodwill, leading both Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun to express their desire for camaraderie. After a while, even Hongyun could not resist joining the conversation. Turning with a cheerful smile, Wu Tian, my friend, once this lecture concludes, I must visit Wuzhuang Temple. The ginseng fruit that Jin Yuanzi offers is exquisite and absolutely worth savoring. Jin Yuanzi, unfazed by Hongyun's attempt to use his ginseng fruit for favor, simply shot him a playful glance before responding with a grin. Should you decide to visit, I shall certainly welcome you with open arms. At that moment, Wu Tian laughed heartily. Then I shall hold you to that. I have long yearned to taste the ginseng fruit. My curiosity is piqued. As the dialogue between Wu Tian, Jin Yuanzi, and Hongyun unfolded, Emperor Jiang and the other ancestral shamans exchanged bewildered looks, pondering how a conversation about seeding had transformed into one about ginseng fruit. Just then, a faint sound pierced the air, abruptly interrupting the trio's exchange. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun and Appo's laughter froze on their faces, while Wu Tian furrowed his brow. Before he could react, the 12 ancestral shamans, with their 24 eyes, turned their attention sharply toward the 3 pure ones, focusing on the second among them, Yuan Shi Tianzun, their expressions filled with hostility. Chapter 23. A subtle confrontation with Yuan Shi. What do you mean? Di Jiang showed no leniency towards the honored Yuan Shi. Without waiting for Wu Tian to speak, he directly confronted Yuan Shi with his grievances. Di Jiang's voice made Zhen Yuan's heart race, and he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly within. He had just been pondering the exaggerated rumors circulating in the wilderness. How could the Wu clan be so difficult to deal with? Yet, he was swiftly proven wrong. However, he felt it inappropriate to voice his thoughts. For Yuan Shi's cold snort was not solely directed at Wu Tian, but also at him and Hong Yun. He had no desire to provoke the Sanqing. After all, one could not deny the ancestors of the Wu clan their moment to shine, could they? Zhen Yuan and Hong Yun exchanged glances, then tacitly turned their attention to the Sanqing. They observed the grim expressions on Tai Qing, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian, with Yuan Shi and Appo's visage particularly darkened. Nonetheless, he did not show any signs of weakness. At this juncture, many individuals were gradually entering the Xixiao Palace, and upon witnessing the unfolding scene, they were utterly astonished, their curious gazes fixed upon the spectacle. In such circumstances, could he remain silent? After a moment of hesitation, Yuan Shi coldly declared, "What do I mean? I wish to inquire what you are all doing here. Is it appropriate to create such a ruckus in the Xixiao Palace while we are here to listen to the teachings? Is this not a breach of etiquette?" Among the Sanqing, Yuan Shi was the most concerned with propriety. His character was already evident. He believed that since everyone had come to listen to the teachings, they ought to maintain silence once inside the Xixiao Palace. How could such a commotion be deemed proper? As his words fell, the ancestors of the Wu clan were incensed. The most impatient among them, the ancestor Zhu Rong, stood up and shouted, "What does it matter to you? Is this Xixiao Palace yours?" Zhu Rong's blunt and rude remarks caused Yuan Shi's face to turn a varying shade of pale, and he immediately prepared to confront Zhu Rong. At that moment, Tai Qing furrowed his brow slightly and calmly interjected, "Second brother." A gentle call halted Yuan Shi in his tracks. Tai Qing and Appo's deep gaze swept over the ancestors of the Wu clan before settling back on Yuan Shi as he continued, "This is, after all, a holy place of the sages." Though his words were left unfinished, the implication was clear. Yuan Shi should not pursue the matter with the ancestors of the Wu clan any further. Yuan Shi and Appo's gaze flickered, and with a huff, he turned away from the Wu ancestors. Although Tai Qing had intervened to shield Yuan Shi, his stance was unmistakable. He was clearly siding with his brothers, subtly urging Yuan Shi not to escalate the issue, which still pointed to the ancestors of the Wu clan as the source of contention. Seeing this, Wu Tian and Appo's displeasure grew. The Xixiao Palace was not the domain of Yuan Shi. Hong Jun had not issued any restrictions, so why should he act as the enforcer of discipline? Others were merely wielding feathers, as if they were arrows. Yuan Shi had no feathers of his own. Yet, he refrained from voicing such thoughts. Instead, casting a light-hearted smile towards the Sanqing, he, "Honored Yuan, your anger is truly unwarranted. We are here to forge friendships and exchange insights before the teachings, which is one of the very purposes of coming to the Xixiao Palace. Is it not unbecoming to point fingers and incite disputes like this?" Yuan Shi was instantly rendered speechless. According to Wu Tian and Appo's assertion, he was indeed the one behaving with less decorum, being suspected of instigating discord within the Xixiao Palace. Tai Qing and Appo's gaze sharpened as he regarded Wu Tian. What is this? When did the Wu clan become so articulate and clever? Tong Tian, who had initially shared a common enmity, felt a flicker of realization upon hearing Wu Tian's words. It does seem that way. They're merely making friends. Why must you adopt such a stern demeanor? Even with one's own brothers, one should not expect leniency from outsiders. Curiosity further piqued. He looked toward Wu Tian, observing the change in expression among the Sanqing. The previously irate Di Jiang and Appo's face lit up with delight, and he enthusiastically patted Wu Tian on the shoulder. Wu Tian turned back with a wry smile, only to find Di Jiang and Appo's eyes filled with admiration, as if saying, "Well said, exactly what I wanted to convey." Zhu Rong, witnessing Yuan Shi rendered speechless, raised an eyebrow triumphantly at Yuan Shi before sitting back down. The Wu clan is indeed the most reasonable. The ancestors of the Wu clan were invigorated by Wu Tian's rhetoric, wearing expressions of pride. Wu Tian nodded towards them, signaling them to remain calm. And once Zhu Rong had settled back down, he again turned his attention to the Sanqing. Yuan Shi's countenance grew increasingly grim. His eyes shifted slightly, as if contemplating how to retort. Wu Tian smiled faintly and adopted a tone of gentle persuasion, saying, "Alas, in the name of our progenitor Pangu, let me offer you this advice. Do not take advantage of your lineage and adopt an air of superiority, behaving as if you are above others." Hearing this, Yuan Shi felt an intense urge to spit blood. After the Dragon Han calamity, was there anyone in the wilderness more arrogant than the Wu clan? How could he still have the audacity to say such things? The others wore peculiar expressions. Yet at this moment, everyone possessed a modicum of discernment and refrained from foolishly stepping in to become targets for both the Wu clan and the Sanqing. Then Wu Tian added with a smile, "It is only because of the magnanimity of Taoist Zhen Yuan and Taoist Hong Yun that we do not pursue this matter further. Otherwise, with your attitude, it would surely lead to an unresolved conflict." Zhen Yuan and Hong Yun were both taken aback, their expressions reflecting a mixture of helplessness and trepidation as they looked at Wu Tian, their eyes pleading, "Wu Tian, please do not toy with us." Alas, I had thought Wu Tian was an anomaly among the Wu clan, yet it appears I misjudged him. He is no less formidable than the ancestors. Zhen Yuan sighed inwardly. The two brothers wished to remain detached from any entanglements, to enjoy their freedom, and had no desire to confront the Sanqing or create trouble for Yuan Shi. They were outmatched in strength, and even in numbers, they could not compete. Zhen Yuan and Hong Yun exchanged concerned glances towards the Sanqing, a hint of anxiety evident in their eyes, clearly worried that the Sanqing might take notice of them. However, at this moment, the Sanqing and Appo's focus was entirely on Wu Tian, their gazes profound. Had it not been for Tai Ching reaching out to pull Yuan Shi back, he might have already leaped to his feet. In the presence of the Sanqing's scrutiny, Wu Tian remained remarkably composed. What was there to fear? Did they dare to resort to violence within the Zixiao palace? The ancestors of the Wu clan had no such reservations, but Tai Ching and the others certainly would not. Seeing Di Jiang and Appo's inclination to rise and shield him, Wu Tian smiled and gently shook his head, then chose to ignore the Sanqing altogether. Wu Tian and Appo's philosophy had always been one of steady development. Yet, in face of Yuan Shi, he could not restrain himself and delivered a sharp retort, which left him feeling immensely relieved. A sense of clarity washed over him. Indeed, the three exchanged glances, ultimately suppressing their discontent. After all, it was Yuan Shi who had instigated the confrontation, and they had already lost the moral high ground. Thus, conceding a bit of face was only fitting. Tai Ching discreetly communicated reassurance. Do not act impulsively. Let's not forget our purpose here. Meanwhile, Wu Tian continued to converse with Zhen Yuan and Hong Yun. But this time, they employed soul transmission, ensuring their words were not overheard by others. Wu Tian chuckled softly. Why must you two be so alarmed? Zhen Yuan forced a smile, while Hong Yun appeared somewhat awkward. Wu Tian then smiled and said, I understand that both of you, my esteemed friends, seek tranquility and wish to remain untainted by excessive karma. However, are you aware that karma is not something one can simply evade? Take the position of Hong Yun as an example. Chapter 24. The generosity of Hong Yun at this juncture. Wu Tian paused slightly, drawing the attention of Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, both of whom wore expressions of solemnity. Wu Tian, Are you suggesting that there is something amiss with this seat? Han Yun could not help but inquire. Instead of responding directly, Wu Tian turned to gaze toward the back, where a multitude of figures had entered the Xixiao Palace. The seats in the front were already occupied, forcing those arriving later to sit on the ground, or, like the ancestral witches, to produce their own mats. However, those possessing remarkable identities and immense power were casting glances toward the few seated in front, their eyes glinting with intent. Wu Tian had not encountered these individuals before, but upon observing their appearances and demeanor, he recognized their identities and mused internally. Could these be Dijuan and Tai? The two striking gentlemen were adorned in golden robes, embellished with white flame patterns, surrounded by a sun-star emblem. One of them exuded a slightly imposing aura, undoubtedly the future Dijuan, while the other appeared more domineering with an ancient, magnificent bell hanging from his waist, inscribed with cryptic designs. This was Tai, born alongside the Chaos Bell. Both had emerged from the sun's true fire atop the Fusang tree and would later unify the myriad races of the primordial world, establishing the demon race, ultimately becoming the Demon Emperor and the Eastern Emperor, respectively. In this context, they represented the greatest adversaries of the Witch clan. Thus, Wu Tian found himself unable to avert his gaze. Sensing Wu Tian's scrutiny, Dijuan and Tai turned simultaneously to meet his gaze. A faint smile graced Dijuan and Appo's face as he nodded slightly in acknowledgement, while Tai furrowed his brow in contemplation. Wu Tian reciprocated the nod before shifting his attention to others present. The presence of the ancestor of the underworld river, exuding a palpable aura of blood and corruption, was unmistakable. He had emerged from the blood sea of the underworld. The ancestor was brazen and insatiable, his eyes darting greedily among those seated on the mats, filled with covetous intent. This individual, believing himself invincible due to the endless nature of his blood sea and the immortality of the underworld river, acted with reckless abandon, earning a notorious reputation as a bandit king in the primordial realm. Additionally, there were the Eastern King and the Western Queen, born of the primordial yin and yang energies, along with several other formidable beings whom Wu Tian had yet to identify. The three pure ones were not to be trifled with, and the ancestral witches were a force to be reckoned with. All eyes were drawn to Niuhua, Hongyun, and Kuanping. Perceiving the covetous gazes directed at them, Fushi and Appo's expression soured, and he slowly turned to regard the crowd, resolutely determined that none would seize the opportunity meant for his sister, unless they were prepared to step over his own corpse. Fushi and Appo's unwavering resolve caused many to avert their gaze, focusing instead on Hongyun and Kuanping. Hongyun was somewhat shielded by Zhang Yuanzi and Appo's presence, while Kuanping, solitary and silent since entering, kept his head bowed, detached from the unfolding interactions between Wu Tian and the three pure ones, not even glancing in their direction. In this manner, Kuanping bore the greatest weight of pressure, appearing to tremble faintly. At this moment, Wu Tian turned back, continuing to communicate with Zhang Yuanzi and Hongyun through soul transmission. Chuckling lightly, in this vast Xixiao palace, with so many gathered to listen to the teachings, yet only 7 mats occupy the front row. It does not take a fool to deduce that these mats harbor significant opportunities, do they not? Zhang Yuanzi and Hongyun nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Wu Tian and Appo's words. They had anticipated the envious glances from behind, which was precisely why they, despite having arrived with seats available, only occupied one, similar to Fushi and Niuhua. However, Zhang Yuanzi could not help but smile wryly, pondering that perhaps the reputation of the two brothers as benevolent figures had spread too widely in the primordial realm, rendering their deterrent power insufficient. Even with his protection, the covetous gazes directed at Hongyun and Appo's seat were not significantly fewer than those fixated on Kuanping. Zhang Yuanzi felt that had it not been for the apprehension surrounding Wu Tian and Appo's presence, it was likely that someone would have already approached to coerce or scheme for that seat. Sighing, both Zhang Yuanzi and Hongyun understood the implications of Wu Tian and Appo's words. Hongyun, seated upon this mat, could not escape the entanglements of fate. They exchanged glances, and Hong Yun suggested through his eyes, "Shall we relinquish this seat to our friend Wu Tian? It would spare us from these fateful ties." At present, they only knew that the seat represented a great opportunity, yet they remained unaware of its true magnitude or its connection to the primordial purple energy, which was a chance for sanctification. Thus, both Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were reluctant to incur excessive karmic ties for an unknown opportunity. They understood the principle that an innocent person might suffer for possessing something coveted. Sighing internally, Hong Yun lamented, "All I desire is to wander the primordial realm with brother Jin Yuanzi, savoring the ginseng fruit and engaging in philosophical discussions. Nothing more." Unable to contain his sigh, Hong Yun contemplated and decided to subtly transmit to Wu Tian, "Wu Tian, why not take this seat? Your witch clan is numerous and formidable. Surely, none would dare covet it." He even began to rise to relinquish the seat. In an instant, Wu Tian reached out, employing a gentle force to halt him. He was astonished. It was as he had surmised. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were indeed unwilling to court trouble over an unknown opportunity. Their earlier decision to yield the seat to Jin and Yuanzi had not only resulted in the loss of the primordial purple energy, which could have led to sanctification, but also inadvertently caused Kunpeng to harbor resentment towards Hong Yun. Despite Jin and Yuanzi being the ones pressuring Kunpeng, and Yuanshi Tianzuan being the source of his humiliation, it was ultimately Hong Yun who bore the brunt of Kunpeng's ire. How could I not contend with them? Am I to be outdone by you, Hong Yun? Ah, Hong Yun, do not rush. This seat is indeed an opportunity, yet it consumes your own fortune and blessings. The greater the opportunity, the greater the cost. Since you have already taken your seat, relinquishing it now would be disadvantageous. One should seize the gifts of heaven, otherwise it may bring misfortune. As the first cloud of heaven and earth, it was said that Hong Yun had absorbed the essence of Pangu and Appo's blood, ensuring his own auspicious fate. Otherwise, he would not have secured this seat. However, by offering it up for the first time, he would subsequently lose another chance at attaining sanctification, which meant he had expended twice the fortune needed for such a destiny. Such a depletion. Who would survive? Although Hong Yun intended to yield the seat, Wu Tian was adamant in his refusal, genuinely wishing for Hong Yun to solidify his resolve and refrain from giving it up. "I suggest you learn from my witch clan. If anyone dares to coerce you, stand firm against them. In the primordial realm, few would dare to slay both of you without facing dire consequences," Wu Tian continued. After hearing this, Hong Yun fell silent, and Jin Yuanzi appeared contemplative. Both were not naturally combative, and now to instill such a resolute mindset in them was indeed a challenge. After a prolonged silence, the two cast grateful glances at Wu Tian, acknowledging, "Thank you for your guidance." Di Jiang had been observing the exchange among the three, though he could not hear their soul transmissions. Yet, he had witnessed Hong Yun and Appo's intention to rise and Wu Tian and Appo's intervention, and thus comprehended the unfolding situation. In an instant, shock enveloped his eyes. Was the crimson cloud truly prepared to yield its seat to Wu Tian? It even bore an expression of profound gratitude towards him. Yet, why did Wu Tian choose to decline? Confounded, Di Jiang subtly tugged at Wu Tian and Appo's arm, discreetly inquiring through thought, "Wu Tian, why do you not accept?" Chapter 25. A spectacle awaits at this moment. Di Jiang was utterly convinced by Wu Tian. Hong Yun was indeed prepared to relinquish his seat. His grateful gaze even carried a hint of guilt towards Wu Tian, almost mirroring the sentiments Wu Tian had expressed earlier. Di Jiang, however, remained oblivious to the subtle guilt in Hong Yun and Appo's eyes, which stemmed from the notion that by giving up his seat to Wu Tian, it was the Wu clan that would bear the consequences. Hence the look. This only deepened Di Jiang and Appo's confusion. Everything was unfolding as Wu Tian had predicted. Why? When a moment arrived, did Wu Tian reject Hong Yun and Appo's offer? Previously, Wu Tian had been so eager to urge the ancestors to set forth. And after encountering such unforeseen events before the Zhixiao Palace, Di Jiang believed Wu Tian and Appo's intention was to secure a position within the palace. He had been so insistent before. Yet now he was pushing the seat away. What on earth was Wu Tian up to? Confronted with Di Jiang and Appo's perplexed expression, Wu Tian chuckled softly and discreetly conveyed, "Brother, do not rush. Let's wait a little longer." Just as Wu Tian had hoped, he indeed wished for Hong Yun to withstand all the pressure and resolutely refuse the seat. In doing so, the grand tide of the Hong Huang might naturally shift, potentially leading to the emergence of another saint in Hong Yun. As long as the Tao of Heaven and Appo's momentum transformed, it will be beneficial for the Wu clan. Even if Hong Yun ultimately succumbed to the pressure and wished to give up the seat, Wu Tian could not accept it at that moment. This represented the primordial purple energy. If Wu Tian were to accept it directly, would Hong Yun and Zhun Yuanzi harbor resentment after the third sermon? Would they believe he was merely exaggerating, thus being frightened into yielding? Therefore, even if Wu Tian desired to claim the seat, it must wait until the arrival of Jane and Zhuni, standing up when Hong Yun faced immense pressure. Accepting the seat and bearing the burden would ensure that even if they later understood the significance of the position, they would not harbor any grievances, and any resentment would only be directed towards Jane and Zhuni. Wu Tian would be seen as their ally. However, if I were to seize this seat, would Hong Jun truly allocate the primordial purple energy according to the previously established order? Doubt began to brew in Wu Tian and Appo's heart. The encounter with the Xiao Palace's formidable forces had already made Wu Tian realize that Hong Jun was not the archetype of an aloof Tao ancestor as he had imagined. The seating arrangement within the Xiao Palace was not a mere coincidence of fate. It was a scheme orchestrated by Hong Jun in the shadows. If Wu Tian were to take Hong Yun's seat, he would once again disrupt Hong Jun's allocation of the primordial purple energy. Could Hong Jun remain indifferent to such a violation? After a moment's contemplation, Wu Tian ultimately smiled, whispering to himself, "No matter. I had no intention of refining the primordial purple energy or severing my 3 corpses to attain sanctity. Even if I do not obtain the primordial purple energy, what of it? It could instead validate certain matters, which would be my greatest gain." Thus, Wu Tian ceased his inner turmoil. After hearing Wu Tian and Appo's words, Di Jiang, though still puzzled, no longer pressed the issue and instead nodded trustingly at Wu Tian. He quietly transmitted to Wu Tian, "Good. I have faith in you and our brothers and sisters. Whatever you plan, just go ahead. We shall support you from behind. I am eager to see if anyone dares to target you." With that, he cast a fierce glare towards the direction of the 3 purities, specifically at the figure of Yuan Shi Tianzun. The intensity of his gaze pierced through the air. Yuan Shi Tianzun furrowed his brow, and before he could speak, Tai Ching had already transmitted a message to his ear. "The sermon is about to commence. Hold on. Do not create unnecessary complications." Yuan Shi Tianzun could only suppress his anger. At this moment, the 3 purities were remarkably united and discreet. They had manifested since the beginning of creation. Yet during the Dragon Han calamity, they had scarcely made an appearance. They secluded themselves in Kunlun Mountain to cultivate, even waiting until they received the primordial purple energy before gradually becoming active in the Hong Huang. Thus, to speak of stability, the 3 purities were truly the epitome of steadiness. As time flowed, figures shot forth from the chaos, entering the Xiao Palace, yet the palace did not become crowded. The space within seemed to expand automatically, retaining an air of openness. Upon entering, everyone's gaze was immediately drawn to the front row of 7 individuals. The more attention they received, the more the pressure intensified, especially for Kun Peng, who felt as if he were sitting on needles. At that moment, he suddenly placed his hand on the chaos bell and quietly conveyed to Dijun, "Brother, shall we not act? There are only 7 seats in the first row of the Xiao Palace. I have observed, and these 7 seats resonate with Tao rhythm. There must be great opportunities." Wu Tian and the ancestors brought their own mats. Yet compared to the original 7 mats of the Xiao Palace, the difference was immediately apparent. He was already somewhat anxious. The more people there are, the more difficult it will be to act. Dijun frowned slightly. surveying the individuals in the front row before quietly responding. "And Oppos, it's not as simple as you think. The three purities and the ancestors go without saying. Fuxi and Nu are formidable as well. Even Hong Yun, the ancestors would likely protect him. At present, Wu Tian and Hong Yun remained silent, but Di Jun had witnessed the camaraderie among the three, which emboldened them to confront Yuan Shi Tianzun, showing no fear of opposing the three purities if they truly faced the 12 ancestors. Di Jun felt uncertain. Yet Tai E and Amp, Oppos, gaze fell upon Kuan Peng, and he boldly declared, "I was not referring to them. This Kuan Peng is isolated. Let's strike at him, forcing him to relinquish his seat. As long as one of us can secure a position, it suffices." His words could not suppress his eagerness to step forward. Kuan Peng sensed this and immediately bristled, turning to look at Di Jun and Tai E with eyes full of wariness. However, Di Jun swiftly restrained him. "Enough. The sermon is about to begin. Hong Jun might be watching in the shadows. It is best not to stir up any conflict at this time. If we miss the sermon because of this, will we not be losing greatly over a trivial matter?" The two golden crows on the sun star, Tai E was undeniably domineering. Yet, Di Jun possessed greater cunning and leadership qualities. Tai E was quite obedient to his elder brother and Oppos' words. Seeing Di Jun and Oppos' stance, Tai E hesitated for a moment, but ultimately retreated. Just as he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, two figures suddenly soared into the Zixiao Palace, revealing Jin and Zhuanti from the west. Upon entering, they swiftly scanned the surroundings, exchanging glances before heading straight to the front, directly towards Hong Yun and Kuan Peng. "Brother, not good. These two are about to make a move." Tai E felt a surge of anxiety, regretting that he had been dissuaded by Di Jun from acting earlier, now inadvertently benefiting Jin and Zhuanti. Di Jun and Oppos' eyes narrowed, yet a faint smile graced his lips. Jin and Zhuanti had arrived late, unaware of the camaraderie between Wu Tian, Hong Yun, and Zhen Yuanzi, nor of Wu Tian's boldness in confronting Yuan Shi. He immediately transmitted to Tai E, chuckling lightly, "Do not fret. A splendid show is about to unfold." Chapter 26. What are you? Upon hearing this, Tai E instantly comprehended Emperor Jun and Amp, Oppos' intent. His piercing gaze fell upon the two figures, Jin and Zhuanti, and a flicker of anticipation arose within him. At that moment, Wu Tian also sensed something amiss. He abruptly turned, directing his attention toward Jin and Zhuanti, his expression a blend of amusement and skepticism. Zhuanti and Amp, Oppos' steps came to a sudden halt. Who is this person? Why does he regard us with such an expression? Thoughts swirled in Zhuanti and Amp, Oppos' mind as he pondered rapidly. But he soon suppressed his musings. Gritting his teeth, he approached behind Hong Yun and Kuan Peng, his countenance transformed into one of profound sorrow, a visage of tragedy and desolation. "Alas! My brother and I have journeyed from the western realms, traversing a perilous and chaotic path. To our dismay, we have arrived at the Purple Cloud Palace so late that there is not even a seat available. Woe is us!" Truly, Zhuanti was capable of lowering his pride, as a few crystalline tears streamed down his cheeks, eliciting a sense of astonishment from Wu Tian. Meanwhile, Jin stood beside him, lamenting audibly. His naturally sorrowful demeanor required no tears to appear tragically pitiable. The others, upon hearing these words, frowned and cast disparaging glances at Jin and Zhuanti, their faces revealing a hint of disdain, accompanied by a chorus of quiet snorts. "Oomph. No seat means no seat, does it not? Does your misfortune justify your claim to a position in the Purple Cloud Palace? On what grounds? Jin and Zhuanti are primordial beings from the Western realms, and during the great catastrophe of Long Han, a fierce battle erupted between Hong Jun and Luo Hu, shattering the western heavens. The infamous extermination sword array, its formation diagram crafted by Luo Hu and Amp, Oppos' extraction of the West Earth and Amp, Oppos' veins for refining. One must consider, if even the Earth and Amp, Oppos' essence was drawn out for treasure crafting, the spiritual energy of the West would naturally be scarce, and life would be exceedingly thin rendering it desolate. However, what relevance does this bear upon the assembled company within the Purple Cloud Palace? These individuals owe nothing to the two brothers. As Xuanti and Apos, as lamentations echoed, a cascade of scornful gazes fell upon the two. Indeed, Xuanti possessed a steadfast heart and resilient intellect. In other words, he was remarkably thick-skinned, remaining unfazed by the myriad of peculiar stares directed at him. He continued to recount the sorrows of the West, detailing the hardships faced by the two brothers, all the while fixating intently on the silhouettes of Hong Yun and Kunpeng, his gaze imbued with palpable intensity, causing both to feel an unsettling discomfort. Hong Yun could not suppress a sigh of resignation. Trouble is upon us. Yet, recalling Wu Tian and Apos, as prior admonition, he gritted his teeth and resolved to endure, disregarding Xuanti and Apos' incessant prattle. At that moment, Xuanti unexpectedly summoned his powers, unleashing an invisible force that surged toward Hong Yun and Kunpeng, nearly toppling them from their seats. In an instant, both activated their own powers, forcing themselves to remain grounded, while Hong Yun turned with an expression of profound discontent toward Xuanti. Kunpeng lowered his head, gritting his teeth, his countenance dark and brooding. At this juncture, Zhen Yuanzi also reacted, frowning alongside Hong Yun as they regarded Xuanti, only to find his face suffused with a pleading expression, as if he had not been the one to initiate the earlier attack. I implore you, fellow Taoist, grant this seat to my brother and me. We shall be eternally grateful, and in the future, the beings of the Western realms will benefit from this discourse, and remember your kindness. Xuanti spoke softly, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Hong Yun, radiating a determination that suggested he would not cease until he achieved his aim. Hong Yun could not help but inhale sharply. Hiss! How shameless is Xuanti! Just moments ago, he launched a surprise assault, and now he acts as though nothing transpired. Such individuals are increasingly difficult to contend with. A flicker of anxiety gripped Hong Yun and Apos' heart. Should I resolutely refuse, it is not merely a matter of whether I and Zhen Yuanzi must engage in battle with them. Even preserving my seat would be fraught with peril. It would not bode well to have them targeting us. A sense of regret welled up within both Hong Yun and Zhen Yuanzi. It would have been better to have insisted earlier, offering the seat to Wu Tian. This would have spared us from his predicament. As they contemplated this, both instinctively turned to glance at Wu Tian, yet felt reluctant to voice their thoughts. Suggesting that Wu Tian take the seat would effectively place him in a position to confront them. Wu Tian, sensing the moment was ripe, felt a stir of determination. Although Xuanti was puzzled by Hong Yun and Zhen Yuanzi and Apos' gaze toward Wu Tian, he remained unperturbed. He had no impression of Wu Tian. If that were the case, he must not be a formidable figure. Xuanti was clearly inclined to target the weak. He would certainly not dare provoke the three pure ones, and even Fuxi and Yuhua. Upon witnessing Fuxi and Apos' resolute demeanor, would choose to retreat. As for Hutu, that was needless to say. Thus, his focus fell solely on Hong Yun and Kunpeng. Although Hong Yun had Zhen Yuanzi by his side, Xuanti was well aware of their character and deemed them unworthy of concern. With a light-hearted laugh, Xuanti declared, "If the two Taoists could grant this favor, my brother and I shall forever remember your kindness, indebted to you for this cause." He began to move towards Hong Yun. Then, Wu Tian suddenly extended his hand to block Xuanti, speaking in a calm, yet firm tone. "Hold on, seeking to usurp the seat of my friend Hong Yun. Have you sought my consent?" Jane and Xuanti's gazes shifted, their expressions darkening as they regarded Wu Tian with palpable hostility. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in my affairs?" Though they recognized Wu Tian was unfamiliar. Being seated among the ancestor witches, they sensed no sinister aura emanating from him, thus failing to regard him as a threat. Xuanti contemplated whether to teach this sudden interloper a lesson, hoping to intimidate Hong Yun and the others, using him as an example to compel them to relinquish their seats. Meanwhile, other early arriving formidable beings who had already discerned Wu Tian and Apos' identity displayed expressions of schadenfreude, taking a keen interest in Jane and Xuanti and Apos' predicament. Wu Tian remained unfazed by their imposing presence, speaking nonchalantly, My friend Hung Yun has long since relinquished this seat to me. If you wish to claim it, you must first seek my approval." Before he could finish, Zhuanti interrupted him with a cold huff, declaring, "What you say is inconsequential. Who do you think you are?" Before the seven treasures' mysterious tree could manifest, a dense wave of malice surged forth, forcing Zhuanti to involuntarily retreat a step. Emperor Jiang and the others stood up in unison. Emperor Jiang was unperturbed by the fact that they were in the Purple Cloud Palace, and without hesitation, he struck out at Zhuanti with a punch. Zhu Jiuyin immediately turned to confront Jian. The other ancestor witches, too, were poised for action, and an overwhelming sense of battle fervor ignited within the Purple Cloud Palace, stirring the blood and heightening the atmosphere. As the two great ancestor witches took action, Emperor Jiang's furious voice reverberated throughout the Purple Cloud Palace. "What are you, to dare bully my witch clan? Seeking death." Chapter 27. Zhuanti's surrender. A wave of astonishment swept through the Purple Cloud Palace as everyone turned their incredulous gaze toward the ancestral witches. They had not anticipated that Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin would truly dare to take action. Without a moment's hesitation, their audacity was overwhelming, showing no regard for the sanctity of the Purple Cloud Palace. After being struck unexpectedly, Jiayin and Zhuanti felt their magical powers surge chaotically, forcing them to retreat a few steps, their faces etched with shock as they looked towards the ancestral witches. Zhuanti's heart raced with fear. How dare they attack me? Even he had previously only used subtle force to push back Hong Yun and Kuan Peng, never daring to confront them openly. The directness of the ancestral witches was astonishing. Anger mingled with hesitation colored their expressions, and Jiayin and Zhuanti did not dare to retaliate. The ancestral witches dared to create chaos in the Purple Cloud Palace, seemingly indifferent to the forthcoming teachings. But for Jiayin and Zhuanti, the situation was entirely different. Di Jiang was in the sacred grounds of the saints. How could this be a place for the witch clan to act with such arrogance? Suddenly, Di Jiang took a step forward, advancing toward Jiayin and Zhuanti. An overwhelming aura of menace surged toward them, deepening their pallor. At that moment, Wu Tian stood up, intervening to restrain Di Jiang, and with a cheerful demeanor addressed Jiayin and Zhuanti. Though he wore a light smile, his words struck them with greater alarm. "You both speak truthfully. This Purple Cloud Palace is a place for teachings, not a battleground for us. Let this cause be noted for now. Once the teachings conclude, our witch clan shall journey to the Western world to settle today's affairs. What say you?" Jiayin and Zhuanti's expressions shifted dramatically. Wu Tian's words captured the attention of others, who had initially perceived him as lacking any sinister aura, always smiling. Who would have thought that upon speaking, the ancestral witches would assert their dominance? Some in the crowd murmured to themselves, "The witch clan is indeed domineering." Di Jun and Tai Yi, who had been eagerly awaiting the spectacle, exchanged glances filled with mirth. Di Jun's eyes seemed to say, "What do you think? Did I not warn you against action?" His gaze then drifted to the innermost depths of the Purple Cloud Palace, where Hong Jun had yet to appear, leaving Di Jun puzzled. Could it be that Saint Hong Jun truly remains indifferent? The ancestral witch's actions in the Purple Cloud Palace could be interpreted as a slight against him. How could Hong Jun remain so composed? In the depths of the Purple Cloud Palace, Hong Jun observed the unfolding chaos. His gaze was solemn, and his brow furrowed, even tighter. He was already displeased with the ancestral witches for nearly disrupting his previous schemes, compelling him to intervene. And now, they had returned? What was the witch clan and Appo's agenda? Why did they consistently defy the celestial designs? Hong Jun found himself utterly perplexed. According to his plans, it should have been Hong Yun yielding his seat to Jiayin and Zhuanti, followed by Kuan Peng being ousted. Only then could he bestow the primordial purple energy upon the two. It was not that Hong Jun favored Jiayin and Zhuanti, or that there was any destined bond between them. Rather, he had significant ties to the Western world. The strife between the Tao and the demons had nearly shattered the West, leaving it barren and lifeless. If Hong Jun wished to resolve the karmic ties, he would either need to oversee the Western world himself to mend its deficiencies or find someone to bear that burden. Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti were his chosen candidates. He had already resolved that after 3 teachings, he would merge with the Tao, and he could not allow his schemes to be disrupted. Yet, Hong Jun could not act against the ancestral witches. With a sigh, he lamented, "Alas, although being a saint is admirable, one must abide by the constraints of the celestial order." As the impending calamity approached, during the witch clan's flourishing days, Hong Jun could not personally dismantle this celestial momentum. After much internal struggle, he finally made up his mind. Meanwhile, after being threatened by Wu Tian, Jia-in, and Zhuan-Ti, under the scrutinizing gazes of the multitude within the Purple Cloud Palace, saw Zhuan-Ti and Amp, Appo's expression fluctuate. Ultimately, he resolved his thoughts and bowed respectfully toward Wu Tian. "Forgive us, fellow Taoist. My brother and I arrived late, and were unaware that Taoist Hong Yun had yielded his seat to you. We acted hastily in approaching Taoist Hong Yun for discussion. We hope for your understanding." After Zhuan-Ti and Appo's words, he and Jia-in bowed toward Wu Tian and the ancestral witches, their submissive demeanor rendering the once formidable ancestral witches momentarily bewildered. Di Jiang turned to Wu Tian. "Wu Tian, what is the matter with these two? Have they lost their wits? Despite the ancestral witches attacking them, they have completely reversed their stance and are now humbling themselves before them." Not only were the ancestral witches taken aback, but the crowd in the Purple Cloud Palace erupted into a murmur of disbelief. Many were astonished at how swiftly Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti had caved in after Wu Tian's mere admonition. Under such scrutiny, Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti remained unfazed, leaving Wu Tian both intrigued and contemplative, remarking to himself, "Indeed, just as the legends foretold." He cast a casual glance at Zhuan-Ti, offering a subtle nod, then gestured for the ancestral witches to take their seats. Being within the confines of the Purple Cloud Palace, Wu Tian chose not to press the matter with Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. In reality, Wu Tian felt an even greater apprehension toward Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti. According to the course of events, these two would eventually attain the status of saints, which did not concern Wu Tian. However, if these saints were devoid of decorum, unbound by rules, that would indeed be troublesome. After all, a thief can only thrive for so long. How could one defend against 2 thieves of saintly caliber? Yet, Wu Tian was not the only one harboring such thoughts. Tai Qing, Fu Shi, Di Jun, and others also regarded Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti with newfound wariness, although they were unaware of the grand scheme. Nor did they know that Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti would eventually become saints. They instinctively felt a sense of caution toward them. Di Jun subtly conveyed, "These two possess the ability to adapt. They will undoubtedly achieve great heights, and the primal chaos shall have a place for them." Tai Yi, whose domineering nature found the conduct of Zhuan-Ti distasteful, held unwavering faith in Di Jun, but could not refrain from retorting, "In the pursuit of the Tao, one must forge ahead without hesitation." With their disposition, just a slight threat from Wu Tian, and Zhuan-Ti immediately bows in apology. How can they possibly achieve anything? Di Jun, amused by his brother's obstinacy, shook his head. "You do not comprehend. Sometimes, retreating is a form of advancement, and showing weakness is a strategy for concealment." If those words were spoken by anyone else, it would bear little consequence. But coming from the witch clan, they could genuinely take action to obstruct others in the Western world, without a doubt. After the teachings conclude, it is an opportune time for cultivation. If they were to persist in defying the ancestral witches, even without risking their lives, they would still hinder their own progress. Moreover, while the Western world may block others, can they obstruct the journey to the Purple Cloud Palace? By the time the next teachings arrive, will they even be able to attend properly? In light of this, although Zhuan-Ti's approach may seem somewhat shameful, it was indeed the most prudent and secure course of action. Surrendering before the ancestral witches is not a disgrace. Chapter 28. Red Cloud's generosity after experiencing setback. Jane and Zhuan-Ti dared not provoke further trouble and chose to distance themselves from the ancestral witches, instead positioning themselves behind the 3 pure ones, taking their seats behind Taiji and Yuan Shi Tianzun. Taiji and Amp, Appo's brows twitched slightly, yet he remained silent. Once Jane and Zhuanti had withdrawn, Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud, and even Kunpeng breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a significant weight lift from their hearts. Red Cloud quickly stood up, addressing Wu Tian. "Friend Wu, you should take this seat." Wu Tian had just defended him, and it was only fitting that Red Cloud relinquish his place. Moreover, after the recent events, both Zhang Yuanzi and Red Cloud sensed the profound karma entwined with this seat, which they were reluctant to entangle themselves with. As Red Cloud spoke, Zhang Yuanzi nodded in agreement. Wu Tian felt a stir in his heart, but politely declined. "It matters not. After this ordeal, none will dare trouble you again. Just sit comfortably." He was curious. Had Red Cloud not relinquished his seat, and thus not diminished his own fortune, would the subsequent events of Red Cloud and Appo's demise and reincarnation as Shenong still have unfolded? Additionally, Kunpeng remained seated, having lost no position and harboring no resentment towards Red Cloud. Would he still ambush Red Cloud in the future? Nevertheless, Red Cloud was resolute. "No. You have taken a stand for me, and if I remain in this seat, it would render your defense insincere, inviting scrutiny upon our clan." Ignoring Wu Tian and Appo's protests, he rose and took a seat beside Jin Yuanzi, his expression instantly transforming into one of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. What more could Wu Tian say? Yet he did not intend to occupy the seat himself. He had no interest in the primordial purple energy, nor did he wish to follow the path of severing the three corpses. Now, as Wu Tian bore the laws of the 12 ancestral witches, he was destined to walk the path of Pangu, validating his way through sheer power. This validation was not merely through the laws of strength or the great Tao, but through achieving the pinnacle of personal might and demonstrating his path with overwhelming strength. Furthermore, Wu Tian mused that even if he were to take the seat, given the previous interference from Hong Jun, he might not receive the primordial purple energy as originally intended. The distribution of this energy was ultimately at Hong Jun and Appo's discretion. Contemplating this, Wu Tian turned to Di Jiang and chuckled. "Brother, why not take the seat yourself?" Without a moment's hesitation, Di Jiang waved his hand and replied with a smile, "Forget it. I have no primordial spirit, and even if there were heavenly opportunities, what difference would it make?" Had it not been for Wu Tian and Appo's insistence, they would hardly have bothered to come to the Zhixiao Palace at all. Wu Tian nodded slightly, then turned to Xianming. "Sister Xianming, why not you take the seat?" Just as Xianming was about to refuse, Di Jiang interjected with a laugh. "I knew it. You and Xianming, along with Hutu, are quite close. Any good fortune will certainly find its way to them." The first seat of the witch clan had gone to Hutu, and granting the second seat to Xianming seemed fitting. Xuanming's pale, serene face flushed slightly at his words, and she shot Di Jiang an exasperated glance before retorting, "But I have no primordial spirit either." Yet Wu Tian was undeterred. He reached out with an unseen force, and, while Xianming spoke, drew her over, placing his hands on her shoulders and guiding her into the seat. "What is there to ponder? Sister Xianming, just sit comfortably." Feeling the warmth from his hands, Xianming quickly channeled her energy to push him away. They had fought countless times, skin to skin, yet this encounter felt entirely different, as if Wu Tian and Appo's hands radiated an unusual heat. After rebuffing his grasp, Xianming did not rise to refuse again. Instead, she glanced at Hutu, who wore a knowing smile. "Am I not allowed to sit if my sister Hutu is seated?" This place is arranged by Wu Tian. After all her efforts in training him and tending to his battle skills, it is only fair that he returns the favor, she thought. With that, Xianming turned back and nodded gently to Wu Tian. The onlookers in the Zhixiao Palace watched the ancestral witches and Appo's mutual humility, their eyes brimming with envy. The coveted seats appeared trivial to the witches. Zhuanti sighed softly, feeling somewhat bemused. "If you do not value this seat, why make such a fuss to claim it from me?" Red Cloud, who had relinquished his seat, was momentarily stunned, staring back at Zhang Yuanzi, both sharing a bittersweet smile. Red Cloud internally sighed. He had initially felt reluctant, even pondering if Wu Tian had come specifically for this seat. However, that thought dissipated replaced by a profound sense of guilt. With Xianming seated, the final three positions were filled: Xianming, Kunpeng, and Hetu. Di Jiang fixed an intense gaze upon Kunpeng and Amp. Oppose. back. Wu Tian, should we? He gestured menacingly towards Kunpeng, a faint aura of menace emanating from him, causing Kunpeng to shudder. Wu Tian pondered briefly and decided against it. It seemed unnecessary. Amusingly, in the grand scheme of things, Kunpeng had been an unfortunate soul, having finally secured a seat only to have it snatched away by Jin and Junti. Lacking the strength to retaliate against them, he had vented his frustration on Red Cloud. Yet Wu Tian's intervention had inadvertently benefited Kunpeng. Due to the previous conflicts, no one dared to confront Kunpeng, not knowing if the ancestral witches would intervene again. Di Jiang nodded, retracting his threatening demeanor, which immediately alleviated the pressure on Kunpeng. He exhaled deeply, glancing at Wu Tian with an inexplicable emotion. After a long silence, Kunpeng finally spoke, quietly acknowledging, "Today Kunpeng owes you a favor, my friend. This karma shall be repaid in the future." Wu Tian looked at Kunpeng, a smile breaking across his face. Indeed, Kunpeng had accrued significant karma today, not merely for the seat beneath him. During his earlier humiliation, Yuanshi Tianzun had uttered a notorious line, belittling Kunpeng for being unworthy to sit with them. Now, with the tide turned, Kunpeng had escaped the fate of disgrace. Wu Tian said nothing further, simply smiling and nodding at Kunpeng, then directing his gaze forward, patiently awaiting Hongjun and Appo's arrival and the commencement of the teachings. Chapter 29. The arrival of Hongjun and the lecture following this. Wu Tian remained contemplative. He had undergone numerous transformations regarding the discourse at the Purple Cloud Palace. Though many aspects remained unchanged, he no longer felt the need to impose his will. Instead, Wu Tian found himself pondering. Given the current circumstances, neither Jin nor Junti had secured their seats, while Xianming and Kunpeng had, and intriguingly, Kunpeng bore no ill toward Hongyun. How would the unfolding events transpire? Would Hongjun genuinely bestow the primordial purple energy upon Xianming and Kunpeng? Or would he adhere to the established order and grant it to Jin and Junti? Anticipation swelled within Wu Tian and Appo's heart. As time progressed, fewer and fewer individuals arrived at the Purple Cloud Palace. The 3,000-year deadline was fast approaching. Suddenly, Wu Tian felt a stirring within him. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards the front, where a figure sat in solemnity, his demeanor exceedingly indifferent, enveloped in an aura of profound Tao resonance. Above him hovered a jade-colored disk, from which emanated rays of law-like power, connecting to the void behind. "Hongjun!" Wu Tian exclaimed silently within. The jade disk was none other than the creation jade plate. He realized he had been entirely oblivious to Hongjun and Appo's arrival, as if Hongjun had been seated there all along, only now coming to his attention. At that moment, Hongjun's profound gaze met Wu Tian's. Wu Tian felt as if struck by lightning. His spirit jolted awake, and instantaneously, his own magical power began to flow autonomously, while the primordial measuring ruler erupted with a golden light within his consciousness. The marks upon his soul flickered subtly. Wu Tian and Appo's celestial mechanisms and fortunes were abruptly subdued by the primordial measuring ruler, disturbed by the essence of Pangu within his soul. Hongjun and Appo's eyes shifted slightly, and he sighed inwardly, retracting his gaze in an instant. Why did Wu Tian possess such fortuitous destiny? How could he be shielded by a treasure of immense merit? Hongjun found himself speechless. Though he possessed a multitude of treasures, he had yet to obtain even a single artifact of merit. Such treasures were remnants of Pangu's legacy, inherently intertwined with Pangu and Appo's true essence. Just as he was aware that Taiji possessed the celestial tower, he had never coveted such a treasure of merit. Due to the suppression of this treasure, in that fleeting moment of insight, Hongjun failed to achieve his aim and had no choice but to relinquish his intentions. He had initially thought to subtly probe Wu Tian and Appo's secrets while he remained unaware, but now he could only extinguish such thoughts. It would not do to be too overt. After becoming a saint of the Tao, Hongjun realized that while he could draw upon the power of the Tao, he was bound by even greater constraints. Previously, he could have acted without restraint, probing Wu Tian and Appo's secrets with impunity, even suppressing him with overwhelming force. Now, however, he must abide by the rules of the Tao. As a saint of the Tao, he had become part of its very fabric. Any disruption of these rules would be tantamount to folly. As the pressure dissipated, Wu Tian furrowed his brow, casting a keen gaze towards Hongjun. He understood that this was no mere unintended display of saintly pressure. It was a deliberate probe from Hongjun. Yet what could he do? At this moment, Hongjun had already averted his gaze, adopting an air of indifference as if nothing had transpired. Wu Tian could only mutter to himself, concealing his displeasure within. At this juncture, others also recognized Hongjun's arrival, sparking a flurry of commotion within the Purple Cloud Palace. Followed by the chorus of respectful greetings. We pay our respects to Saint Hongjun. Thank you for imparting your teachings to us. Hongjun responded with a gentle acknowledgement, his demeanor unperturbed by the ancestral witches and Appo's attitudes, surveying the 7 seats before him. He spoke nonchalantly. Henceforth, let it be arranged this way. The crowd promptly acquiesced. Hongjun then directed his attention towards the grand entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace, addressing 2 young attendants. The time has come. Children, close the doors. The 2 exquisitely carved attendants, 1 male and 1 female, rose in unison, bowing before Hongjun before proceeding to shut the palace doors. Wu Tian observed with curiosity. In his eagerness to secure a seat, he had neglected to acknowledge these 2 attendants, the legendary Hao Qian and Yao Qi. Despite their seemingly unassuming appearance, being chosen as Hongjun and Appo's attendants surely indicated their exceptional stature. In the future, Hao Qian would ascend to the position of Heavenly Emperor, governing the celestial realm. Even the calamity of the divine decree was instigated by Hao Qian's complaints. Disciples of the 3 teachings often underestimated Hao Qian, yet they forgot that he too had been present to hear the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace. Technically speaking, he was a classmate of Taiji and the others. What right did they have to look down upon him? Reflecting on this, Wu Tian, Kuden, and Appo's helped but feel a tinge of sarcasm, yet upon recalling his own status, he ultimately suppressed a smile. He was now an ancestral witch. The more chaos within the Xianmen, the more advantageous it was for him. Soon, the grand doors of the Purple Cloud Palace closed, and all eyes turned with fervent anticipation towards Hongjun, their thirst for knowledge almost palpable. Hongjun did not keep them in suspense, offering a simple opening statement and clarifying his purpose for speaking at the Purple Cloud Palace. I am the saint of the Tao. It is my duty to enlighten the myriad beings of the wilderness and maintain the operation of the Tao. Thus I have come to impart teachings to you. After these words, Hongjun and Appo's aura shifted dramatically. The resonance of the Tao spread throughout the Purple Cloud Palace, creating boundless phenomena manifesting in the void. Wu Tian promptly focused his mind. In the next moment, ethereal sounds resonated. My Tao is the celestial path of freedom. After becoming a saint of the Tao, to advance further, one must not only cultivate and comprehend personally, but also engage in the contest for fortune and merit, accumulating them. The dissemination of teachings serves as the most effective means. Consequently, Hongjun intended to utilize the opportunity of lecturing at the Purple Cloud Palace to propagate his celestial path, ideally spreading it across the entire wilderness. The more practitioners of the celestial path, the greater the augmentation of Hongjun and Appo's power as the master of the celestial path. Every breakthrough made by those practicing the celestial path would serve to expand the boundaries of his teachings. To put it in simpler terms, it was akin to a modern-day corporation where employees strive to generate results and advance within the company, ultimately enriching the chairman, unless one could establish their own venture. This was akin to forging one and Appo's own path. Alternatively, building upon this foundation to establish one's own path resembled the internal incubation of a subsidiary. While one must relinquish a portion of shares, they still retain considerable autonomy. In the future, Taiji would achieve sainthood through the golden elixir path, Yuan Shi through the talisman's path, and Tong Tian through the array path, each in their own right. As per Hong Jun and Amp. Appo's teachings, the realms within the wilderness were delineated as celestial immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, supreme golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal. And above that, the primordial golden immortal and the primordial great Luo golden immortal. This classification of celestial realms would later become an accepted norm throughout the wilderness. A quasi-saint was defined as a primordial golden immortal, while a saint corresponded to a primordial great Luo golden immortal. However, it was crucial to distinguish. All saints must be primordial great Luo golden immortals, yet not all primordial great Luo golden immortals were saints. Only by attaining the primordial truth and entrusting one's spirit to the Tao could one attain the status of a saint, thereby receiving the Tao's blessings, rendering them immortal and indestructible. Upon hearing this, the attendees within the Purple Cloud Palace nodded in understanding. They finally grasped the concept of a saint, their eyes gleaming with eagerness. Yearning to inquire, how does one attain sainthood? Chapter 30. The conclusion of the first sermon. In this sermon, Hong Jun commenced from the celestial realm. As he elucidated the path of immortality, the Xixiao Palace was gradually enveloped in a magnificent spectacle, with golden lotuses emerging from the earth and celestial flowers cascading from above. Countless streams of spiritual energy converged, and the laws of the universe danced like ribbons in the air. The assembly was entranced. Even Wu Tian, who had intended to cultivate according to the methods of the witch clan, seeking to prove his path through sheer strength, listened with rapt attention. The stones from other mountains could be used to polish jade. The sound of the Tao resonated in their ears, giving rise to innumerable insights within their hearts. As Hong Jun expounded on the cultivation of immortality, Wu Tian began to validate his own practices internally, his 9 revolutions primordial skill resonating powerfully. A sense of yearning emerged within his physical form. Even his primordial spirit radiated brilliance, as the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler within him slowly turned, emitting streams of profound golden light. Instantly, an overwhelming force of devouring energy manifested as the vital essence of the Xixiao Palace surged forth, consumed by Wu Tian. A colossal vortex formed above his head, resembling a funnel, drawing in countless celestial flowers and golden lotuses. At this moment, Wu Tian was not merely cultivating his primordial spirit. Instead, under the boundless resonance of the Tao, his physical body, spirit, and primordial spirit all cultivated in unison. The 9 revolutions primordial skill indeed proved to be the most formidable method, with no discrepancies among the 3. The spiritual energy was refined by Wu Tian's physical form. The profound power of the laws made the imprints upon his spirit flicker anew, swiftly engraving fresh insights and deepening his understanding of the laws. With the enhancement of his spirit and body, his primordial spirit experienced rapid growth, compared to the likes of the 3 pure ones. The commotion caused by Wu Tian's cultivation was not particularly significant. However, it did catch Hong Jun's attention. His voice faltered momentarily, and he cast a surprised glance at Wu Tian. How could this be? Is he not of the witch clan? Hong Jun felt a deep sense of confusion. He increasingly perceived the extraordinary qualities of this Wu Tian, as if he were shrouded in layers of mist. The witch clan cultivates through heavy, turbulent energies, which should inherently repel the ethereal essence of innate spiritual energy. How could Wu Tian and Appo's, as cultivation proceeds so smoothly? Is he truly a member of the witch clan? With a thought, Hong Jun's discourse resumed, turning his gaze towards Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, anticipating their reactions. Each of the ancestral witches sat uneasily, as if pricked by thorns beneath them, observing their expressions. Had the great doors of Xixiao Palace not been closed, these individuals might have attempted to flee. Hong Jun nodded slightly. This is the true witch clan. Then he glanced at Xianming and Hetu. A hint of profound significance appeared in his gaze. Although Hetu had long since manifested a primordial spirit, which was unexpected for Hong Jun, he ultimately had not strayed too far from the grand trend of the Tao. However, Xianming was a different case. Under Wu Tian's remarkable actions, Xianming had secured a seat within Zhixiao Palace. As Hong Jun began his sermon, the mat beneath him radiated a thick resonance of the Tao, swiftly suppressing his heavy, malevolent energy. Countless streams of innate spiritual energy flowed into his being, no longer being consumed by the overpowering malevolent aura of his physical form, but rather, according to the intricate pathways of the profound art, began to circulate within him. This continuously condensed the power of his spirit. The embryonic form of his primordial spirit was on the verge of emergence. Alas, it is uncertain whether the changes in the Tao are truly happening or if it was always meant to be this way. Hong Jun sighed once more within his heart. He then closed his eyes slowly, continuing to elaborate on his carefree path of immortality. Before long, 10,000 years had passed. Upon concluding his discourse on the cultivation of the great Luo golden immortal realm, Hong Jun spoke in a calm tone. Those at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal, having perfected their own laws and comprehended their path, may ascend to the quasi-saint realm. With this, his voice abruptly ceased. The resonant energies and laws that pervaded the Zhixiao Palace gradually dissipated. The assembly appeared as if awakening from a dream, gradually regaining their senses from the insights into the great Tao, looking up at Hong Jun with expressions of bewilderment. Is this truly the end? What about the quasi-saint? How does one break through to the quasi-saint? Please continue. Before they could voice their thoughts, Hong Jun and Amp, Appo's voice echoed once more. 10,000 years have passed. This sermon concludes here. We shall reconvene in 3,000 years for the second sermon, where I will elucidate how to attain the quasi-saint. After saying this, he cast a sweeping glance over the crowd. His figure gradually faded away. Though the hearts of the assembly felt as if they were being tormented by a monkey's paw, they refrained from pursuing further inquiries, merely filled with anticipation as they bowed in gratitude to Hong Jun for his enlightening sermon. At that moment, two young acolytes rose, and the doors of Zhixiao Palace slowly opened. Finally, it has come to an end. Ancestor Zhu Rong could not help but rise, stretching languidly. The other listeners cast disapproving glances at the ancestral witches. Feeling a sense of indignation, we would have preferred Hong Jun to elaborate further. How can you exhibit such an attitude, were it not for the fear of retribution? Some might have wished to educate the ancestral witches properly. Zhu Rong shifted his gaze, displaying a hint of disdain. What are you looking at? Is there a problem? Those who come here are all innate deities. Those without their own path should not bother with this carefree path of immortality, forsaking their own foundations. Huh! Wu Tian, while calming his own power, suddenly turned to Zhu Rong with an expression of astonishment. Oh, this Zhu Rong actually managed to contemplate such matters? Normally, Zhu Rong is the most impetuous, often being the one most chastised by Emperor Jiang due to his temperament. Yet at this moment, he was still somewhat indiscreet. But his words were not without merit. It seems I still do not know my brothers well enough. In the grand scheme of things, the ancestral witches are not devoid of intellect. However, under the overwhelming might of the celestial laws and the calculations of the saints, even if they wished to struggle and resist, what could they accomplish? Di Jun, Fu Shi, and others, recognized for their remarkable talents and wisdom, have also faced their downfalls. Have they not? Just then, Zhu Rong suddenly exclaimed, "Not good. The two from the west have slipped away." Wu Tian and Amp, Appo's contemplation was abruptly interrupted, and he turned to look at the dwelling of Jian and Juanti. Indeed, their figures were nowhere to be seen. Glancing back at the doors of Zhixiao Palace, he could only observe two beams of golden light shooting into the chaos. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Oh! They fled rather swiftly. The others, still present, frowned at this scene, initially displeased with Zhu Rong's outspoken remarks within Zhixiao Palace. They now dared not cast reproachful glances in his direction. Jian and Juanti had evaded them. Who would dare provoke them? Chapter 31. A bountiful harvest, an enhanced power. To be frank, Wu Tian had never truly contemplated how to deal with them. After delivering his teachings, confronting the two felt akin to a school dismissal, an unnecessary endeavor. After all, Both Jane and Juanti possessed considerable fortune. Even if the ancestral witches were to strike, they could not vanquish them. It would be wiser to take note of everything and wait for the right moment when the consequences had escalated, delivering a decisive blow to them all at once. Even if they survived, it was essential to make them suffer. At that moment, Emperor Jiang turned his gaze towards the entrance of the Zixiao Palace, snorting as he spoke. Do they think they can escape? If we truly wish to teach them a lesson, we could simply pursue them to the Western world. Do they believe they can remain there indefinitely? He then raised an eyebrow at Wu Tian. Shall we? Shall we settle the score now? Emperor Jiang's voice resonated loudly throughout the Zixiao Palace, causing the remaining occupants to change their expressions dramatically. Some, overwhelmed with fear, bowed their heads and hurried towards the palace's exit, anxious to avoid attracting the ancestral witch's attention. Such resentment, such recklessness, they simply could not afford to provoke them. Wu Tian chuckled helplessly and said, "Let us put this down for now. We shall spare them for the time being and settle the scores later. We must return swiftly to see how our sons are faring. We have been away for quite some time." Upon hearing this, the ancestral witches grew anxious as well. Indeed, we must hurry back. They had set out to deliver teachings 3,000 years prior, and the discourse had lasted for 10,000 years. Despite their many reminders before departing, the ancestral witches still harbored lingering concerns. Without further ado, they abandoned thoughts of causing trouble and hastened towards the exit. Wu Tian felt a similar urgency. Before coming, he had instructed Jiufeng and Ho Yi to wander near Buzhou Mountain to search for traces of the primal gourd vine. He wondered if they had succeeded. At that moment, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun promptly approached Wu Tian, smiling as they said, "Dao's friend Wu Tian, we are immensely grateful for your assistance earlier. My brother and I cannot express our gratitude enough. Jin Yuanzi has nothing of value to offer. But how about visiting my Wuzhuang temple to discuss the Dao while enjoying some ginseng fruit?" The two felt indebted to the ancestral witches for their support, but were at a loss for how to repay them. Hence their invitation featuring the ginseng fruit. Wu Tian was indeed intrigued by the ginseng fruit, one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots that bloomed once every 3,000 years, bearing fruit every 3,000 years, with only 30 fruits per cycle. Yet, he did not agree immediately. Instead, he replied with a smile, "Perhaps next time." "I assure you next time." Emperor Jiang and the others were already eager to return. Wu Tian felt the same, especially since the interval since their last teachings had been short, merely 3,000 years, not accounting for the time spent traversing the chaos. Thus, he politely declined. After all, the ginseng fruit would still be there. Even if he waited until after the teachings to visit, it would be fine. Jin Yuanzi, having heard their earlier conversation, smiled and said, "That is understandable. You all are vastly different from my brother and me, with your grand enterprises. We will remember this debt of gratitude in our hearts. And we shall see you again at the next teachings. When you have leisure time, we will welcome you at Wuzhuang Temple." With that, he bowed to Wu Tian and bid farewell to Emperor Jiang and the ancestral witches. Although the ancestral witches were known for their tempers, they recognized the goodwill of Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, nodding in agreement with smiles. Once the two departed, Emperor Jiang chuckled lightly, saying, "Those two are not bad. Aside from being a bit soft in character, they have no significant flaws." Wu Tian nodded in agreement with a smile. The ancestral witches and Oppos, disdain for the brothers and Oppos, gentleness stemmed from the fact that they had yet to be pushed to their limits. Once that time came, they would realize the true nature of these two. In the grand scheme of things, Hong Yun had once self-destructed his soul to perish alongside Kunpeng and others, shattering even the primordial purple energy. Was that not fierce enough? Moreover, Jin Yuanzi had connected with the earthly boundary of the Hongwang realm. Thus, it could only be said that the two were still quite naive, lacking an understanding of the fundamental operational logic of Hongwang. Social nuances were one aspect, but they were predicated upon sufficient strength. Wu Tian then turned his gaze to the others. At that moment, the Sanqing, Fuxi, and Yuhua had also risen. Upon meeting Wu Tian and Oppos' gaze, Yuansher let out a humph and turned away, while Fuxi and Yuan nodded with faint smiles, curiosity glimmering in their eyes. After acknowledging Fuxi and Yuhua, Wu Tian said, "Brothers, let us depart." He then followed the ancestral witches towards the entrance of the Zixiao Palace. As they passed by Hao Yin Tongzi, Wu Tian paused momentarily to scrutinize him. Hao Yin, taken aback, still managed to greet Wu Tian, saying, "I respectfully send off my fellow Taoist." Wu Tian nodded with a smile, a mischievous thought suddenly surfacing in his mind. He raised his hand and tousled Hao Yin into Appo's hair, playfully rumpling it and saying, "Little one, do your best. I have high hopes for you." Hao Yin and Appo's expression turned indignant, preparing to chastise Wu Tian for his impudence. However, in the next moment, he noticed 2 drops of fierce beast essence blood fall before him, glimmering ominously. Essence blood of a fierce beast at the Deluo golden immortal level? Hao Yin quickly looked up, but all he could see was Wu Tian's rapidly receding figure, vanishing into the chaos with a flash of azure light. This witch tribe is quite peculiar. Hao Qian pondered, shaking his head as he gazed deeper into the Zixiao Palace. Noticing that Hong Jun did not intervene, a smile spread across his face as he swiftly collected the 2 drops of essence blood. He even found a moment to signal to Yao Qi across from him, saying, "Fear not, we shall each take a drop." Within the chaos, Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin maintained the barrier, swiftly traversing towards the Hongwang realm. Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin gazed intently, their expressions serious. "Earlier, amidst the crowd, we refrained from questioning you. How fruitful was your experience during this discourse? Have you made any progress?" The ancestral witch's eyes first fell upon Wu Tian before shifting to Xianming and Hetu. Wu Tian smiled and replied, "Allow me to speak first. Although Hongjuan's teachings on the cultivation of immortality differ from our personal paths, they hold immense significance for our own practices. The paths of cultivation are each unique in their intricacies, yet their essence remains the same. Through Hongjun's elucidation of the immortal path, Wu Tian reaffirmed this understanding. It essentially involves refining one's energy, absorbing the primordial essence of the universe as one's own power. Subsequently, one must comprehend and inscribe the laws, ultimately weaving them into a path once perfected. All paths seek to seize the opportunities of the universe and cultivate oneself. Though Wu Tian's cultivation method diverged from the immortal path, it bore many points of reference, coupled with the celestial power that accompanied the teachings in Zixiao Palace. His gains were indeed significant. Originally, after refining the essence blood of the ancestral dragon and receiving assistance from the ancestral witches in the chaos, Wu Tian's inscription of the laws had reached a level of 20%. Following this discourse, his progress doubled, reaching an impressive 40%. His physical prowess had ascended to the mid-stage of the Deluo golden immortal realm, while his primordial spirit attained the early stage of the same level. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jiang appeared contemplative, silently estimating Wu Tian's current strength. Meanwhile, the impatient Zhu Rong interjected, "Enough of these abstract discussions. Realms do not fully represent strength. Just tell us, how long can you endure under the support of Pangu's true form?" Chapter 32. The transformation of Xianming. Wu Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the battles in the primordial chaos are not merely contests of individual realms. They hinge upon comprehensive strength, including physical prowess, divine abilities, magical power, and spiritual treasures, all of which significantly influence actual combat effectiveness. The ancestral witches are primarily concerned with the true form of Pangu, which is precisely why Zhu Rong made such a statement. This piqued the curiosity of everyone present. Wu Tian mused internally. Perhaps I can endure for about a quarter of an hour. Upon his declaration, the eyes of the ancestral witches sparkled with excitement. From a moment a punch was thrown with the true form of Pangu to now being able to endure under its influence, this represents a monumental advancement. Naturally, they were immensely pleased. However, Wu Tian was also aware that what he possessed was merely a shadow of Pangu's true form. He had not yet truly transformed into it. There was still a long way to go. He silently murmured to himself, "I suppose it will only be when I attain the status of a Hongyuan de Luo Jinxian that I can genuinely embody the true form of Pangu. There is no need to rush. Steady cultivation is the way forward." At present, Wu Tian's role within the witch clan is that of a strategist and advisor. He still has ample time to cultivate during the impending calamity. There are 2 more teachings to come. With each session, he could engrave 2 parts of the principles. If he capitalizes on 2 more opportunities, he will at least reach 80% completion. Thus, after 3 teachings, Wu Tian could potentially attain the late stage of the Luo Jingxian. Di Jiang nodded with a smile, clearly satisfied. The previously arduous events in the Zhixiao Palace were swiftly forgotten, brushed aside with indifference. After Wu Tian spoke, everyone turned their attention to Xianming and Hutu. Hutu smiled gently, revealing her primordial spirit, which astonishingly had already reached the mid-stage of the Luo Jingxian. She looked at Wu Tian with gratitude sparkling in her eyes, softly stating, "Wu Tian is correct. That seat indeed holds great opportunity." During the teachings, the power of the heavenly Tao continuously enhances one's being, suppressing malevolent energy and allowing for swifter cultivation of the primordial spirit. At this point, everyone suddenly gazed at Xianming, following Hutu's assertion. Could it be that Xianming also cultivated a primordial spirit under the influence of the seat? Xianming did not disappoint. He nodded slowly, "Indeed, I too have cultivated a primordial spirit." This revelation filled Wu Tian with immense joy. Really? If this is true, the witch clan would possess 3 beings with primordial spirits, greatly impacting their lineage. It is not to say that the path of the primordial spirit is superior to that of the ancestral witches refining their physical forms. Rather, with a primordial spirit, one can comprehend the mysteries of the heavens. Even if the physical body were to perish in the future, one could escape through the primordial spirit. Xianming's expression grew peculiar. As a thought crossed his mind, he released his primordial spirit from his spiritual platform, allowing it to hover above his head, and then spoke softly. "However, my primordial spirit seems to be in a rather precarious state." Wu Tian quickly turned his gaze towards Xianming and Appo's primordial spirit, which, no larger than 3 inches, bore an uncanny resemblance to Xianming himself, resembling a diminutive figurine. The only distinction was a hint of ethereality. From Wu Tian's perception, this primordial spirit currently only possessed the realm of a golden immortal, emanating the aura of Xuanming's laws, while heavy malevolent energy relentlessly battered against it, gradually wearing down the spirit and Appo's strength, rendering it somewhat dim. Wu Tian instantly comprehended the predicament Xianming faced. Unlike Hutu, who had previously amassed a wealth of merit that formed a protective wheel around her primordial spirit, shielding it from malevolent energy, Xianming lacked such a safeguard. Thus, upon leaving the cushions of the Zhixiao Palace, Xuanming's unrestrained malevolent energy swiftly gained the upper hand, beginning to erode the primordial spirit that should not have existed. Di Jiang pondered momentarily. Unable to devise a suitable solution, he naturally wished to prevent Xianming from failing at this critical juncture. He turned to Wu Tian and inquired, "What shall we do now?" Wu Tian felt a flicker of inspiration. From his physical form, a ray of golden light burst forth. With a swift motion, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler descended, landing atop Xuanming's primordial spirit, slowly rotating like the hand of a clock, continuously showering it with golden yellow light. As this transformation occurred, the dense malevolent energy that had been obscuring the primordial spirit was instantaneously repelled, and Xianming and Appo's primordial spirit regained some of its vitality, no longer appearing so listless. However, Xianming and Appo's expression shifted. "But this is your treasure. If you give it to me, what will you use yourself?" As she spoke, she reached up to retrieve the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, intending to return it to Wu Tian. Wu Tian quickly grasped Xianming and Appo's icy hand. "Do not worry. I never said I would permanently relinquish the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. I merely intend to use it temporarily to suppress your predicament. This opportunity to cultivate a primordial spirit is hard-earned. I cannot simply watch it be extinguished." Xuanming's arms struggled slightly. In truth, her physical strength far surpassed Wu Tian and Appo's. Yet at this moment, she did not break free, a hint of crimson flushing her cheeks. At this juncture, Wu Tian smiled and reassured her. Fear not. This issue is simple. I will find you a treasure capable of safeguarding your primordial spirit, ideally one that harmonizes with your own laws. At that point, you can return the Hongming Liangtian ruler to me. The ancestral witches have already bestowed their essence upon me. Surely, I can afford to lend you the Hongming Liangtian ruler without hesitation. Xianming ultimately nodded slightly. Very well. Subsequently, she exerted a subtle force, freeing Wu Tian and Appo's hand, and with a thought, drew her primordial spirit back into her body. The Hongming Liangtian ruler vanished alongside it. After completing these actions, Xianming regarded Wu Tian with a look of indescribable sentiment. At this moment, Huitu's eyes glimmered. Her gaze flitted between Wu Tian and Xianming. And then she smiled brightly. Sister Xianming truly has an eye for people. Her previous concerns were not in vain. Xianming shot a sharp glare in her direction. The ancestral witches erupted in laughter upon witnessing this exchange. Wu Tian, oblivious to the silent communication between the two, had already fallen into contemplation, repeatedly ruminating which innate spiritual treasure would be most suitable. The witch clan currently possesses very few treasures. It is not that the ancestral witches are impoverished, but rather that they have never prioritized or collected various treasures. However, it matters not, as long as there is an appropriate innate treasure for Xianming. The ancestral witches can seize it. He merely needs to provide clues regarding the treasure, and surely Di Jiang and the others would act without hesitation. Just then, a thought stirred within Wu Tian. He recalled the later titles ascribed to Xianming. Due to her laws, she was venerated as the water god, the winter god, and the god of the north. Upon recalling this, Wu Tian and Appo's eyes sparkled with realization. Water, the north. It must be the north's Xian Yuan water controlling banner, an innate supreme spiritual treasure, capable of commanding the waters of the world, with formidable defensive capabilities. What could possibly be more fitting than this? Chapter 33. The arrival of drowsiness with a pillow as per Wu Tian and Appo's understanding. The northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag should be in the possession of Kunpeng. However, he was uncertain whether Kunpeng had acquired this treasure at this moment. Additionally, it was worth noting that Kunpeng possessed relatively few magical artifacts, thus placing great value on them. Otherwise, he would not have exhibited such a notorious scene in later times, where, during the climactic battle between the witches and the liches, upon sensing the impending danger, he directly seized the river diagram and the Luo book to make his escape. No matter. After all, Kunpeng owes me a favor. If he is willing to converse amicably, that would be ideal. I could resolve our entanglements with the northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag. If he is unwilling, then there is little I can do. Wu Tian considered himself a person who aids friends over principles. Given the kindness shown to him by Xianming, he naturally stood by her. Even if it meant confronting Kunpeng, he would find a way to obtain this magical artifact. However, Wu Tian never anticipated that, having merely thought about it for a moment, Kunpeng would appear before him. As Wu Tian pondered, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin suddenly changed their expressions, and the barrier surrounding them abruptly halted. Di Jiang shouted angrily, who is blocking the path of the witch clan. With that, he prepared to charge into the chaos, aiming to strike at the shadow before him. Wu Tian, taken aback, quickly moved to restrain Di Jiang. Kunpeng? Wu Tian exclaimed in surprise. The solitary figure clad in black robes could only be Kunpeng. What a coincidence! Thoughts manifesting into reality. Wu Tian mused inwardly. When he left the Zixiao Palace, he had not noticed Kunpeng's presence, assuming he had discreetly slipped away after his discourse. Little did he know, he was waiting in the chaos. Wu Tian's heart stirred, and he whispered to Di Jiang, "Brother, do not be hasty. Allow me to investigate." Di Jiang furrowed his brow slightly, concern evident in his gaze. Wu Tian had grown under their protection and had rarely faced peril. Should Kunpeng decide to act violently? Seeing this, Wu Tian reassured him again, "Do not worry. Kunpeng still owes us a favor. His visit surely does not portend trouble." He then turned his gaze towards Xianming, a grin spreading across his face. "Sister Xianming, you truly possess remarkable fortune. It is as if drowsiness has come bearing a pillow, an unpreventable stroke of luck. After speaking, he stepped out towards the boundary, leaving the ancestral witches in a state of bewilderment. Xianming, equally perplexed, blinked several times. Me? Fortunate? What connection do I have with Kunpeng? Wu Tian's earlier thoughts had not been conveyed to the ancestral witches, and the sudden appearance of Kunpeng left them confounded. However, there was no time for further contemplation. They quickly turned their attention back to Wu Tian. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin were especially vigilant, silently vowing that if Kunpeng revealed any ill intent, they would act decisively. The chaos would be his grave. At this moment, Wu Tian had already stepped beyond the barrier, entering the chaos. A faint aura emanated from him, his body seemingly bathed in divine light. The chaotic energy was instantly pushed aside. Wu Tian then smiled and spoke. Kunpeng, my friend, have you come seeking me for a matter? Kunpeng's expression was one of profound silence. Upon Wu Tian's arrival, he quietly stated, regarding the matter of the previous seating, I owe you a favor. How would you like to resolve this? Wu Tian was somewhat perplexed. Wasn't Kunpeng known for his reclusive nature, harboring grudges, and coveting magical artifacts? Why was he here to repay a favor? Noticing Wu Tian's astonishment, Kunpeng replied, Kunpeng, do not wish to owe anyone. It is better to clarify matters distinctly. Wu Tian chuckled at this. However, he refrained from directly mentioning the northern Xianyuan water controlling flag, instead smilingly asking, then, how would you like to resolve this? Or what might you offer us? Or what can you do for our witch clan? Kunpeng opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. In terms of strength, he was inferior to the 12 ancestral witches. As for magical artifacts, his possessions were pitifully few, making him one of the renowned, impoverished figures of the primordial world. He was even outdone by the two from the west who were always lamenting their fate. Yet, he truly believed this was prudent. The arrogance displayed by the ancestral witches earlier instilled in Kunpeng a sense of vigilance, leading him to feel it was better to settle matters sooner rather than later. Otherwise, the resulting complications would be no less troublesome than offending Jiejian and Juni. After pondering deeply, he decided to wait in the chaos. However, Wu Tian's inquiry left Kunpeng speechless, even somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, what could I use to repay this favor? Kunpeng sighed inwardly. Seeing this, Wu Tian decided against beating around the bush and directly stated his request, smiling as he said, Well then, I shall not be polite. The northern Xianyuan water controlling flag, among the 5 directional flags of primordial genesis, is in your possession, is it not? If you have it, I hope to use this treasure to conclude our entanglement. Kunpeng's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. A sharp glint sparked in his eyes, casting a cold glare at Wu Tian, prompting the ancestral witches to rise in alarm, glaring at Kunpeng with hostility. Yet, Kunpeng appeared oblivious, lost in his own thoughts. After a moment, he finally gritted his teeth, nodding reluctantly, his face reflecting a deep sense of regret. Though he was loath to part with it, he raised his hand, unleashing a stream of black, mysterious light. In an instant, a dark, triangular flag appeared between them, suffused with a profound aura, pushing the chaotic energy far away. Here, Kunpeng seethed through gritted teeth. The only artifact he could offer, apart from this innate supreme spiritual treasure, was the Kunpeng Palace. Thus, it felt akin to tearing away a piece of his very soul. But what choice did he have? He did not wish to owe the witch clan a favor, and having sought them out, he could hardly lie or withhold it. However, Kunpeng found it curious that after producing the northern Xianyuan water controlling flag, he felt a strange sense of relief, his own fortunes subtly shifting. What is this situation? After letting out a quiet sigh, Kunpeng attributed it to the resolution of the favor and the clarity of his own circumstances. He remained unaware that Wu Tian had already set his sights on this artifact, determined to procure it for Xianming. Should Kunpeng refuse, the ancestral witches would surely seize it. Thus, this could also be seen as averting a calamity. Wu Tian gazed at the northern Xianyuan water controlling flag, which floated towards him. A small flag about a foot in size, its black surface adorned with arcane symbols. Upon catching the flag, Wu Tian nodded in satisfaction and addressed Kunpeng. Thank you, my friend. The previous entanglements are hereby resolved in one stroke. Noting Kunpeng's reluctant gaze, Wu Tian smiled once more. After a brief contemplation, he said to Kunpeng, "In light of your promptness, I might as well inform you that the seat you have preserved is far more precious than the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling flag. Of course, it also depends on what that individual thinks." With that, he pointed a finger upward. The seat represented the primal purple energy, a chance for sanctification. Now that Kunpeng had secured his seat, he should theoretically acquire a strand of primal purple energy. However, Wu Tian dared not guarantee. Who knew if Hong Jun would renege on his promise again? Upon hearing this, Kunpeng and Appo's eyes momentarily sparkled, and a vague thought arose in his heart, instantly giving birth to a flicker of wild joy. The Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner is indeed a preeminent innate spiritual treasure. What could possibly be a more precious opportunity than this? Kunpeng was about to inquire further. However, Wu Tian merely smiled and shook his head, saying, "It cannot be divulged. It cannot be divulged." He then turned and walked towards the ancestral witches. After a brief silence, Kunpeng slightly clasped his hands in respect towards Wu Tian's retreating figure before vanishing into the chaos. Chapter 34. Return to the primordial chaos as Kunpeng departed. Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin joined forces once more. With a surge of the power of the laws, the ancestral witches continued their journey through the chaos, heading towards the vast expanse of the primordial world. Wu Tian, with a smile, handed the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner to Xianming and remarked, "Sister Xianming, you truly are fortunate." It struck him as remarkable that the most suitable treasure for Xianming had coincidentally been presented by Kunpeng. How could such serendipity occur? Wu Tian was astonished. Kunpeng was surprisingly generous. This was entirely different from his previous impressions of Kunpeng. However, it was only natural. Who could assert that the tales and legends he knew from his past life were infallibly accurate? Take Hong Jun, for instance. His intervention before the Zhixiao Palace left Wu Tian utterly astonished. It was far from the nonchalant demeanor he had envisioned. Instead, it felt rather impetuous. Gazing at the triangular banner before him, Xianming appeared somewhat puzzled, lifting her gaze to Wu Tian, a hint of bewilderment gracing her otherwise cool countenance, adding an unexpected allure. Wu Tian rarely witnessed such a scene, momentarily taken aback. Almost immediately, he felt the piercing glare aimed at him, prompting him to hastily explain, "This innate supreme spiritual treasure resonates with you perfectly. If you can refine it and suppress it within your primordial spirit, it will resolve the issue of malevolent energy encroachment." Indeed, I had just thought of this treasure, and lo, Kunpeng appeared before me, delivering it directly into my hands. That is why I remarked on your good fortune, Sister Xianming. Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, the ancestral witches rejoiced. The Zhurong ancestral witch chuckled. "What is so strange about it? We are the true descendants of Pengdu, the progeny of the Father God, favored by the fortune of the primordial world. Thus, our luck is naturally splendid." The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement, smiling. Seeing the confidence radiating from the ancestral witches, Wu Tian refrained from making any sardonic remarks. In truth, during this tribulation, the ancestral witches were indeed blessed with remarkable fortune. Before the war of witches and demons, everything they undertook was exceptionally smooth. Xianming pondered briefly, but did not voice any refusal. Instead, she reached for the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner while preparing to return the Hongmeng measuring ruler to Wu Tian. He quickly interjected, "No need to rush. First, refine this treasure. One must fully refine the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner to unleash its true potential and protect the hard-earned primordial spirit." Thus, Wu Tian was in no hurry. At that moment, Ho Tu chimed in, "You should heed his advice. I've come to understand that this fellow is quite clever. Whatever he says, you should follow." Wu Tian turned to Ho Tu, his expression one of pleasant surprise, and gratefully replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Sister Ho Tu." She smiled silently. After this exchange, Xianming no longer insisted on returning the Hongmeng measuring ruler, but instead focused on refining the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner. The sooner it was refined, the sooner she could return the treasure. Suddenly, Zhu Rong spoke up, "Wu Tian, Are there any other treasures like the northern Xian Yuan water controlling banner? If we could acquire a few more, could we not cultivate our primordial spirits? Before Wu Tian could respond, Di Jiang shot him a sidelong glance and reprimanded. What are you thinking? Only after you cultivate your primordial spirit can this innate spiritual treasure be of use. It is not as simple as possessing the treasure to cultivate a primordial spirit. However, he added, it would be splendid to procure another for Sister Ho too. Good deeds inevitably face depletion, so securing an innate treasure would be prudent. After saying this, Di Jiang and Amp, Appo's gaze glimmered with determination. Wu Tian took a moment to articulate his thoughts and explained with a smile. Indeed, there are treasures. The Northern Xian Yuan water controlling banner is one of the innate 5 elemental banners. Others include the Eastern Bao, Sei, Qing Lian banner, the Western Su Sei Yun Jia banner, the Southern Li Di Yin Guang banner, and the Central Wu Ji Xing Huang banner. If we speak of suitability, the Central Wu Ji Xing Huang banner aligns perfectly with Sister Ho Tuesday, Zhu Rong, and Appo's. Eyes sparkled with excitement. Then what are we waiting for? Do you know who possesses it? If you do, we should seize it back immediately. Wu Tian Kuden and Appo's. T helped but smile wryly. In the grand scheme, the other innate 5 elemental banners were likely in Hong Jun and Appo's possession, bestowed upon individuals after the teachings of the Zhixiao Palace. They subsequently fell into the hands of figures like Tai Ching and others. Tai Ching possessed the Southern Li Di Yin Guang banner. Yuanshi Tianzuan held the Central Wu Ji Xing Huang banner. Zhuanti claimed the Eastern Bao, Sei Qing Lian banner, and Xu Wangmu had the Western Su Sei Yunjia banner. It was most likely in the hands of Sage Hongjun. Upon hearing this, the once boastful Zhu Rong and Amp, Appo's expression froze, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, Ah? The ancestral witches erupted in laughter. Di Jiang waved his hand decisively. No need to worry. What the sages? Once our brother's strength increases, we shall not fear them. The ancestral witches held no reverence for Hongjun or the heavenly Tao. They stood tall and proud, worshipping only Pangu, their father god. Even upon hearing Hongjun and Appo's name, they did not immediately concede defeat. However, after encountering Hongjun, Ho-Tu had discerned the profound depth of his power and was reluctant to provoke a formidable enemy for the witch clan. With a smile, she suggested, let's not pursue this matter. When the Zhixiao Palace holds its second discourse and our primordial spirits ascend to quasi-sainthood, we shall no longer fear the encroachment of malevolent energy. Why then will we need this banner? Wu Tian nodded slightly at her words. However, he did not abandon the idea entirely, but rather conceived another plan. It would be challenging to seize it from Hongjun. If it were to fall into the hands of Yuanshi or Tianzuan, it might be less difficult to retrieve. Earlier, at the Zhixiao Palace, Yuanshi or Tianzuan had nearly clashed with the ancestral witches. Thus Wu Tian felt no psychological burden in plotting against him. As for Ho-Tu and Amp, Appo's needs, Wu Tian also had another thought. This solitary Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner was an innate supreme spiritual treasure. If it could be unified with the 5 elements, it would undoubtedly wield the might of a primal treasure. If he could gather all the 5 elemental banners and then coordinate the attributes of Xianming, Zhu Rong, Ho-Tu, Ru Shou, and Zhu Meng to form a grand array, Wu and Ti, the witch clan, possess an unparalleled formation. Even if the 12 capitals' heavenly god-slaying array were broken, the remaining ancestral witches could still form a new array or perhaps even create layers within layers of formations. Yet, the difficulty was indeed considerable. Patience was key. He would take his time. Wu Tian mused to himself before dismissing these thoughts, joining in the conversation with Ho-Tu to quell the ancestral witches and Amp, Appo's fervor. Now was not the time. There was no need to confront Hongjun just yet. He then sat cross-legged within the barrier, continuing to comprehend the spatial laws of Di Jiang and the temporal laws of Zhu Jiuyin. After a considerable duration, the primordial world finally materialized before them. The ancestral witches swiftly emerged from the chaos, entering the chaos membrane, returning to the primordial realm. Wu Tian, feeling a surge of excitement, sat up. After enduring the monotony of chaos for so long, The breathtaking beauty of the primordial world felt incredibly precious and familiar. Wu Tian hurriedly cast his gaze toward Buzhou Mountain, his heart brimming with anticipation. Had Jufeng and the others located the innate gourd vine? Chapter 35. The primordial gourd vine. As the group descended, before they could even enter the Panga Hall, Jiufeng hurriedly approached, her face alight with joy. Salutations, esteemed ancestors. After bowing, she swiftly turned her gaze towards Wu Tian. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Wu Tian and Apos' anticipation surged, his eyes widening as he eagerly inquired, "Have you found it?" Jiufeng nodded emphatically, a smile gracing her lips as she declared, "Indeed, just as the ancestor mentioned, we discovered the primordial gourd vine at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Currently, Ho-E and the others are safeguarding it. Upon seeing the ancestors return, I hastened to report." Joy flooded Wu Tian and Apos' heart. Jiufeng then briefly recounted the process of their discovery of the primordial gourd vine. After the ancestors departed for the Zixiao Palace, she and Ho-E had set out to search. However, the vastness of Mount Buzhou was daunting. They had searched for thousands of years without success. Noticing their plight, the other great shamans inquired about their situation. Jiufeng, recalling that Wu Tian had not instructed her to keep it a secret, candidly shared the tale of their quest for the primordial gourd vine. The great shamans immediately responded, "The matters of Wu Tian, the ancestor, are our matters as well. We shall certainly lend our strength." Thus, all the great shamans set out, commencing a systematic search at the foot of Mount Buzhou. After sharing this, Jiufeng cheerfully remarked, "In the end, it was Quafu who inadvertently discovered a concealed valley, shrouded by a primordial formation. Together, we exerted considerable effort to breach a corner of the formation and uncover the location of the primordial gourd vine." Wu Tian's heart stirred. Quafu. It was this fellow who made the discovery. In later tales, Quafu clashed with 10 little golden crows, ultimately giving rise to the legend of Quafu chasing the sun, and upon his demise, transforming into a peach forest. Only then did Ho-E shoot down the suns, sparking the ultimate battle between the shamans and the demons. Contemplating Quafu's future, Wu Tian realized that the successful discovery of the primordial gourd vine had granted Quafu a significant merit, and he could not allow Quafu to repeat the same tragic fate. However, Jiufeng and her companions had also toiled arduously. Wu Tian smiled and said, "Indeed, Quafu has achieved great merit. In your efforts have not gone unnoticed, esteemed ancestors. I shall remember this." He wished to reward them immediately, yet aside from the Hongmeng measuring ruler, he possessed nothing of value to offer. A sigh of resignation escaped him. "Alas, I am still too impoverished." Feeling slightly awkward, he continued, "I shall temporarily record this merit and bestow rewards upon your return." Jiufeng and Apos' heart soared at his words. "Thank you, esteemed ancestor," she exclaimed. Jiufeng was already elated that Wu Tian acknowledged their hard work and offered praise. At this moment, Di Jiang curiously interjected, "The primordial gourd vine?" While Xianming and Ho Tu were aware of its significance, Di Jiang and the others were not fully informed. Observing Wu Tian's evident delight, their curiosity piqued. In response to Di Jiang and Apos' question, Wu Tian succinctly explained the origins of the primordial gourd vine, revealing that it was one of the 10 great spiritual roots of primordial times. Upon learning this, the ancestors became intrigued, each clamoring, "Let us go, let us go." Wu Tian readily assented and instructed Jiufeng to lead the way. The group then employed their divine powers, harnessing the forces of their respective laws, to journey towards the valley where the primordial gourd vine resided. Before they descended, the ancestors had gazed intently at the mountains below, searching. Once they landed alongside Jiufeng, they discovered a hidden valley at the seemingly unremarkable foot of the mountains. After everyone had descended, Ho-E, Quafu, Xing Tian, and Xiang Lu noticed the ancestors' arrival and hurried over to greet them, bowing deeply. "Greetings, esteemed ancestors." Wu Tian smiled and motioned for them to rise, patting Ho-E and Quafu on the shoulder with hearty warmth. "You all have worked hard." He then turned his gaze towards the valley, only to find it unremarkable. At that moment, Quafu dashed forward, kick to the void ahead and turned back to Wu Tian with a grin. Esteemed ancestor, take another look. With Quafu and Appos, action. The scene before them transformed instantaneously. Vibrant beams of 7 colors flashed, revealing an invisible, transparent primordial formation. Within the formation lay another space, a lake suffused with spiritual energy. By its side, a gourd vine, shimmering with 7 hues, took root, climbing the mountainside and bearing 7 gourds of varying colors. At this sight, the ancestors gasped in amazement. Zhurong, eager to charge forward and shatter the nameless primordial formation, was abruptly halted by Di Jiang, who pulled him back. "Can you not be more cautious?" he chided, glaring at him. He then resumed his scrutiny of the primordial gourd vine. After a moment, he turned to Wu Tian and remarked, "It seems this primordial gourd vine is not yet ready to come into the world. Only the first 2 gourds are ripe. If we were to break the formation now, it might hinder the growth of the remaining gourds." Wu Tian also noted this detail. During the grand events of the past, even during the 3rd sermon, the last 2 gourds had yet to mature. How much more so now that they had discovered the primordial gourd vine ahead of time? Pondering this, Wu Tian inquired of Di Jiang, "Brother, do you think we could relocate this valley and the formation directly to the Pangahal? Leaving it here feels rather unsettling." Moreover, there was another crucial point. The 7 gourds atop the primordial gourd vine were not only precious, but also symbolized the blessings of fertility. Given the current issues with the shaman clan and Appos as propagation, could planting it in the blood pool improve their reproductive issues? Wu Tian kept this thought to himself, secretly contemplating the possibility. After hearing Wu Tian's proposal, Di Jiang nodded. "I shall give a try." In an instant, a surge of malevolent energy swelled forth. The power of spatial laws began to encroach upon the valley, expanding outward from the invisible primordial formation. Moments later, Di Jiang slowly shook his head. "It seems it cannot be done. If it were in another location, it might be feasible, but here at Mount Wuzhou, the spatial integrity is formidable. Furthermore, the primordial gourd vine may require the essence of Mount Wuzhou to mature. If we were to move it, it could very well have the opposite effect." At this moment, Gong Gong proclaimed loudly, "If that is the case, let's leave it here. The primordial gourd vine has no legs. It cannot run away. We shall assign 2 great shamans to guard it. I refuse to believe anyone would dare touch a treasure of the shaman clan." Wu Tian pondered this and realized he had no other choice. Ho Yi and the other great shamans also quickly affirmed, "We are willing to guard it here." Wu Tian smiled and nodded, "Very well. It is indeed a waste to move the primordial gourd vine or to break the formation to harvest it. Let us leave it here for now." He aimed to seize an opportunity, not to wreak havoc in the primordial wilderness. However, it would be prudent to leave a mark on the primordial gourd vine or directly recognize it as his own to prevent future complications. With 12 ancestors present in such an advantageous position, Wu Tian felt confident facing the likes of the 3 clear ones. Nevertheless, a cautious approach would be more beneficial. He promptly turned to Di Jiang and said, "Brother, could you possibly send me inside without damaging the formation?" Chapter 36. The primordial gourd vine acknowledges its master. Di Jiang laughed heartily, exclaiming, "There is certainly no objection." He immediately activated his spatial laws, sweeping towards Wu Tian. Instantly, Wu Tian felt an incomprehensible force of spatial transformation. In a fleeting moment, he found himself within a valley, standing before the primordial gourd vine. At first glance, Wu Tian had not perceived the enormity of the primordial gourd vine, but upon closer inspection, he gasped in astonishment. The countless tendrils of the vine coiled like mighty dragons, robust and powerful, nearly enveloping the entire cliff face. Each leaf shimmered a vibrant green, reminiscent of jade. As a gentle breeze rustled through, the leaves danced, producing a sound akin to the delicate chime of jade. 7 gourds hung from the vine, each emanating a distinct radiance and spirit. The first 2 gourds were already ripe. The first glowed with a purple hue, imbued with primordial yang energy, originally sourced from Tai Ching. The yang energy had been extracted, leaving behind the remaining gourds, which were refined into purple gold gourds, treasures of Tai Ching, sacred vessels for alchemical endeavors. The second gourd, black in color, contained primordial yin energy, initially belonging to Tian. This yin energy was also extracted and offered to Tai Ching, amalgamating into the dual energies of yin and yang, merging within his grand Tao. Subsequently, Tian transformed the empty shell of the blue gourd into a water-fire gourd, another formidable treasure. Wu Tian turned his gaze towards the remaining 5 gourds, noticing that they each shimmered with the light of the 5 primordial elements. Regarding the destinies of these 5 elemental gourds, the green wooden gourd was bestowed upon Zenyuanzi, who later gifted it to Shin Nong, the reincarnation of Han Yun, becoming the Shin Nong 5 grains gourd. Han Yun received the red fire gourd, refining it into the 9-9 scatter soul gourd. The yellow earth gourd was acquired by Enhua, who crafted it into a banner capable of summoning myriad demons. The white metal gourd came into possession of Dijuan. During the battle between the Wu and the demons, Dijuan utilized the white gourd to collect the essence of fallen witches, refining it into the legendary slaying immortal flying knife, which later fell into Liu Ye's hands, gaining immense fame during the Fengtian era. Lastly, the blue water gourd was acquired by Yuan Shi, who would later use it to gather the 3 lights of the sun, moon, and stars, transforming it into the renowned 3-light divine water. Thus, one might wonder if the primordial gourd vine should be referred to as the primordial yin-yang 5 elements gourd. Wu Tian mused silently, considering the fates of these gourds. Even the unripe ones had become renowned treasures within the wilderness, highlighting their preciousness. However, now they were all his. Wu Tian could not help but chuckle. Even the gourd vine, which would play a significant role in the creation of humanity, granting him many merits, now belonged to him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Jiutian Shi Ruo? Remembering the creation of humanity, Wu Tian quickly directed his attention to the roots of the gourd vine. It was said that the soil used by Enhua in her creation of humanity was sourced from the primordial gourd vine. Upon careful inspection, Wu Tian indeed discovered a mass of soil radiating with 9-colored brilliance at the root of the primordial gourd vine, an immensely potent earth force being continuously absorbed by the vine. A surge of excitement coursed through Wu Tian. He unleashed his magical power, descending upon the Jiutian Shi Ruo, extracting a small piece. Just as the legends foretold, the soil rapidly grew in size, soon returning to its original dimensions. However, Wu Tian also realized that the growth of this Jiutian Shi Ruo was not a spontaneous occurrence. It required the absorption of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, consuming the surrounding spiritual energy. Concerned that this might disrupt the maturation of the gourd vine, Wu Tian refrained from further extraction after taking a small fragment. Instead, he began to ponder how to refine the primordial gourd vine, determining that he must at least leave his mark upon it. After a brief contemplation, Wu Tian extended his spiritual force towards the primordial gourd vine. The vine responded as if it possessed its own spirit, with countless leaves rustling in response. The 7 gourds began to glow, and in an instant, the primordial forces of yin, yang, and the 5 elements began to erode Wu Tian and Appo's as spiritual force. Unexpectedly, it seemed to reject him. Wu Tian felt a twinge of confusion. He halted his actions, pondering deeply. After a moment, regardless of whether the primordial gourd vine could comprehend his words, he softly spoke. Primordial gourd vine, I can tell you that today's encounter is your fortuitous chance. In this vast universe, how could a being embodying both yin and yang, as well as the 5 elements, find a place? Were it not for this meeting today, you would inevitably meet a fate of being divided. The primordial gourd vine appeared to comprehend his words. The rustling leaves abruptly ceased, and the radiant glow dimmed, enveloping the vine in an aura of sorrow. Among the 10 primordial spiritual roots of the wilderness, none had achieved enlightenment in their perfect form. For instance, the great celestial master Yang Mei was but a hollow willow, and Zenyuanzi did not materialize from the essence of the ginseng fruit tree. Others, such as the fusang tree and the laurel tree, despite their formidable and perfect forms, remained trapped upon the solar and lunar stars, unable to take shape. The primordial gourd vine, possessing spirit, resonated with Wu Tian and Appo's words, sensing its own fate. Observing this, Wu Tian chuckled lightly and said, I am the true lineage of Pangu, favored by fortune. Today, we are fated to meet. If you are willing to acknowledge me as your master, I shall certainly do my utmost to protect you in the future. What say you? As he spoke, Wu Tian summoned his true form of Pangu. A grayish phantom emerged, instantly overlapping with his physical form, and the aura of Pangu spread forth in all directions. Upon sensing Pangu and Appo's essence, even the Mount Buzhou resonated subtly. The ancestral witches outside the formation gazed at Wu Tian in astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding events. What is happening? Just moments ago, Wu Tian was murmuring to the primordial gore vine, and we wondered if it could comprehend him. Now, he directly manifests the true form of Pangu. The true form of Pangu flickered briefly before Wu Tian reverted to his original demeanor. He merely sought to validate his identity, not to subdue the primordial gourd vine through brute force. Soon, a delightful scene unfolded. Countless leaves swayed, resembling nodding in agreement. Wu Tian felt a wave of benevolent energy, and then, from the most vital tendril, a tender branch darted towards him, akin to a green dragon. In a flash, it aimed to pierce Wu Tian and Appo's arm. Caught off guard, he instinctively activated his 9 transformations of Yuan, causing his physical strength to rebound, sending the branch flying away. Instantly, a wave of grievance emanated from the primordial gore vine. Realizing its intention, Wu Tian hurriedly extended his arm, suppressing the rebound force, and laughed heartily. Ha! Let us do it again. The primordial gourd vine finally pierced him. Wu Tian felt a rush of vitality flowing away, and upon glancing at the vine, he noticed the emerald tendrils now tinged with crimson, resembling the growth of blood vessels. Simultaneously, a profound connection blossomed between him and the primordial gourd vine, allowing Wu Tian to distinctly sense the vine's affection. No wonder the practice of blood oath recognition is so popular. It truly holds great significance. Wu Tian retracted his arm, unable to suppress his admiration. Chapter 37. Shall I not go? As the crimson hue enveloped the entire vine, a brilliant flash of light appeared. In the next moment, it vanished, as if it had sunk deep within the primordial gourd vine. The once blood-red patterns that adorned the vine and its leaves returned to their original form. Wu Tian and Appo's complexion turned pale. Wow, just to acknowledge a master. So much blood essence is required. Are you trying to take advantage of me? He murmured softly. Then, the spirit of the primordial gourd vine stirred within his heart, resonating with an inexplicable connection, voicing its dissatisfaction. Upon witnessing this, he could only offer a wry smile. All right. I was merely speaking casually. At present, the primordial gourd vine possessed only rudimentary awareness, akin to that of a child. It seemed he would have to wait until the 7 gourds atop the vine fully matured for its intelligence to develop. In the grand scheme of things, the primordial gourd vine had no chance. It was directly divided among the 3 pure ones and others, even uprooted, taken away by Niuwa. However, the situation was now different. Having been discovered and acknowledged by Wu Tian in advance, and under the protection of the Witch Clan, it could naturally escape its original fate. Wu Tian could also, through the primordial gourd vine and the gourds upon it, intervene in more opportunities. With the acknowledgement of the primordial gourd vine, an overwhelming flood of information surged into his mind, continuously giving rise to insights regarding the primordial yin and yang, the 5 elements. An overwhelming sensation ensued. Simultaneously, Wu Tian gained a deeper understanding of the grand formation enveloping the valley. According to the information conveyed by the primordial gourd vine, this formation was named the primordial yin-yang 5 elements Great Formation, centered around the primordial gourd vine. The formation would also grow stronger as the gourd vine matured. At this moment, with the primordial gourd vine acknowledging its master, the grand formation naturally fell under Wu Tian's control. With a mere thought, the formation swiftly transformed. 7 colored rays of light flickered incessantly upon the intangible barrier, with the purple and black hues being the most pronounced, while the mystical light representing the 5 elemental colors appeared somewhat dimmer. After a moment, the formation slowly opened a passage. The ancestors, upon seeing this, made their way into the valley, approaching the extraordinary gourd vine, marveling in awe. Wu Tian smiled and said, "The gourd vine has recognized its master. Now, no one can take it away." The ancestors were immediately filled with joy. However, Zhurong, with wide eyes, incredulously exclaimed, "It has acknowledged a master already? I only heard you mumbling a few words. This gourd vine can truly understand?" Countless branches and leaves began to sway, seemingly expressing their discontent. Zhurong felt somewhat embarrassed and chuckled, as Wu Tian smiled and replied, "All things possess spirituality. I sincerely communicated with it, and naturally, it can understand and is willing to recognize me as its master. Of course, this is not the sole reason. The primary factor is the aura of Pangu that I exhibited. The primordial gourd vine grows upon Mount Wuzia, absorbing its spiritual essence. In its eyes, I am the most authentic inheritor of Pangu. It is only natural for it to willingly acknowledge me." Noticing Di Jiang and the others observing the 7 small gourds with curiosity, Wu Tian continued with a smile, "I intend to distribute these 7 gourds among my brothers, but they are not yet fully matured. We must wait a while longer." Di Jiang hastily waved his hand, immediately refusing without a second thought, and cheerfully said, "That is not what I meant. I am merely curious, marveling at the wonders of creation. For there exists a primordial root that unifies the primordial yin and yang, the 5 elements. This gourd vine is something you discovered and subdued on your own. How can we take advantage of you?" Wu Tian, however, had a different perspective. Once the gourds matured, they would naturally be put to use. He could not possibly let them merely hang there as decorations, could he? He could use 7 himself. Naturally, they were to be shared with the ancestral witches. Enhancing their power, the stronger the ancestors, the more confidence Wu Tian would have, whether it be treasures or otherwise. It is only meaningful when one can utilize their potential. After saying this, Wu Tian joked, "Only with your increased strength can you better protect me." The ancestors were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. "All right, since you have said so, we shall not decline further. Let us wait until these gourds mature before discussing it. Moreover, even without the gourds, we will not allow anyone to bully you." The ancestors nodded in agreement. At that moment, Ho-Tu looked at Wu Tian with a beaming smile, her eyes nearly crescent-shaped with mirth, teasingly adding, "Indeed, aside from Sister Xianming, no one can bully you." Xianming immediately fumed and lunged toward Ho-Tu. Wu Tian, somewhat speechless, initially thought Ho-Tu to be the most composed and gentle. Yet now her remarks seemed increasingly playful. It appeared she had become more vivacious. "Sister Ho-Tu's day. What is this?" Wu Tian observed the intertwined Xianming and Ho-Tu, chuckling helplessly as he raised the 9 heaven Shishang, gesturing toward Ho-Tu's day. The two were momentarily stunned. Ho-Tu felt it briefly, her eyes widening in astonishment, exclaiming, "Such a profound power of earth element." Wu Tian nodded with a smile, directly splitting the 9 heavens Shishang in half and sending it toward Ho-Tu, simultaneously explaining the intricacies of the treasure. Then Wu Tian added with a grin, "You can inscribe the earth laws contained within this item, thereby enhancing the strength of your primordial spirit, surely yielding twice the result with half the effort." Ho-Tu indeed resonated with this treasure. Moreover, as Wu Tian mentioned that the 9 heaven Shishang could continually give rise to new forms, embodying the essence of perpetual growth, she did not hesitate to accept it, directly stowing it away. Upon witnessing this, Xianming seemed to seize the opportunity, casting a sly smile at Ho-Tu and teasingly remarking, "Now it seems Wu Tian is quite attentive to you. Anything you can use will be sent your way." After Ho-Tu stored the 9 heaven Shishang, she lightly laughed, "Of course, we are both in charge of the Ho-Tu tribe." Wu Tian, uninterested in the banter between the two, offered a wry smile and turned to Di Jiang and the others, stating, "Brother, I plan to cultivate here next. To comprehend the laws of yin and yang and the 5 elements within the primordial gourd vine, you may return to the tribe first. When the time is right, come to summon me to depart together." However, upon Wu Tian and Appo's declaration, the ancestors exchanged peculiar glances. Ultimately, Di Jiang, somewhat awkwardly scratching his head, smiled sheepishly and said, Wu Tian, perhaps we shall not attend the subsequent teachings? We truly have no interest in the celestial path expounded by Hongjun. Zhurong quickly chimed in, indeed. We cultivate with malevolent energy, and the abundant celestial power in the Purple Cloud Palace makes us feel quite uncomfortable. Dijiang, usually the decisive elder brother among the ancestral witches, wore a congenial smile at this moment, cautiously suggesting, Wu Tian, how about we skip it? You and Xinming and Ho Tu can go listen to the teachings. Rest assured, if anyone dares to trouble you, we shall confront them right at the entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace. Chapter 38. The plans of the ancestral witches. Wu Tian wore a bitter smile. Even Dijiang, who usually upheld the mantle of the eldest brother, displayed such an attitude. What more could he say? Moreover, during their previous encounter at the Xixiao Palace, the ancestral witches had exhibited a formidable demeanor before everyone. It was unlikely that anyone would dare to provoke Wu Tian and his companions. Very well then. If they choose not to go, so be it, Wu Tian remarked with a smile. The ancestral witches visibly sighed in relief, and Di Jiang regained his authoritative presence, chuckling as he nodded. Rest assured, even if we do not attend the Xixiao Palace to listen to the teachings, our cultivation shall not be neglected. We can still train, advance, and strengthen our mastery over our own laws, continuously refining our physical forms. Di Jiang exuded an air of utmost confidence. Even the usually reticent Zhu Jiuyin joined in at this moment, laughing lightly as he stated, furthermore, while the great powers of the primordial world gather to hear the teachings, we shall take this opportunity to develop with our offspring. And concerning the matter of the 12 capitals, heavenly god killing formation that you mentioned earlier, we must expedite its establishment. With Wu Tian's performance, the ancestral witches began to take his various propositions more seriously. Binding Mount Buzhou to the 12 capitals, heavenly god killing formation had become a matter of utmost importance. At this juncture, another idea sprang to Wu Tian and Appo's mind, one that could seamlessly intertwine with this initiative, the establishment of the witch clan. He promptly voiced his thoughts. However, once Wu Tian concluded, the ancestral witches were somewhat bewildered, and Di Jiang furrowed his brow, inquiring, establishing a clan? We are already the witch clan. Is there truly a need to establish it anew? Wu Tian chuckled, explaining, not quite. The term witch clan is one we have adopted ourselves. Perhaps some acknowledge it, but it may not have gained the recognition of the entire primordial realm. As they say, without proper nomenclature, one cannot speak with authority. With this thought in mind, Wu Tian opted for a different approach, invoking the name of the great Pangu, and with a smile, he continued, moreover, with so many offspring among us, as the witch clan flourishes and develops, shouldn't we announce this to the father god Pangu, to bring him solace in his lingering will? Upon hearing this, the ancestral witches indeed mirrored Wu Tian and Appo's expectations. Their doubts dissipated entirely, and they nodded in agreement, with Di Jiang exclaiming, indeed, we must announce to the father god upon our establishment of the witch clan, in the prevailing circumstances. Despite the witch clan and Appo's growth and recognition throughout the primordial realm, it was only after Di Jun and others established the demon clan that the ancestral witches took a stand and founded their own. Wu Tian naturally sought to take the initiative. Establishing a clan would yield immense merits, and perhaps even the lingering will of the great Pangu would be stirred, granting blessings. Furthermore, if we were to manipulate the oath of clan establishment, we might even seize the favor of the great Tao. For instance, transforming heavenly Tao into great Tao. In light of the great Pangu's legacy, the great Tao might indeed manifest. Should we garner its favor and receive the merits of the great Tao, the ancestral witches would gain tremendously. Thus, other plans could be set into motion with logical progression, such as appointing Xinming as the winter god and Zhu Rong as the fire god. The ancestral witches, as primordial deities, were fundamentally different from those who later relied on incense and wish power for sustenance. They were born from the very fabric of existence. Wu Tian did not elaborate further on this point. He intended to engage them in thorough discussions after the next teachings to refine their plans. With a smile, Wu Tian declared, "Then it is settled. Brothers, you may begin your preparations. After the next teachings, upon my return from the Zhixiao Palace with Xianming and Sister Hutu, we shall announce our establishment of the witch clan to Father God Pangu." Di Jiang and the others nodded in agreement. They subsequently bid farewell to Wu Tian, with Xianming and Hutu also intending to return to the tribe to investigate the situation of their offspring. As they departed, Hutu smiled and said, "Once we have settled matters within the tribe, we shall reunite with you here, and when the time is right, we will set forth together." After the ancestral witches had left, Wu Tian closed the primordial formation and began his cultivation within it, immersing his thoughts into the innate gourd vine, continuously comprehending the laws of yin and yang and the 5 elements contained within. The power of the laws upon the innate gourd vine appeared to coincide with the ancestral laws Wu Tian bore. However, they were not identical. The laws within the primordial realm were rules and characteristics, rather than merely a singular existence. For instance, the law of fire encompasses the rules of combustion and release, rather than being a mere flame or a specific type of fire. Consequently, the power of the ancestral laws was, in fact, more profound, imbued with an intense personal character. For example, Zhu Rong and Appo's fire was the most explosive and fierce, while the laws within the innate gourd vine were the purest. After continuous contemplation, Wu Tian was astonished to realize that he was indeed absorbing a great deal of nourishment, deepening the imprint of the laws upon his divine soul. However, the most significant transformation was yet to come. Around the faint human figures coalesced from the 12 laws, additional patterns suddenly emerged. The innate gourd vine twisted into a circle, resembling a floral wreath. 7 gourds became vividly apparent. In the midst of his cultivation, Xianming and Hutu had efficiently resolved their tribal affairs and made their way to join Wu Tian in his practice. Time passed, and Wu Tian was awakened by Hutu. As he slowly opened his eyes, he saw Hutu smiling as she said, "The time is nearly upon us. We should be on our way." This time, having departed 3,000 years in advance, their familiarity with the route meant they would not require as much time. Yet, traversing through chaos would still demand time. Wu Tian nodded slowly. He then calmed his own magical power. Although the growth of his physical body through this session of cultivation was nearly negligible, the strength of his primordial spirit had grown immensely. He had finally reached a balance between both, attaining the mid-stage of Deluo Jingxian. Alas, still a bit lacking. Wu Tian couldn't and Appo's helped but mutter. Upon hearing his words, Hutu chuckled softly. "You were the last among us ancestral witches to emerge, mastering the power of the laws through the essence of our blood. Your achievements in such a short time are already commendable. Are you not satisfied with this?" Wu Tian was not dissatisfied. Rather, he felt that with the teachings at the Zhixiao Palace approaching, the calamity of the witches and demons was drawing ever closer. Naturally, he yearned for a swifter pace of cultivation, not to mention, among others, the teaching of the 3 phases might have already reached the pinnacle of Deluo Jingxian, merely awaiting Hongjun and Appo's teachings to comprehend their own great path and attain quasi-sainthood. Wu Tian was naturally unwilling to be left behind. He couldn't simply be aware of the trends of the heavenly Tao while being overshadowed by the 3 pure ones. Could he? However, he refrained from retorting. With a smile, he addressed the 2 ancestral witches. "Let's be off. We must not miss the teachings." Xianming and Hutu both nodded slightly. At the same time, Xianming retrieved the Hongmeng Liantian ruler and returned it to Wu Tian. Subsequently, the 2 of them joined forces to envelop Wu Tian, soaring towards the primordial realm beyond, heading towards the Zhixiao Palace within the chaos. Chapter 39, The Second Sermon, The First Visit to Zhixiao Palace. With the efforts of Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, Wu Tian merely played the role of a passenger, which even turned out to be a splendid opportunity for his cultivation. The second visit unfolded similarly. Xianming and Hutu took it upon themselves to journey to Zhixiao Palace without a second thought. Wu Tian was simply to obediently act as a younger brother. Being a younger brother had its merits. After all, with 10 brothers and 2 sisters showering him with affection, any obstacles in his path would be effortlessly cleared, and he would never be overlooked when it came to benefits. However, this time, Wu Tian did not continue his cultivation. Instead, he cheerfully engaged in conversation with Xianming and Hutu. After stowing away the Hongmeng Liang Tian Qi, Wu Tian smiled and inquired, Sister Xianming, have you completely refined the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling banner? Xianming nodded slightly. She then spoke with a hint of melancholy. I have not completely refined it, but I can already use this innate spiritual treasure to ward off malevolent energy. As she spoke, a trace of distress crossed her face. Although the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling banner could repel malevolence, under the pressure of her formidable physical form, her spiritual cultivation was progressing exceedingly slowly. The development of her physical body was adversely affecting her spiritual prowess. In such circumstances, she could not recklessly devour malevolent energy and refine her body like Emperor Jiang and others. The stronger the body, the greater the pressure on the spirit. Wu Tian quickly reassured her, do not fret. Look at Sister Hutu. She is not anxious. Once your spiritual power reaches its pinnacle, your physical strength will surely flourish. He then urged Xianming to seize the opportunities presented by the subsequent sermons to enhance her spiritual capabilities as much as possible. Xianming shot him an annoyed glance. I know. Why does it sound like you're the older sister? You've already told me this once. Do I need you to worry for me? Although she spoke thus, Xianming was deeply touched, yet her nature made it difficult for her to express her feelings. Or perhaps she was too shy to do so. Just like before, she cared for Wu Tian, but would always end up beating him half to death. Wu Tian chuckled heartily. He then turned to Hutu, who smiled and said, the 9 heavens, earthly soil you previously gifted me has greatly benefited me with its earth principles. I ought to thank you. Wu Tian promptly waved his hand. At first, his intention was to strengthen his bond with the ancestor witches, particularly Hutu, in hopes of gaining favor and enjoying a carefree life in the Hongwang realm. However, as he assisted them, his original self-serving thoughts gradually dissipated. Now, he sincerely hoped for a better outcome for the ancestor witches, wishing to alter their originally tragic fates. Though the ancestor witches were temperamental, they revealed their brutish side to him as a younger brother, showcasing the more straightforward and carefree aspects of their personalities. Empathizing with them, how could Wu Tian not be moved? Reflecting on the original fates of Xianming and Hutu, he could not help but declare, Sisters, rest assured, I will find a way to assist you in achieving enlightenment, ensuring you lead better lives. Xianming and Hutu were somewhat taken aback. They could sense the sincerity and earnestness in Wu Tian and Appo's words, yet they did not comprehend why he suddenly expressed such sentiments. After a moment of surprise, Hutu chuckled and said, well, you're always clamoring for us to protect you. Once we achieve enlightenment, we will certainly safeguard you. No one in Hongwang shall bully you. Wu Tian burst into laughter. With the experience from their previous visit, the trio swiftly traversed the vast chaos, guided by their inner senses, arriving at the Zixiao Palace. The grand doors of the palace were already ajar. The 3 hurried inside, perhaps due to the conclusion of the first sermon, when Wu Tian had presented the beast blood to Hao Yin and Yao Qi, the 2 young Taoist priests, who had initially appeared solemn, instantly broke into smiles upon their entrance, offering a slight bow to Wu Tian. Wu Tian responded with a smile in kind. He then proceeded toward the front of the main hall. At this moment, Wu Tian realized that they were among the later arrivals. The seats at the very front were nearly filled. Only the spots for the ancestor witches remained vacant. Curious gazes were directed at the trio, and the expressions of the onlookers were laden with evident confusion as they murmured among themselves. Why are there only 3 this time? Where are the others? Even after Wu Tian seated himself, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun approached him. Hong Yun, with a curious expression, directly asked, where are Emperor Jiang and the others? Wu Tian chuckled lightly. My brothers have other matters to attend to, so they shall not be joining this sermon. What else could he say? Should he admit that these few underachievers had no desire to attend the lecture? It would be rather embarrassing. Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun were momentarily stunned, their faces reflecting disbelief, as if to say, what could be more important than attending the sermon? This time, they were to discuss the cultivation of the quasi-saint realm, which was even more significant than the last sermon. Yet both were perceptive enough to recognize Wu Tian and Appo's disinterest in elaborating further. Hong Yun then cheerfully remarked, "Indeed. After you listen, you can relay the information to them. There is no need for everyone to be present." At that moment, Kunpeng also turned around from the front row, managing a strained smile that was almost more dreadful than his usual demeanor, nodding slightly at Wu Tian before returning to his seat. Kunpeng and Appo's sudden change startled Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, who exchanged bewildered glances, their minds racing with speculations about what had transpired. The transformation in Kunpeng did not escape the notice of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Emperor Jun remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. However, Tai Yi frowned. "Brother, has Kunpeng lost all sense of propriety? We sought him out to involve him in a grand endeavor, and yet he treats us with such indifference. Now he is so cordial with Wu Tian." Tai Yi quietly transmitted to Emperor Jun, his tone brimming with indignation and dissatisfaction. Emperor Jun, however, calmly replied, "Control your anger. This is Xixiao Palace. We must focus on the sermon first. We shall address this matter after the teachings conclude." Despite saying this, Emperor Jun and Appo's gaze shifted towards Fuxi and Yuhua, his thoughts subtly stirring as he began to ponder. Soon after, the doors of Xixiao Palace closed. Hong Jun's figure appeared once again before the assembly, as he had during the last sermon, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Upon noticing the absence of the ancestor witches, his heart jolted. Did it not come his time? Finally, he felt a sense of relief returning to the overarching trend. According to Hong Jun and Appo's calculations of the heavenly secrets, Emperor Jiang and the others should have missed the first sermon entirely. Although slightly delayed, it eased his mind. While contemplating this, Hong Jun's expression remained impassive. He continued to exude an air of detached indifference, not even pausing his gaze. As he scanned the Xixiao Palace before stating in a calm tone, "The second sermon begins now." Chapter 40. The Inadequate Youth and Appo's scheming. As the voice faded, a profound resonance of Tao once again permeated the Xixiao Palace, with heavenly flowers cascading and golden lotuses erupting from the earth. The audience quickly leaned in to listen. During the previous discourse, Hong Jun had abruptly halted at a pivotal moment, leaving them in a state of eager anticipation, longing for the passage of 3 millennia to be but a fleeting moment. Figures like the 3 purities, Fuxi, Yuhua, and Emperor Jun had awakened their own paths of cultivation from birth, many having attained the status of great Luo golden immortals even before the teachings commenced. While the first lecture bore significant insights and yielded ample rewards, what they yearned to fathom most was how to attain the sacred realm, how to comprehend the Tao and achieve enlightenment, how to attain the primordial unity and become a saint. As Hong Jun's exposition gradually unfolded, the expressions of the audience varied. Some appeared enlightened, while others were enraptured with joy. Wu Tian mused inwardly. Indeed, he had already harbored such thoughts. At this moment, as Hong Jun spoke, his previous conjectures were once again validated, and Wu Tian began to glean the reasons behind the ancestral witches' fates within the grand scheme of destiny, leading to their demise and return to the cosmos. The myriad paths of cultivation necessitated first refining qi, absorbing the primordial essence of heaven and earth to forge one's magical power and strengthen oneself. Once one's realm was sufficiently elevated, the next step was to comprehend the laws and inscribe them within the fabric of existence. The ancestral witches followed a similar trajectory, albeit with a distinction. They started from a high vantage point, inherently grasping a force of law. However, upon ascending to the realm of primordial unity, golden immortal, the path of the witch clan diverged entirely from that of the immortals. For instance, the path of the immortals is woven from multiple laws to form a singular Tao, whereas the witch clan pursues a solitary path to the end, seeking to become one with their own laws. It is neither right nor wrong. Indeed, The pathway of the ancestral witches may yield a strength surpassing that of the immortal Tao, yet it is fraught with greater challenges and nearly devoid of opportunities for enlightenment. At least under the heavenly Tao, the ancestral witches could not attain complete enlightenment. No matter how they cultivated, they could only reach the zenith of primordial unity, golden immortal, with no chance of stepping beyond that threshold. The more fundamental the law, the more formidable it is, yet the harder it becomes to attain completeness. Take, for example, Emperor Jiang's spatial laws. How must he cultivate to master all aspects of spatial law? If he succeeded, the laws of space within the heavenly Tao would heed his command, leaving others with no avenues to explore. This is a consequence of the heavenly Tao's machinations, especially within the immortal Tao, where multiple laws intertwine. Should the ancestral witches fully grasp any singular law, they would be beset with countless dangers. Naturally, this breeds a strong animosity towards the witch clan. After all, who does not wish to seize control over their own fate? Alas, is this not the underlying logic of the ancestral witches being ensnared by the heavenly Tao? If the ancestral witches were to attain enlightenment, who would wield authority over the vast wilderness? The future conflict between the demon clan and the witch clan for dominion over the primordial world is merely a superficial cause. The demise of the ancestral witches would also allow the dominion of these laws to return to the heavenly Tao. Wu Tian sighed inwardly, pondering, how can one effect change? Soon, drawing upon numerous legends from the future, he formulated a plan, resolutely setting aside his doubts to continue attentively absorbing the teachings. As Hong Jun elaborated, the listeners in the Xiao Palace gradually polarized. A portion who could keep pace were enthralled and awakened, while those of lesser prowess wore expressions of despair. Every word spoken by Hong Jun resonated in their ears, yet when strung together, they remained utterly incomprehensible, profound and arcane. Some attempted to forcefully remember, hoping to decipher the meanings once their strength grew, only to find that their recollections vanished like fleeting dreams. Wu Tian, however, comprehended fully. Though he practiced the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong, the interwoven powers of the 12 laws of the ancestral witches manifested as the divine ability of Pingxin's true form, forming an avenue to transcendence. By continuously inscribing the laws, he could amplify the essence of Pingxin's true form. Currently, he could only envelop himself in the shadow of Pingxin's true form, bolstered by the essence of Pingxin. If one day he could directly embody Pingxin's true form, the realm of primordial unity would be within reach. He did not squander this opportunity for enlightenment. On one hand, he absorbed the teachings of the sacred realm's cultivation. On the other, he voraciously consumed the primordial essence within the Xiao Palace, continuously inscribing the laws empowered by the heavenly Tao. The strength of his physical body and spiritual essence surged rapidly, propelling him towards ever higher realms. At that moment, Hong Jun, who had been feigning slumber, slowly opened his eyes, casting a penetrating gaze upon the assembled multitude. Despite the enchanting nature of his discourse, only a scant few truly turned to the path of the immortal Tao, particularly those innate deities whom Hong Jun favored, for they were already entrenched in their own paths, showing no inclination to embrace the immortal Tao. Take the 3 purities, for instance. They were manifestations of Pingxin's primordial spirit, divided into 3. Previously, upon encountering the 24-grade primal chaos green lotus atop Kunlun Mountain, the lotus, intolerable to the heavenly Tao, had split upon seeing them, transforming into 3 innate spiritual treasures, the Tai dust whisk, the 3 treasures Jade Rui, and the Qingping sword, each representing their respective paths, alchemy, talismans, and swordsmanship. With their own paths established, how could they possibly immerse themselves in the immortal Tao, allowing Hong Jun to siphon their fortune and take advantage of them? Thus, the most advanced Tai Ching, despite being able to directly ascend to the sacred realm through the methods of the immortal Tao, chose instead to contemplate the subtleties of the immortal Tao without any intention of breaking through to a higher realm. Conversely, Wu Tian, Xianin, and He Tu remained utterly focused on their cultivation, leveraging the Xixiao Palace's unique environment and the resonances of the heavenly Tao that rained down, continuously augmenting their own strength. The witch clan was one matter, but Wu Tian had never entertained thoughts of the ancestral witch's foul tempers, especially since Hutu would inevitably find her own opportunities. She would be entirely incapable of practicing the immortal Tao. Hongjun could not help but furrow his brow slightly. How could this be permissible? After all this effort, not even a single fish had taken the bait. Was it all for naught? A significant loss? As the lecture neared its conclusion, the methods for cultivating the sacred realm were also approaching their end. Hongjun's heart finally began to stir with anxiety. Although the immortal Tao was destined to flourish immensely within the grand scheme of the heavenly Tao, and his own fortune was robust and enduring, he realized that at critical moments, proactive nudges were essential. His gaze shifted towards the Eastern and Western sovereigns, born of the innate Yin and Yang energies. Both were also innate deities, cultivating on Penglai Island and in Western Kunlun, respectively. An idea sparked in Hongjun's mind. Instantly, an imperceptible wave emanated, subtly directed towards the Eastern sovereign. As the Eastern sovereign contemplated the cultivation of the immortal Tao, a sudden realization struck him. With Hongjun elucidating the methods of immortal cultivation, he increasingly sensed the arduousness of attaining enlightenment through the laws. The innate 5 elements, Yin and Yang. These are the great paths of heaven and earth, powerful as they may be. Yet how challenging it is to attain enlightenment. Why must I stubbornly persist in this convoluted path, hesitating upon the road to enlightenment? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the Eastern sovereign lifted his gaze towards Hongjun. The immortal Tao lay before him, with Hongjun, the saint, expounding upon it, offering a seamless path forward. Why must I struggle in vain? The moment this thought crystallized, he could no longer contain himself. Boom! A commotion erupted within the Xixiao Palace. Countless streams of primordial essence surged toward the Eastern sovereign, transforming based on the innate Yang energy, as his magical power continuously transmuted according to the methods of the immortal Tao. The aura of the Eastern sovereign expanded, prompting the Western sovereign's magical power to involuntarily respond, spiraling out of her control. The Western sovereign could only curse inwardly, the inadequate youth's scheming. Then, she hastily focused her thoughts, channeling her countless insights into the immortal Tao, beginning to transform her entire essence. Chapter 41. The Tao Ancestor Hongjun. Moments later, the ethereal sounds emanating from Hongjun ceased. His gaze, devoid of emotion, turned towards Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu, stirring the attention of others, who regarded the pair with a myriad of expressions. Even Wu Tian, seemingly oblivious to any anomaly, felt this scene was entirely natural, influenced by memories of his past life. After all, Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu were indeed figures of the celestial path, and the most authentic ones at that. After a brief interval, the two concluded their cultivation, their energies transformed into celestial auras, elevating their powers to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. According to Dong Wang Gong and Appo's perception, their forthcoming practice would encounter minimal obstacles. With time and diligent effort, they would soon advance further, easily breaking through to the quasi-saint level. His face bore a radiant smile. However, Shi Wang Mu, compelled to shift her path to immortality, wore a less favorable expression. She keenly understood that while the celestial path was accessible, it was built upon the foundations laid by others. Being confined within someone else's doctrine would hinder her prospects for significant achievements in the future. At that moment, Hongjun spoke with an air of indifference. You two, born from the primordial Yin and Yang, are now practitioners of my celestial path. You shall be the foremost male and female immortals in the realm. As his words echoed, the power of the heavenly Tao surged within the Xixiao Palace. The titles of the foremost male and female immortals were inherently tied to the weight of destiny, drawing the blessings of the heavenly Tao. Soon, as the celestial energy descended, their fortunes surged dramatically, and their powers were on the brink of reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Hongjun, with an intent akin to bestowing a great boon, conferred upon them a treasure after granting them the titles of the foremost immortals. They each received several treasures. The most precious bestowed upon Dong Wanggong was a dragon-headed staff, said to have been used by Hongjun before his enlightenment, symbolizing his status as the foremost male immortal. Shi Wangmu received even greater benefits, an innate supreme spiritual treasure, the Western Plain Cloud Banner, for her protection, and a primordial Ren water peach tree to anchor her fortune. Though Shi Wangmu harbored some resentment initially, it dissipated significantly. She and Dong Wanggong respectfully bowed to Hongjun in unison, exclaiming, "Thank you, Sage Hongjun." Dong Wanggong and Appo's face was alight with joy, not only satisfied with his decision, but suddenly realizing that bearing the title of the foremost male immortal, coupled with the dragon-headed staff, positioned him as the very representative of the celestial path in the primordial world. Countless thoughts surged within him. After a brief pause, he proclaimed, "Rest assured, Sage Hongjun, we shall diligently cultivate and enlighten the beings of the primordial realm through the celestial path, ensuring its prosperity and flourishing fortune." Witnessing this scene, others were struck by diverse thoughts. Some, lacking resolve, yearned to step forward themselves, eager for the heavenly Tao's blessings, innate treasures, and roots of existence. Others furrowed their brows, lost in contemplation. After a few breaths, as some began to stir, Emperor Jun suddenly rose, clasping his hands towards Hongjun, and inquired loudly, "Might I ask, Sage Hongjun, is it true that within the primordial heavens, only the celestial path leads to enlightenment and becoming a saint?" At his words, a collective gasp arose, eyes glinting with intrigue. Emperor Jun and Appo's inquiry echoed the doubts harbored within many minds. Even without his prompting, others would have likely voiced similar questions. Hongjun and Appo's gaze was profound as he replied, "Not at all. The 3,000 paths may all lead to sainthood. They need not be confined to the celestial path." He continued, "Very well. I possess a treasure known as the Disk of Creation, which records numerous paths in the primordial realm since the dawn of time. Those among you with affinity may discern its wisdom." As he spoke, the Disk of Creation soared above Hongjun, radiating boundless light, creating a spectacle as countless paths manifested, ebbing and flowing in a cosmic dance. Suddenly, with a tremor, these path imprints surged towards the Xiao Palace, twinkling like a sky full of stars, dazzling all who beheld them. The seated assembly sprang into action, beams of profound light shooting upwards towards the 3,000 paths, their spiritual energies reaching out in search of the path most suited to them. Even Wu Tian was no exception. He scarcely took a moment to regard Shi Wangmu, hastily focusing his mind upon the celestial display above. As his spiritual essence probed, he swiftly grasped a shimmering imprint, eager to delve into its mysteries. The path of the physical body? No wonder I feel such a strong resonance with this. Yet, to Wu Tian and Appo's astonishment, this imprint contained significant gaps in its teachings. He quickly comprehended its essence before it dissolved back into the void. That made sense. Although the Disk of Creation is indeed a supreme treasure, how could it possibly record the entirety of the 3,000 paths? That would be too preposterous. Even capturing incomplete imprints is an exceptional feat. Not wishing to squander time, Wu Tian once again followed the resonance within his spirit, probing through the myriad imprints until he seized another path, the world path. This path involved creating a world, continually refining and expanding it. It bore similarities to Pangu's act of creation, yet while Pangu achieved it in one monumental step, the world path emphasized gradual evolution. Wu Tian was undeterred, seizing the opportunity to engrave this path within his spirit, recognizing its inherent value regardless of whether he chose to pursue it. As he finished comprehending this path, before he could make another attempt, Hongjun and Appo's voice resonated softly. "The time has come." The second discourse concludes, "In 3,000 years, I shall deliver the final teaching, imparting the methods of enlightenment and attaining sainthood." Upon his words, the disk of creation trembled in the void, and an array of profound lights and path imprints vanished, returning to Hongjun and Appo's side. The attendees wore expressions of reluctance. At that moment, Dong Wang Gong, seemingly struck by inspiration, suddenly exclaimed with a grin, "Sage Hongjun has graciously imparted the celestial path to us, and today, selflessly bestowing the 3,000 paths, will ensure that all future paths in the primordial realm originate from saints. He shall be regarded as the progenitor of all paths." Before others could react, Dong Wang Gong bowed deeply, thanking Hongjun. "We are grateful to the Tao ancestor for your compassionate heart, delivering teachings in the Xiao Palace to enlighten the beings of the primordial realm." The assembly was momentarily dumbfounded. What audacity! Was he truly fawning so shamelessly? How did Sage Hongjun become the Tao ancestor? If it were true that all paths originated from him, calling him the Tao ancestor might hold merit. However, that was not the reality. Moreover, the paths recorded within the disk of creation were incomplete, and many present possessed their own paths that did not originate from Hongjun. What kind of Tao ancestor was that? Yet, with Dong Wang Gong and Appo's designation echoing in the Xiao Palace, having received the favor of Hongjun and Appo's teachings, what could the others do? They could hardly shout, "Hongjun cannot claim the title of Tao ancestor." After a brief silence, voices began to rise within the Xiao Palace, and the assembly reluctantly echoed Dong Wang Gong's sentiments. "We thank you, Tao ancestor Hongjun." Wu Tian and his companions remained silent, choosing not to disrupt the moment, merely observing with bemusement. The ancestral witches, inheritors of Pangu's legacy, held no ties to Hongjun. Naturally, they would not acknowledge him as the Tao ancestor. Hongjun, however, paid no heed. A subtle smile adorned his face, most of his thoughts absorbed in sensing his own transformation. As the crowd echoed the words of the Tao ancestor, a torrent of magnificent fortune descended, enveloping him in its embrace. The celestial jade plate whirled rapidly, and the authority of the heavenly Tao surged forth with remarkable speed. Hongjun chuckled softly and remarked, "There is no need for excessive courtesy. This is but a rightful duty." With that, he nodded toward the Eastern King, filling the latter's heart with a sweetness akin to nectar, his smile growing ever more radiant. Subsequently, Hongjun gracefully withdrew, proclaiming, "This lecture has reached its conclusion. 3 millennia hence, the Xiao Palace shall convene once more, to elucidate the path to enlightenment and the way to sanctification for you all." Chapter 42. The Distress of Zenyuanzi. Once again, Hongjun played the role of the enigmatic figure, leaving the audience at the Xiao Palace in a state of anxious anticipation before vanishing without a trace. The gates of the Xiao Palace swung open once more, reminiscent of the previous occasion. However, this time, there was a notable difference. Hongjun had acquired the title of Tao ancestor. His fortune and authority within the heavenly Tao greatly amplified, signaling an impending surge in his power. The Eastern King and the Western Queen had each attained their positions in the heavenly Tao, granting them the authority to command the celestial beings of the world. Dijun narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the Eastern King as a throng of cultivators gathered around him, their words laced with flattery. "The venerable Mu Gong has been graced by the Tao ancestor. He shall surely oversee the vast expanse of the celestial path in the future, a truly joyous occasion." Due to his connection with the primordial spiritual root, the Tree of Heaven, the Eastern King was originally known as Mu Gong. This explained why Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, did not bestow upon him a spiritual root, but instead gifted the Western Queen with a sacred peach tree of innate water. As the accolades poured in, the Eastern King felt a surge of pride, yet he made a conscious effort to suppress it, adopting a demeanor of humility. "Dear friends, you flatter me. Since the Tao ancestor has conferred upon me this position, I cannot remain idle. Upon my return to Penlai, I plan to emulate the Tao ancestor and share the teachings of the celestial path with all beings. If any of you have the leisure, do come and join me." Instantly, several individuals nodded in agreement. Naturally, they wished to hear Mu Gong and Appo's insights on the celestial path. The Eastern King and Appo's heart swelled with satisfaction. As his thoughts wandered, he turned his gaze toward the Western Queen, for they held the titles of the foremost male and female immortals in the realm. It would not do for him to perform in isolation. However, the Western Queen had already disappeared from sight. He quickly glanced toward the gates of the Zhixiao Palace and saw her silhouette speeding away into the chaos. "Ah, Dao friend Jimu," he exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly realizing something, he turned to apologize to those nearby and hurried out of the Zhixiao Palace in pursuit. Witnessing this scene, Dijun could not suppress a contemptuous smile. He withdrew his gaze with a derisive snort. From the Eastern King and Appo's demeanor, Dijun easily discerned that after attaining the title of the foremost male immortal, the Eastern King and Appo's ambitions had begun to surface. The title of male immortal? Ah, Maralia Kipar. With a slight chuckle in his heart, he then shifted his attention toward Fuxi and Nuwa, contemplating for a moment before approaching them with a smile. Meanwhile, Wu Tian and Appo's gaze shifted from the Western Queen and Appo's retreating figure to Nuwa. Just as he caught a glimpse, he felt a tap on his arm and turned to find Xuanming's cold, yet stunning visage before him. Her eyes fixed on him as she inquired, "Which is more beautiful, the Western Queen or Nuwa?" Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? It was hard to believe that Xianming would utter such words. Sensing his gaze upon her, Xianming and Appo's expression flickered with a hint of fluster before she regained her composure. "Did I say something wrong?" After Hong Jun concluded his teachings, "I noticed you gazing at the Western Queen until she left the Zhixiao Palace, and then you immediately turned your attention to Nuwa." Wu Tian's heart protested. "This is a colossal misunderstanding. I was looking at the Western Queen because she was bestowed the Western Plain Cloud Flag. Didn't I previously ponder how to obtain the Five Directions flag?" He was naturally curious. Indeed, the Western Queen was remarkably beautiful. Each innate deity in the primordial realm tended toward perfection, yet possessed unique traits. The Western Queen and Appo's regal grace and the hint of languor between her brows had certainly made an impression on Wu Tian. However, that was not the crux of the matter. As for Nuwa, was it not Dijun who approached Fuxi and Nuwa? According to the natural course of events, it was time for Dijun, Fuxi, and Nuwa to collaborate in establishing the demon clan. He needed to pay close attention, quietly conveying an explanation. Wu Tian noticed Xianming's expression soften as she instinctively asked, "Is that true?" Then she looked toward Dijun and the others. "What shall we do?" She had not considered any form of obstruction. In the hearts of Xianming and her companions, an emerging demon clan posed little threat. Wu Tian glanced at the four individuals. "Let's return quickly. We must expedite matters regarding the establishment of our clan, lest others outpace us." With that, Wu Tian rose without hesitation. At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun hurried over, seemingly intent on inviting Wu Tian to Wuzhuang Temple for a discussion and to savor the ginseng fruit. Wu Tian, however, had no time for such indulgences. He promptly interjected, "Dao, friend Jin Yuan and Hong Yun, I have a significant matter to attend to within the Witch clan. If you have time, would you care to accompany me? It would serve as a witness as well." The two were taken aback, exchanging glances filled with unspoken understanding. After a moment, Zhen Yuanzi smiled and replied, "Of course. We have no particular ambitions and simply wish to roam the vastness of the primordial realm. A visit to the Witch clan would be delightful." Wu Tian felt a surge of determination as he looked toward Kunpeng, who remained seated in contemplation, seemingly still absorbed in the profound insights gained from the Panga Jade Plate. Previously, due to the matter of the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag, Wu Tian had established a good rapport with Kunpeng. Furthermore, he sensed that Kunpeng might not be as steadfast in his alliances as he had initially believed. Thus, he decided to extend an invitation. Although Kunpeng was originally a demon master within the grand scheme, his position was not firmly established. Perhaps he could be won over. In such a manner, it would yield a double harvest. "Would you care to join me?" Wu Tian inquired with a smile. Upon hearing Wu Tian's proposal, Kunpeng did not immediately accept. Instead, he pondered for a moment before donning a slight smile. "I shall not accompany you, Dao friend. However, when the day you speak of arrives, I will personally come to offer my congratulations." With that, he rose and offered a slight bow to Xianming, Hutu, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hong Yun before departing the Zhixiao Palace. As Kunpeng left, Hong Yun exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew, that Kunpeng is certainly a difficult character to deal with. He seems indifferent to everyone, giving me an odd sensation each time I encounter him. Yet he treats you so warmly. Hong Yun's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he asked, Wu Tian, how did you manage that? What transpired between you and Kunpeng? Wu Tian shrugged off the inquiry with a light chuckle before responding. It's not a big deal. Was and Oppos, my brothers who stepped in to confront the two from the west. Kunpeng felt indebted for retaining his position and later presented the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag to settle the score. Through our exchanges, we have built some camaraderie. With that, Wu Tian beckoned to those around him as they made their way out of the Zhixiao Palace. He was eager to return and discuss the establishment of their clan with Di Jiang and the others. Xianming and Hutu flanked him on either side, while Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun trailed behind, their expressions peculiar as they exchanged glances filled with unspoken thoughts. Brother Xinyuan, since Kunpeng has offered the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag to settle his debt, what should we do? Surely we cannot remain entirely unresponsive? Jin Yuanzi was also deeply troubled. While Kunpeng had indirectly benefited from the Witch clan's kindness, he and his brother were the most direct beneficiaries. Wu Tian was the one to advocate for them. Yet, he possessed no surplus of innate spiritual treasures. He certainly could not part with the Earth Book, could he? Chapter 43. Wu Tian and Amp. Oppos. Unfinished kindness upon exiting the Zhixiao Palace. Xianming and Hutu felt a surge of energy emanating from their bodies, and a powerful force of laws began to manifest. They instinctively prepared to break through the chaos and escort Wu Tian back. However, Hong Yun interjected with a smile, Allow me to take the lead. I and Oppos am quite swift in my travels. I still owe a debt of gratitude to you. It wouldn't be right to burden Xianming and Hutu with the effort. Thus, Hong Yun volunteered himself. Xianming and Hutu paused. Their curiosity piqued as they turned to look at Hong Yun. Wu Tian, however, was not surprised. Both Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun had arrived promptly during their first experience of the Zhixiao Palace, indicating their remarkable speed. At that moment, Xinyuanzi nodded with a smile. Indeed, to be candid, my younger brother Hong Yun is the very first red cloud born at the dawn of creation. When it comes to travel, he may not be the absolute best, but he certainly ranks among the top. Hong Yun then conjured a barrier radiating a crimson glow, its aura profoundly mysterious. Wu Tian felt compelled to marvel at it. No wonder. Hong Yun truly enjoys a fortuitous destiny. Among the four symbols of creation, earth, water, fire, and wind, Hong Yun embodies three of them, lacking only earth. Xinyuanzi spoke up. Allow me to lend you a hand. As he spoke, he unleashed a spell that channeled the power of the Earth Book, infused with a robust essence of primordial earth and intermingled with the breath of primordial wood. As this energy merged with Hong Yun and Oppos, power and the forces of water, fire, and wind, the original quintessence of the five elements transformed directly into the four symbols and Oppos. Power. With a flash, the barrier's brilliance intensified. The previously red barrier morphed into a hazy, chaotic hue, as if carving out a small realm within the chaos, sealing off the surrounding chaotic energies. Wu Tian and Amp, Oppos, eyes brightened at the sight. No wonder you two brothers are so harmonious. It seems there is a splendid complementarity between you. After sharing a smile, Wu Tian stepped into the gray barrier. Xianming and Hutu, feeling relieved, followed suit. The five of them then broke through the chaos, journeying towards the primordial realm. Accompanied by Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun, Wu Tian found it inappropriate to close his eyes in meditation, so he engaged the two in casual conversation, while Xianming and Hutu listened quietly. Having just exited the Zhixiao Palace, the discussion naturally turned towards Dong Wang and Shi Wangmu. Hong Yun remarked with curiosity, It seems Shi Wangmu is rather reluctant to pursue the path of immortality. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hurriedly departed, ignoring Dong Wang. The others exchanged glances, intrigued by the gossip. Even Xianming and Hutu became engrossed in the unfolding drama. After discussing the matters concerning Dong Wang and Shi Wangmu, Xinyuanzi suddenly sighed, alas. Dong Wang's choice may not be entirely erroneous. The path of laws is exceedingly arduous, and with the immortal path readily available. Such a decision is quite reasonable. The immortal path is rooted in the 5 elemental laws. Once one achieves a perfect balance of the 5 energies, they transcend the 5 elements, thus earning the title of thief of the 5 elements. Alternatively, one may transform into yin and yang. Xinyuanzi, possessing the essence of primordial earth and the breath of primordial wood, is innately aligned with the 5 elemental laws, rendering him most suitable for the immortal path. Yet, following another and amp, Appo's path ultimately brings one under their constraints, leading to an undeniable sense of dissatisfaction. Xinyuanzi shook his head with a sigh. This sentiment resonates with the majority of those who attended the Zhixiao Palace, which explains the uproar following Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu's shift to the immortal path. Although Hongjun Daozu subsequently revealed 3,000 great paths for others to comprehend, how many could truly discover their suitable path? Moreover, these great path imprints are inherently flawed. Hearing Xinyuanzi's lamentations stirred Wu Tian's thoughts. He knew that Xinyuanzi would eventually become the progenitor of Earth Immortals, having pioneered the path of Earth Immortals. While still within the realm of immortality, he had forged a unique avenue, establishing himself as a founder. With this in mind, Wu Tian decided to share his insights generously, smiling as he said, "Why must you fret, dear friend? The Earth book in your possession is remarkably enigmatic, containing its own great path. If you can grasp its essence, would it not offer you an opportunity for enlightenment?" The light in Xinyuanzi and Appo's eyes brightened instantly. Yet, it did not end there. Wu Tian, recalling Xinyuanzi and Appo's future establishment of the Earth Immortal Realm, chose to impart the world path he had previously comprehended. With a sweep of his hand, a swirl of profound light emanated from his spirit. "This is the world path I discerned from the creation jade plate. It may aid you in your journey. I encourage you to ponder it deeply." Xinyuanzi and Appo's face transformed with astonishment and joy. "This," Wu Tian chuckled. "No need for concern. The understanding of the Tao is not a zero-sum game. Bestowing it upon you does not diminish my own. Should you gain any insights, sharing a fraction with me would suffice. However, I must lament, as a member of the Wu clan, my prowess in comprehending the great Tao is somewhat lacking. There may be inaccuracies in my interpretation of the world path, so please exercise caution." Xinyuanzi's expression fluctuated. He was both envious of Wu Tian and Appo's understanding of the world path and hesitant, as he still owed Wu Tian for his previous assistance. After a long moment of contemplation, Xinyuanzi solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude. "Very well. I shall gratefully accept this. I cannot repay this kindness at present, but I shall remember it in my heart. If you require anything of me, do not hesitate to ask." Wu Tian merely nodded with a smile. Subsequently, Xinyuanzi ceased to be polite, directly absorbing the insights of the world path into himself. His spirit radiated brilliantly, enveloping his entire being as he began to contemplate deeply. After a while, even the Earth book emerged from his body, gently floating above his head, continuously emanating a golden glow. Observing this, the others remained silent, allowing Xinyuanzi to concentrate. Han Yun intensified his own energy, the small luminous orb relentlessly pressing through the chaotic essence towards the primordial realm. Upon breaking through the chaotic membrane and entering the primordial world, Xinyuanzi's Earth book quivered, retracting its boundless radiance and sinking back into his form. Moments later, Xinyuanzi slowly opened his eyes, sparkling with immense joy. Meeting the curious gazes of his companions, he smiled softly. "Understand now. I have discovered my own path." Following Wu Tian and Appo's guidance, he realized that the distinction between a sage and a great immortal lies in the spirit and Appo's attachment to the heavenly path, allowing one to exist eternally, undying and indestructible. Conversely, the Earth book is intertwined with the primordial land. As long as the primordial realm remains intact, so too will the Earth book. Is this not another form of immortality, an alternate pathway to enlightenment? Furthermore, Xinyuanzi could disseminate this path, enabling others to attach their spirits and enhance their strength. Though the specifics were yet unclear, Zhen Yuanzi had already glimpsed a distinct pathway. He bowed deeply to Wu Tian. "Thank you, dear friend, for your guidance." As he spoke, he was filled with profound gratitude, realizing that he had already incurred significant karmic debt. And now, thanks to Wu Tian's insights, he had attained clarity regarding his own path, further deepening that debt. Alas, Wu Tian and Amp oppose, as kindness remains unrepayable. Chapter 44. Consulting the Great Earth Book Array. When it comes to immense kindness, mere words of gratitude seem utterly insignificant. Zhen Yuanzi understood this principle. Thus he simply uttered a few words of thanks while committing everything to memory, firmly resolved to repay this kindness in due course. Hong Yun, witnessing Zhen Yuanzi's enlightenment under Wu Tian's guidance, felt a tinge of embarrassment but could not help but gaze expectantly at Wu Tian. Wu Tian, taken aback, pondered how to respond. Surely, he could not suggest, "You should die first and then be reincarnated as Shennong to attain enlightenment," could he? Moreover, the arrangements at the Zixiao Palace had undergone significant alteration under his influence, leaving uncertainty about whether Hong Yun would maintain his original path. Nevertheless, with Hong Yun having already harnessed 3 of the 4 elemental powers, he was on the brink of completing his own path. Wu Tian, after a brief contemplation, smiled and suggested, "My friend, why not consider how to complete your own laws? The world's path I imparted to Zhen Yuanzi may offer you further insights." Hong Yun promptly nodded, suppressing his excitement as he followed Wu Tian towards the foot of the Buzhou mountain, where the Wu tribe resided. Suddenly, 2 menacing auras surged forth, blocking Hong Yun's path. The figures of Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin appeared in midair, bellowing, "Who dares to approach Hong Yun?" Hong Yun and Zhen Yuanzi swiftly dispersed their energies, causing the elemental powers to dissipate and revealing the presence of Wu Tian and his companions. Only then did Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin relent. "Oh, it is you." After they descended, Di Jiang curiously scrutinized Hong Yun, muttering, "I never would have guessed. You, with such a gentle disposition, could command the 4 elemental powers. Quite impressive." The intertwining energies of the 4 elements effectively masked Wu Tian's presence, which is why Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin had acted so impulsively. Hong Yun found himself a loss for words in response to Di Jiang and Amp Oppo's observation, unsure whether to laugh or react otherwise. Yet he understood that the ancestors had such natures and felt no anger. Wu Tian quickly interjected, "Brother, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun are here at my invitation." He then turned to Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, explaining their intentions now that they had reached the territory of the Wu tribe. Announcing to the Great Pangu, establishing the Wu tribe, incorporating Buzhou Mountain into the 12 capitals' divine array. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged glances. However, soon, as the first to devise a moral coercion array in the primordial realm, Zhen Yuanzi grasped Wu Tian and Amp Oppo's intent and smiled warmly at him. Their eyes met, sharing an unspoken understanding. Zhen Yuanzi, unperturbed, felt a sense of camaraderie with Wu Tian. His creation of the Earth Book Array stemmed from a concern for potential threats. Despite their good reputation, he and Hong Yun were inherently gentle and lacked the strength to fend off aggressors. However, the Wu tribe was so formidable. The ancestors possessed immense power, prompting Zhen Yuanzi to ponder their preparations. After some reflection, Zhen Yuanzi decided not to dwell on it further and instead cheerfully proposed, "Perfect. I have some insights on this path. Would you like me to share the configurations of my Earth Book Array for your contemplation?" Acknowledging Wu Tian and the Wu tribe's kindness toward him and Hong Yun, Zhen Yuanzi resolved to repay part of that debt. Wu Tian was both astonished and elated. The Earth Book Array was Zhen Yuanzi's secret safeguard, a crucial aspect of his being, and his willingness to share it was astonishing. Wu Tian contemplated his response, ultimately expressing, "Thank you, my friend Zhen Yuanzi." Zhen Yuanzi was equally gratified. At last, he could assist Wu Tian, which eased his conscience, for he feared that constantly owing Wu Tian favors might affect his path. Di Jiang and the others were equally pleased, their regard for Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun growing stronger, with Di Jiang even clapping Hong Yun on the shoulder enthusiastically, proclaiming from now on, "You are friends of the Wu tribe. Should anyone dare to bully you, simply invoke our name." Hong Yun, somewhat overwhelmed by Di Zhang's exuberance, understood that he and Zhen Yuanzi had genuinely earned the ancestors' approval, which filled him with joy and broadened his smile. Soon, they advanced towards the Panga Hall. Other ancestors, upon hearing the news, flocked to join them, and before Zhen Yuanzi or Hong Yun could speak, Di Zhang boisterously declared, "These are our friends." The ancestors welcomed them with open arms. Wu Tian had intended to treat the two, but Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand, saying with a smile, "Business first." He then began explaining. The earth book materialized before him, emanating a warm, earthy glow with intricate veins and nodes laid bare for the ancestors to examine. These veins traced the flow of the primordial earth, while the luminous points represented rich spiritual realms. As Zhen Yuanzi elucidated, he also offered suggestions based on his deductions concerning the 12 capitals' divine array, despite lacking specific knowledge about it. The ancestors listened intently, far more engaged than during their previous discourse at the Xixiao Palace. Wu Tian meticulously committed these insights to memory, awakening myriad realizations within him as the 12 laws of his soul surged and transformed. At that moment, Hutu gently nudged him and whispered, "I was puzzled as to why you were so generous to these two, but now I see you were well prepared." Hutu found the Earthbook array to be extraordinarily intricate and gleaned much wisdom regarding the 12 capitals' divine array. Wu Tian quickly protested, "Sister Hutu, you have truly misunderstood me. I genuinely had no such intentions. My motives were not directed at the Earthbook array. Initially, his plan was to disrupt the seating arrangements. During his first visit to the Xixiao Palace, Hong Jun had interfered, and Wu Tian feared the ancestors might secure additional seats. He could not allow Hong Jun to prevail easily, so he sought to disrupt his plans. Moreover, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, deserving of their reputation as the benevolent ones of the primordial realm, indeed provided a comfortable companionship without causing future issues. However, Wu Tian could not express this directly, leading Hutu to doubt him. Yet, Hutu and Apos, S expression radiated delight and approval, clearly satisfied with Wu Tian and Apos, S strategic foresight. Observing this, Wu Tian chose not to refute her, instead musing internally, "Very well. Think as you wish. As long as I can swiftly rectify the array and bind Buzhou Mountain, all shall be well." Chapter 45. The fortunate primordial gourd vine. Once Zhen Yuanzi concluded his discourse, the ancestral witches found themselves enriched with insights, their expressions contemplative. Emperor Jiang, brimming with joy, proclaimed, "I understand now. The 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation is an inheritance from their bloodline, a supreme array bestowed by the Pangu great deity. Altering it is no simple task. During this period, the ancestral witches had not been idle. Numerous questions still lingered. However, after drawing inspiration from the Earthbook formation, the confounding aspects in their minds were suddenly clarified. The ancestral witches turned their gazes towards Zhen Yuanzi, their eyes glimmering with intensity, which left both Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun somewhat astonished. Zhen Yuanzi cautiously inquired, "Emperor Jiang, is there something amiss?" To which Emperor Jiang erupted into hearty laughter. "Haha, henceforth, do not refer to each other as fellow Taoists. You shall be regarded as brothers of our witch clan, Zhen Yuanzi, my younger brother, and Hong Yun, my younger brother." At this, both men burst into laughter, not dwelling on who had first taken form, and joyfully responded, "Brother Emperor Jiang." They then turned towards Wu Tian, addressing him, "Brother Wu Tian." Wu Tian, equally delighted, marveled at the scene. Who says the ancestral witches lack intellect? Brother Emperor Jiang certainly knows how to foster camaraderie. Just look at how that single word has brought such joy to Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. In truth, the two were genuinely taken aback. It was not merely the esteemed status of the ancestral witches, though they were indeed of Pangu's true lineage. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun also hailed from respectable backgrounds and were not overly concerned about such matters. Rather, it was the reputation of the ancestral witches that astonished them. Known for their foul tempers and staunch demeanor, the ancestral witches were infamous throughout the primordial realm. Previously, In the Zixiao Palace, they had shown little reverence towards Hong Jun Daozu and were notoriously protective and exclusionary. Thus, this fraternal address was indeed a rarity. Emperor Jiang, not concealing his intentions from Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun, immediately proposed discussions regarding the 12-capital heavenly god slaughter formation and the establishment of the witch clan. The ancestral witches had cast aside any pretense of formality. However, Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun, assured of their place, promptly stated to Wu Tian, Brother Wu Tian, "We shall refrain from participating in the internal affairs of the witch clan. Thanks to your previous guidance, I have gained profound insights and wish to consolidate my understanding through cultivation. How about I commence my training first?" After Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun insisted several times, Wu Tian chuckled and replied, "Very well. There is a suitable location atop Mount Buzhou for your cultivation. I shall escort you there." Wu Tian referred to the valley where the primordial gourd vine resided. Although the Panga Hall possessed another realm, the atmosphere was thick with malevolent energy. Since Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun cultivated with ethereal energies, this environment was unsuitable for them. The valley, abundant in spiritual essence and brimming with the power of laws, paired with the roots of the primordial gourd vine, might even offer further enlightenment to Xinyuanzi. Upon hearing Wu Tian and Apos' words, the ancestral witches immediately understood his intention and nodded in agreement, their expressions cheerful. Wu Tian then led the two to the valley. When the trio arrived at the valley's entrance, Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun gazed in surprise at the seemingly barren landscape. "There's nothing special here." At that moment, Xing Tian emerged from the shadows. "I have met the esteemed ancestral witches." Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun's eyes brightened at this revelation, as they had long been uncertain of Wu Tian's true identity, which they now learned from Xing Tian. Ancestral witch? So Wu Tian is indeed one of the ancestral witches. How else could he be considered a brother to Emperor Jiang and the others? However, the next moment they were puzzled again. Isn't there 12 ancestors? What exactly is Wu Tian's role? Wu Tian paid little heed to their confusion and was unconcerned about his identity being revealed. Instead, he smiled at Xing Tian and said, "You've worked hard, Xing Tian. There is no need for you to guard this place any longer. You may return to the tribe." Wu Tian encouraged Xing Tian with a pat on the shoulder, a gesture he had learned from Emperor Jiang. Although he wished to reward these great witches, he lacked suitable means and could only offer moral support for now. Nevertheless, Wu Tian had resolved that the merit Xing Tian had earned from guarding the primordial gourd vine would ensure he would not be left behind in the future. Xing Tian, though confused, did not question further. Everyone spoke of Wu Tian as the most astute among the ancestral witches. Thus, his actions must have purpose. With a cheerful demeanor, he replied, "I shall follow your command, esteemed ancestral witch." After bidding farewell to Xing Tian, Wu Tian, under the astonished gazes of Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun, lightly tapped the empty space before him. Instantly, a rainbow of light flashed, revealing the grand formation that had concealed the valley, which quietly opened a portal before the trio. "Brother Xinyuanzi, Brother Hong Yun, please." Wu Tian gestured for them to enter. As they stepped into the formation, their eyes widened in astonishment. They beheld the valley, now teeming with rich spiritual energy, converging into pools, the space alive with vitality. This was not unfamiliar to them. They had encountered similar paradises before. However, their gazes were irresistibly drawn to the primordial gourd vine, unable to divert their attention. Primordial spiritual root. Primordial yin and yang, 5 elements. How is this possible? Xinyuanzi exclaimed in disbelief. Given his background, he was well-versed in primordial spiritual roots and had never imagined one could possess the convergence of yin and yang, along with the 5 elements. Xinyuanzi's own ginseng fruit tree was of the earth attribute. Zhuanti's Bodhi tree was of the metal attribute, and the Fusang tree on the sun star represented the fire attribute. Each of these spiritual roots represented a single primordial law, making them exceedingly rare and formidable. How much more extraordinary was the existence of a primordial gourd vine embodying all 5. Upon witnessing the resonance between the primordial gourd vine and Wu Tian, Xinyuanzi realized that the spiritual root had recognized its master. He could not help but exclaim, "Brother Wu Tian, you truly possess remarkable fortune." His envy was palpable. Wu Tian chuckled heartily. "Ha, brother Xinyuanzi, do you not also have a ginseng fruit tree? It too belongs to the category of the 10 primordial spiritual roots. The rarity of the primordial gourd vine goes without saying. Even in its unripe state, it was already formidable, having garnered fame as a treasure throughout the primordial realm, illustrating its might." Hearing Wu Tian's words, Xinyuanzi's expression shifted to one of bitter amusement, seemingly recalling his own background. However, the origins of spiritual roots in the primordial realm were often shrouded in secrecy, and Wu Tian refrained from interjecting. At that moment, to Wu Tian's surprise, Xinyuanzi sighed lightly, gazing at the primordial gourd vine with a hint of compassion. "Alas, the primordial gourd vine is indeed powerful, but dear brother, you must be cautious. How could such a perfect entity exist beneath the heavenly Tao? There will surely be calamities ahead, should you fail to endure them." Xinyuanzi spoke, shaking his head slowly. At this juncture, the primordial gourd vine seemed to sense Xinyuanzi's sentiments, its myriad leaves rustling in response, and its tendrils reaching toward Wu Tian. Wu Tian felt a chill run through him. Truly, as Xinyuanzi had stated, within the overarching fate, the primordial gourd vine had previously encountered tribulations, facing dismemberment before it had even matured. But now, the circumstances were different. Wu Tian and Appo's gaze suddenly became serious. "Thank you for the reminder, Elder Zhenyuan. I am well aware that such innate spiritual roots are difficult for the heavens and the earth to accommodate. However, since it has already recognized me as its master, I shall undoubtedly protect it. If anyone wishes to harm this gourd vine, they must first consult our Wu clan," Wu Tian declared with an air of authority. The expressions of the two men shifted instantly, astonished as they regarded Wu Tian. His previously gentle demeanor had momentarily caused them to forget his identity as a member of the Wu clan. After a brief moment, Xinyuanzi suddenly chuckled and said, "I take back my earlier words. It is not merely your good fortune to have obtained this innate gourd vine, but rather, it is this gourd vine that is fortunate to encounter you, brother Wu Tian." Chapter 46. The Path Above Flattered by Xinyuanzi. Wu Tian felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, his reliance lay with the formidable 12 ancestors of witchcraft. Those who dared to covet his innate gourd vine should first reckon with his brothers and sisters. The innate gourd vine, possessing its own spirit, now stirred with joy, its countless branches and leaves dancing gracefully. With a smile, Wu Tian addressed Xinyuanzi, "Brother Zhen, you are well versed in innate spiritual roots. When you have a moment, might you offer some guidance on how to expedite the growth of this gourd vine?" Xinyuanzi chuckled and nodded in agreement. Of course. Subsequently, Wu Tian imparted the simple techniques for controlling the grand formation to the two, leaving them to cultivate there while he made his way back to the witch clan. Upon returning to the Panga Hall, before he could settle beside the ancestors, Dijong cheerfully exclaimed, "Wu Tian, you have done well. I was puzzled by your sudden defense of Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun, but now it all makes sense." Wu Tian could only manage a wry smile. "Brother, I assure you it was not for that reason." Before he could finish, Dijong interrupted him with a wave of his hand, laughing, "No worries. I know you act for the benefit of our witch clan, and these two brothers truly have good character. We genuinely seek their friendship." At that moment, Zhu Rong chimed in, his voice booming with laughter. "I forgot to mention, there is no need for them to tread so cautiously in the Hongwang realm. With our witch clan backing them, what is there to fear?" The ancestors erupted into laughter, for it seemed Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun and Appo's previously weak images had firmly taken root in their minds, a perception unlikely to change anytime soon. Wu Tian could only mutter to himself, "You have no idea. Even the honest have their limits, and when provoked, they can be quite fearsome." Just then, Dijong clapped Zhu Rong on the back, silencing the ruckus among the ancestors. His expression turned serious as he addressed Wu Tian. With the Earthbook formation as a reference, the issues regarding the modifications to the 12 capital heavenly gods formation have been mostly resolved. Wu Tian, when do you propose we proceed with the alteration? Should it be before we announce our establishment to the Father God, or As he spoke, Di Zhang's blood-red aura shimmered at his fingertips, transmitting the latest updates of the 12 capital heavenly gods formation to Wu Tian. After a brief examination, Wu Tian discerned the changes. He softly suggested, "Let us wait until we announce our establishment to the Father God. Perhaps we can awaken his lingering will at Buzhou Mountain, which would assist us in perfecting this formation." The ancestors nodded in agreement. A moment later, Wu Tian hesitated before presenting another matter. "Brothers, I have yet another issue to discuss with you." Curiosity sparked among the group. "What is it? Speak freely. You know we trust you," the ancestors urged. Wu Tian smiled and continued, "As descendants of the Father God Pangu, we are the innate sanctities of this realm, inherently governing its laws. It is only fitting that we bear some responsibility for this world." As Wu Tian concluded, the ancestors exchanged glances, with Di Jiang curious, "Becoming gods? To oversee the laws of the Honghuang realm?" Wu Tian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, the forthcoming tribulation will be a period of prosperity for our witch clan. Our cultivation relies on the cleansing of malevolent energy, ensuring the realm remains clear. However, malevolent energy will eventually wane. When that time comes, will this realm still require us? We must imbue ourselves with greater significance, ensuring our necessity." He further elaborated, recalling an insight from the second sermon of Hongjun. The ancestors, possessing the power to govern laws, were being manipulated by the heavenly Tao, which sought to reclaim these powers to achieve its own completeness. But what if the ancestors willingly became gods of certain laws, aiding in their operation and rendering the Honghuang realm ever more perfect? Ultimately, aside from Xianming, Ho-Tu, and Wu Tian himself, the other 10 ancestors had yet to cultivate their primordial spirits, their souls firmly anchored within their mortal forms. Should their bodies perish, they would dissolve into the world. Wu Tian hoped that, through this initiative, he could leave a more lasting imprint of the ancestors within the realm, giving him a chance to summon them back, even in the direst of circumstances. Yet, these thoughts were too sensitive to share openly, so he kept them to himself. As Wu Tian spoke, the opinions of the ancestors varied. Zhu Rong exclaimed, "How could that be? We are the bloodline of the Father God. This realm was forged by him. How could it not accommodate us?" Before he could finish, Zhu Jiuyin, usually reserved, barked silence, though he often conferred with Di Jiang. It was typically Di Jiang who voiced their opinions. Hearing Wu Tian's words struck a chord within him. This sense of crisis was not new to him, and he had sensed it before. Could it be that the witch clan might indeed face such a fate? Zhu Jiuyin's thoughts lingered on the future of the witch clan, and he yearned to use his power to explore the river of time and uncover their destiny. Yet, in this pivotal moment, he had yet to break through to the mixed element golden immortal realm, leaving him to resolve to first announce their establishment to the Father God, and upon achieving his breakthrough, to collaborate with his elder brother in investigating the matter to alleviate his concerns. At this point, the ancestors had quieted, gazing with curiosity at Zhu Jiuyin, perplexed by his sudden outburst. Zhu Rong appeared both aggrieved and apprehensive. After a brief silence, Zhu Jiuyin returned to himself, first glancing at the ancestors, then locking eyes with Di Jiang, exchanging a significant look. Di Jiang then cleared his throat, solemnly stating, "Very well. Wu Tian, rest assured. We trust you completely and will follow your lead." He then turned to the other ancestors, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and prepare." Seeing their leaders had spoken, the ancestors promptly responded with smiles. Zhu Rong muttered, "I never said I wouldn't listen." With their decision made, the ancestors displayed remarkable initiative. They recognized that Wu Tian, Xianming, and Ho-Tu needed to attend the third sermon at the Zishao Palace, and could not afford to delay their attendance. Given the significance of this matter for the witch clan, they committed themselves wholeheartedly. During this period, Wu Tian did not engage in cultivation. Instead, he returned to the Ho-Tu tribe with Ho-Tu to manage tribal affairs while continuously discussing details with Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin. Time flew by, and the anticipated day finally arrived. Wu Tian and the ancestors did not invite others, only Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and Kuanpeng, who had agreed to witness the ceremony at Buzhou Mountain. The ancestors stood before the Panga Hall, facing the direction of Buzhou Mountain. behind them a multitude of Witch clan descendants. Suddenly, the 12 ancestors radiated an overwhelming aura of malevolence, transforming into 12 colossal pillars of dark energy that pierced the heavens and the earth. Boom! The 12 capital heavenly gods formation manifested. In the center of the formation stood Wu Tian, wielding the innate treasure, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, his aura surging ever higher. In the 12 capitals of the celestial gods and Appos, Great Array, the primordial celestial measuring ruler, the Panghal, and the Mount Buzhou unexpectedly resonated with one another. An immensely profound aura of Pangu awakened from Mount Buzhou. The primordial world trembled violently. What schemes are the Wu clan concocting? Countless formidable beings were stirred, hastily directing their gazes toward this location, each filled with profound astonishment. At that moment, the voice of Emperor Jiang reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. The great Tao is above. The Father God Pangu is above. The primordial world bears witness. And the heavenly Tao observes. Today, a descendant of Father God Pangu seeks to inherit the will of the Father God. Chapter 47. The Blessing of Pangu. The favor of the great Tao upon hearing the words of Emperor Jiang. The astonishment among the beings of the primordial world intensified. They murmured among themselves. What exactly does the Witch clan intend to achieve? The great Tao above? Do they even have the right to approach it? Many powerful practitioners felt a tinge of disdain in their hearts regarding Emperor Jiang and Appos as proclamation. Furthermore, they noted with furrowed brows that the announcement made to the heavens and the earth did not even mention the Grandmaster Hongjun, relegating the heavenly Tao to mere witness status. It was clear that the Witch clan held Pangu, the Father God, in reverence, but such behavior seemed to disregard both Grandmaster Hongjun and the heavenly Tao entirely. In a fleeting moment, countless practitioners soared from their sanctuaries, standing in the void as they gazed towards the foot of Mount Buzhou, where the 12 capital heavenly God's great formation was rising. Even Grandmaster Hongjun appeared, seated high above in the 9 heavens, his gaze indifferent as it rested upon Mount Buzhou, shrouded by the boundless power of the heavenly Tao. Emperor Jiang's voice continued. Today, recognizing the incompleteness of the heavenly Tao, we, the Witch clan, are willing to operate the laws to perfect the primordial world, to take upon ourselves the duty of safeguarding Mount Buzhou and governing the primordial realm. Thus, we hereby establish the Witch clan, with the primordial land as our foundation, Mount Buzhou as our clan-esque territory, and the Panghal, along with the Hongmeng measuring ruler, to suppress the destiny. With the conclusion of Emperor Jiang's declaration, the entire primordial world trembled. Countless energies surged forth, and malevolent forces swept towards the 12 capital heavenly God's great formation. The oppressive aura of Mount Buzhou intensified, coalescing into a gray mist that condensed within the void. At the same time, an ethereal river of fate began to manifest in the void, with the fortunes of the ancestor witches and ordinary members of the Witch clan surging forth like smoke signals, rapidly converging into the river of fate. In an instant, it grew exponentially. Such a violent surge caused the river of fate to tremble, revealing faint signs of instability. However, in the next moment, the Panghal soared and descended directly into the river of fate. Boom! The tumultuous energies calmed instantly. Not only that, the Hongmeng measuring ruler in Wu Tian and Appos, hand transformed into golden light, soaring forth to land upon the Panghal, continuously showering it with hues of profound yellow. With the appearance of the Hongmeng measuring ruler, the malevolent forces within the river of fate were abruptly suppressed, significantly diminished. Concurrently, Wu Tian suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of fortune and urgently communicated with the ancestor witches, exclaiming, "Operate the formation with all your might. Connect with Mount Buzhou," and summoned the true form of Pangu. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jiang and the others acted without hesitation, and Wu Tian simultaneously urged the manifestation of his true form of Pangu. Boom! The 12 capital heavenly God's great formation quaked. Malevolent forces from the world collapsed towards the formation, intertwining with the powers of 12 laws, and under the formation and Appos, enhancement, they transformed into a gray figure, the true form of Pangu. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the primordial realm as they beheld the colossal gray figure. Infused with a potent Pangu aura, they could not suppress their shock and cries. They now understood why the Witch Clan was so audacious, seemingly disregarding even Grandmaster Hongjun. They could summon the true form of Pangu. In that instant of the true form and Appo's appearance, even the otherwise impassive Grandmaster Hongjun could not help but furrow his brow slightly. In the following moment, the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation expanded continuously, its edges stretching towards Mount Wuzia, drawing forth the Pangu essence from the mountain, which surged towards the gray figure like a tornado. Ah! Emperor Jiang exclaimed in surprise. Summoning the true form of Pangu was not an easy task for them. And just a moment ago, the ancestor witches felt an immense pressure. Yet, as they resonated with Mount Wuzia, the ancestor witches suddenly found the pressure easing, their bodies feeling unexpectedly light. According to Emperor Jiang's estimations, their ability to summon the true form of Pangu for a mere moment had now more than doubled in duration, without the significant backlash they had anticipated. It must be due to Mount Wuzia. Emperor Jiang marveled inwardly, then turned his gaze towards Wu Tian at the center of the formation, his face alight with joy as he wished to convey to Wu Tian, your method is truly miraculous. However, he found no trace of Wu Tian. Suddenly alarmed, he heard Wu Tian's voice, "Brother, I am here." Following the sound, Emperor Jiang discovered that Wu Tian had unknowingly fallen into the shadow of the true form of Pangu, his eyes closed, appearing unconscious. Wu Tian had not lost consciousness. However, he could not control his body. The true form of Pangu summoned by the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation resonated with his own true form of Pangu, drawing him in. It was as if the true form summoned by the ancestor witches was directly empowering Wu Tian. Combined with the Pangu essence from Mount Wuzia, the force was overwhelmingly potent, rendering Wu Tian incapable of exerting control. At that moment, he felt an extraordinary sensation as the aura of the true form of Pangu continually permeated his being, inscribing the laws upon his soul at an astonishing speed. The grand will coexisted with his own. Wu Tian clearly understood that this was the residual will of the great Pangu, summoned by the ancestor witches from Mount Wuzia in the cosmos. The enormous shadow raised its arm and gently pointed towards the river of fortune that had just formed for the Witch Clan. Instantly, a profoundly mysterious rune flew from its fingertip, imbued with a rich Pangu aura, descending into the river of fortune, which the rune resonated deeply within the hearts of the Witch Clan. In that moment, all members of the Witch Clan comprehended. This was the blessing bestowed by the great Pangu. As the rune descended, the river of fortune for the Witch Clan trembled violently, rapidly surging once more. Before the ancestor witches could express their gratitude, another beam of white light shot forth from the depths of Mount Wuzia, resembling jade, and fell directly into the Pangu Hall, plunging into the blood pool below. The blood pool, nurturing the Witch Clan, swelled instantaneously. A thought emerged in Wu Tian's mind. Pangu and Appo's jade marrow. Mount Wuzia, having transformed from Pangu and Appo's spine, concealed the marrow of the great Pangu, the very essence for generating vitality. Although it could no longer produce Pangu's essence, its descent into the blood pool would still bestow profound depth upon the Witch Clan. This was the second gift from Pangu, just as everyone awaited a potential third gift. The true form of Pangu, spanning the heavens and earth, suddenly collapsed, plummeting into the 12 capital heavenly gods and Appo's great formation. In an instant, it dissipated. Those observing from afar in the primordial realm let out a collective sigh of relief, silently thinking, "At last, it has come to an end." Wu Tian's figure reappeared, standing within the 12 capital heavenly gods and Appo's great formation. Yet at that moment, he felt as if his soul and body were on the verge of bursting, his blood essence surging wildly. The 9 transformations of Yuan Gong operated rapidly, yet could not alleviate this sensation. In that brief moment, the true form of Pangu summoned by the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation, which had resonated with Mount Wuzia, did not merely dissipate. Instead, it surged into Wu Tian's body in an instant. This was Panga's third gift. In the next moment, high above in the void, beyond the reach of the heavenly Tao and Amp, Appo's power, Grandmaster Hongjun, seated even higher, suddenly felt the emergence of a spatial realm, a wisp of azure vapor materializing. Instantly, Hongjun sensed an overwhelming pressure. The flowing laws of the heavenly Tao came to a halt, as if frozen in time. The great Tao favors? How is that possible? Just because the Witch clan called out a few times, the great Tao truly manifested? Not only Grandmaster Hongjun, but all powerful practitioners rose to their feet, their eyes filled with disbelief, and even as the azure vapor of the great Tao descended, they remained in a state of incredulity. Chapter 48. The Blessing of the Great Tao, the Divine Principles. What justification is there? It is because Pangu is the son of the great Tao. It is because the ancestor witches are descendants of Pangu, and the Witch clan venerates Pangu above all else. They summon the remnants of Pangu and Appo's will that linger in the primordial realm through the 12 capital heavens, divine, killing formation. Naturally, the great Tao must show some regard. Thus, it manifests at this moment, bestowing the merits of the great Tao. After successfully invoking the great Tao's merits, Wu Tian was overwhelmed with excitement. Standing within the 12 capital heavens' divine, killing formation, gazing upwards at the descending merits of the great Tao. The malevolent barrier atop the formation was thick and formidable, yet it posed no obstruction to the merits of the great Tao. It seemed as if they existed in entirely different dimensions. Gracefully, they descended, fragmenting in mid-air, cascading onto the heads of the ancestor witches, announced to the heavens, the Pangahal used to suppress the fortune of the Witch clan, along with the primordial measuring ruler, also received a portion. Wu Tian had no time for further contemplation. He hastily focused all his attention on the merits of the great Tao. As they descended, a sensation akin to his primordial spirit melting enveloped him. Merging once more with his corporeal form, his divine soul began to shimmer. The indestructible spiritual light emanated with increasing brilliance. The power of the 12 ancestor witches' principles that originally enveloped Wu Tian's divine soul fused into a phantom of Pangu's true form, surrounded by the innate yin-yang and 5 elements marks. In that moment, it transformed into a singular entity, reverting to a gray mark, reminiscent of a mass of chaotic energy. Within it, a light flickered incessantly. Boom! The flickering light was the heavenly thunder of the capital heavens, seemingly a thunderous power inherent to Pangu and Appo's true form. With a resounding echo, Wu Tian's body quaked violently. His perception was instantaneously altered, feeling as if his thoughts had been divided into countless fragments. With the sound of the thunder, the countless flesh and blood of Wu Tian's corporeal form felt as though they were cleaved into infinitesimal spaces, with the chaotic mass of the mark directly reflecting within. In an instant, every shred of flesh and every drop of blood bore this gray mark, transforming into the visage of Wu Tian's divine soul, seated like a deity. His corporeal body radiated boundless divine light. Was this a rebirth through blood, or? Wu Tian muttered unconsciously. In that instant, he comprehended the transformation occurring within himself. Every strand of his flesh possessed divinity. Even if he were to suffer severe injuries in the future, as long as a trace of flesh or a drop of essence remained, he would have the opportunity to reconstruct himself. How splendid! Wu Tian was filled with immeasurable joy. For someone as prudent as him, it was as if the divine design was tailored specifically for him. The intervention of the great Tao was indeed extraordinary. He promptly resolved in his heart, once the establishment of the clan is concluded, I shall immediately hide a few drops of essence blood within the Pangahal, Mount Buzhou, and the primordial measuring ruler. In the next moment, countless thoughts detached. His primordial spirit re-emerged, now perfectly aligned with the strength of his corporeal form, all reaching the pinnacle realm of the great Luo golden immortal. He even felt a thrilling impulse to break through. At that moment, the primordial measuring ruler descended from the heavens, merging back into the 12 capital heavens' divine killing formation, returning to Wu Tian's grasp. A look of astonishment once again graced Wu Tian's face. With such prolonged refinement, he had already refined 36 of the 49 innate restrictions within the treasure. To Wu Tian's delight, deep within the layers of innate restrictions, where the merits of the great Tao resided, countless runes began to twist and grow, giving rise to new restrictions. Having gained the merits of the great Tao, even the primordial measuring ruler was poised for advancement. Currently, the primordial measuring ruler was a treasure of innate merits, inclined toward the path of offensive capabilities, devoid of karmic ties, should it advance once more. What heights would it reach? Unlike the Pangahal, which belonged collectively to the ancestor witches, the primordial measuring ruler was uniquely Wu Tian's. The changes in innate restrictions continued, yet as a treasure of merits, the ability to suppress fortune within it, under the augmentation of the great Tao's merits, soared to new heights. During the sermon at the Purple Cloud's Palace, Wu Tian was able to conceal his secrets from the probing of Hongjun Daozu. This treasure played a significant role, and now, after its growth, it would further obscure Wu Tian's heavenly machinations. Now, even if Hongjun forcefully sought to pry, he might not be able to uncover the truth. In this instance, as the ancestor witches proclaimed to the world the establishment of the witch clan, Wu Tian's role was arguably the most significant. Had it not been for Wu Tian, the ancestor witches would have faced off against Emperor Jun during the establishment of the monster clan. Yet even now, Wu Tian had scarcely spoken or revealed himself. The benefits he gained were even greater than those of the ancestor witches, yet he remained concealed within the 12 capital heavens, divine, killing formation, utterly vanishing from sight. Aside from those in the know, the attention of all beings in the primordial realm was firmly fixed upon Emperor Jiang and the other 12 ancestor witches, their gazes fervently locked onto them. With the return of the primordial measuring ruler, Wu Tian's heavenly secrets became even more enigmatic. Merely sensing the changes in himself and his treasure, Wu Tian had no time for further thoughts and hastily turned his gaze toward the ancestor witches. At this moment, they too exhibited extraordinary phenomena. As for Emperor Jiang and the others, they did possess divine souls. However, their physical forms were too powerful, imprisoning their souls within their flesh, rendering them incapable of breaking free. How could they cultivate a primordial spirit if their divine souls could not leave their bodies? Yet, as the merits of the great Tao descended, the previously unyielding strength of their corporeal forms was unexpectedly shattered. The power of their divine souls withdrew from their flesh, strands of malevolent energy being stripped away and drifting upwards, blending with the principal powers of the ancestor witches, scattering into the cosmos. Upon witnessing this, someone couldn't help but exclaim, could it be that the ancestor witches are all going to cultivate primordial spirits? Wu Tian harbored similar expectations. However, the power of the great Tao did not disrupt the existing rules governing the ancestor witches. Instead, it responded to their previous oaths, extracting a thread of their divine soul power, infused with their own principal marks, merging into the universe. Hongjun Daozu's countenance abruptly shifted. He sensed the surging power of the heavenly Tao, with countless principles and vital energies rushing toward the 12 capital heavens' divine killing formation. In the next moment, centered around the marks of the ancestor witches, 12 colossal phantoms emerged, their forms becoming increasingly solidified under the infusion of heavenly Tao power. They were the true forms of the ancestor witches, yet their essence was distinct from their usual presence. When the ancestor witches revealed their true forms, the malevolent energy soared, dense and overwhelming. Yet now, the power of the principles was substantial, imbued with a sense of ethereality. Just as the crowd marveled, the foremost figure, Emperor Jiang, suddenly opened his eyes, which gleamed silver-white, devoid of any emotion, only rationality. In a voice devoid of warmth, he declared, I am Emperor Jiang, the god of space. I command the principles of space, operating the laws to maintain the primordial realm. As his words fell, he began to dissolve slowly, merging into the primordial realm. Seated above the heavenly Tao, Hongjun Daozu felt a stirring in his heart, perceiving the power of the heavenly Tao surging, becoming increasingly complete. Yet this power was completely beyond his control. Hongjun Daozu furrowed his brow. In the next moment, Zhu Jiuyin spoke. I am Zhu Jiuyin, the god of time. I command the principles of time, operating the laws to maintain the primordial realm. Following this, the other figures began to speak in turn. Each clearly identified their divine offices, merging into the cosmos, instantly solidifying the primordial realm significantly. Aside from Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, others such as Zhu Meng, Zhu Rong, Ru Shou, and Xian Ming, beyond their inherent principles, they also became the deities of the four cardinal directions, with the Earth Mother Ancestor which among them. Additionally, due to the flourishing of wood, the fervor of fire, the ruthlessness of metal, and the chill of ice, these four ancestor witches, representing the gods of wood, fire, metal, and ice, simultaneously became the deities of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Others, like Gonggong, became the god of water. Qiangliang and Shizi are respectively the gods of thunder and lightning. Tianwu is the god of wind, while Shibishi serves as the deity of weather. As the divine laws established by the ancestral shamans take their rightful place, the power of the heavenly Tao surges to an incomprehensible level, most notably felt by the venerable Hongjun Daozu. However, the great beings observing from afar were expressions of grave concern. Recalling the earlier pronouncement of Hongjun Daozu regarding the operation of the heavenly Tao's laws by the saints, suddenly, a thought arises. Are the ancestral shamans attempting to usurp the authority of the heavenly Tao? No wonder they show such disregard for Hongjun Daozu. Chapter 49. Do you think you are the ancestral witch? They are mistaken. The ancestral witches have no such intentions. In their minds, this primordial world was opened by the father god Pangu, belonging to our witch clan. What we have to fight for. Moreover, the ancestral witches are averse to trouble. Previously, they even worried. Will we have to expend effort in managing the laws of the primordial world in the future? Wouldn't that be bothersome and tedious? Naturally, that is not the case. The laws of divinity attained by the ancestral witches at this moment are distinctly different from those of the future god of offerings. There is no need to respond to the demands of sentient beings, nor is there a necessity for the will of offerings. They are merely a part of heaven and earth, operating according to their own rules, and the ancestral witches need not interfere with personal emotions. For instance, if they were to meddle with the cycles of the seasons, it would only add to the karmic consequences. They return the rules to the essence of heaven and earth. Thus, the ancestral witches felt at ease, free from any worries, and directly agreed to Wu Tian's proposal. However, Hongjun Daozu is different. He wishes to embody the Tao and naturally seeks to control more of the heavenly authority, enhancing his alignment with the Tao, thus progressing towards a higher realm. As this scene unfolds, an immense fortune materializes from thin air, pouring into the river of fortune belonging to the witch clan, causing it to surge dramatically. Yet there is no turbulence. Above, in the Panga Hall, the ethereal shadow of the Hongmeng measuring ruler fluctuates, accompanied by the stable apparitions of the 12 ancestral witches, firmly suppressing the fortune. Only then does the aura of the Tao quietly dissipate, as if it had never existed. Yet all are aware that the previous scene was not an illusion, that grand and magnificent presence lingers in their hearts. Hongjun Daozu lets out a gentle sigh of relief. He gazes towards the place where the Tao vanished, his eyes revealing a shade of envy. And he marvels inwardly. How generous the Tao is towards Pangu. Even the bloodline of Pangu is graced by the blessings of the Tao. At this moment, the power of the heavenly Tao becomes lively, surging towards the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain, rushing toward the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation. Although the ancestral witches do not grant much face and only allow the heavenly Tao an observer's role, their actions undeniably contribute to the completeness of heaven and earth. Furthermore, with the Tao bestowing merits, how could the heavenly Tao remain unresponsive? That would be a rebellion against the heavenly order, a slight against the Tao. Therefore, an extraordinary phenomenon arises once more. Within the heavy, auspicious clouds high in the sky, countless golden lights of merit swirl. As the first sage, although Hongjun Daozu cannot prevent the heavenly Tao from bestowing merit. He can interfere. However, after a slight shift in thought, he imperceptibly shakes his head. Out of sight, out of mind. He simply chooses to vanish quietly. Returning to the purple cloud palace. Boom! A massive pillar of merit descends from the heavens, landing upon the witch clan, with Wu Tian and the ancestral witches each claiming a significant share, while the Pangahal and the Hongmeng measuring ruler also receive their due. Ordinary members of the witch clan receive scattered golden lights as well. Not only that, even Xinyuanzi, Hongyun, and Kuanpeng, who were invited by Wu Tian to witness the ceremony, each receive a portion. Hongyun remarks with some regret, "What a pity. It is not the merit of the Tao." Xinyuanzi lightly pats him, laughing as he reproaches, "Having the merit of the heavenly Tao is already quite remarkable. You wish for the merit of the Tao? How unrealistic. We should be grateful to our younger brother Wu Tian for inviting us to share in this fortune." Hongyun hastily replies, "I was merely expressing my feelings." Simultaneously, he cannot help but glance at Kuanpeng beside him, since learning that Kuanpeng gifted the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling banner to Wu Tian. His perception of Kuanpeng has dramatically changed. He never expected Kuanpeng to be so generous, considering that he still owes a considerable karmic debt, unsure of how to repay it, and now has acquired a share of heavenly Tao merit. A bitter smile emerges on Hongyun's face. After a while, the vast merit of the heavenly Tao finally concludes its descent, and the extraordinary phenomena between heaven and earth gradually fade. Seeing this, the ancestral witches directly retract the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation. As the overwhelming malevolent energy dissipates, the river of fortune belonging to the witch clan also recedes. Harmony returns to heaven and earth. However, the witch clan becomes lively. While Wu Tian is still gathering his share of heavenly Tao merit, pondering how to utilize it, Di Jiang suddenly appears beside him. Bang! Di Jiang, brimming with excitement, slaps Wu Tian's shoulder heartily, laughing loudly. "Wu Tian, you truly are impressive. We have indeed received the blessings of the Father God. Even the Tao has manifested. Whatever you say in the future, I shall certainly heed." At this moment, the other ancestral witches also arrive, surrounding Wu Tian with immense enthusiasm, making him feel as if thunder were rumbling in his ears. After the ancestral witch's excitement subsides, Di Jiang then says, "There is another piece of good news. With the great fortune of the witch clan, I now have the opportunity to break through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. I reckon it 1 TB long before I succeed." Di Jiang is somewhat surprised. He initially thought that dividing a portion of his spirit and the power of the laws would affect him, but unexpectedly, it had no impact whatsoever, instead enhancing his mastery over the laws of space. Zhu also nods with a smile. "I too." Wu Tian is instantly elated. This is indeed splendid news. The stronger the ancestral witches become, the more confident Wu Tian feels. He promptly turns to the other ancestral witches, especially Zhurong, who had been the most boisterous, only to see Zhurong bashfully scratching his head, murmuring, "I'm still a little short. Just a tad." Everyone bursts into laughter. Wu Tian, however, does not notice the exchanged glances between Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, clearly signaling a shared resolve. Subsequently, everyone returns to their tribe. Today marks the establishment of the clan, and thus, a grand celebration is in order. The witch clan's young men have already ignited bonfires, preparing countless beastly feasts. Wu Tian welcomes Xinyuanzi and Hongyun. Kuanping maintains his usual demeanor, offering his congratulations to Wu Tian with a faint smile, before politely declining the invitation and quietly departing. At the Taoist temple of Fuxi in Yuhua, at this moment, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi are also present. After Emperor Jun shares grand visions of their endeavors, having moved Fuxi and Yuhua, the four prepare to unite and establish the monster clan, paving the way for the path of monsters. As they discuss specific details, they're suddenly startled by the commotion from the witch clan's establishment, and the four soar out of the temple, gazing from the heights. Observing the witch clan's establishment and the immense benefits they received, along with the vast merit, Emperor Jun feels a peculiar sensation in his heart. It seems as if they have been preempted. Once the extraordinary phenomena conclude, the four return to the temple, each wearing a pensive expression. Just as they settle down, Emperor Jun speaks with solemnity. This will not do. We must act swiftly and establish the monster clan before the third sermon. The other three nod in agreement. At this moment, Tai suddenly inquires, Brother, do you think if we announce the establishment of our clan like the Witch clan, could we also attract the favor of the Tao and receive the merit of the Tao? Fuxi's lips twitch slightly, but he refrains from saying anything, merely casting a glance at his sister Niuhua. Emperor Jun is left speechless. With a sigh, he responds irritably, Do you think you're an ancestral witch? Can you summon the true form of Pangu? In gratitude, I extend my early New Year wishes to everyone. May you all be blessed with peace and joy, and may wealth flow abundantly into your lives. Chapter 50. The virtue in hand has lost its luster. Fuxi and Emperor Jun possess profound wisdom and can naturally discern the reasons behind the emergence of the great virtues. Throughout the vast wilderness, aside from the Witch clan, it is likely that the three pure ones could also summon the residual will of Pangu, as they are indeed the trifold essence of Pangu and Amp, Appos, as primordial spirit, each bearing a fragment of the heavenly opening seal. Yet, would they dare to attempt it? Clearly, such a notion is implausible. This would not only require the convergence of their respective heavenly opening seals, but also necessitate the establishment of a singular grand teaching. In the prevailing circumstances, the three pure ones themselves did not choose this path to sanctity. Enough. Cease your futile dreams and swiftly gather the remnants of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, as well as other races, to incorporate them into our demon clan. Next, we must prepare for the third sermon. The Tao ancestor is set to elucidate the path to sanctification and the method to attain the mixed origin. If we can leverage the fortune of establishing our clan to achieve the status of quasi-saints, we may gain even greater insights. Emperor Jun spoke with great seriousness. Tai promptly rose and responded, Rest assured, brother, our demon clan is, after all, the opportunity for the myriad races of the wilderness. We protect them and pave the way for them in the path of demonhood. They would be grateful, not reluctant to join us. As he spoke, Tai gently tapped the chaos bell. Instantly, the heavy aura of the bell permeated the air, causing Fuxi and Niuhua to stiffen. Tai then added with a smile, Should there be any uncooperative souls, let them first inquire if my chaos bell consents. Fuxi furrowed his brow. The affairs of the demon clan were primarily in the hands of Emperor Jun and Tai, who were actively inviting them. Yet he could not restrain himself from interjecting, Tai, my friend, gathering the myriad races for protection and guidance is indeed a virtuous endeavor. I hope you will proceed with caution, if forced. It could lead to unforeseen consequences. Tai did not concur, but before he could retort, Emperor Jun interjected with a smile. Fuxi, your words hold much wisdom. Tai, we seek like-minded individuals, not subjugated slaves through force. What more could Tai say? He immediately bowed to the trio, acknowledging their sentiments, and then departed toward the venue. Emperor Jun remained seated, engaging in discourse with Fuxi and Niuhua. Their collective task was to devise a method suitable for the demon clan and Amp, Appos, as cultivation, a foundational technique for their lineage. Meanwhile, atop Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones descended from the ethereal clouds after the celestial phenomena subsided, returning to their sanctuary. Each was engulfed in myriad thoughts. As the true inheritors of Pangu, they had often perceived the ancestors of sorcery as reckless and excessively brutal, lacking foresight. Today, however, they found themselves shaken. The blessings of the great Pangu had been bestowed, and the Tao had favored them. The heavenly Tao was poised to deliver an abundance of virtues, while the three pure ones possessed strong dispositions. They could not help but feel a twinge of envy in the face of such circumstances, their hearts unsettled. The primordial lord, in contemplation, suddenly posed a question, Elder brother, do you think we might also have an opportunity to partake in the great virtues? Tai Ching paused momentarily before slowly shaking his head. He then addressed the primordial lord, Do not dwell on such thoughts. The Tao arose because of Pangu. How can we summon him? He glanced at the primordial lord and Tong Tian, implying that as fragments of the primordial spirit, could they truly merge into one for the sake of the great virtues? Tai Ching continued with a calm demeanor, do not overthink it. With the emergence of the heavenly Tao and Hong Jun Daozu attaining the status of a saint, the heavenly Tao has become increasingly complete. In this wilderness, it is ultimately the heavenly Tao that governs. We should focus on our cultivation and, after the third sermon, aspire to become saints. This is the true path. The primordial lord nodded slightly in agreement. Tong Tian, too, instinctively murmured in acknowledgement. He harbored envy toward the great virtues, but his thoughts were soon diverted by another matter, pondering, where is that Wu Tian? The establishment of a clan is of such significance, yet he has not made an appearance? Previously, in the Xixiao Palace, Tong Tian had nurtured curiosity about Wu Tian, who evidently held considerable influence within the witch clan, even garnering the implicit respect of the ancestors of sorcery. Yet, he remained enigmatic, devoid of the heavy aura characteristic of the ancestors. Such a peculiar existence, absent during the establishment of the clan, left Tong Tian in a state of bewilderment. Nonetheless, he was astute enough to refrain from voicing his thoughts, especially since the primordial lord was already displeased with Wu Tian and the ancestors. Subsequently, the three began their cultivation. They were far better off than others, not needing to painstakingly seek their paths, as they inherently possessed the Tao. Naturally, they would devote themselves to their training, striving to enhance their cultivation and seize the opportunity presented by the third sermon in Xixiao Palace. On Penglai Island, as the celestial phenomena dissipated, Dong Wang Gong remained in a daze for a considerable time before addressing the myriad beings gathered to hear the teachings. Proceed. While the wilderness trembled due to the establishment of clans by the ancestors of sorcery, Dong Wang Gong was emulating Hong Jun Daozu, elucidating the methods of immortality to the many beings present. He had initially intended to collaborate with Shi Wangmu, but she resolutely refused. Thus, Dong Wang Gong had to independently proclaim that scattered cultivators near Penglai, those aspiring to the path of immortality, were welcome to attend his teachings. At this juncture, the methods of cultivation in the wilderness were lacking, and not everyone possessed the lineage to inherit. As he passionately expounded, he was abruptly interrupted. After resuming his discourse, Dong Wang Gong, suppressing his emotions, shared his insights on the path of immortality, manifesting numerous miraculous phenomena upon Penglai Island. However, when he reached the realm of Xianxian, he could no longer contain himself, gradually halting and addressing the multitude. We shall pause here for the time being. After the conclusion of my teachings in Xixiao Palace, I shall further elucidate the methods for cultivation above the golden immortal level. Although the crowd was reluctant, they dared not voice their discontent, hastily expressing their gratitude to Dong Wang Gong for his teachings and the blessings of his wisdom. Dong Wang Gong, regarded as the first to expound teachings on the vast wilderness following Hong Jun, was further supported by the Tao ancestor, prompting a surge of heavenly Tao energy, nurturing the golden light of the Xian level. A significant portion of heavenly virtues descended. As Dong Wang Gong collected these heavenly virtues, he suddenly recalled the ancestors and Appo's proclamation to the heavens and the subsequent favor of the Tao, along with the immense virtues that followed. At the thought of this, the virtues in his possession seemed to lose their appeal. Contemplating, an idea flickered in his mind. Should I also follow suit? He did not wish to establish a clan per se, but rather to create a faction that gathers numerous practitioners of the immortal path on Penglai Island. With this thought, a surge of inspiration washed over him, and Dong Wang Gong softly mused, Heavenly Court? Chapter 51. The Injustice of It All While the Wu clan Celebrated. Wu Tian remained blissfully unaware of the profound impact their early establishment had on the world of Hongwan. The realm grew increasingly tranquil and prosperous, yet beneath the surface, change brewed, akin to still waters running deep, a deceptive calm. At that moment, Wu Tian pondered a different dilemma, observing the Wu clan joyfully slaughtering monstrous beasts for sustenance, which led him into deep contemplation regarding the future trajectory of the Wu clan's development. The Wu clan relied on these beasts for nourishment. And with the demon race yet to be established, no one was there to regulate this practice. However, once Emperor Jun founded the demon race, he would undoubtedly advocate for the beasts, lest the stability of the demon clan be compromised. The inevitable conflict between the Wu and demon clans loomed large. What could Wu Tian do? Should he encourage the Wu clan to engage in husbandry, raising beasts in captivity? Such meticulous work was beyond the capabilities of these robust and boisterous folk. Moreover, the vastness of Hongwang, teeming with countless beasts, meant they would only consider such endeavors when they were thoroughly satiated. This was untenable. A solution needed to be conceived. After the ancestral witches and the high witches, they could solely cultivate by consuming the malevolent energies of the universe, similar to the ancestral witch Di Jiang, who found little utility in consuming ordinary beasts. Instead, he preferred to devour the thick, turbid energies of the cosmos. Yet, the weaker Wu clan could not afford to lack in nourishment. During the clan's establishment, the residual will of the Panga deity extracted the Pangu jade essence from Mount Buzhou and cast it into the Panga Hall, alleviating the depletion of their blood pool, which would inevitably lead to an increase in the Wu clan's numbers. This signified that future conflicts would only intensify. In Wu Tian and Amp, Appo's mind, the foundation of the Wu clan rested upon the ancestral witches, and its prosperity was determined by strength rather than mere numbers. An elite approach would be more beneficial. While Wu Tian was lost in thought, the voice of Zhen Yuanzi suddenly interrupted his reverie. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhen Yuanzi remarked, "Wu Tian, my dear brother, once again, I owe you a favor. I have obtained some merit from the heavenly Tao, and I truly feel embarrassed." Wu Tian's musings were abruptly halted. However, matters concerning the overall development of the Wu clan were not something he could resolve in haste. He suppressed his thoughts and turned to Zhen Yuanzi with a smile, saying, "Brother, you need not say such things. It is I who should be grateful for your presence here at the Wu clan's ceremony. You have devoted so much time." Zhen Yuanzi chuckled and shook his head. Yet, inwardly, he pondered why Wu Tian did not extend invitations to others for such significant matters, concluding it was due to his respect for them. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it. Zhen Yuanzi then shifted the conversation, adding with a grin, "Previously, when Hong Yun and I were cultivating near the primal gourd vine, did you not ask me for suggestions? Although I lack a method to hasten the vine's maturation, I do have another idea." Wu Tian blinked in curiosity. "Oh," he responded, and Zhen Yuanzi continued, "This primal gourd vine possesses both primal yin and yang, as well as the essence of the 5 elements. It ranks among the finest even amongst primal spiritual roots. Have you ever considered unifying the primal yin, yang, and 5 elements?" Wu Tian's heart stirred at this notion. He delved into his soul, where the indelible spiritual light shone brilliantly. The image of the primal gourd vine, once inscribed in his spirit, had now transformed into a swirling mass of chaos. "Are you suggesting the merging of the 7 gourds into one chaotic gourd?" Wu Tian found the idea somewhat peculiar. The notion of merging 7 gourds felt reminiscent of the tale of the gourd boy. Was he to play the role of a grandfather? Zhen Yuanzi shook his head slowly. "Not at all. Each of these 7 gourds possesses its own unique essence. It would be a pity for them to vanish. What if we could produce another blossom and bear another fruit? Would that not be a win-win situation?" Upon hearing Zhen Yuanzi's words, Wu Tian felt a surge of excitement. If, as Zhen Yuanzi suggested, he could simply gain an additional chaotic gourd, he would gladly embrace the opportunity. Yet doubts lingered. Was the number 7 not a fixed quantity? At that moment, Hanyan burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, if anyone else had said this, it might not be feasible. But have you forgotten my brother Zhen Yuanzi's esteemed identity? If he says it can be done, then it surely can." Zhen Yuanzi turned, shooting Hanyan a glare, exasperated by his loose tongue, which had inadvertently revealed too much. Then, with a warm smile, he replied, "Let us give it a try." While Zhen Yuanzi did not provide an absolute promise, his tone conveyed an undeniable conviction. He felt a debt of gratitude towards Wu Tian, lacking a suitable treasure like the northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag to repay it. Thus, he resolved to exert his utmost effort. Zheng Yunzi suddenly realized. No wonder the Penglai creature was so impoverished. He was willing to part with a primal spiritual treasure. Indeed, the weight of owing favors was burdensome. However, it must be said, Zheng Yunzi's sense of obligation stemmed from his inherently kind nature, which made him rather sensitive. Had it been Jin or Zhuanti, they would have certainly been free from such concerns. Wu Tian, unable to remain still any longer, promptly stood and approached Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and the others, intending to discuss the matter before heading directly to the primal gore vine. Di Jiang smiled and said, "Of course, there is no issue. My brother and I also intend to enter seclusion for cultivation, aiming to break through to the realm of the primordial golden immortal." He patted Wu Tian on the back, chuckling, "When we grow stronger, who would dare to bully you? We shall confront them directly." At that moment, Zhurong interjected, "Elder brother, what about that Western Jane and Zhuandi? We have yet to settle the score with them. Can we truly leave the previous matter unresolved?" Di Jiang paused, then burst into laughter. "Naturally, we shall not let it slide. Once I conclude my seclusion, we will pay a visit to the Western realm, haha." Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged glances, both involuntarily gasping in surprise, their minds racing with thoughts. Do the ancestral witches hold such grudges? It should be noted that in the Xixiao Palace, it was Jane and Zhuanti who truly suffered losses and embarrassment. The Wu clan had not been at a disadvantage. However, recalling that the two had initially targeted Hong Yun and Zheng Yuanzi, they could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction, their smiles brightening significantly. Indeed, the wicked must be dealt with by the wicked. Zheng Yuanzi silently chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, in the distant western realm, Jin and Zhuandi, who were engrossed in their cultivation, suddenly felt a tremor, awakening instinctively from their meditative states. Although they were unaware of the source of their unease, both attributed it to the Wu clan. When the ancestral witches established their clan, the two had observed their formidable demeanor and recalled the enmity they had forged with the Wu clan, causing their anxiety to deepen. After a brief moment, Zhuanti feigned nonchalance and said, "No need to panic. We shall proceed with caution. After all, it was the Wu clan that bullied us brothers. Were it not for them, we would not have lost our standing in the Xixiao Palace. With things as they are, they surely cannot hold on to this indefinitely. That would be utterly unreasonable." Chapter 52. Zenyuanzi's great investment. The words spoken were indeed striking. Even Jane could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. How could the seat simply belong to us? Wasn't it still beyond our grasp? However, this thought was fleeting, and Jane soon cast it aside, adopting a sorrowful expression as he helplessly advised, "Let's keep our distance from them. These ancestral witches hold no regard for the heavenly path or the Tao ancestor. How can we expect them to be reasonable, now that they have established the witch tribe and received Pangu's blessings, with the Tao favoring them? Their momentum is indeed formidable. The West is already impoverished, and we are but two frail figures. It would be unwise to provoke them at this time." Upon hearing this, Zhuanti snorted a couple of times, subsequently unable to suppress a sigh. "Alas, how exceedingly harsh the heavens are upon us, dear brother. Not to mention the fortunes shared with the Sanqing and the ancestral witches, even our own Western world, where we emerged, lies shattered amidst the turmoil of the battle between the Tao and the demons. Indeed, the two from the West were quite destitute. The only treasures they could present were Jane's precious banner and the 7 treasures wonderful tree in Zhuanti's possession, the latter crafted by Zhuanti from her own essence after her emergence. As for the other miscellaneous items, they were simply unworthy. At this juncture, Zhuanti suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, an idea sparking in her mind. She swiftly turned to Jin and inquired, "Brother, do you think the Tao ancestor might offer us compensation?" Before the Tao ancestor achieved enlightenment, he battled the demon ancestor Luo Ho, shattering the western meridians. Surely the repercussions of this must not be disregarded? Jane was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with thoughts, yet ultimately he replied, "Let us not dwell on this for now. We must focus on our cultivation. The Tao ancestor is about to elucidate the path to enlightenment and the method to attain sanctity, which surely presents a great opportunity. However, if our strength is insufficient, how shall we seize it? Yunzi nodded vigorously. The two promptly suppressed their myriad distractions and re-entered their cultivation, immediately enveloped in the vibrant resonance of the Tao. Meanwhile, Wu Tian did not embark on his journey immediately, as a minor incident had transpired. Previously, at Wu Tian's suggestion, the ancestral witches had sent the merits obtained from slaying fierce beasts and cleansing the malevolent energies of the world to Hutu, enabling her to manifest her primordial spirit ahead of time. Naturally, they had grown accustomed to this practice. Furthermore, having recently obtained the merits of the great Tao, they no longer placed much importance on the merits of the heavenly path. Thus, the ancestral, which Zhu Rong promptly offered her share of merits, intending once again to present it to Hutu. However, Hutu smiled and declined. "Thank you for your kind intentions, elder brother. But now that I have been fortified by the merits of the great Tao upon establishing our tribe, my primordial spirit is complete. There is no need for the protection of the heavenly path's merits, as I can withstand the erosion of my own malevolent energies." Zhu Rong, seemingly unconcerned, replied, "I do not cultivate a primordial spirit. Thus, the merits of the heavenly path would be of no use to me." Hutu then shifted her gaze towards Xianming, cheerfully suggesting, "Why not give it to Xianming?" At this moment, the other ancestral witches also turned their attention to Xianming, and before he could refuse, Zhu Jiuyin chuckled and proposed, "How about this? Let's each keep half of our merits, and the other half can be given to Xianming and Hutu. You two cultivating your primordial spirits is a rare feat. Having additional protection from the merits of the heavenly path would ultimately be beneficial." After a brief pause, she added, "As for my elder brother and Appo's share, let us keep it for now. It may serve other purposes." She had already planned to ally with Di Jiang, and once they achieved the status of mixed Yuan golden immortals, she intended to probe into the future of the witch tribe, seeking to have additional protection from the merits of the heavenly path as a precaution. Who knows, it might prove useful. The ancestral witches did not think too deeply about it, laughing and playfully distributing their merits. 4 ancestral witches gave theirs to Xianming, while the other 4 presented theirs to Hutu. Xianming and Hutu expressed their gratitude in unison. At this moment, Zhu Rong and Appo's eyes sparkled with mischief as she glanced at Xianming and Hutu, then turned to Wu Tian, cheerfully asking, "Younger brother, to whom do you intend to give your merits?" Xianming and Hutu both looked over, while the other ancestral witches observed with eager anticipation, their smiles broad as they focused on Wu Tian. Wu Tian shot a fierce glare at Zhu Rong. "Oh, so you wish to trick me?" Without a moment's hesitation, he divided his entire share of heavenly path merits in half, presenting it before Xianming and Hutu. The ancestral witches were momentarily stunned. Xianming then inquired, "You've given us both your share. What will you do for yourself?" They were all aware that Wu Tian had also cultivated a primordial spirit. Surely having merits to protect himself would be advantageous. Yet Wu Tian released the aura of the Hongmeng Liang Tianqi, revealing it to all. He smiled and said, "With this merit treasure in my possession, what is there to worry about? The merits of the heavenly path are indeed splendid. Not only are they pure primordial power, easily refined, but they also serve as a benchmark for the heavenly path and Appo's favor. But what of it? Given Wu Tian's current situation, whether absorbing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth or the heavy, turbid malevolent energies, he faced no obstacles in refining them. Moreover, his heart brimmed with eagerness, as he was already prepared to experiment with refining chaos chi. Additionally, he had no intention of achieving sanctity, nor did he wish to cling to the heavenly path for support. The ancestral witches were his true reliance. Thus, Wu Tian never considered using the merits of the heavenly path for cultivation. Even if he had not given any to Xianming and Hutu, he would have directly infused them into the Hongmeng Liang Tianqi. Seeing this, Di Jiang nodded with a smile. "Very well, let it be so." He then called out to Zenyuanzi and Hong Yun, leading Zhu Jiuyin as they first departed, flying directly toward the innermost depths of the Panga Temple. Wu Tian no longer lingered, bidding farewell to the ancestral witches as he accompanied Zenyuanzi and Hong Yun toward the valley where the innate gourd vine resided. In the valley, within the innate formation, With the arrival of the three, the innate gourd vine erupted in a chorus of exuberant cheer, its tendrils reaching out toward Wu Tian, resembling a child yearning for a hug. Wu Tian released a soothing aura and turned to Zhen Yuanzi, inquiring with a smile. Brother Zhen Yuan, what should we do next? How can we induce the growth of new flower buds? Allowing the gourd vine to produce a gourd that embodies the innate yin and yang and the five elements? Zhen Yuanzi smiled and replied, there is no need to rush. First, allow me to perform a spell. With that, his expression turned exceedingly solemn. His gaze locked onto the innate gourd vine, and an intense aura surged forth. The energies of innate wood and earth coalescing in rich abundance. The branches and leaves of the innate gourd vine swayed, as if they were immensely fond of this aura, greedily absorbing the emanating essence. Not only that, but Zhen Yuanzi's most treasured earth book also materialized, the artifact hovering above his head, scattering countless earthy glimmers. Mysterious phenomena enveloped the earth book, where a phantom of a towering tree took root within, standing amidst the void and gently swaying its crown. In the next moment, Zhen Yuanzi made a motion with his hand, unleashing an overwhelming force that surged forth from the earth book, directly showering upon the innate gourd vine, which instantly basked in divine radiance. Han Yun and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. She gasped inwardly, what? Brother Zhen Yuan is truly going all out. He is pouring in great effort. Chapter 53. The emergence of the chaotic gourd as Zhen Yuanzi commenced his actions. The powers of the earth book and the ginseng fruit tree were relentlessly devoured by the primordial gourd vine. The tendrils and leaves grew increasingly robust and verdant. Given the location atop the Wujia mountain, Zhen Yuanzi found it cumbersome to mobilize the primal earth veins directly. Thus, he opted to utilize the earth book as a barrier, channeling the earth's spiritual energy from the vast primordial lands. After considerable time spent in this endeavor, the roots of the primordial gourd vine had swelled significantly, yet there were no signs of new blossoms or fruits. Instead, the gourds above shimmered with radiant brilliance, maturing at an accelerated pace. Observing Wu Tian's curiosity, Zhen Yuanzi elaborated. It is already quite remarkable for the primordial gourd vine to bear 7 gourds. To produce an additional one would likely overwhelm its spiritual essence. Thus, it is essential to first enhance its capabilities and prepare. With that, Zhen Yuanzi attuned himself to the energies at play and addressed Wu Tian. Now it is your turn. My brother, the primordial gourd vine has acknowledged you as its master. Direct your spiritual force to guide the primordial yin-yang and 5 elements energies within its roots and seek a means to merge them. Wu Tian promptly stepped forward, unleashing a powerful aura that surged toward the gourd vine. His spiritual force swiftly flowed forth, probing into the depths of the primordial gourd vine. In an instant, he perceived 7 distinct powers being drawn from the cosmos by the vine, continuously funneled into the 7 gourds. With a shift in thought, Wu Tian altered the flow of energy within the branches. One of the 7 distinct forces immediately segregated and, following Wu Tian's guidance, traversed toward the tips of the branches. Contemplating how to achieve the fusion, he suddenly felt a flicker within his soul. The eternal light within ignited, and a gray mark upon his spiritual essence surged forth. In a swift motion, the mark landed upon the tips of the branches, resembling a seed or a miniature vortex, voraciously consuming the incoming primordial energies, rapidly expanding in size. Wu Tian mused himself, so that is how it is. However, both Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yun stood astonished, transfixed by the tips of the primordial gourd vine. Where the 7 laws converged, murmuring, is it truly possible? Is the fusion of laws this simple? It was not simplicity at play. The imprint that had long resided within Wu Tian's soul had been integrated since the inception of the lineage. Its emergence now served as a catalyst. As the scene unfolded, the roots of the primordial gourd vine fervently absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, with myriad laws energetically consuming everything in sight. The lake within the valley, once rich with liquid spiritual energy, began to visibly recede under the strain of such power. Zhen Yuanzi, taken aback, hastily activated the grand formation within the earth book, causing an immediate surge of energy to erupt. After a while, movement finally stirred at the tips of the branches. A small gray bud emerged, suffused with divine light, gradually expanding. The three of them were utterly focused, and the blooming unfolded with a sound so subtle that it resonated like thunder in their ears. Instantly, the power of the heavenly Tao surged, swirling around Wuzhou Mountain. This is perilous. The seven gourds are decrees of the heavenly Tao. The birth of a new one disrupts this order, and the heavenly Tao may impose punishment. Jin Yuanzi's expression shifted dramatically as he called out to Wu Tian. Wu Tian, his mind racing, summoned the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, placing it upon the primordial gourd vine to suppress its aura. In the grand scheme, the maturity of the seven gourds had already drawn the ire of the heavenly Tao, evidenced by the encounters with the three pure ones on Wuzhou Mountain, where they sought to divide what was not yet ripe. Prior to its emergence, the primordial gourd vine had remained concealed within a primordial formation capable of obscuring heavenly secrets, further shielded by the aura of Wuzhou Mountain, thus maintaining a semblance of safety. However, as the eighth gourd threatened to appear, the heavenly Tao responded, poised to unleash its wrath to thwart the process. With the appearance of the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, the aura of the primordial gourd vine was effectively concealed, while thick, ominous clouds of calamity loomed overhead, searching for the source of this disruption. Zhen Yuanzi, feeling a sense of urgency, spoke, Wu Tian, my brother, if this continues, it will surely spell disaster. For now, the bloom can be concealed. However, once the chaotic gourd emerges, the heavenly Tao will undoubtedly seek retribution. Wu Tian shared his concern. Even with the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler and Appo's ability to suppress the aura, he could not remain indefinitely to activate this treasure. Thoughts racing, he suddenly noticed an anomaly. The once verdant tips of the primordial gourd vine flickered, shifting to a chaotic hue, and began to grow uncontrollably, lunging toward Wu Tian like a spear. In a flash, the gray light enveloped him, piercing through his formidable corporeal form and plunging into his dantian. With a thunderous boom, the sound of divine thunder erupted within, instantaneously forging a void space, into which the branches of the primordial gourd vine reached, bringing forth the eighth small gray gourd. Wu Tian's 9 turns yuan skill surged into action, and the energies within his body instinctively flowed toward the eighth gourd, cycling back and forth. As their energies intertwined, Wu Tian experienced a moment of enlightenment. The chaotic gourd is forming. He had not anticipated that the primordial gourd vine would exhibit such cleverness by taking refuge within his own body. What a clever little rascal. Wu Tian chuckled to himself. As their energies circulated, Wu Tian's dantian expanded rapidly, while the primordial gourd vine continuously absorbed the surrounding spiritual essence, transporting it to this location. Subtle laws began to manifest, and the world principles Wu Tian had previously comprehended surfaced in his mind. Gradually, he settled into a meditative posture, embodying the essence of enlightenment and cultivation. Jin Yuanzi emitted a sound of confusion. At that moment, the site where the eighth gourd was meant to sprout appeared to still exist. Yet upon probing with spiritual perception, he discovered it was merely an illusion. The true chaotic gourd had already taken root within Wu Tian's being. As this scene unfolded, the turbulent power of the heavenly Tao surrounding Wuzhou Mountain began to dissipate. As if it had lost its target, Hong Yun's gaze flickered, darting between the primordial gourd vine and Wu Tian, before glancing upward into the sky, murmuring in disbelief. Is it truly possible for it to manifest in such a way? Meanwhile, deep within the realm of the heavenly Tao, at the Purple Cloud Palace, the Tao ancestor Hong Jun sat in serene contemplation, adorned by a resplendent array of mystical light, with a creation jade butterfly gently rotating above him, entwining him in boundless Tao rhythms. As the energies of the heavenly Tao surged, Hong Jun opened his eyes and gazed toward Wuzhou Mountain, a slight frown forming as he pondered. What are the Wu clan up to now? Chapter 54. The Bait of Entrapment. The location of Wuzhou Mountain has been forcibly designated as the territory of the Witch clan. Naturally, the events transpiring here are intimately connected to them, There's no doubt about it. Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, hastily sought to investigate. However, this strange disturbance quickly dissipated, and the heavenly Tao returned to tranquility, the gathered power gradually fading away. Consequently, Hongjun discovered nothing. The threads of fate had been obscured. After much contemplation, Hongjun relinquished his investigation, casting a profound gaze towards Buzhou Mountain, a subtle sigh escaping his lips. Alas, it seems that something is still amiss. At this juncture, the heavenly Tao remains incomplete. Without merging his essence with the Tao, Hongjun and oppose, as control over the power of the heavenly Tao pales in comparison to that of later generations, rendering him incapable of dispelling the obscuring veil cast by the primordial measuring ruler. After a prolonged period of reflection, Hongjun and oppose, as initial intention to merge with the Tao grew increasingly resolute, tinged with urgency. Meanwhile, Wu Tian had been diligently cultivating for an extended duration, with Zenyuanzi and Hongyun faithfully standing guard. They remained steadfast, unyielding in their efforts. The primordial gourd vine required immense energy to nurture the chaotic gourd, and Zenyuanzi tirelessly drew power from the earth scriptures, bustling about with fervor. It was not until the chaotic gourd was fully formed that the extraction of celestial essence normalized, allowing Zenyuanzi to finally breathe a sigh of relief. At last, it was accomplished. Zenyuanzi felt somewhat drained of his magical energy. This endeavor involved not merely drawing from the earth's energy, but also extracting a significant portion of the essence from the ginseng fruit tree. Otherwise, the process would not have been so seamless. Yet, Zenyuanzi felt a sense of contentment. Not only had he witnessed the emergence of the chaotic gourd, but he had also alleviated a considerable portion of the karmic debt owed to Wu Tian, leaving him with a liberating sensation. People differ in their nature. Some, burdened by debt, act like lords, while others, owing a debt, feel as though ants are crawling all over them, yearning to repay it immediately, reveling in a life unencumbered by obligations. Zenyuanzi and Hongyun undoubtedly belonged to the latter category. At this moment, Wu Tian gradually opened his eyes, emerging from his meditation. After stabilizing his magical energy, he promptly rose and directed his gaze towards Zenyuanzi. Instantly, Wu Tian discerned Zenyuanzi's exhaustion and drained state. Hastily clasping his hands in gratitude and exclaiming, "Thank you, elder brother Zenyuan. It is thanks to your assistance that I was able to break free from fate and achieve the chaotic gourd." Zenyuanzi chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. "Ah, Wu Tian, my younger brother, you overstate my contribution. I merely lent a modicum of brute force. The true accomplishment of the chaotic gourd is entirely due to your own efforts." His sincerity was unmistakable. Throughout the process, the most challenging aspect was the unification of the primordial yin-yang and five elements principles. Zenyuanzi had initially contemplated stepping in alongside Hongyun if Wu Tian encountered difficulties. However, to his astonishment, the most arduous phase was completed instantaneously, as if Wu Tian had effortlessly integrated the elements. Were this scene to be witnessed by others, their eyes would surely widen in disbelief at how effortlessly it unfolded. Nevertheless, Zenyuanzi refrained from probing further, for everyone harbors their own secrets, much like his own origins, which many believe to be the transformation of the ginseng fruit tree, yet held deeper mysteries. Noticing Wu Tian's intent to express further gratitude, Zenyuanzi quickly interjected, "Wu Tian, my younger brother, now that the chaotic gourd has taken form, there remains some time until the next sermon. It has been too long since I returned home. I intend to head back to Wuzhuang to check on things." Wu Tian recognized this as an indication that Zenyuanzi wished to recuperate after the considerable expenditure of energy. He promptly clasped his hands and replied, "Indeed, I shall remember your assistance in my heart. I shall not speak further. I vow to repay you in the future." Zenyuanzi could only smile wryly, gesturing for him to dismiss the notion. His substantial efforts were solely to settle karmic debts. Should Wu Tian repay him, he would find himself in a position of owing a great favor in return. Yet, such is the nature of human interactions, exchanges that deepen bonds and foster affection. Before departing, Zenyuanzi cast a glance at the primordial gourd vine, particularly at the chaotic gourd's shadow resting upon its branches, devoid of any detectable aura. His eyes once again filled with astonishment. After a moment's contemplation, he could not resist speaking again. Wu Tian, my younger brother, is it wise to leave such a treasure as the primordial gourd vine here? I understand it is not yet ripe and difficult to move, but if you are willing, Han Yun and I could remain a while longer. Perhaps we can devise a method to transfer it to your witch clan. Han Yun eagerly chimed in, nodding vigorously. Indeed, if it were to be seen by others, it would likely lead to conflict. While the primordial gourd vine has recognized you as its master, other practitioners may not adhere to such notions. Wu Tian chuckled in response. He comprehended the good intentions of Zenyuanzi and Han Yun. Their natures inclined them to avoid entanglements of karma, hence their caution. However, Wu Tian felt no trepidation. He welcomed the prospect of someone attempting to seize it. With the great witch stationed here, Wu Tian had already instructed them to withdraw, even conveying to Tian that no further guards were necessary. Previously, when Xianming acquired the Northern Xianyuan water-controlling banner, Wu Tian had mused that if he could gather the primordial 5 directions banners, he could orchestrate a grand formation with the ancestral witches. However, the other banners remained in the possession of Hongjun, with the Western Plain Cloud banner bestowed to the Queen Mother of the West, the remaining Eastern Precious Green Lotus banner, Southerly Earth Flame banner, and Central Wujia's Yellow banner would be granted to Junti, Taiji, and Yuan Shi during the 3rd sermon. To procure these banners from them, one must devise a strategy. Even if it involves seizing them, one must act with justification and preemption. In the prevailing circumstances, the 3 pure ones, Emperor Jun, and others would encounter the primordial gourd vine while descending from the treasure cliff after the 3rd sermon. Hence Wu Tian's decision to leave it here as bait for entrapment. After all, the primordial gourd vine has already acknowledged its master. They cannot take it by force. However, should anyone harbor ill intentions, they shall taste the wrath of the 12 capital heavenly gods' formation. No compensation shall be rendered without consequence. Yet, Wu Tian found it unwise to divulge such intricacies to these 2 well-meaning souls, so he merely smiled and said, I appreciate your kindness, my friends. Noticing their lingering concern, Wu Tian adopted an air of defiance, exclaiming, Fear not, my esteemed brothers. In this primordial realm, who would dare to lay claim to the possessions of my witch clan? With Wu Tian's declaration, what more could they say? If they persisted in their worry, they might inadvertently offend Wu Tian and Amp, Appo's regard for his clan. Thus, they chose to suppress their apprehensions and once again clasp their hands in farewell. Chapter 55. I truly trust Sister Hutu. After bidding farewell to Zenyuan Zai and Han Yun, Wu Tian stood in the valley, continuously scrutinizing his innate gourd vine, feeling an overwhelming sense of intimacy emanating from it, which brought him immense comfort. Indeed, despite becoming part of the witch clan, the affinity for farming that resided deep in his soul was not easily extinguished. Wu Tian had broached this topic with the witch clan before, but like the matter of breeding ferocious beasts, it was left unresolved. The combative nature of the witch clan made the notion of agriculture and herding seem absurd. It would be more merciful to end their existence than to suggest they till the soil. In the vast wilderness of the primordial world, sustenance was abundant. So why toil in the dirt? Reflecting upon this, Wu Tian could not help but shake his head in resignation. He then turned his gaze back to the innate gourd vine. With the emergence of the 8th chaotic gourd, significant changes had taken place. The vine had grown more robust, its leaves shifting to a deep green, enhancing its ability to absorb the essence of the world. The once radiant colors now bore a subtle grayish halo, imparting an air of mystery. Contemplating this, Wu Tian sent forth a wave of energy towards the innate gourd vine, causing the shadow of the chaotic gourd to vanish from the branches, completely removed from existence. It was better to keep it hidden. The chaotic gourd could serve as a trump card. Even though Wu Tian contemplated using it for fishery enforcement, he did not wish for others to witness it. As for Zenyuan Zai and Han Yun, their characters and integrity were such that Wu Tian placed his trust in them. Having completed these tasks, Wu Tian finally departed, making his way back to the Panga Hall. Upon entering, he found no sign of Dijiang or Zhu Jiuyin. The Pango Hall was a realm unto itself, layered with various spaces. The two must have retreated to the depths to contemplate their own laws and achieve breakthroughs to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal stage. Wu Tian was not surprised by this and headed directly toward the blood pool, where he immediately noticed significant changes. What was once merely a blood pool had transformed into a vast sea of blood. The ancestral witches and ordinary witch clans had heavily drained its essence during their gestation, leading to a noticeable decline in its water level before the establishment of their clan. However, the blood pool was now swelling, exuding an overwhelming aura of vitality. The once dull hue had turned vibrant red, teeming with life. Wu Tian quickly realized this transformation was due to the Pangu Jade essence. During the establishment of the clan, the Pangu father bestowed 3 blessings. One inscribed the great rune of the witch into the river of the witch clan's fortune. Another infused Wu Tian with Pangu's essence. And the last granted him the Pangu Jade essence. This essence was inherently a source of vitality. When it mingled with the blood pool, it significantly enhanced its power, not merely replenishing it, but also infusing it with sustaining life. After a moment of reflection, Wu Tian plunged into the blood pool, instantly transported to a crimson space filled with dense blood energy that surged toward him. His 9 transformations, primordial skill, activated instinctively, causing every fiber of his being to stir with vitality. However, Wu Tian had not come to cultivate. Rather, he sought to conceal a drop of his essence blood within the depths of the pool. He suppressed his excitement and descended to the pool's deepest recesses. When the Pangu father conferred the blessing, Wu Tian and Amp, Oppos, as primordial spirit and physical body reunited, resulting in profound alterations. Each strand of flesh and blood bore divine essence, inscribed with the laws of existence. Wu Tian acquired a new divine ability, blood rebirth. He resolved to hide a drop of his essence blood in several secure locations, thereby ensuring multiple escape routes for himself. His first choice was naturally the Pangu Hall. The hall concealed the secrets of heaven, providing a sanctuary free from prying eyes. Furthermore, despite the decline of the witch clan, the Pangu Hall remained steadfast, having been relocated to the underworld by Hutu, where it became the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Hall of the Lady of Peace. What could be more secure than this? Wu Tian selected this place without hesitation. Upon reaching the bottom of the pool, he found a secluded spot, channeled his magical power, and created a blood-red barrier to conceal a drop of his essence blood within. With a flicker of blood light, the barrier vanished, and the essence blood melded seamlessly into the surroundings, akin to a drop of water disappearing into the ocean, leaving no trace. After completing this, Wu Tian summoned the Hongmeng measuring ruler. With a gentle hum, the ruler radiated profound golden light of merit, forming a barrier of Xianhuang color that repelled the surrounding blood water, revealing an empty space. Wu Tian seated himself within, once again channeling his magical power as a drop of essence blood slowly coalesced in his heart. Moments later, the essence blood surged forth from his chest, directed towards the Hongmeng measuring ruler. Under Wu Tian and Amp, Oppos, as control, it descended into the depths of the 49 innate prohibitions. Within the depths, due to the merits of the great Tao, the Hongmeng measuring ruler was gradually nurturing new prohibitions. As the essence blood settled, it floated above, illuminating one another as their energies intertwined. Having completed these actions, Wu Tian slowly opened his eyes, a delighted smile gracing his face as he murmured, "The second drop of essence blood is secured. As for the third drop, I shall follow the plan and seek Sister Hutu. Placing it with her would be quite safe." He mused, "In the future, she will be my greatest support, so it is only prudent to leave a drop with her." With this thought in mind, Wu Tian wasted no time. Though he felt a slight emptiness from condensing 2 drops of essence blood in quick succession, he hurriedly stored the Hongmeng measuring ruler within his body for nurturing and exited the blood pool, soaring out of the Pangu Hall towards the Hutu tribe. At this moment, Hutu was cultivating in the central temple of the tribe. Upon noticing Wu Tian's arrival, she slowly opened her eyes and smiled, saying, "You finally decided to return." Wu Tian felt a bit sheepish. He and Hutu co-managed the Hutu tribe, yet he seldom returned, often spending his time either listening to teachings at the Zhixiao Palace or secluded in the Panga Hall. Before he could explain himself, Hutu continued with a smile. Aren't and Amp, Oppos, Tu quite invested in the teachings of the Zhixiao Palace? We will be departing soon, so I suggest you refrain from wandering about and focus on your cultivation. Wu Tian quickly nodded, his face beaming as he replied, Yes, yes. I won't go anywhere else. I'll stay here with Sister Hutu. Hutu let out a light laugh and shot him a sidelong glance. When do you ever come to find me, unless you're hiding in the Panga Hall? Speak up. What is it you need my help with? Wu Tian felt a little embarrassed, sensing her perceptiveness, yet he stubbornly retorted, What do you mean, Sister Hutu? Can't I just want to spend some time with you? This Hutu tribe is my tribe too. Hutu remained silent, looking at him with a knowing smile. As if to say, oh, is that so? Go on, keep acting. Wu Tian's smile faltered, and he could only obediently declare, Indeed, there is a matter of utmost importance. Among the entire Witch clan, I trust Sister Hutu the most, which is why I wish to seek your assistance. Hutu and Oppos. S expression shifted slightly, intrigued. Really? Wu Tian felt a sense of foreboding. Following the gaze of Hutu, he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, Xianming had emerged from one side, wearing an expression devoid of emotion. Chapter 56. What are your thoughts, little brother? Wu Tian was at a loss for words. Sister Hutu, why must you deceive me? You should embody the vastness and inclusiveness of the earth, profound and weighty. And then there was Xianming. Why do you always leave your tribe to come to Hutu's tribe? And worse yet, you conceal your presence. In that moment, Wu Tian's mind raced. Offending Hutu might lead to her forgiving him, but Xianming, she truly would strike him. All right, I confess, you and Sister Xianming are both my most trusted allies. With that, Wu Tian resumed his cheerful demeanor and addressed Xianming. Sister Xianming, your arrival is fortuitous. I was about to seek your assistance after asking Sister Hutu for aid, but now you and Oppos, V, saved me the trouble. Before either could respond, he hurriedly began to express his thoughts about concealing a drop of essence blood. Now it had transformed into 1 drop per person. Upon hearing this, both of their attentions were indeed diverted, their eyes sparkling with interest. Even the usually expressionless Xianming revealed a hint of surprise. Really? You mean, with the divine power bestowed by our Father God, if you preserve a drop of essence blood, even if you perish, you can be reborn? They exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to believe it. What was the greatest dilemma faced by the Wu tribe? Was it not the unity of spirit and flesh? If one were to fall and return to the cosmos, there would be no chance for reincarnation and cultivation anew. Xianming and Hutu were fortunate, having already cultivated their primordial spirits. Should misfortune befall them, they could escape with their primordial spirits and cultivate anew. However, the other ancestral witches did not possess such fortune. Wu Tian understood their thoughts and smiled wryly, saying, You know, my situation differs from my brothers. Even if I wished to pass this divine power to them, it would be utterly impossible. Hutu nodded slightly and could not help but sigh, alas. I understand. However, this sense of loss comes swiftly and departs just as quickly. The current ancestral witches do not truly believe they will face great calamities in the future. It is merely a lament for the lack of a backup plan among the ancestral witches. Soon after, both women rejoiced for Wu Tian, with Hutu smiling brightly. The essence blood shall be safeguarded by me. Rest assured. Simultaneously, the Xianming ancestral witch silently extended her hand, and upon catching Wu Tian and Oppos' gaze, she spoke with a chilling tone, If I encounter any trouble, I will ensure your essence blood remains safe. What more could Wu Tian say? He once again expressed his gratitude to the 2 benevolent sisters and then settled into a meditative posture within Hutu's sacred hall, channeling his mystical powers to begin condensing the essence blood. Essence blood is distinct from ordinary blood. The essence blood of the ancestral witches carries the power of laws, and the essence blood Wu Tian aimed to condense this time, aside from bearing his own law imprint, also reflected the strength of his soul. It was far more taxing on him. After having condensed 2 drops of essence blood previously, Wu Tian felt slightly drained. and now attempting to produce another 2 drops at once left his blood vitality considerably diminished. Even with his peak strength at the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, he felt a stirring urge to break through, but it came to a halt. Nevertheless, Tian was not anxious. He had never intended to rush his breakthrough. Instead, he planned to wait until after the 3rd lecture before continuing to consolidate and then consider breaking through. Since he was neither pursuing sanctification through merit nor severing 3 corpses to attain the Tao, it was essential to establish a more solid foundation, thus enhancing his chances of proving the Tao through strength. Moreover, with the Wu tribe's fortunes flourishing, whatever challenges arose, the ancestral witches could withstand them. Tian felt even less urgency. After expelling 2 drops of essence blood, he sensed his own weakness, his blood vitality thinning, and his complexion turned pale. He then presented the essence blood to the 2 women. Upon receiving the essence blood, Xianming and Apos, S' expression turned solemn as she pressed it against her chest, concealing it within her heart. Just as she stated, in this position, unless she encountered trouble, this drop of essence blood would remain secure. What level of injury would it require to breach Xuanming's heart? Furthermore, she nurtured it with her own vitality. Seeing Xuanming's approach, Hutu was momentarily taken aback. Since Xianming concealed it within her physical form, following the principle of risk distribution, Hutu decided not to keep hers within her body either. With a shift in thought, she placed it directly within her primordial spirit. Simultaneously, she could not resist teasing, "Sister Xianming, you truly dote on him." Xianming and Apos, S' face flushed crimson, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation, as she rose to pounce at Hutu. At that moment, a raucous commotion erupted outside Hutu's sacred hall, with the voice of the Zhu Rong ancestral which ringing out most prominently, exclaiming, "This Emperor Jun is utterly shameless. He dares to imitate us and establish the demon race, and even has the audacity to invite us to witness the ceremony. It and Apos as simply outrageous." The noise grew louder, and a throng of ancestral witches burst into the hall. Naturally, the ancestral witches were oblivious to the customs of knocking on doors, especially since Hutu's sacred hall had none, so they paid no mind to such trivialities. In the next moment, the hall fell silent. Only Zhu Rong continued to laugh heartily. "I knew you all would be here." Although Emperor Jun and Apos' intentions to establish the demon race seemed outwardly unrelated to the Wu tribe, the ancestral witches sensed an underlying unease. Currently, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin were in seclusion. Though Wu Tian was the youngest, he was already recognized as the most astute. Thus, the others naturally sought him for counsel. After first searching the valley and then the Panga Hall without success, the group made their way to Hutu and Apos' tribe, where they indeed found Wu Tian, Xianming, and Hutu all present. "Ah," Zhu Rong murmured, his eyes darting around, scrutinizing Wu Tian, Xianming, and Hutu, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. Xianming and Hutu and Apos' cheeks were tinged with a faint blush, a subtle mix of embarrassment and annoyance. While Wu Tian appeared pale, his blood vitality diminished, resembling a shell of his former self. Even the straightforward ancestral witches connected the dots upon witnessing this scene. Within Hutu and Apos' sacred hall, an awkward silence enveloped them as the ancestral witches exchanged glances, with Xianming and Hutu sensing an unsettling feeling. At that moment, Zhu Rong turned to Wu Tian and remarked, "Little brother, you seem rather feeble, Don and Apos. Do you think? This ISN and Apos, ideal. Had I known earlier, I would have brought you some ancestral dragon essence." Unbeknownst to him, Hutu had already provided Wu Tian with ancestral dragon essence blood. Before he could finish his sentence, the hall erupted with enormous ice spikes, viciously aiming toward Zhu Rong. Bang! Zhu Rong was sent flying. Xianming and Apos' face instantly became frosty, and she coldly retorted, "Always spouting nonsense. My elder brother has reprimanded you countless times, yet you remain incorrigible." Humph. Then she turned her gaze toward the other ancestral witches. They nodded in agreement, with Gong Gong laughing heartily in support. "Indeed, Sister Xianming strikes well. This fellow is the most indiscreet of them all. He then winked at Wu Tian, who felt utterly speechless. The crux of the matter was that he could not explain himself. Surely, he could not disclose that he was concealing essence blood, lest the ancestral witches blurt it out, making it known to all. Seeing Xianming about to erupt once more, Zhu Meng swiftly interjected, "Let's address the pressing matter first." He fixed a piercing gaze on Wu Tian. "Little brother, Emperor Jun intends to establish the demon race. What are your thoughts?" Chapter 57. Go, of course. How could I not? Wu Tian murmured to himself, instantly feeling as if he had transformed into Yuan Fong. Nevertheless, he was genuinely pleased. The ancestral witches had the foresight to consult him rather than confront him directly, which marked a significant advancement. Evidently, Wu Tian's subtle influences had been remarkably successful. He pondered over the current situation. In the grand scheme of things, the demon clan was established by Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, Fu Shi, and Nu Hua, followed by fierce rivalries among the ancestral witches, culminating in the 12 heavenly gods and demons array clashing with the heavenly court. This time, due to Wu Tian's involvement, the witch clan had preemptively established itself. Yet the emergence of the demon clan was an unstoppable trend. Naturally, it would still manifest. However, Emperor Jun and his peers lacked the confidence that the witch clan possessed, nor did they revere the Pangu father god, as the witch clan did. Thus, they invited numerous deities to witness the establishment of their clan, even extending an invitation to the witch clan. Emperor Jun was reluctant to provoke the ancestral witches, with others invited. If the witch clan were to be overlooked, who could predict the ancestral witches' reaction? If they perceived it as a slight, they might come knocking. After deliberation, Emperor Jun, Fu Shi, and the others became increasingly convinced that the ancestral witches were capable of such actions. Therefore, they reluctantly send out invitations, even having Fu Shi deliver them personally. And Fu Shi? Wu Tian inquired with curiosity. The Zhurong ancestral which quickly replied, he delivered the invitations and left. Fu Shi is rather courteous, but brother. What Emperor Jun and the others are establishing is clearly a clan set against us. Our kin consume demon beasts as sustenance, yet the demon clan embraces them, offering them protection. In truth, Tai Yi's ability to rally a sufficient number of demon clans in such a short time was indeed aided by the witch clan. They had been bullied too severely, and rather than face annihilation, they sought refuge within the demon clan, seeking the protection of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Fortunately, the demon clan had yet to be fully established, and given the overwhelming presence of the ancestral witches, Emperor Jun and his companions were averse to igniting conflict at such a critical juncture. Thus, they all endeavored to restrain themselves. Wu Tian was still lost in thought when the Zhurong ancestral witch, having been flung away by Xianming, returned looking rather disheveled. As he entered the Hutu divine hall, he grumbled, "What did I say? Is this how they treat me?" He then shot a furious glare at the Gong Gong ancestral witch. "I knew it. Among our brothers, you are the worst, reveling in my misfortune." The Gong Gong ancestral witch smirked lightly. "Ah, you dare not provoke Sister Xianming. So you come to vent your frustrations on me? Do you think you can best me?" His expression was infuriating, instantly inciting Zhurong's anger, who clenched his fists and approached Gong Gong, eager for a proper contest, hoping to give him a taste of defeat. Wu Tian and Appo's musings were abruptly interrupted as he helplessly observed the two, clearly clashing due to conflicting principles. The other ancestral witches laughed, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. In their view, the ancestral witches were tough-skinned and resilient. A few scuffles posed no real concern, as long as no one was killed. Xianming, noticing Wu Tian's expression, immediately shifted her gaze and coldly stated, "Enough. Aren't we here to discuss serious matters? If you two continue to bicker, take it outside. I shall certainly inform our elder brother, and you will have a chance to settle your scores before him." The fierce Zhurong and Gong Gong instantly fell silent, glaring at each other before avoiding eye contact. Wu Tian discreetly gave a thumbs up to Xianming. "Impressive. Is indeed Xianming. Her usual icy demeanor even makes the other ancestral witches uneasy, yet with her words, the conflict dissipates. Xianming shot him a glance, then curtly remarked, "You should hurry and speak. How shall we respond to Emperor Jun and the others establishing the demon clan?" Zhurong interjected again, "If you ask me, we should directly disrupt the establishment of this demon clan. I see they intend to oppose us, the witch clan. Brother, just give the word, and we shall charge forth." Wu Tian couldn't and oppose. Ti helped but smiled bitterly. The ancestral witches were indeed combative. Zhurong and oppose. S words echoed the sentiments of many ancestral witches. But before he could offer any counsel, he heard Gong Gong chuckle. "You should just be quiet. Did I ask you?" Seeing the two about to engage once more, Xianming's icy demeanor intensified, and the atmosphere in the Huta Divine Hall grew thick with her murderous aura, causing the ancestral witches to shudder. Both quickly halted. Wu Tian then chuckled softly, "If you ask me, since they have invited us, we must attend. We cannot allow others to say that the witch clan lacks decorum. Can we? As for what the demon clan might do, what plans do Emperor Jun and the others have?" Wu Tian beamed at the assembly, countering the ancestral witch's concerns with, "Surely, my esteemed brothers would not fear them?" The ancestral witches swiftly shook their heads. Wu Tian secretly chuckled. As long as he could discern the temperaments of the ancestral witches, it would not be difficult to navigate. This was precisely the way. Regardless of their myriad schemes, we remain as steadfast as Mount Buzhou. Should they pose a genuine threat to our witch clan, we shall retaliate with thunderous force. The emergence of the demon clan is a decree of the heavenly path. At this juncture, even if we were to cause a ruckus, what can we truly achieve? Can we hinder the demon clan and damp Oppo's arrival? Certainly not. Instead, we would only incur karmic retribution. It would be far more prudent to graciously accept their invitation to observe the ceremony, while we shall forego gifts. The merits of attending and any potential benefits could still be reaped. Furthermore, should the opportunity arise, Wu Tian wished to use this occasion to sway Emperor Jun, hoping to influence the future development of the demon clan. He recalled his initial intentions. He had never envisioned a direct confrontation between the witch and demon clans. Rather, he aspired to lead the witch clan into the underworld at the height of both clans and Oppo's powers, allowing the demon clan to contend with the saints. He was keen to discern. When that day arrived, would Hongjun Dao Zhu and the heavenly saints personally intervene to strike down Emperor Jun and his ilk, thereby annihilating the demon clan? As this thought crossed his mind, a faint smile graced Wu Tian's lips. Xianming and Hutu exchanged glances, both harboring a look of confusion, seemingly pondering. What is Wu Tian contemplating? Why this peculiar smile? At that moment, Wu Tian added, "However, when we attend the ceremony, we certainly cannot all go. Elder brother and second brother are currently in seclusion. If we all attend, it would inevitably raise suspicions. How about this? We shall send 7 of us, myself, Sister Xianming, Sister Hutu, which makes 3, and we still need 4 more." He glanced at the ancestral witches. Zhurong eagerly blinked at Wu Tian, seemingly urging him, "Choose me. Choose me." Yet Wu Tian would never select him. He promptly stated, "Brother Zhurong, you needn't oppose. Attend. Stay back to watch over the home." Zhurong immediately leaped up, exclaiming, "Brother, is this retaliation? I merely spoke the truth. Must you go this far? I was even considering helping you. I intended to procure some ancestral dragon blood to bolster your strength." Chapter 58. Do you also wish to play the victim? At this moment, Gong Gong scoffed, "Oh, please, with that mouth of yours, it's a wonder if there isn't a fight. Naturally, I cannot allow you to go." The two were on the verge of another quarrel, while Xian Yuan wore an expression of exasperation. The ancestral witches occasionally heeded her words, but only out of a brother's affection for his sister. Ultimately, Xian Yuan did not possess the same authority as Emperor Jiang or Zhu Jiuyin. Wu Tian quickly interjected, "Brother Gonggong is also staying home." This seemed to pacify Zhu Rong, who immediately brightened, smiling at Gonggong with an expression that suggested he was not all that impressive himself. With these two troublemakers set aside, Wu Tian swiftly conferred with the other ancestral witches. Aside from the 3 who had given birth to their primordial spirits, they included Zhu Meng, Ru Shou, Chang Liang, and Shi Zi, making a total of 7 who would attend the ceremony. The ancestral witches then dispersed, each returning to their tribes to give instructions and arrange matters with the great shamans. As Zhu Rong was about to leave, Wu Tian suddenly grasped his arm. With a look of surprise from Zhu Rong, he stepped outside the Hutta temple and quietly inquired, "Brother Zhu Rong, where can we obtain the blood of the ancestral dragon?" The ancestral dragon has already returned to the cosmos, its true spirit transformed into the essence of the earth, its body becoming the Yellow River. Previously, when the ancestral dragon fell, Hutu forcibly obtained 3 drops of its blood, which Wu Tian had already refined into himself. Yet, such a precious resource is never too much to have. Zhu Rong immediately chuckled. "I know exactly what you're referring to. Though the ancestral dragon is dead, the dragon clan remains. I refuse to believe that this old fellow left nothing for them." He patted Wu Tian and Apos' arm. "Rest assured, leave this matter to me. If the dragon clan refuses to comply, let me see if I can't boil their seas and capture them as blood sacrifices." Wu Tian and Apos' expression darkened. "Perhaps we should reconsider. The dragon clan bears deep karmic ties, having barely managed to retain some fortune through the sacrifice of the ancestral dragon. Why provoke them now?" However, before he could finish, Zhu Rong laughed heartily. "Do not concern yourself with that." With an understanding look, he patted Wu Tian's shoulder once more and transformed into crimson light, departing. Wu Tian was left speechless. Let be. Let the dragon clan suffer a bit. After all, Zhu Rong will shoulder any blame. And I believe if the dragon clan truly possesses the blood of the ancestral dragon, they will not refuse if they are wise enough. Zhu Rong will not go too hard on them either. He then turned and re-entered the Hutta temple, awaiting the ancestral witches to finalize their arrangements before setting off together. Once everyone gathered, Xian Yuan and Hutu joined forces, instantly conjuring an immense and profound power of law, enveloping the group in a dark light barrier, propelling them straight into the 9 heavens, towards the vast expanse of the primordial starry sky. The location chosen by Emperor Jun and others was neither the Sun Star nor the sanctuaries of Fuxi or Niuhua, and Mount Buzhou was unsuitable as it had already been claimed by the Witch Clan. Thus, they ventured into the primordial starry sky. As Wu Tian and his companions traversed the howling winds of the 9 heavens, entering the boundless and expansive primordial sky, they headed directly towards the Sun Star. Soon, they approached the Sun Star. The closer they drew, the more overwhelming the pressure from the blazing sun became, and the intense heat of the sun's true fire made the otherwise desolate primordial sky seem less dreary. Wu Tian gazed longingly at the Sun Star, his eyes shimmering with divine light, and from afar he could see the colossal, magnificent Fusang divine tree. Wu Tian marveled inwardly. Truly impressive. As one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the Fusang tree is formidable, with its flames of true solar fire blazing, nurturing the 2 golden crows, Emperor Jun and Tai. Upon its branches, even from such a distance, its imposing aura was palpable. Clearly, it possessed extraordinary strength, yet this powerful Fusang tree had never taken form. Wu Tian pondered. Could it be due to the strength of its essence? All innate beings with formidable physical forms seem to find it increasingly difficult to take shape, like the North Sea and damp. Apos' Xian Ge, whose body was too strong for its primordial spirit to sustain after having limbs severed. Surely, the Fusang tree must be similarly affected. Then, another thought flickered in Wu Tian's mind. If only I could obtain a branch of the Fusang tree, I could attempt to cultivate it. With this thought, he could no longer suppress his desire. He began to contemplate how he might procure it from Emperor Jun currently. There was no formal conflict between Emperor Jun and the Witch Clan, and with minimal disputes, perhaps an opportunity truly existed. As he mused, a swirl of dark light suddenly appeared ahead. A colossal golden palace manifested in the primordial starry sky, backed by the Sun Star and supported by the He-Tu and Luo Shu, radiating boundless brilliance. Countless beings of myriad races gathered within. Above the golden palace, waves of dark light surged, imbued with profound Taoist rhythms. It was a congregation of powerful beings, each occupying their own space in the void. Emperor Jun, Tai, Fuxi, and Niuhua congregated together, positioned directly above the Golden Palace, where Tai and Appo's chaotic seed hung, suppressing the surrounding space. The four were estimating the time and felt it was nearly upon them when they suddenly turned their gazes forward, their expressions shifting dramatically. The other earlier arrivals, who had been meditating in the void, also opened their eyes, curiously gazing at the incoming light of the law, their faces reflecting surprise and intrigue. Only Zhang Yuanzi and Hong Yun, upon recognizing the visitors, instantly revealed joyful smiles. Hong Yun even discreetly transmitted a message. Brother Jinyuan, I told you your worries were unfounded. Look, our dear brother Wu Tian has indeed arrived. Zhen Yuanzi chuckled lightly, nodding. Invited by Emperor Jun to attend the ceremony, he felt obliged to comply, but had been concerned about the ancestral witches causing trouble. Should that occur, he would be at a loss as to how to respond. Should he stand by and watch, or assist his dear brother Wu Tian? He let out a quiet sigh of relief. Emperor Jun, however, suddenly fell silent, his brow furrowing slightly as he contemplated. They truly came? When he extended the invitation, he never anticipated the ancestral witches would attend. He merely wished to avoid giving others the opportunity to criticize, especially during such an important moment in establishing their clan. To his surprise, the witch clan had genuinely arrived. Emperor Jun's eyes grew increasingly peculiar. At this moment, Tai abruptly stood, a grave expression on his face. However, before he could speak, a gentle force halted him, and Emperor Jun's voice echoed in his ear. Stay seated. He then turned to Fushi, his demeanor once more calm and unperturbed, casually smiling as he said, Fushi, my friend, the witch clan has come to observe the ceremony. Would you kindly go and greet them? It would spare us from any comments about lacking decorum. Fushi nodded slightly, without uttering a word, and directly rose to welcome them. Upon flying out, Fushi's smile was radiant, exuding warmth as he addressed Wu Tian and the others from afar. Dear friends, your presence is a great honor. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. Please forgive me. He then flew before the ancestral witches, and Xinyuan and Hutu dissipated the surrounding laws, allowing Wu Tian and the others to stand in the void. Hutu smiled gently, saying, Since you have invited us, the witch clan does not lack in manners. We naturally must attend this ceremony. Please do not stand on ceremony. Hurry back to your tasks, lest you delay the auspicious time. Fushi quickly expressed his gratitude, feeling a surge of relief. It seems there are indeed good-hearted individuals among the witch clan, particularly in the form of the Hutu ancestral witch before him. Realizing the ancestral witches were merely there to observe, Fushi felt a weight lift from his heart, and, after exchanging a few more polite words, hurriedly returned. After a brief moment, Emperor Jun and the three others rose simultaneously, enveloped by the resonance of Tao, with their innate spiritual treasures swirling around them. Emperor Jun suddenly proclaimed in a resounding voice, The great Tao is supreme, witnessed by the heavenly Tao and the primordial universe. Today, with Emperor Jun, Tai, Fushi, and Yuhua, we reflect upon the suffering of the myriad races of the wilderness. Wu Tian and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth is happening? Do you truly believe that you can engage with the great Tao? Are Emperor Jun and the others unaware of the reasons behind the emergence of the great Tao? Naturally, Emperor Jun was aware, and he even admonished Tai not to indulge in futile dreams. Yet, when the four convened, they could not help but feel a flicker of doubt. After all, the great Tao bestows its favor. What if there exists even the slightest possibility, it is worth pursuing? Chapter 59. The establishment of the demon clan and the emergence of the heavenly court. Wu Tian and Appo's lips curled slightly. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the ancestral witches beside him. Even the most affable of them, Hutu, displayed a hint of disdain, as if to say, Is that all you can do? Wu Tian couldn't help but smile knowingly. His gaze then shifted to the other great powers, noticing that the three pure ones and others were visibly shaken, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. It dawned on Wu Tian, if Dijuan and the others succeeded, when the time came for them to proclaim their will to the heavens, would they not also attract the favor of the great Tao? Hence their reaction. A chuckle escaped Wu Tian's heart. Following the stirring of the great Tao, he discerned another peculiar detail that left him astonished. Where was the Tao ancestor? Surely it couldn't be that the Wu clan was leading the charge again? Without the Wu clan, the demon clan appeared to lack a crucial figure. A Tao ancestor like Hong Jun would have made all the difference. Moreover, Dijun was ambitious and proud, clearly unwilling to be subordinate. Otherwise, he would not have inquired of Hong Jun in the Zhixiao Palace whether only the immortal path could lead to the attainment of the primordial Tao and the rank of saint. Had he been willing to submit to the immortal path, perhaps like Dong Wanggong, Dijun's fate would have been different. Still, they were not the Wu clan. Wu Tian sighed inwardly as he continued to observe Dijun and the others, who were still proclaiming their oaths. The power of the great Tao was elusive. Yet the force of the heavenly Tao surged mightily. Countless primordial energies and laws converged upon the vast wilderness of the starry sky, illuminating it with resplendent radiance. Dijun's rhetoric was impressive, speaking at length about seeking the welfare of all beings in the wilderness and opening the path for myriad creatures. After a protracted discourse, he finally declared, "Therefore, today we desire to unite all clans and establish the demon clan, to quell the disputes among the myriad beings of the wilderness. All sentient beings may become demons, willing to open the path of demons and impart teachings to the demon clan. With the river diagram and Luo book, the chaos bell shall suppress the fortunes of the demon clan. I, Dijun, proclaim myself the demon emperor." Tai immediately responded with enthusiasm. "I, Tai, shall be the eastern emperor of the demon clan." Following suit, Fuxi and Yuhua proclaimed in unison. "I, Fuxi, shall be the Shi Huang of the demon clan. I, Yuhua, shall be the Nuwa Huang of the demon clan." As their voices echoed, the four exchanged glances, their energies coalescing as they surged toward the dense essence of the heavenly Tao, simultaneously exclaiming, "The demon clan is established." The assembled demons howled with exhilaration, their faces alight with joy, raising their voices to the heavens. The force of the heavenly Tao intensified. In the void, an incomprehensibly profound rune emerged, demon. A flicker of disappointment crossed Dijun and Appo's eyes. Until now, there had been no sign of the great Tao and Appo's favor, only the reaction of the heavenly Tao, indicating a failure to connect. Sigh. Though he had prepared himself mentally, Dijun couldn't suppress a sigh, ultimately feeling overshadowed by the Wu clan, who not only enjoyed the great Tao and Appo's favor, but also bore the blessings of the Pengu great deity and Appo's runes. Others, too, wore downcast expressions, their fleeting hopes swiftly severed, and some cast envious glances at Wu Tian and the ancestral witches. Dijun quickly regained his composure. The odds might not have favored him, but the recognition of the heavenly Tao was still a boon. Yet Wu Tian found it curious. The heavenly Tao remained unaffected, showing no sign of anger towards the actions of Dijun and the others. No, it was the Tao ancestor Hong Jun who seemed indifferent, as he was the sole saint of the heavenly Tao in this era, refraining from interference. It appeared that Hong Jun had grown accustomed to this. As the fundamental rune of the demon clan materialized, it cascaded into the void, imprinting itself upon the very souls of all demon beings, including Dijun and Tai. From that moment forth, these diverse beings were collectively known as the demon clan. Subsequently, the fortunes of all demons began to rise, coalescing under the influence of the heavenly Tao into a vast river of fate, flowing through the wilderness of the starry sky, grand and magnificent. Once it appeared, it surged rapidly. Simultaneously, the river diagram and Luo book, along with the chaos bell, emerged to settle upon the ethereal river, casting down their mysterious light, quelling the chaos and turbulence within. In the next moment, a resounding thunder echoed throughout the wilderness, akin to a rolling tempest, as the concentrated essence of the heavenly Tao shimmered with an even richer golden glow. Just when everyone believed the ordeal was concluding and the heavenly Tao was about to bestow its merits, they suddenly sensed the wilderness's void tremble, their eyes widening in shock as they gazed toward the epicenter of the disturbance. It felt as though a colossal entity was awakening, breaking through layers of space, tearing the void asunder, attempting to emerge from within. While the onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment, Wu Tian had anticipated this moment, fixating on the expanding rift in space, murmuring softly, "Indeed, the heavenly court is about to manifest." In that instant, Dijuan was first taken aback. Then a sudden stirring in his heart arose, as if he sensed a connection to the impending existence. What is happening? Dijuan pondered, his gaze fixed on the shattered void, his brow furrowed. At such a critical juncture, let nothing go awry. Moments latte. A corner of the heavenly court burst through the void. Countless palatial structures and an immeasurable world unfolded before the spectators, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Suddenly, a beam of spiritual light shot forth, directly targeting Dijuan and Appo's spiritual platform, swiftly merging with it. Immediately, Dijuan and Appo's brow relaxed, the astonishment on his face transforming into realization as he murmured, "The heavenly court, the 33 heavens." Once he fully grasped the existence and emergence of the heavenly court, Dijuan could no longer contain his elation, bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha! The demon clan is established, and the heavenly court emerges. What if the great Tao does not favor us? When I, Dijuan, established the demon clan, the heavenly court manifested under my control. What tremendous fortune is this?" Flames of ambition ignited in Dijuan's eyes, his gaze ablaze with fervor. Through the messages conveyed by the heavenly court, he understood that it was birthed from the heavenly Tao, the very nexus of its rules. His heart swelled with excitement. Destiny beckons. I, Dijuan, am indeed destined for greatness. With that, his figure flickered and he soared towards the heavenly court, merging with it. In the next moment, as Dijuan seized control of the heavenly court, the 33 heavens fully materialized, gradually stabilizing and standing atop the 9 heavens, interwoven with the realms of the wilderness. Once the heavenly court was firmly established, Dijuan reappeared beside Tai, Fushi, and Yuhua, gazing up at the concentrated essence of the heavenly Tao with an ever-growing confidence and pride. Thunderous roars echoed. Finally, the merits of the heavenly Tao descended. As one of the 4 emperors of the demon clan, Dijuan naturally received the largest share of this merit, while the others who had come to witness also reaped their own rewards, claiming their rightful portions. They then turned their attention back to Dijuan. It was evident to all that although the 4 emperors had jointly established the demon clan, the true voice of authority belonged to Dijuan. As the demon emperor, Dijuan indeed reaped the greatest rewards. With the descent of the heavenly Tao and Appo's merits, bolstered by the tremendous fortunes of the demon clan, Dijuan and Appo's aura surged rapidly. In an instant, he was poised on the brink of a breakthrough. Chapter 60. Do not approach. A flicker of mysterious light emanated from Dijuan as his aura swiftly retracted. He refrained from making an immediate breakthrough, desiring instead to savor the experience and not rush into a hasty ascension. Once the celestial phenomena dissipated and the fortunes of the demon race faded, the river diagram and Luo book returned to Dijuan's being. He then smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude, expressing his appreciation to the gathered friends. "Thank you, dear friends. Your presence today is deeply appreciated." The crowd nodded in acknowledgement, some responding warmly, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Dijuan subsequently extended an invitation to host a banquet for everyone, intending to engage in philosophical discussions and celebrations. However, he did not wish to venture into the newly emerged heavenly court, as he had yet to fully grasp its essence. Inviting numerous powerful beings to the heavenly court at this stage would merely expose his vulnerabilities, which he was keen to avoid. Naturally, the initially curious and intrigued powerful beings lost interest upon hearing the invitation to return to the golden palace forged from solar essence. Many began to take their leave. Ta Ching was the first to speak. "The 3rd sermon from the Tao ancestor is approaching. We should return to prepare. We will have opportunities to discuss with you again in the future." He offered a slight bow before turning to depart. Yuan Shi followed suit. While Tong Tian's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he glanced back at Wu Tian, unable to mask his intrigue. Noticing this, Wu Tian met Tong Tian's gaze, and upon seeing no ill intent in his eyes, he chuckled and nodded in acknowledgement. Tong Tian, taken aback, also smiled and nodded in return. The three figures vanished, and waves of mysterious light shot forth from that place, scattering across the vast wilderness as everyone departed. At this moment, the ancestral shaman Zhu Meng inquired, "Shall we return as well?" Without waiting for Wu Tian's reply, he expressed his dissatisfaction, muttering, "The audacity of the demon race is astonishing. Anyone with spirit can become a demon. It seems he intends to ensnare all the races of the wilderness." Earlier, Zhu Rong's words rang true. Dijuan indeed harbored ulterior motives. Wu Tian shook his head. "There's no rush. I shall converse with Dijuan shortly to ascertain the truths behind his facade. I have matters to discuss with him." Fearing that Zhu Meng and the other shamans' attitudes might incite conflict and hinder their plans, Wu Tian quickly added, "The aspirations of our clan must be grand. Otherwise, how we gain the recognition of the Tao? Brothers, please refrain from causing any disturbances. I wish to speak with Dijuan about certain matters." Zhu Meng and the others were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Wu Tian's intentions, yet they nodded solemnly without further inquiry. Meanwhile, on the other side of the vast wilderness, Dong Wang Gong approached Shi Wang Mu with a beaming smile. Witnessing the establishment of the demon race, the overwhelming fortune, the vast merits, and the emergence of the 33 heavens of the heavenly court filled him with envy. The desire to establish a celestial court grew increasingly difficult to suppress. Despite Shi Wang Mu's evident impatience and annoyance, Dong Wang Gong persisted, drawing closer. There was no alternative, as the foremost figures among celestial beings. Establishing a celestial court without her was impossible. Before he could approach, Shi Wang Mu furrowed her brow, preparing to leave when Dong Wang Gong hastily sent a message. "Dear Gold Mother, please wait. After witnessing the establishment of the demon race today, do you not have any thoughts? If we were to join forces to establish a celestial court, it would yield boundless fortune and immeasurable merit, allowing our cultivation to advance further." Seeing that Shi Wang Mu remained silent, Dong Wang Gong took another step forward, passionately arguing, "We hold the heavenly positions bestowed by the Tao ancestor. Establishing a celestial court is only natural. What doubts do you still harbor?" Finally, Shi Wang Mu lifted her gaze to meet his, a flicker of disdain evident in her eyes. Although she had reaped numerous benefits as the foremost among celestial maidens, the thought of being tied to this man, forced to pursue the path of immortality, infuriated her. As Dong Wang Gong pressed further, Shi Wang Mu could not contain her scorn. "Establish a celestial court? Do you wish to contend with the witch and demon races, reliving the chaotic times of the Dragon Han calamity?" Dong Wang Gong was momentarily taken aback. "How could that be? We intend to promote the Tao ancestor's teachings, spreading enlightenment without engaging in conflict with the witch and demon races. Even if a celestial court were established, they would have to honor the Tao ancestor, wouldn't they?" Shi Wang Mu confirmed in her heart that he was indeed a man of grand ambition but little talent, further disinclining her to associate with him and stand against the witch and demon races. Honor the Tao ancestor? Did they show any respect for Hong Jun Tao ancestor when proclaiming to the heavens and earth, seeking his witness? As Dong Wang Gong continued to babble on, extolling the numerous benefits of establishing a celestial court and even invoking the name of Hong Jun Tao ancestor to pressure her, Shi Wang Mu grew increasingly agitated. Even if she rejected him now, he would certainly pursue her to the western Kunlun, disrupting her peace. Casting her gaze around, she fortuitously locked eyes with Wu Tian, and a sudden thought sparked within her. Her eyes gleamed with newfound determination. "I have no interest in the affairs of the celestial court." When Dong Wang Gong opened his mouth to respond, Shi Wang Mu interrupted him, smiling lightly. "I have matters to discuss with Tao friend Wu Tian. Farewell." Without waiting for his reaction, she flew towards Wu Tian. In her heart, Shi Wang Mu mused, "As long as I am unafraid of the witch race, let him pursue me if he dares." Observing this scene, Wu Tian could not help but blink in surprise. "Oh, why is Shi Wang Mu coming this way?" He noticed the tension between her and Dong Wang Gong, both appearing quite displeased, which only piqued his curiosity. Exchanging a polite smile with Shi Wang Mu, he was taken aback when she approached him directly. Moreover, he noted Dong Wang Gong and Appo's resentful and furious expression, as if she had stolen his bride, causing Wu Tian to frown. Before he could utter a word, the surrounding ancestral shamans, Zhu Meng, Ru Shou, and others, suddenly exuded a powerful aura directed at Dong Wang Gong, their menacing energy overwhelming. "What are you looking at? Do you dare to glare at my brother Wu Tian?" Seeing this, Dong Wang Gong and Appo's expression hardened, and he turned to leave. Observing Zhu Meng and the others preparing to pursue, Wu Tian quickly intervened. "Enough. Did we not agree not to engage in conflict during this outing?" Zhu Meng obediently nodded, halting his advance and retracting his aura, smiling as he said, "All right, I will heed your words. For now, let him be. What is this Dong Wang Gong to contend with my brother Wu Tian?" However, Wu Tian suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, sensing 4 sharp swords poised at his back. In that moment, he realized that Shi Wang Mu, clearly irritated by Dong Wang Gong's persistence, sought refuge among the most volatile ancestral shamans to dissuade him. While Shi Wang Mu achieved her objective, Wu Tian found himself in a precarious situation. He quickly blinked and gestured with his eyes, "Do not approach." The Queen Mother of the West was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, she unexpectedly revealed a gaze filled with deep sorrow. Wu Tian was left speechless. "Goodness, the Queen Mother has misunderstood me. We have not exchanged a single word. One could say we are complete strangers. Why direct such a look at me? Is this not an attempt to bring harm upon me?" Chapter 61. Do you wish to bring down the Eastern Prince? The atmosphere behind him grew increasingly sharp. Wu Tian felt that had he not possessed such resilient skin and tough flesh, he would have been pricked into a porcupine by the piercing gaze directed at him. However, Zhu Meng and the ancestral witches were all smiles. "Who says our witch clan is bothersome? Despite our ruggedness, it is not surprising to have someone handsome enough to catch the attention of the innate goddesses." At that moment, Ho Tu, with a beaming smile, addressed Wu Tian. "Wu Tian, you were staring at them back in the Xiao Palace, and now that they have arrived, why don't you go greet them?" Wu Tian trembled slightly upon hearing this. Was this a sarcastic remark? He couldn't help but shake his head. This sister Ho Tu, whatever happened to the virtue of bearing the weight of others? He had hardly any memory of the events in the Xiao Palace, yet she still remembered. Meanwhile, on another front, Zhen Yuan Zi and Hong Yun, after exchanging pleasantries with Emperor Jun and others, flew excitedly towards Wu Tian's location. However, after flying a short distance, Zhen Yuan Zi abruptly halted and seized Hong Yun, leaving her utterly bewildered. "Brother Zhen Yuan, what's the matter? Didn't we say we would greet Wu Tian?" Zhen Yuan Z's lips twitched. "Of course we will. But have you seen the current situation? What's the rush? Let us wait until things calm down a bit over there." Hong Yun and Appo's eyes darted as she quickly grasped Zhen Yuan Zi and Appo's intent. The two stood amidst the vast cosmos, chuckling as they observed Wu Tian, resembling onlookers amused by a spectacle. Even Emperor Jun and his companions, initially intending to approach, paused to gaze curiously at Wu Tian, pondering, does the Western Queen have ties with the Witch clan? I had not heard of this. At this moment, the Western Queen had arrived. With an alluring figure and captivating grace, the transformation of innate energy was indeed remarkable. She was undeniably enchanting. She clasped her hands in greeting, saying, "Golden Mother greets all fellow Taoists." Wu Tian inwardly marveled. No wonder countless emperors in later generations dreamed of wandering alongside the Western Queen. She was truly stunning. However, his expression hardened, and he furrowed his brow, addressing the Western Queen bluntly. "Golden Mother Taoist, this is rather unseemly. I senti it. You would use me as a shield. The Eastern Prince must already harbor hatred towards me, adding further karma to my witch clan. How do you intend to explain this?" The originally graceful Western Queen's demeanor shifted instantly, her face now tinged with panic. Her voice softened as she deeply bowed to Wu Tian. "Forgive me, Taoist. I was left with no choice. I only borrowed the witch clan's might out of desperation after witnessing your selfless assistance to Hong Yun in the Zixiao Palace while she spoke true. Wu Tian merely chuckled softly, his expression remaining stern. Feigning weakness and apologizing, do you think I would be easily deceived? Do you perceive my witch clan as foolish giants? Easily manipulated? He stated flatly. Why should I assist you? The Western Queen was momentarily taken aback. Huh? You did not inquire why when assisting Hong Yun. She thought the ancestral witches were carefree and would not mind such details, believing she could easily pacify the situation with a few words. Little did she know that Wu Tian was not playing by the rules. The Western Queen pondered deeply. Just then, Wu Tian's expression suddenly brightened. A radiant smile gracing his face as he proclaimed, I could assist you, but not without compensation. The Eastern Prince does not intimidate my witch clan. Yet, having incurred such significant karma, you must offer a form of recompense. How about the Western Pure Cloud Banner? The Western Queen was momentarily stunned, then she erupted into laughter, albeit out of frustration. Is this highest? I merely sought to borrow your clan and oppose. Might to fend off the Eastern Prince, and you demand my Western Pure Cloud Banner? In an instant, the Western Queen shed her submissive demeanor, coldly addressing Wu Tian. The ancestral witches, Xian Ming and Ho Tu, exchanged surprised glances. Realizing that Wu Tian was not merely interested in the Western Queen, but rather in her innate spiritual treasure, they felt a twinge of embarrassment. It seemed they had misjudged the situation. Zhu Meng and the other ancestral witches wore expressions of exasperation, casting reproachful glances at Wu Tian, wishing to admonish him. Brother, this is not the way. We aim to drive away the Eastern Prince, not to seize the Western Queen and oppose. As treasure, don't you understand? At this moment, the Western Queen said coolly, this treasure was bestowed by the Tao ancestor. I cannot simply give it away, and I hope you understand. She felt a swell of displeasure. The issue was not fully resolved, merely a temporary reprieve from the Eastern Prince. And now she was expected to part with the Western Pure Cloud Banner. This was a supreme, innate treasure capable of suppressing fate. Facing the Western Queen's unyielding stance, Wu Tian remained unfazed, his smile unwavering. He recognized that her reasoning was insufficient for her to part with the treasure, so he turned to Xian Ming and Ho Tu, whispering to them. In the blink of an eye, the two ancestral witches acted swiftly, unleashing their powers to carve out a small realm in the void, shrouding the heavenly secrets. Wu Tian then resumed his affable demeanor, stating, I understand this karma is indeed insufficient for you to part with a Western Pure Cloud Banner. But what if I could help you completely eliminate your troubles? The Western Queen furrowed her brows, gazing at Wu Tian with astonishment, a premonition stirring within her. Indeed, Wu Tian continued cheerfully, how about this? You give me the Western Pure Cloud Banner, and I will ensure the Eastern Prince's demise thereby, resolving all your worries once and for all. What do you say? The Western Queen was taken aback, her expression one of incredulity as she exclaimed, He is the foremost male immortal conferred by the Tao ancestor. Wu Tian, however, appeared indifferent. And what of it? The Western Queen fell silent, realizing that the witch clan was indeed a force unto itself, paying no heed to the Tao ancestor. After a moment's reflection, she ultimately shook her head with a wry smile. That will not do. While I harbor disdain for the Eastern Prince, I have no desire to kill him. Moreover, if I were to grant you the Western Pure Cloud Banner, and he were to perish in an instant, how could I absolve myself of the consequences? Chapter 62. Could be done this way? Upon hearing these words, Wu Tian let out a soft scoff in his heart. Do you truly not wish to eliminate the Eastern Prince? If you do not intend to kill him, how can I persuade you to hand over the Western Plain Cloud Realm Banner? Wu Tian had firmly resolved to acquire the primordial 5 banners, which he would then entrust to the ancestors of the Witch Clan to create a grand primordial 5-element formation, nestled within the 12 capital celestial array, a formation within a formation. To that end, he had even left the primordial gourd vine in the valley, waiting for the 3 purities to take action in the future, using that as an excuse to seize the banners from them. However, This plan was precisely lacking the Western Plain Cloud Realm banner held by the Queen Mother of the West. Yet, he could not simply resort to force. Wu Tian sighed inwardly. What can I do? It is quite uncomfortable for me to directly confront the Queen Mother of the West. Thus, I must utilize the head of the Eastern Prince. He immediately began to persuade the Queen Mother. With a smile on his face, he maintained a serious demeanor and spoke with utmost gravity. Dear friend, your words are mistaken. You and the Eastern Prince are manifestations of the primordial yin and yang. Otherwise, you would not be influenced by him within the Purple Cloud's palace. Furthermore, being bestowed the position of the leader of all celestial beings by Hongjun, your fates are intricately entwined. If the Eastern Prince remains alive, how can you attain tranquility? Wu Tian paused slightly. Not to mention, if the Eastern Prince were to establish a celestial court, could you possibly obstruct him? If not, could you maintain your own peace? At that point, even if our witch clan does not trouble you, I fear the demon clan would not spare you either. The Queen Mother of the West furrowed her brow, her eyes narrowing suddenly. She then raised her head abruptly to meet Wu Tian's gaze, exclaiming, Celestial Court? How do you know the Eastern Prince intends to establish a celestial court? Wu Tian merely chuckled. He naturally understood the prevailing trends and deduced that the time for the Eastern Prince to establish the celestial court was imminent. However, seeing him smile without responding, the Queen Mother's heart stirred, leading her to believe that the Eastern Prince's loose tongue had prematurely revealed his plans, to the extent that even Wu Tian was aware. Instantly, she felt even more speechless. A matter not kept secret cannot succeed. This Eastern Prince is utterly untrustworthy. A great disappointment. Moreover, she had not yet agreed to announce such matters in Hongguang. Could it be that he wishes to coerce her into participation? Reflecting on her past experiences in the Purple Cloud's palace, where she was forced to alter her cultivation path, in the future, she would also be dragged into great tribulations. The Queen Mother of the West felt increasingly irritated, genuinely contemplating the elimination of the Eastern Prince. Noticing the shifting expressions on the Queen Mother's face, Wu Tian smiled lightly. Then, with utmost sincerity, he suggested, How about this? I propose an idea. If the Eastern Prince comes to discuss the Celestial Court with you again, simply agree. You may acquire the merits and fortune as usual. But once the Celestial Court is established, you need not concern yourself with it. Just focus on your cultivation in the Western Kunlun. This way, I assure you of your safety. After the demise of the Eastern Prince, you may then hand over the Western Plain Cloud Realm banner to me. Surely, no one will link the Eastern Prince and Appo's death to you? Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West furrowed her brow tightly, her mind deep in contemplation. However, Wu Tian continued unabated, extending his hand towards her, and added, By the way, after discussing so much, shouldn't there be some benefits? Might I first request a branch from the primordial rainwater peach tree? I am quite curious about it. The Queen Mother of the West blinked in surprise. What do you need its branch for? Wu Tian smiled and replied, I wish to see if I can cultivate it. Even if I cannot obtain the primordial peaches, it would be delightful to propagate some postnatal peaches for the sons of the witch clan to taste. The Queen Mother pondered for a moment, her delicate hand reaching into her sleeve. Within it seemed to contain a vast space, and after a brief moment, she indeed produced a branch, adorned with pink flower buds. The essence of primordial rainwater was rich. To Wu Tian's astonishment, the Queen Mother then retrieved 10 primordial peaches with purple veins and handed them to him. Seeing the surprise on Wu Tian and Appo's face, the Queen Mother smiled and said, Aren't you curious about the primordial peaches? Just so happens I have a few fruits on hand. Please enjoy them. It is also a token of gratitude for your earlier assistance. Wu Tian, feeling no need for pretense, accepted the primordial peaches without hesitation. He then smiled at the Queen Mother of the West and said, Great. The deposit has been received. Rest assured, the Eastern Prince is doomed. After saying this, he gestured for the two from the underworld to lift the barrier. He then once again cupped his hands towards the Queen Mother of the West, laughing heartily. Dear friend, await the good news. He then stepped forward into the void, striding towards Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, who were watching like idle spectators. Wu Tian had already noticed them. As Wu Tian walked a considerable distance away, the Queen Mother of the West suddenly shook her head, her eyes widening in realization. Wait, I did not intend to kill the Eastern Prince. How did Wu Tian make it sound as though my peace depends on his demise? Reflecting on Wu Tian and Appo's mention of a deposit, she murmured, could it be that the Witch clan truly intends to take action? Yet, somehow, her emotions felt contradictory. On one hand, she thought this was quite wrong, but on the other, an inexplicable sense of delight emerged, leaving her with an expression of inner turmoil. She had contemplated calling out to Wu Tian, but ultimately refrained, standing in place with a complex expression as she gazed at the retreating figures of Wu Tian and the others. Her heart grew ever more perplexed. How could the Witch clan produce such a figure? He had managed to bewilder her so thoroughly. Is this truly the Witch clan? Moreover, observing Wu Tian speak, the other ancestors remained silent, as if he were the one in command. What position did he hold within the Witch clan? The Queen Mother of the West pondered. Was he an ancestor? Yet, when the 12 ancestors established their clan, Wu Tian had not been seen at all. Nor was there a single tribe belonging to Wu Tian within the 12 tribes of the Witch clan. After a prolonged reflection, the Queen Mother of the West ultimately turned and departed. Meanwhile, Xianming quietly conveyed his thoughts. Understanding that Wu Tian's interest lay not in the Eastern Prince, but rather in the Western Plain Cloud Realm banner held by the Queen Mother, Xianming felt somewhat sheepish. He realized he had misunderstood Wu Tian. The tone he used to communicate with Wu Tian grew considerably warmer as he quietly inquired, when shall we take action? Must we wait until the Eastern Prince establishes the Celestial Court? The implication in his words suggested that, should Wu Tian give the command, they would promptly strike at the Eastern Prince on the Penglai Island in the Eastern Sea, allowing him to experience the iron fist of the Witch clan. Wu Tian, upon hearing this, abruptly turned around. Initially taken aback, he then chuckled and winked. Take action? What action? According to the original grand scheme, the Eastern Prince was destined to perish at the hands of the Demon Clan. Thus Wu Tian merely needed to wait patiently, and once the events unfolded, he could proceed to the Western Kunlun to claim treasures. He was concerned that the ancestors might intervene, as that could inadvertently disrupt the Eastern Prince's fate. With a swift shift of thought, he discreetly transmitted a message, earnestly advising, do not meddle. The Eastern Prince will be dealt with by others. He is doomed. There is no need for our Witch clan to exert any effort. We shall simply await the opportunity to collect the treasures. The ancestors were momentarily taken aback. They did not doubt Wu Tian's words. After all, his previous judgments regarding future events had never been erroneous. However, upon further contemplation, the ancestors began to feel something amiss. The lips of Ho too parted slightly, her expression incredulous as she gazed at Wu Tian, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. As if to say, could this truly be possible? Is this not akin to taking advantage of others without any effort? Moreover, Wu Tian had even requested a deposit from the Queen Mother of the West, who had willingly bestowed upon him an additional 10 primordial peaches. Chapter 63. Such honesty, seeing the stunned expressions of the ancestral witches, Wu Tian sighed inwardly. He muttered to himself, could it be that the ancestral witches are too naive, thinking it inappropriate to deceive the Queen Mother of the West? After all, it was the Queen Mother who provoked him first, intending to use him as a shield to draw the ire of the Eastern King, thus complicating matters further. Moreover, her earlier antics almost led to his demise at the hands of Xianming and Hotu. Given such behavior, was it not reasonable to trick her once? Yet, to Wu Tian's surprise, the ancestral witches had not considered this angle. After their initial astonishment, the spirit of Jumo shone with delight as he exclaimed, Wu Tian, you are truly remarkable. Your intellect is indeed impressive. The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement. Wu Tian felt a surge of warmth and joy. After all, the ancestral witches would always stand by his side, never blaming him for anything frivolous. At that moment, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun approached Wu Tian with smiles, their curiosity evident in their eyes. Hong Yun eagerly inquired, Wu Tian, my brother, what has transpired? Did something happen? Before Wu Tian could respond, he could already envision the scenario in their minds. The Queen Mother of the West, the Eastern King, and himself. They had clearly witnessed the Eastern King departing in frustration, and their imaginations began to run wild. Wu Tian, aware of their thoughts, shot them an exasperated glance and chuckled. You are overthinking it. Nothing happened. I merely asked the Queen Mother of the West for a branch of the innate rainwater peach tree. I intend to take it back to the witch clan and see if we can cultivate some peaches. He refrained from sharing the details of deceiving the Queen Mother, as it was a matter best kept discreet, especially considering the personalities of these two. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun were taken aback. She truly gave you one? Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Wu Tian, however, found it unremarkable, a mere branch. Was it really worthy of such astonishment? He then produced the branch, exuding pure, innate Rin water energy. At this moment, the innate peach tree was not yet the one that would later divide into 9,000 trees that would suppress the heavenly court's fortune. It could be considered the mother tree of the innate Rin water peach. The aura and spiritual energy were overwhelmingly potent, further shocking the two. Hong Yun's gaze darted between Wu Tian and the branch, her expression shifting as if to say, You claim it's nothing? Now, I hardly believe you. Noticing Wu Tian's continued lack of understanding, Hong Yun sighed and explained, Wu Tian, do you think it's merely a branch from the innate peach tree? It carries the spiritual essence of the tree and the power of the innate Ren water laws. Seeing Wu Tian still unconvinced, Hong Yun pondered for a moment before providing an analogy. Let me put it this way. As far as I know, the blood of the ancestral witches contains their law power. Would the witch clan allow that blood to fall into the hands of outsiders? Without a moment's hesitation, Jumo interjected. Of course not. Hong Yun spread her hands, gesturing toward Wu Tian. Doesn't that say it all? She is willing to give you this, which indicates the extraordinary nature of your relationship. With a playful wink, she continued. However, upon hearing this, Wu Tian couldn't help but frown, deep in thought. If that were the case, the Queen Mother's earlier feigned ignorance might not have been genuine. Rather, it seemed to be a case of her going with the flow. Wu Tian inwardly exclaimed, wow. He had nearly been duped by the Queen Mother, who seemed to possess a knack for manipulating hearts. It turned out she had merely been flattering him. Perhaps even her earlier conflicted demeanor had been a ruse. What is the greatest enmity for practitioners? It is none other than the obstruction of one's path. After that moment in the Purple Cloud Palace, the Queen Mother could only choose the celestial path, forever shackled by it, even though she might have been quite suited for it. Yet, the Eastern King had seized her opportunity for choice. How could she not harbor hatred towards him? Wu Tian couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceptive she can be. Aside from Xianming and Hutu, the thoughts of other innate goddesses are far too intricate. Although the ancestral witches were fierce, at least they were straightforward, and one need not worry about being deceived. Sighing, Wu Tian decided to let it go. Regardless of the Queen Mother's intentions, whether genuine or feigned, he knew he would not be at a disadvantage. No matter how deep her thoughts ran, could they surpass his understanding of the greater trends, allowing him to effortlessly outmaneuver her? Wu Tian chuckled and addressed Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. I hadn't anticipated that. Alas, if that oppose. As the case, it could be a bit troublesome. I was considering approaching Dijuan for a branch of the Fusong tree as well. Without a moment into oppose, as hesitation, Hong Yun shook her head, resolutely stating that might be a bit difficult. Dijuan is not the Queen Mother. Why would he grant you access to the laws of the Fusong tree? He might even inadvertently reveal his own heavenly secrets. At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi inquired curiously. The Fusong tree cannot bear fruit. What do you need it for? Wu Tian burst into laughter. Wasn't it natural to be curious about innate spiritual roots? If given the chance, he naturally wished to explore and collect them, just like the Northern Xianyuan water controlling flag. With this northern flag in hand, he felt an irresistible urge to gather the other 4 flags. And with the innate gourd vine secured, it seemed reasonable for Wu Tian to aspire to collect all 10 innate spiritual roots, right? As for the possibility, who cares? Let's try first. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun were momentarily stunned. They hadn't amp, oppose. He expected this to be the reason, and they couldn't and amp, oppose. T helped but shake their heads. Treasures are valued for their quality, not quantity. Brother Wu Tian, since you have already acquired the gourd vine, the others should not matter much to you. After saying this, noticing Wu Tian's unwavering determination, Zhen Yunzi sighed softly and hesitated before reaching into his sleeve. Moments later, he produced a vibrant green branch. The rich aura of innate Wu-Tu emanated from it, taken from the ginseng fruit tree, and he extended it toward Wu Tian with a smile, saying, "Forget about the Fusang tree. After all, your relationship with Dijuan." Zhen Yuanzi paused, leaving unspoken implications in the air, as everyone present could sense the underlying tensions between the two clans. In this context, could Dijuan truly be at ease granting him such knowledge? Skipping over this point, Zhen Yuanzi continued, "If you desire innate spiritual roots, you might as well take this." Zhen Yuanzi held no reservations. Previously, when assisting Wu Tian in obtaining the chaotic gourd, he had already extracted a significant amount from the ginseng fruit tree's essence. So what was a mere branch? Wu Tian was immensely touched. This brother Zhen Yuanzi was truly generous. He truly lived up to the title of the kind-hearted elder of Honghuang, and this also reflected his trust in Wu Tian. However, was this not a bit too honest? Zhen Yuanzi even jokingly added, "But mind you, this branch won't grow ginseng fruits, so don't come looking for me later." Wu Tian's expression turned awkward. Still, he said nothing more, merely nodding in acknowledgement, accepting the branch from the ginseng fruit tree, and softly uttering, "Thank you." Meanwhile, he pondered, how should I express my gratitude? When it comes to someone like Zhuangmu, Wu Tian feels no psychological burden. However, with someone like Zhen Yuanzi, he feels reluctant to let him suffer a loss. Alas, why must you be so earnest? It makes me hesitant to take action. Although he has acquired the spiritual branch of the ginseng fruit tree, Wu Tian and Appo's desire for a branch of the Fusang tree has not been extinguished. After all, he is not asking Di Junbai for it. Furthermore, how can one know without making an attempt? Therefore, after putting away the branches of the innate spiritual roots, Wu Tian smiled and said, "I still wish to give it a try. What if Di Jun grants it?" Zhen Yuanzi was not surprised. Isn't the Wu clan known for their stubbornness and tenacity? He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After all, he has done all he could, and he hopes that his younger brother Wu Tian will not be too disappointed. At least he has already obtained 2 varieties. Chapter 64. Offering advice to Dijuan after speaking, Wu Tian smiled and said, "My esteemed brothers, please wait for me here. I shall go to meet Dijuan and return shortly." Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They were curious to see if Wu Tian could indeed procure a branch of the Fusang tree, and if any issues arose, it would be an opportunity to intervene. However, Wu Tian did not set off immediately. Instead, he turned to Hutu and communicated telepathically, engaging in a whispered conversation. Wu Tian gave numerous instructions, and Hutu's eyes flickered before her expression grew increasingly peculiar. Her gaze fixed intently on Wu Tian, seemingly questioning if it was feasible. Ultimately, Hutu nodded in affirmation. As Wu Tian approached Dijuan, he had no intention of stepping into the limelight himself. Rather, he intended to let Hutu take the lead. Thus, he slowed his pace, allowing Xianming and Hutu to walk ahead, with 4 robust and rugged ancestor witches resembling iron towers flanking him. He concealed his presence, resembling a subordinate to the ancestor witches, a little brother being sheltered in their midst, as they proceeded towards Dijuan. Meanwhile, Dijuan and his companions had gathered early. After bidding farewell to various deities, they gazed in the direction of Wu Tian and the others, their minds filled with queries. What is the matter with the witch clan? Why have they not departed? When the West Queen Mother approached, the 4 of them suddenly realized they had assumed the witches were waiting for her. To their surprise, even after the West Queen Mother left, the ancestor witches remained, now heading towards them. Tai promptly turned to his brother Dijuan and whispered, "Brother, why are the witches approaching us?" Initially, they had thought the witches would not come to pay their respects, and now they were here. They had assumed it was merely a formality, yet they had chosen to linger. Dijuan was equally puzzled, though his demeanor remained composed. "Let us observe what they intend to do," he remarked, allowing a faint smile to grace his features as he stepped forward to greet the ancestor witches. followed closely by Tai, Fushi, and Yuhua. Even from a distance, Dijuan greeted them with a hearty laugh, saying, "Greetings, esteemed friends. I apologize for not being able to personally welcome you earlier due to various pressing matters. I'm truly grateful for your presence at this gathering." With that, he offered a slight bow. Hutu chuckled softly, responding warmly, "Your Majesty, there is no need for such formality. We arrived a bit late ourselves, and besides, do we not have the honor of being greeted by Emperor Shi?" She nodded gently to Fushi and then acknowledged Tai and Yuhua, ensuring no one was overlooked. The hearts of Dijuan and his companions lightened at Hutu's demeanor, clearly indicating that they were not there to cause trouble. They became increasingly welcoming, inviting the group to rest within the Golden Palace. However, Hutu graciously declined. "Forgive me, Your Majesty, but we have come primarily to introduce ourselves, as we did not send word in advance. We must return to the witch clan shortly." She then turned to Dijuan, her curiosity piqued. "I have noticed a subtle power of the stars within you, as though you intend to refine the celestial bodies of the universe into a formation. If so, it would indeed be a fortuitous endeavor. The demon race could gain a fertile ground for reproduction, and you, Your Majesty, could harness the strength of the celestial bodies within yourself." Dijuan's gaze flickered momentarily, yet his expression remained placid, a serene smile playing on his lips as he replied, "How did you come to know, Ancestor Hutu? I indeed harbor such intentions, wishing to forge the great formation of the celestial bodies. The Witch Clan possesses the 12 capital heavenly gods formation, and Jin Yuanzi has the earthly book formation. I have contemplated this before establishing the demon race." Hutu sighed inwardly, realizing Wu Tian's advice had been unfeasible. Initially, he had suggested guiding Dijuan in refining the great formation of the celestial bodies, thereby incurring a favor from Dijuan. Even without his input, Dijuan would eventually pursue this path. To discover that Dijuan was already on it felt like a lost opportunity. Upon reflecting on Wu Tian's earlier counsel, Hutu smiled and said, "I was unaware of this. I merely perceived Your Majesty and Appo's as intentions and spoke out. I did not expect you to have already devised a plan." After a brief pause, she continued with a smile, "In light of this, I have a modest suggestion. Would Your Majesty be willing to hear it?" Dijuan and Appo's, as curiosity was piqued. "Oh, please feel free to speak, Ancestor Hutu." He was not surprised by Hutu and Appo's straightforwardness, yet he wondered why she would offer advice to him. Their relationship was neither hostile nor particularly amicable. Hutu took a moment to gather her thoughts before speaking softly. "The Witch Clan bears the responsibility of dispelling the malevolent energies of the world, a task of great merit. If instead, Your Majesty could utilize the great formation of the celestial bodies to refine the chaotic energies, thereby enriching the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth, it would yield immense benefits for the primordial realm." With the teachings from the Purple Cloud Palace, the paths of cultivation had become increasingly diverse, and more beings were embarking upon the journey of cultivation. However, aside from the Witch Clan, all others relied on innate spiritual energies for their cultivation, which inevitably led to substantial consumption over time. While this did not manifest immediately, the cumulative effect of such consumption would inevitably escalate, giving rise to calamities. Wu Tian had always believed that the cyclical catastrophes in the primordial realm might stem from cultivators depleting the energies of the heavens and earth, necessitating a great calamity to restore balance, leading to their demise and eventual return to the cosmos. Thus, through Hutu's voice, he suggested to Dijuan that if he could refine the chaotic energies using the great formation of the celestial bodies, it might alleviate the impending calamities for both the witch and demon races, or at the very least, postpone them. Certainly, should Dijuan heed this counsel, he would reap significant rewards, accumulating merits and fortunes. However, Hutu, as the originator of this notion, would also deserve her share. This would greatly benefit her future reincarnation, increasing the likelihood of preserving her essence, while Wu Tian would be left with a more substantial ally. These 2 points alone were sufficient for Wu Tian to prompt Dijuan, as he need not exert much effort. The onus of action rested on Dijuan. If successful, it would be splendid. If not, Dijuan would still owe him a favor. With this favor established, when Hoda later broached the subject of the Fusang tree, would Dijuan dare to refuse? The four demon sovereigns exchanged astonished glances. What is happening? Is she genuinely offering advice to the demon sovereign? Hutu continued lightly. As descendants of the Father God, we welcome assistance in nurturing this realm, fostering the prosperity of the primordial world. Though the ancestor witches may not fully share this sentiment, Hutu articulated it at Wu Tian's behest, and as she spoke, she found her words increasingly resonant, her tone growing more sincere. The four demon sovereigns suddenly comprehended the underlying implications. Dijuan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly within, realizing they truly regarded the primordial realm as their own domain, hence offering suggestions. They seemed to perceive this primordial expanse as a legacy bestowed by the Panga deity, adopting an attitude of ownership. Dijuan mused internally, somewhat displeased. While they were indeed descendants of Pangu, was there any innate connection to the other primordial beings? Even he, Dijuan, was born from the gaze of Pangu, not to mention the three pure ones. Nonetheless, despite his thoughts, Dijuan did not outwardly express his discontent. Instead, he began to ponder the feasibility of the suggestion presented by the Earth Mother. As a thought stirred within him, the brilliance in his eyes shone ever more resplendently. It seemed truly plausible. The more he contemplated, the brighter the radiance in Emperor Jun and Appo's eyes became. Even though he was remarkably composed, he could not help but reveal an expression of delight. Chapter 65. I teach you a trick according to D. Jun's original intention. He aspired to connect the great array of the heavenly stars, inspired by the Wu clan and Zhun Yuanzi. If they could bind the crucial parts of the primordial world, be it the earth's veins or the pillars supporting the heavens, then so could he. If he were to link the entire constellation to himself, what calamities could befall him? The primordial stars would shatter. This would serve as a tremendous deterrent. He had not anticipated using this array to contribute to the primordial world or to seek merits and fortune. However, after Hotu mentioned it, it instantly broadened his perspective. Not only that, but he could also channel the power of the heavenly stars to nourish countless beings on the primordial land, helping them awaken their intelligence, even directly branding them with the mark of the demon clan. Then he suddenly thought, wait, could the Wu clan be thinking the same? If the beings of the primordial land thrived, would the Wu clan no longer have to suffer from food shortages? It was no wonder he was lost in thought. After all, Hotu had offered him a suggestion that might indeed prove useful, which left Dijun feeling uncertain despite constantly rationalizing and seeking reasons for Hotu's advice. He remained apprehensive. Nonetheless, he understood well that he owed a considerable debt of gratitude. Meanwhile, Tai Yi, Fu Shi, and Nu Hua, after their initial astonishment, began to ponder the feasibility of Hotu's suggestion, their expressions becoming increasingly complex. With their strength, they recognized the value of this suggestion. However, like Dijun, they too were bewildered. Why had the ancestral witch suddenly changed her demeanor and provided them with advice? Initially, the likes of Zhu Mang, upon hearing Hotu's words, felt indifferent and saw nothing particularly special about it. But upon witnessing Di Jun's gleeful expression, they began to understand. They couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Wasn't this akin to pulling a fast one, trying to seize a branch of the Fusang tree from Di Jun? How could she truly be offering advice to the demon clan? If such good fortune were to arise, shouldn't it be the Wu clan that claims it? They then glanced towards Wu Tian. Although puzzled, Zhu Mang and the others were quite sensible and refrained from voicing their thoughts aloud. Had it been Zhu Rong, they might have erupted into a quarrel. Wu Tian subtly gestured, signaling that he would explain later. Only then did Zhu Mang and the others feel reassured. At that moment, Wu Tian sensed something, and when he turned his gaze, he found Nu Hua and Appo's bright eyes fixed intently upon him. Filled with curiosity and inquiry, oh, why is she staring at me so? Has she discovered something amiss? Wu Tian immediately donned a warm smile, revealing his pearly white teeth as he smiled back at Nu Hua, giving a slight nod. Nu Hua seemed to sense something was off as well. Feeling a bit bashful, she nodded in response, and then averted her gaze. Wu Tian and Appo's impression of Nu Hua was rather complex. In the future, She would serve as the mother of humanity, creating the human race. Yet she would abandon them, allowing them to endure various calamities as the empress of the demons and the mother of humanity. Wujia possessed immense fortune and boundless merits, achieving sainthood through her merits, with a protective brother watching over her. Such a splendid hand she was dealt. Yet she squandered it in the end. Humanity disrespected her. The demon clan harbored resentment, and she perished amidst the calamity of the witches and demons. Confined to Wujia's palace, lacking any control over the grand scheme of destiny. Alas, one could only wonder what she was thinking. Tian sighed inwardly. However, this time was different. He held the 9 heavens and Appos, breath soil, and the primordial gourd vine in his grasp. Even the act of creating humanity could not be accomplished without him. When the time came to create humanity, he would ensure a share of the merits for himself. If humanity was beyond her concern, then he would take charge, ensuring that they would not suffer the same tragic fate as before. At that moment, Dijun solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Ancestor Wujia, for your guidance. This kindness will be remembered, and I shall repay it in the future. Wujia chuckled softly and replied, There is no need for such formality, Demon Emperor. Speaking of which, I have one more request. I would like to ask for a branch of the spiritual Fusang tree, if you would allow it. Dijun and Tai were momentarily taken aback. A branch of the Fusang tree? This tree was one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots, imbued with an intense solar fire, and was the very birthplace of the 2 brothers. To give a branch to an outsider was instinctively met with resistance. However, Dijun chuckled bitterly in his heart, having just vowed to repay the favor, only to find himself about to refuse a request. Wouldn't that be slapping his own face? Tai, sensing Dijun's hesitation, quickly interjected, Brother, but before he could finish, Dijun interrupted him, a radiant smile returning to his face as he waved his hand. In light of the guidance from the ancestral witch, what is one mere branch of the Fusang tree worth? Tai, go retrieve it swiftly. Tai, he wanted to say more, but upon meeting Dijun's gaze, he swallowed his words and respectfully bowed to Wujia and the others. Please wait a moment. With that, he transformed into a beam of golden light, shooting towards the sun star. Before long, Tai returned, holding a resplendent branch of the Fusang tree, which burned with the intangible flames of the sun, radiating immense heat upon landing. Dijun reached out to take it. Then with both hands he presented it to Wujia, still wearing a cheerful smile as he said, Ancestor Wujia, please accept this. Wujia nodded, conjuring a mysterious light to envelop the branch, drawing it into her being, where it vanished from sight. With her purpose achieved, Wujia took her leave, but before departing, she smiled and remarked, The demon clan has recently risen. Many perceive the Wu and demon clans as adversaries. Yet I believe this primordial expanse is vast enough for both races to coexist peacefully, especially now that the Demon Emperor has the support of the heavenly court and the primordial cosmos. Dijun replied jovially, You speak wisely, Ancestor Wujia. I share in this hope as one who had personally subdued numerous demon clans and brought them under his rule. Tai had witnessed the many entanglements between the Wu and demon clans. Hearing this, he couldn't help but silently scoff. How peaceful coexistence? First, let your Wu clan cease treating the demon clan as a source of sustenance as the ancestral witches departed gracefully. Upon returning to Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun, they did not need to reveal the branch to the 2. They had already sensed the intense solar fire emanating from the Fusang tree. They immediately exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? You truly obtained it. Hongyun eagerly grasped Wu Tian's arm, questioning him urgently. Brother Wu Tian, pray tell, how did you manage to do this? How did you convince Dijun to willingly part with the Fusang spiritual branch? Wu Tian chuckled in response. Dijun was not necessarily willing, however. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to maintain appearances and present the branch. Observing their eager expressions, Wu Tian smiled and said, It's quite simple. I shall teach you a trick when you wish to make a request of someone. Perhaps you might first assist them with a small favor or create a sense of indebtedness. This way, when you finally speak your request, it would be difficult for them to refuse. Seeing that they were deep in thought, genuinely absorbing his words. Wu Tian felt a surge of inspiration and quickly added, "Of course, this only works if the other party values their reputation. If they are indifferent to face and honor, then this trick would be ineffective. Just like that individual from the West. PS. Dear readers, I humbly request your 5-star reviews and small gifts." The author expresses heartfelt gratitude. Chapter 66. Nua's concerns. As Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged glances, they wondered if there could be such an audacious individual. While they conversed, they descended onto the vast primordial land, where Hutu presented a branch of the Fusong tree to Wu Tian. At that moment, Jumong could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Brother, are you genuinely offering suggestions to the demon clan?" Given the delight on Dijuan and Appo's face, this method must indeed hold substantial merit. Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun listened intently, and after hearing the explanation, Xinyuanzi pondered thoughtfully. If Dijuan proceeds as such, he will undoubtedly amass immense merit and fortune. It's no wonder he was willing to part with the Fusong branch. Wu Tian then felt compelled to clarify his stance. He refrained from sharing his earlier thoughts with the ancestral witches, firmly believing that the course of heaven was immutable, which led him to adopt a mindset of retreat. Thus, he remained indifferent to these matters. In fact, if Wu Tian were to lead the ancestral witches into the underworld, Dijuan's fortune would intensify, making things increasingly complicated for Hong Jun Daozu and the saints. Wu Tian patiently explained in terms the ancestral witches could comprehend. "Consider this, brothers. This primordial realm was created by our Father God. If Dijuan can indeed foster prosperity and completeness in this land, it would be beneficial for us as well. With abundant spiritual energy, the demon beasts would multiply, alleviating the witch clan and Appo's concerns over food scarcity. Furthermore, with an increase in demon beasts, the demon clan would suffer less heartache over their losses." He paused momentarily before continuing with a smile. "Moreover, if Dijuan's great array of the celestial stars emphasizes the refinement of chaotic energy, wouldn't its offensive capabilities be diminished? There must be a focus, after all. Perfection is a rare phenomenon." Upon hearing this, Jumong and the other ancestral witches appeared enlightened, and they repeatedly expressed their understanding. As for the witch clan and Appo's own efforts, they practiced with malevolent energy, and the 12 capital heavenly gods array concentrated on gathering such energy, which was fundamentally misaligned. However, Xinyuanzi remained skeptical, feeling that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Meanwhile, after the ancestral witches departed, Tai could no longer suppress his worries and voiced, "Brother, did you truly go through with it? Do you genuinely believe the witches and demons can coexist peacefully? My previous attempts to unite the myriad clans were fraught with difficulties, primarily due to the oppression from the witch clan. It cannot be that the grievances between them can simply be overlooked. While the witch clan may be willing, the demon clan may not be so accommodating. Thus, many wise individuals have foreseen that peace between the witches and demons is unlikely. The 4 sovereigns of the demon clan are undoubtedly aware of this." Dijuan sighed softly. "Regardless, I have indeed accepted Hutu's goodwill. I declare my intention to repay her, and I cannot go back on my word now. As for your concerns," his expression grew contemplative. "For now, it is essential that we maintain peace with the witch clan and avoid any conflicts, especially since the witch clan has established their lineage. Our preparations have been somewhat hasty, and our current collection of demon clans is still insufficient. We have yet to reach our full potential. Moreover, the 4 of us still require training. We cannot allow these disputes to hinder our progress. We must swiftly enhance our strength." Dijuan then chuckled. "Let's not dwell on such matters. With the demon clan's fortune bolstered and the merits of establishing their lineage, we must seize this opportunity to elevate ourselves. Furthermore, the 3rd sermon is approaching soon, achieving enlightenment and becoming saints. We must grasp this chance." As he spoke, anticipation gleamed in the eyes of the 4, eager for the arrival of the 3rd sermon and the opportunity to attain enlightenment. Dijuan then looked toward the newly emerged heavenly court, his joy becoming increasingly evident as he proclaimed, "Come, let us proceed to the heavenly court. Tai, you shall lead the demon clans to the 33 heavens, allocate their places, and allow them to dwell and cultivate therein. Fuxi and Yuhua exchanged glances, and ultimately, Fuxi smiled and declined. Demon Sovereign, my sister and I shall return to our cultivation first, to properly assimilate the merits we have gained from establishing the clan in preparation for the upcoming sermon. Though they had collectively established the demon clan, it was evident that Dijuan and Tai were the principal figures, with Dijuan being particularly assertive. With the heavenly court still in the process of being refined, Fuxi understood the importance of allowing Dijuan the time he required, lest he suspect any ulterior motives regarding power dynamics. Dijuan was momentarily taken aback before responding with a broad smile. Very well. Fuxi and Yuhua offered slight bows before bidding farewell to Dijuan and Tai, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." With that, they transformed into ethereal light and departed toward their own abode. On the way, Fuxi suddenly inquired with curiosity, "Sister, what was that about? I noticed you were fixated on that witch." Wu Qian, appearing quite distracted. Yuhua frowned slightly, her tone laced with uncertainty as she replied, "I cannot quite articulate it. There's an aura about Wu Tian that stirs my spirit, as if there is some opportunity tied to him. Yet, he is merely a witch. What connection could I possibly have with him?" Unbeknownst to Yuhua, her destined opportunity for sanctification lay in the creation of humanity, and the essential materials required for this, 9 heavens rest soil and the primordial gourd vine, were in Wu Tian's possession. Thus, her intuition was naturally awakened. Fuxi, though possessing great wisdom, was equally perplexed and could only conjecture. Perhaps there is some treasure in Wu Tian's possession that resonates with you? No need to rush. Let us investigate after the third sermon. Yuhua expressed her concern. "Brother, please do not act recklessly. The ancestral witches are fiercely protective, particularly of Wu Tian." Previously, when Jin and Juni spoke but a few words, the ancestral witches were ready to confront them. Fuxi chuckled, "Fear not. You know my character well. I do not intend to create trouble. Is it not permissible to simply befriend him? I believe Wu Tian is not difficult to approach. If he can befriend Zenyuanzi and Hongyun, he must possess a commendable character. After all, like attracts like." Enough of these thoughts. Let us focus on assimilating our gains. The upcoming third sermon is of utmost significance. Fuxi's expression grew serious. "If a grand opportunity arises, I shall risk my life to ensure your safety." However, the worry in Yuhua's eyes remained unassuaged. She sensed that her previous special awareness of Wu Tian held profound implications. If that were indeed the case, it might not be as simple as her brother imagined. Wu Tian may not be so easily swayed. Chapter 67, Qua Fu, present in my head. Wu Tian was unaware that his evaluation here in Fuxi had significantly improved due to the influence of Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. If he had known, he would surely have found it both amusing and perplexing. At this moment, he had returned to the desolate land of Hong Huang alongside the ancestral witches and Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, directly arriving at the Hotu tribe. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun did not leave. Previously, Zhen Yuanzi had felt somewhat drained after hastening the birth of the Chaos Gourd, and promptly returned to Wu Zhuangwan. Now, he had returned to his normal state. Moreover, as the time was ripe, the two decided to accompany Wu Tian, waiting for Xian Ming and Ho Tu to conclude their matters with the Witch Clan before setting off together towards the Zixiao Palace. Upon their arrival, Zhu Meng and the others, under the pretext of tribal affairs, were actually eager to showcase their accomplishments to Gong Gong and Zhu Rong. They quickly bid farewell to Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and the others. Although they were merely spectators, Wu Tian's impressive maneuvers instilled in them a sense of pride, causing their heads to swell with excitement. Naturally, they felt compelled to flaunt their achievements. Wu Tian hastily called out, "Wait, I have yet to distribute the innate peaches. Surely, those present deserve a share, right?" Zhu Meng, however, chuckled and waved his hand. "No need. Such things hold little significance for us. Besides, if you give us some, won't you have to give it to the other brothers as well? It's best you keep it for yourself." Wu Tian was immediately taken aback. Was this truly Zhu Meng? How could he be so considerate? Seeing Wu Tian and Appo's astonishment, Zhu Meng could not help but burst into hearty laughter, followed by Ru Shou, who left with a proud demeanor. In light of this, Wu Tian turned to the remaining individuals and decided to distribute one peach to each. Hong Yun eagerly snatched the floating peach before him, cheerfully exclaiming, "I shall not be polite." He bit into it, and an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy emanated forth. The richness of its juice and exquisite flavor causing him to gasp in awe. As he savored the fruit, he mumbled, "Brother Jinyuan, I must confess. The spiritual energy of this innate peach may not surpass that of the ginseng fruit, but its flavor far exceeds it. By the way, did you not pick ginseng fruits? Hurry and bring them out." Jinyuan Zi smiled wryly, shaking his head. "You have consumed countless ginseng fruits, yet now you claim the flavor is inadequate? If you possess such skill, then why not regurgitate them?" As he spoke, Zhen Yuanzi reached into his voluminous sleeves and produced a radiant bundle, revealing 5 ginseng fruits before everyone. He then turned to Wu Tian with a smile, saying, "Brother Wu Tian, these ginseng fruits may not compare with the innate peaches in terms of rarity. Let us each have one to savor, and when the next batch ripens, I shall invite you to Wu Zhuangguan for a feast." After saying this, he shot a glare at Hong Yun. If it weren't for this gluttonous fellow, would his stock be so depleted? Wu Tian was well aware of the differences between the two fruits. The ginseng fruit tree blossomed once every 3,000 years, bore fruit every 3,000 years, and matured every 3,000 years, yielding a maximum of 30 fruits per cycle. In contrast, the innate peach tree was different. As for the current state of the innate Rin water peaches, the West Queen Mother had never displayed them before the crowd, so Wu Tian was not particularly certain. However, within the grand scheme, the innate Rin water peach had become an innate spiritual root that suppressed the fortune of the heavenly court, divided into a peach orchard containing 3,600 trees. The first 1,200 trees matured every 3,000 years, the middle 1,200 trees every 6,000 years, and the last 1,200 trees every 9,000 years, with the efficacy of the fruits increasing correspondingly. Even now, without division, the fruits of the innate Rin water peach tree would undoubtedly outnumber those of the ginseng fruit, as peach trees were inherently bountiful. Thus, Wu Tian smiled and remarked, "Haha, Brother Jinyuan is being modest. I will await the next harvest and will certainly visit Wu Zhuangguan to engage in philosophical discourse with you." After this exchange, everyone began to indulge. Wu Tian tasted the innate Rin water peach first, finding it to dissolve upon entry, exquisite beyond measure, instantly transforming into pure, innate spiritual energy that radiated throughout his body, causing every pore to open. The essence of innate Rin water surged directly toward his kidneys, invigorating him with a sensation of vitality. After savoring it for a moment, he turned his attention to the ginseng fruit. Wu Tian was immensely curious about this renowned fruit. Observing its lifelike appearance, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he pondered. There is a saying that after Zhen Yuanzi became the ancestor of the earth immortals, the fruits of the ginseng tree became the fruits of the earth immortals who practiced their paths through the earthly books. It certainly wasn't the case now. But if that were true, why did Zhen Yuanzi, with his prominent features, suddenly seem a bit ominous? Wu Tian gently shook his head, dismissing such disordered thoughts and focusing intently on tasting the ginseng fruit. After one bite, he promptly refuted Hong Yun's assertion in his mind. Clearly, they were on equal footing. How could it be that the ginseng fruit was even more delectable? However, considering that this fellow had been residing at Wu Zhuangguan for so many years, undoubtedly consuming countless ginseng fruits, he realized, no matter how delicious something is, one grows weary of it with excessive consumption. Nevertheless, the spiritual energy of the ginseng fruit was indeed superior, its innate Wu earth essence flowing directly into Wu Tian's spleen. With a swift motion, Wu Tian examined himself, observing the shimmering earth-yellow spiritual light within his spleen, becoming increasingly robust. The power of his physical body was continuously enhanced by this transformation. The 9 turns Yuan Gong rapidly circulated, converting the energies of these two innate fruits into an overwhelming physical strength. The reputation of the ginseng fruit was well-deserved. Indeed, it was extraordinarily profound. Wu Tian chuckled softly in admiration. Zhen Yuanzi, however, laughed and said, "Brother Wu Tian, you flatter me. While these innate spiritual fruits are certainly excellent, they hold little significance for practitioners of our level. They serve merely to offer a taste. For those of their caliber, although they could replenish their magical power and infuse themselves with a hint of innate Ren water and Wu earth essence, the effects were minimal. Soon, Wu Tian had thoroughly refined the fruits. The magical power of the nine turns Yuan Gong stabilized. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Tian sent a message outside the Ho-Tu shrine, and shortly after, several figures approached. It was Jiufeng and the 5 great witches. Previously, they had exerted considerable effort in searching for the innate gourd vine, and after finding it, had diligently guarded it. Wu Tian had intended to reward them, but he had not possessed anything suitable until now. With 5 innate peaches remaining, although these fruits held little value for them, they would still make for a commendable gift. After all, why not to offer some benefits for hard work, right? When the 5 great witches arrived, Wu Tian surveyed them with a smile and said, "You all have worked diligently in your tasks. I have nothing substantial to offer, so I will give each of you an innate peach. 1 peach alone was insufficient as a reward. In the future, when I have more to spare, I shall provide further rewards." Jiufeng and the others were instantly taken aback. "Was this great ancestral wish? Serving you is our duty, and we are grateful to do so," they exclaimed, their faces flushed with excitement. Before they could finish their sentences, Wu Tian waved his hand and said, "Take it. When have our witch clan ever been so formal?" Jiufeng, Xingtan, Ho-Yi, Qiyu, Kuafu, and the other 5 great witches quickly accepted the peaches with gratitude, their faces glowing with joy as they departed. Wu Tian added, "Once you have finished feasting on the celestial peaches, you might consider planting the pits to see if they can grow into peach trees. Should you succeed in cultivating such trees, even if they are born of earthly peaches, the other fellows may also partake in their sweetness." He paused briefly, casting a glance towards Kuafu, according to legend, transformed into a grove of peach trees upon his demise. Perhaps he had a special affinity with these trees. With that thought, Wu Tian handed over the remaining peach pit with a smile, saying, "Kuafu, this task is entrusted to you." Seeing this, Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and others also presented their peach pits to Kuafu, who, overwhelmed with excitement, declared, "Rest assured, Grand Ancestor, if I fail to cultivate these peaches, Kuafu shall bring my head as a tribute." Wu Tian was momentarily speechless, instinctively glancing towards Xing Tian. Fortunately, he had not summoned Xing Tian for this endeavor. Chapter 68. The spiritual roots of the 5 organs. Wu Tian hastily waved his hands, saying, "Enough, enough. It's merely a peach pit. Why is this being treated so gravely? Must you bring a head to present? Is it really necessary? Hurry back." This was a notable flaw of the Wu clan. They appeared utterly unperturbed by death, often presenting severed heads with little regard for life and death. Kuafu scratched his head and chuckled. After the great shamans departed, Ho-Tu curiously glanced at Wu Tian, her eyes blinking playfully as she said with a gentle laugh, "Earlier, when you mentioned the spiritual branch of the primordial Ren water peach, I thought you intended to cultivate and plant it." Originally, Wu Tian had indeed entertained such thoughts, yet it was the Western mother who bestowed the primordial peach upon him. Thus, he responded with a smile. Why not approach it from both angles? As we know, plants can propagate through cuttings as well as through seeds. I will give the peach pit to Kuafu, while I shall keep the spiritual branch for myself. Zhen Yuanzi, intrigued, inquired, "Wu Tian, my younger brother, what do you plan to plant it?" The laws governing these 3 types of primordial spiritual roots vary greatly, each having distinct environmental requirements. If you truly wish to cultivate them all successfully, you must consider this carefully. Wu Tian chuckled and pointed to himself. Zhen Yuanzi was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression shifted to one of realization as he murmured, "I see. Previously, when you attained the chaotic gourd, the power of the primordial gourd vine opened a realm within your dantian, concealing the chaotic gourd from the constraints of fate. If the primordial gourd vine can reside there, why not these other 3 spiritual roots? But will it truly work?" Zhen Yuanzi pondered, for the principles governing each were indeed different, and the newly opened realm was still incomplete, shrouded in emptiness. Yet Wu Tian replied with a grin, "Why not give it a try?" The realm opened by the primordial gourd vine naturally circulates the forces of the primordial yin, yang, and the 5 elements, which are essential for these 3 spiritual roots. Perhaps this will even incite other transformations, leading to the maturation of the chaotic gourd. Zhen Yuanzi nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed on Wu Tian, seemingly eager to witness whether the changes Wu Tian predicted would indeed transpire. Wu Tian acted without hesitation, promptly retrieving the spiritual branches of the 3 primordial roots. Instantly, in the Ho-Tu temple, the 3 primordial auras harmonized. With a twist of his mana, he enveloped them all and directed them towards the location of his Dantian. In an instant, the luminous essence before him vanished. Plunging into the realm he had opened within his Dantian. The 3 spiritual branches radiated distinct glows, illuminating the previously dim space. However, at that moment, the chaotic gourd suddenly flickered with a gray light, emanating an overwhelmingly powerful repulsive force that surged towards the 3 branches, preventing their descent. What is happening here? Is the chaotic gourd truly so domineering? Wu Tian mused in silence, just as he was about to extend his consciousness to admonish the little creature. He observed the chaotic gourd unleashing 3 corresponding forces of law, enveloping the branches and guiding them outside the Dantian. The spiritual branch of the primordial rainwater peach was directed towards the kidney, where the chaotic hue shimmered, creating a small space above it. The branch settled into this space, transforming into a diminutive peach tree, taking root and merging with the kidney, instantly enhancing its power. Moreover, due to the root of the rainwater peach, there was a continuous surge of energy. In the next moment, the branch of the ginseng fruit tree was brought to the spleen, while the branch of the fusang tree was directed to the heart, corresponding to the element of fire. The branches of the primordial roots took root in the void, establishing themselves within the newly opened emptiness. Wu Tian had initially thought they would consume his fleshly power, yet they drew the corresponding forces from the void instead. Suddenly, the 3 organs radiated with radiant brilliance. They continuously generated strength, and as these 3 grew more powerful, they subtly began to show signs of instability. Just as Wu Tian was concerned and prepared to utilize the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong to refine the excess power, he saw the newly formed spaces connecting to the Dantian via a gray passage. The excess power flowed into them, consumed by the chaotic gourd. The small gray gourd sparkled with light, resonating with a sense of jubilation in Wu Tian's mind. Wu Tian couldn't help but chuckle. All right then. I had originally intended to use the 5 elemental powers contained within the primordial gourd vine to nourish these 3 spiritual roots, fostering their growth, in hopes that as the primordial roots matured, they would continue to expand this void, filling it with the forces of law, allowing the void to become reality. One day, when I attain enlightenment, the primordial roots shall surely become perfected. However, the chaotic gourd, in its domineering fashion, had turned this notion on its head, transporting each root to its corresponding organ, compelling them to refine the forces of law to perfect themselves. Indeed, during this process, Wu Tian's physical body would continually strengthen, as the growth of the primordial roots nourished the organs, which in turn nourished the body. Feeling the changes within himself, Wu Tian's thoughts shifted, if that's the case. I still need the primordial roots of the metal and wood elements to achieve completeness in my organs. He quietly mused. Among the 10 primordial roots, the one representing the metal element was the Bodhi tree held by Zhuan Ti, which he had refined into the 7 treasures tree. As for the wood element, it was also an old acquaintance of Wu Tian, the Tong Tian tree owned by Dong Wang Gong, a representative of the primordial wood element. Reflecting on this, Wu Tian's expression changed. Previously, when the ancestral shaman spoke of seeking out Jin and Zhuan Ti for accounts, he hadn't taken it seriously. However, faced with this situation, it seemed he had no choice but to go. Not only to seize a Bodhi branch, but also to acquire the Easter treasure color Qinglian flag from Zhuan Ti, which had long been on Wu Tian's mind. As for Dong Wang Gong, in Wu Tian and Appo's eyes, he was as good as dead. In the grand scheme of things, he would surely perish at the hands of the demon clan. The forces of primordial yin and yang, being paramount among all celestial beings, would inevitably lead to Dong Wanggong's demise at the hands of Dijun, even if he did not establish a celestial court. The existence of Dong Wanggong was clearly intended to wait for Dijun's death and the fall of the demon clan to inherit the heavenly court, thus placing the central axis of the heavenly Dao in the hands of Hong Jun Daozu. Once Dijun grasped this, he would undoubtedly be incensed. I'm not dead yet. You are already preparing for the next heavenly emperor? Wuden and Oppos. Ti first need to eliminate Dong Wanggong? With such thoughts, Wu Tian couldn't help but sigh, as he had originally planned to merely reap the benefits of Dong Wanggong's demise. Thus, when the time came for Dong Wanggong to meet his end, he would need to make an appearance, at least to reclaim the Tongtian tree from the demon clan. Wu Tian opened his eyes and looked towards Xianming and Ho Tu. No witties. When the time comes, I will bring the 12 ancestral shamans along. And with the 12 capital heavenly gods and demons array, can we not reclaim a Tongtian tree? After all, this was precisely how the ancestral shamans operated. Chapter 69. I mentioned the blood of the ancestor dragon at this moment. Zhen Yinzi noticed that Wu Tian had opened his eyes and eagerly inquired, "How is it?" "My dear brother Wu Tian, due to the numerous transformations and mysteries surrounding the innate spiritual roots, Zhen Yuanzi paid particular attention because of his own foundational circumstances." Wu Tian, not wishing to withhold anything, began to elaborate on his experiences, especially since one of the roots was bestowed by Zhen Yuanzi himself. He sought Zhen Yuanzi's counsel as well. He meticulously described the changes he had undergone and, channeling his magical energy, manifested his transformations before Zhen Yuanzi. Behind Wu Tian, an extraordinary phenomenon emerged. Amidst the ethereal glow, 3 miniature versions of innate spiritual roots stood, incessantly absorbing the power of the laws from the void. As the situation stabilized, the inherent characteristics of the innate spiritual roots became evident. The diminutive ginseng fruit tree stood immovable as a mountain, beneath the branch of the innate rainwater peach tree. A vast ocean unfolded, while the young fusong tree blazed with the true fire of the sun. Wu Tian was suddenly struck with the realization that it seemed a divine power was gradually gestating within him. Witnessing this scene, Zhen Yuanzi was momentarily taken aback, incredulously gazing at the extraordinary manifestations emanating from Wu Tian. "Is this possible?" he murmured. After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled softly. "Perhaps this is more suitable for you. My dear brother Wu Tian, as a member of the witch clan, your physical form is fundamental. By harnessing these 5 elemental spiritual roots to bolster your essence and refining the abilities of the innate spiritual roots into your own divine powers. This indeed represents your path of cultivation." However, Zhen Yuanzi and Oppos' expression turned contemplative. The other 2 types of innate spiritual roots with different elemental attributes would likely not be so easily obtained. He was aware that the other 2 were held by Zhuan Ti and Dong Wanggong, both of whom had conflicts with Wu Tian. The discord with Zhuan Ti arose from his association with Hong Yun, leaving Zhen Yuanzi somewhat apprehensive. Yet, Xianming and Ho Tu exchanged glances devoid of any concern, their eyes conveying a unified sentiment. What is there to fear? Do they dare to refuse us? Meanwhile, on another front, after the 4 ancestral witches had departed, Zhu Meng sought out Zhu Rong and the others. Upon arriving at Zhu Rong's tribe, he learned that Zhu Rong had ventured to the East Sea Dragon clan to procure the blood of the ancestor dragon for Wu Tian. "This fellow truly acts with fervor," the ancestral witches remarked, dismissing the idea of assisting, for the dragon clan had already declined in power, rendering one ancestral witch sufficient in their eyes. Above the East Sea, Zhu Rong revealed his true form as an ancestral witch, towering 1,000,000 zhang, looking down upon the several trembling dragons. His blazing divine fire nearly caused the entire sea to boil. The azure waters transformed into a fiery ocean, claiming the lives of countless sea creatures. Caught in this unforeseen calamity, Zhu Rong's voice thundered, "Hand over the blood of the ancestor dragon." The foremost four dragons, who would later become the four sea dragon kings, appeared quite youthful and trembled under Zhu Rong's imposing aura. Zhu Rong, ancestral witch. We truly possess no blood of the ancestor dragon. The East Sea Dragon King, suppressing his emotions, desperately explained, if we had the blood of the ancestor dragon, we would have refined it ourselves long ago. How could we be in our current state otherwise? The other dragons echoed in agreement. Indeed, at the time, the ancestor dragon vowed to the heavens, transforming his body into a part of the cosmos, leaving no opportunity for the dragon clan to retain any blood. Yet Zhu Rong was unconvinced. He believed the dragon clan possessed it, and their explanations were merely a ruse. Angered, he declared, "I do not believe you." The divine fire surrounding him intensified. Growing impatient, Zhu Rong warned, "I am negotiating with you kindly. Do not overstep your bounds. If you do not present the blood of the ancestor dragon, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." His gaze turned increasingly ferocious. The witch clan, carrying the bloodline of Pangyu, could purify their essence through cultivation, and it was likely the dragon clan could do the same. If you continue to be uncooperative, I shall capture some dragons for my own refinement. This threat from Zhu Rong filled the four sea dragon kings with trepidation as they exchanged fearful glances, inwardly lamenting, "Alas, how did we provoke the witch clan? We truly possess no blood of the ancestor dragon." Yet Zhu Rong refuses to listen. Just as Zhu Rong was about to take action, a faint sigh emanated from the depths of the sea. A powerful aura surged forth, quelling the spreading divine fire of Zhu Rong, and a voice gently intoned, "Please forgive me, Zhu Rong, ancestral witch. These little ones know nothing. The last remaining blood of the ancestor dragon rests with me. I shall willingly give it to you. I hope you can spare the dragon clan this time." As the voice resonated, a blood-red glow shot up from the depths of the sea, ultimately landing before Zhu Rong. He grasped this glow and peered into the depths, scoffing, a coward hiding in the depths. The voice from below explained helplessly, "I am constrained by the power of the heavenly Tao and severely injured. I am unable to meet you in person, ancestral witch. Otherwise, I would certainly apologize in person." Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong furrowed his brow, but soon set the thought aside, lowering his gaze to the glow in his palm, which contained 3 drops of ancestor dragon's blood, and couldn't help but smile, speaking to himself, "I knew there was ancestor dragon's blood. How delightful." A triumphant expression crossed his face. "Humph, do you think you could deceive me?" Then, shifting his tone, he pondered, could there be more? A look of suspicion flickered in Zhu Rong and Appo's eyes, for he perceived the dragon clan as untrustworthy. They had denied possessing the blood until threatened, only to produce it afterward. After securing the ancestor dragon's blood, Zhu Rong's gaze turned towards the aura rising from the depths, his divine light sparkling as he sought to uncover the identity of the speaker. Zhu Rong soon frowned, his sight obstructed by a veil of black mist. The entity concealed within the mist was evidently an ancestral dragon from the time of the Dragon Han calamity, and Zhu Rong felt somewhat exasperated, hastily stating, "Zhu Rong, ancestral witch, I swear by the great Pangyu. The dragon clan truly harbors no secrets. We have not a single drop of ancestor dragon's blood left." Having sworn by Pangyu, Zhu Rong had no reason to doubt them. He nodded slightly, feeling no need to engage further with the dragon clan, as his purpose was fulfilled. He immediately withdrew his ancestral witch form, vanishing above the East Sea, and hastened back towards the witch clan. Next, Tian was to visit the Purple Cloud Palace, and Zhu Rong felt a twinge of concern. If he delayed too long, would he not miss the opportunity? Upon arriving at the Ho-Tu tribe, Zhu Rong let out a sigh of relief, having sensed Tian's aura. Striding towards the Ho-Tu shrine, he laughed heartily. Dear brother, look what I brought you." Chapter 70. You're about to hook the ancestor dragon upon entering the Ho-Tu shrine. Before Tian could fully comprehend the situation, Zhu Rong cheerfully produced the blood of the ancestor dragon, wearing a look of eager anticipation for praise. Tian and his companions turned their gazes towards him. Enveloped in a swirl of profound light, the blood emanated an extraordinarily rich crimson hue, pulsating with an overwhelming surge of power. Indeed, it was the ancestor dragon's blood, a substance Tian was quite familiar with. Wu Tian's mouth fell slightly agape, his mind racing with astonishment. What? Such swift action? He claimed he would seek the Dragon Clan for the Ancestor Dragon's blood, and in such a short span of time, after merely visiting the Yao clan. Zhu Rong has already returned with it. He discreetly shifted his gaze, exchanging looks with Xianming and Hetu. Previously, they had surveilled the Ancestor Dragon and forcibly acquired 3 drops of its blood when its physical form transformed into the Yellow River. That was already quite audacious. Little did they expect Zhu Rong to take further action, seizing an additional 3 drops of the Ancestor Dragon's blood. Were the true spirits of the Ancestor Dragon to learn of this, they would surely be furious. Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yun were equally astonished upon witnessing the expressions of the crowd. Particularly Wu Tian's incredulity, Zhu Rong felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, his chin lifting slightly as he boisterously proclaimed, "What do you think? I keep my promises, don't I? I said I would procure some Ancestor Dragon's blood to bolster your strength. And here it is." Wu Tian, realizing the gravity of the moment, quickly clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, brother." At that moment, other ancestor witches arrived, rushing into the Hoda shrine. Among them, Zhu Meng and the others, who had intended to discuss their previous observations with Zhu Rong, could not help but exclaim, "Zhu Rong, you truly succeeded." Curiosity sparked among the ancestor witches, one of whom inquired, "How did you manage to acquire it?" The Ancestor Dragon's blood must be of immense importance to the Dragon Clan. Would they willingly part with it? To draw a comparison, the Ancestor Dragon's blood is to the Dragon Clan what Pangu's blood is to the Ancestor Witches. It not only enhances their power, but can even alter their innate endowments. Zhu Rong promptly handed over the Ancestor Dragon's blood to Wu Tian, urging him to stow it away quickly. Then, brimming with pride, he elaborated, "It was no simple feat. When I arrived, several young dragons from the EC insisted they had no Ancestor Dragon's blood. Did they think they could deceive me? I told them plainly. They could either surrender the Ancestor Dragon's blood willingly, or I would capture the entire Dragon Clan and refine the blood myself using Zhu Rong's divine fire." That frightened them enough to comply. Zhu Rong then lamented, "Indeed, the Dragon Clan is quite unruly. Had I not been certain they possessed the Ancestor Dragon's blood, I might have fallen for their ruse." The ancestor witches gasped in astonishment, some even offering their praises. "Zhu Rong, you've truly come into your own. You've grown wiser." Zhu Rong, unabashedly accepting the compliments, glanced at Gong Gong with a grin, declaring, "Of course, if Gong Gong had gone instead, he would have been easily hoodwinked by the dragons. But while they may deceive him, they cannot fool me, Zhu Rong." Naturally, this sparked another round of bickering between the 2 ancestor witches. Amidst the lively commotion within the Hetu shrine, Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yun, after expressing their astonishment, exchanged cautious glances. Although Zhu Rong spoke with levity, they discerned the Dragon Clan's predicament, alongside the ancestor witches' brutality. They harbored no doubt that had the Dragon Clan refused to comply, Zhu Rong would have indeed resorted to extracting the Ancestor Dragon's blood from thousands, if not tens of thousands of dragons. Reflecting on their own situation, they found solace in the fact that they had forged connections with the Witch Clan, being honored guests in their midst. Just then, Xianming interjected, "Is that all? Given the Dragon Clan's defiance, you didn't discipline them? That doesn't seem like your character." Her cold voice silenced the hall, even halting the ongoing argument between Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. Zhu Rong quickly replied, "Naturally, it was more than that." He proceeded to recount the events, detailing his discoveries concerning the Dragon Clan hidden in the depths of the ocean. Zhu Rong added, "I sensed a decaying aura, as if they were burdened by karma and nearing their end. Moreover, I had sworn an oath to the Father God and was eager to return, fearing my younger brother might have already set out to preach. Hence I did not pursue the matter further." Wu Tian was left pondering, his mind racing. Are there still remnants of high-level combatants among the Dragon Clan? He glanced at the ancestor witches, who appeared equally perplexed. Turning his gaze towards Zhen Yuanzi, he sought his insight. After a moment of contemplation, Zhen Yuanzi replied, "That's not surprising. As the only clan to emerge from the Great Calamity with so many members intact, and still holding sway over the 4 seas, There must be some ancient beings supporting them. However, whether it is the candle dragon or the Songlong lurking in the depths remains unclear. Wu Tian nodded slightly, then addressed Zhu Rong. Once again, I express my gratitude, brother. However, the situation with the dragon clan is intricate. Their karmic burden is excessively heavy. And yet, the ancestor dragon's emergence has left them with a fragment of fortune. It would be wise not to provoke them further. Zhu Rong chuckled in agreement. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. Aside from that nearly decrepit ancient being, the rest of the clan appears rather lackluster. There's little worth provoking. Furthermore, the witch clan is flourishing in the vast wilderness while the dragon clan remains discreet. They have faced unwarranted misfortune solely due to the ancestor dragon's blood. With a magnanimous demeanor, Zhu Rong waved his hand, smiling as he concluded, "Let us spare the dragon clan." At that moment, Gong Gong scoffed, retorting with disdain. "So, this is the extent of the dragon clan's prowess. No wonder you managed to retrieve the ancestor dragon's blood." As Zhu Rong bristled, Gong Gong continued with a teasing tone. "If you're so capable, why not procure some Yuan Feng blood or a few drops of the primordial Qilin's essence?" Wu Tian's eyes lit up at this suggestion, turning his gaze toward Zhu Rong with renewed interest. Could it truly be possible? Zhu Rong's expression faltered, feeling a bit awkward under Wu Tian's scrutiny. He then scolded Gong Gong in frustration. "You can't stand to see me succeed, can you? If you can locate the primordial Qilin, then I will concede to you." Gong Gong chuckled. "But there's still the Yuan Feng, isn't there? If you can't find the primordial Qilin, you should at least be able to locate the immortal volcano. After all, you are the ancestor witch of fire." Zhu Rong shot him a fierce glare. "Do you think I'm foolish? If I inadvertently triggered an eruption of the immortal volcano, it would throw the primordial realm into chaos. My elder brother and second brother would surely mete out punishment upon me." In that moment, Wu Tian finally grasped the situation. As he worriedly prepared to counsel Zhu Rong against impulsiveness, he was astounded to hear Zhu Rong's response, which reflected profound wisdom and consideration of the consequences. He promptly gave Zhu Rong a thumbs up. "Brother Zhu Rong, you possess great wisdom, understanding the delicate balance of gains and losses. If our elder brother or second brother were to emerge from their meditation, they would undoubtedly commend you." Zhu Rong felt a swell of pride from Wu Tian's praise. It was one thing to be lauded by others, but to receive acknowledgement from Wu Tian, the most astute and strategic member of the witch clan, was a source of immense joy. At that moment, Hutze cast a fierce glare at Wu Tian. How could one still be unaware of Zhu Rong? It hardly qualifies as profound wisdom. At best, it is merely somewhat reliable this time. The gaze of Ho Tu seems to convey, "You might want to take it easy." At this rate, Zhu Rong might just turn into a prize catch. What if, by continuing down this path, Zhu Rong takes it seriously? Chapter 71. Ultimately, the dragon clan bears, all upon hearing the word from Hudu, Wu Tian realized that with Zhu Rong and Appo's temperament, a little praise could lead to an overwhelming sense of pride. If he were to lavish too much flattery, it might lead to complications later on. However, the words had already escaped his lips, and retracting them was not an option. Additionally, between Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, who had a history of conflict as the smallest among them, he felt it inappropriate to interject. Just as Wu Tian hesitated, the perceptive Hutu understood the situation and smiled as she spoke. As the youngest sister with the most amiable personality, she seldom spoke, but when she did, her brothers paid close attention. Hutu gently remarked, "Brother Zhu Rong, your recent endeavors have indeed shown considerable progress, yet your temperament is rather hasty. It would be even better if you could temper a bit." Zhu Rong nodded vigorously in agreement. Hutu then turned her gaze towards Gong Gong, whose demeanor became somewhat sheepish under her calm scrutiny, causing the large figure to instinctively withdraw his neck. Before Hutu could say anything further, Gong Gong immediately pleaded for mercy. "Sister, you need not say anything. I acknowledge my mistakes. I shall no longer provoke Zhu Rong. I never intended for him to visit the volcano." It is much better for us to coexist harmoniously. Why must we bicker constantly? While Gong Gong's assurances might lack reliability, Huta's ability to elicit such a concession was commendable, leading Wu Tian to marvel inwardly at her prowess. If it were Di Jiang or Zhu Jiuyin, they might resort to mere physical reprimands to quell the situation. But how could they compel Gong Gong to acknowledge his faults? With this thought, Wu Tian sighed once more, realizing that obtaining the essence blood of the beginning Qilin and the primal phoenix would be a distant goal. The leaders of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans had proclaimed to the heavens, bearing the brunt of their respective karmic retributions. Yet, the outcomes for each clan varied greatly. The Phoenix clan had fragmented, scattering its members. Wu Tian was aware of the two princes of the Phoenix clan, Kong Xian and Apeng, yet he was uncertain of their whereabouts at this moment. Furthermore, he doubted that merely locating them would guarantee access to the essence blood. As for the Qilin clan, they had concealed themselves even more thoroughly. The beginning Qilin remained hidden within the central earth, no longer manifesting in the world, and even other Qilin merely appeared as symbols of auspiciousness, seldom emerging. Under these circumstances, the Dragon Clan, with its substantial numbers and dominion over the seas, naturally became the prime choice. There was no other option. Their intentions were all too evident. Wu Tian sighed deeply. The matter of Zhurong pressuring the Dragon Clan was no secret. His immense ancestral shaman form had manifested in the East Sea, startling many. The Demon Clan was undoubtedly aware of this. Within the heavenly court, in the grand hall of Ling Xiao, Di Jun sat majestically upon his throne. After listening to Tai E and Appo's report on the matter, his brows furrowed in contemplation. Are you saying Zhurong has taken the essence blood of the ancestral dragon? Tai E nodded, his eyes glinting with determination. Clearly, he had plans in mind, and after a light scoff, he said, Brother, it seems that the Dragon Clan possesses quite a few treasures. Should I make a visit to procure some? If the Wu Clan can acquire them, why should the Demon Clan be denied? If the Dragon Clan refuses, it would be a slight against the Demon Clan, disregarding their four sovereigns. Di Jun nodded slightly. The essence blood of the ancestral dragon. With Zhurong and Appo's visit, the Dragon Clan may no longer possess it. However, given their past dominance in the primordial era, they must still have other treasures. As the newly established Demon Clan, we are in dire need of such resources. Tai immediately rose, ready to depart with a chaos bell in hand. However, he was halted by Di Jun, who smiled gently, his commanding presence growing stronger among the myriad demons. Di Jun softly advised, there is no need for you to go in person. Sending a demon deity will suffice. Do the Dragon Clan dare to defy us in their current state? After a brief moment of thought, Tai E and Appo's face broke into a smile as he repeatedly expressed, this is even better. While the Wu Clan requires an ancestral shaman for such matters, we merely need a demon deity. Does this not signify the growing might of our Demon Clan? Though Di Jun understood Tai E and Appo's desire to overshadow the Wu Clan, he could not help but caution. Tai E, you should temper your nature a bit. Our Demon Clan is newly established and lacks the strength to confront the Wu Clan. We must avoid incurring any karmic retribution too soon. Tai E nodded, though it was unclear if he took the advice to heart. After exchanging a few more words with Di Jun, he turned and exited the Ling Xiao Hall to summon a demon deity and relay the instructions. In the East Sea, the Dragon Clan was busy cleaning up the aftermath. Although Zhurong had not truly unleashed his powers, the intense and fiery Zhurong and Appo's flames had resulted in countless casualties and injuries. Observing the chaos before him and glancing towards the depths of the sea, the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas felt a mix of joy and sorrow. They were glad to learn of the Dragon Clan's deep heritage and the existence of powerful ancestors who survived the calamities of the primordial era, providing them with a sense of security. Yet, even so, faced with the relentless Zhurong, the Dragon Clan had no choice but to yield. They say a starving camel is still larger than a horse. Yet the current plight of the Dragon Clan was utterly miserable. Once dominant in the primordial world, they now tread carefully, fearing to offend anyone. The hidden Dragon Clan in the depths of the sea remained concealed even after Zhurong and Appo's departure, their presence completely vanished. Alas, we bear the weight of heavenly karma. Our own powers are restricted, and the true dragon blood within our clan is dwindling. With enemies lurking, if this continues, the dragon clan is destined to further decline. What are we to do? The East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang sighed. He contemplated that once they resolved the chaos and tended to the injured members of the clan, he would venture into the depths of the sea to seek out this hidden ancestral figure and request his assistance. Before the dragon clan could even restore order, the dragon kings of the four seas suddenly looked up, their eyes filled with astonishment. A blazing fire rainbow streaked across the sky, the intense heat causing the sea surface to boil, prompting the dragon kings to exclaim, "How has he returned?" Initially, they thought it was Zhurong, but as the figure drew nearer, they discerned it was not the essence of Zhurong and Amp, Oppos, as flames, but rather a different kind of fire. As the fire rainbow descended, a figure emerged, surrounded by a faint flame that distorted the air, hovering in mid-air, defiantly gazing at the dragon kings of the four seas. He softly declared, "I am Bai Fong of the Demon Clan, sent here under the command of the Eastern Emperor." Without further ado, he continued, "Now that our demon clan has been established, our warriors are in dire need of suitable weapons and spiritual treasures. I hope the Dragon Clan can extend their assistance." Bai Fong's gaze swept over, locking onto Ao Guang with his crimson eyes. "While the Dragon Clan has offered the essence blood of the ancestral dragon to the Wu clan, we of the Demon Clan do not seek that. We only have this simple request. Surely, the Dragon Clan can grant us this courtesy?" Upon hearing this, Ao Guang felt a deep sense of despair. The Demon Clan has returned? With the ancestral dragon watching over us, when will this ordeal ever end? Although only Bai Fong had come, the Dragon Clan understood that they stood behind the Demon Clan, the four sovereigns of the demon race. How could they dare offend them? After a bout of lamentation, they nearly emptied the treasure vault of the Bifong. Wu Tian had never anticipated that his mere desire for the blood of the ancestral dragon would attract the plunder from the. Ultimately, it was that bore the brunt of it all. Chapter 72. Zhu Meng is truly a dog. In truth, the predicament faced by the Dragon Clan was inevitable. As a once dominant force in the primordial world, they had accumulated countless treasures over the years. To the eyes of the inhabitants of the primordial realm, they were akin to a child wielding gold in a bustling marketplace. It was only natural that they would incite envy. When Bai Fong departed, he once again addressed the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas, demanding the sacrifice of 49 true dragons to be sent back to the demon Emperor Jijun for his chariot. The Dragon Kings felt a profound sense of humiliation. This was clearly an attempt to trample upon the former supremacy of the Dragon Clan, showcasing the current might of the demon race. Yet what could they do? They could only resign themselves to the demand. Once Bai Fong had departed with satisfaction and a swagger, the Dragon Kings could no longer contain their frustration and made their way to the depths of the Eastern Sea, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Ancestors, please show the Dragon Clan a clear path. Meanwhile, in the Wu clan, after Ho Tu had taught a lesson to Gong Gong and Zhu Rong, Wu Tian felt considerably more at ease and began to ponder. These two are naturally at odds with each other. No wonder they would later cause great calamities. Gong Gong even crashed into Mount Wuzhou, bringing endless karmic retribution to the Wu clan. Now, Mount Wuzhou had been integrated into the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation, and though it had changed compared to before, it still remained perilous. Was there a way to avert this fate? After spending considerable time with the ancestral witches, Wu Tian had developed deeper feelings for them, and naturally wished to alter the course of fate while preserving the lives of the ancestral witches. As he contemplated, a sudden wave of unease washed over him. Wu Tian abruptly raised his head to gaze towards the direction of Panga Hall, his eyes filled with astonishment. The other ancestral witches shared his sentiment. However, only Zhen Yuan Zi and Hong Yun, not being ancestral witches, did not possess an innate sensitivity to Panga Hall, and thus remained unaware of the anomaly. Nevertheless, upon noticing the reaction of the others, they quickly realized something was amiss. Hong Yun astili inquired, Wu Tian, what is happening? Wu Tian promptly turned around, a smile illuminating his face. Ha, it is a good omen. The energy within Pango Hall has surged. It seems my two brothers have broken through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal stage and are about to conclude their seclusion. He immediately rose with the ancestral witches. Let's go and take a look. Jinyuan Zi and Hong Yun were both curious yet somewhat apprehensive, for Pango Hall was a sacred ground for the Wu clan. Now that Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin were on the verge of a breakthrough, was it appropriate for them to intrude? Before Wu Tian could respond, Zhu Rong approached, throwing an arm around Hong Yun's neck and laughing heartily. What is the matter? You have both been to Pango Hall before. Did I not already mention that you are my brothers in the Wu clan? There is no need for such formality. Hong Yun's face flushed with embarrassment. He felt a surge of joy at Zhu Rong and Appo's attitude. It was rare to be treated with such camaraderie by the Wu clan. Yet Zhu Rong's affectionate gesture left him somewhat overwhelmed. Observing this, Wu Tian quickly intervened, liberating Hong Yun from Zhu Rong's grasp, and they hastily made their way towards Pango Hall. Upon arriving at Pango Hall, they found Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin had indeed concluded their training. Their presence exuded an aura both fierce and restrained, as if they were unfathomable. Their eyes sparkled with intensity, and a faint smile graced their lips. Emerging from the deep, hidden chambers of Pango Hall, as Wu Tian and the others entered, the spatial energies surged, manifesting before Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin. Zhu Rong eagerly asked, "Eldest brother, second brother, have you truly achieved your breakthrough?" Since the establishment of the Wu clan, the other ancestral witches had experienced a significant increase in their fortunes, and the continuous infusion of divine laws enhanced their strength at a remarkable pace. Yet, it was still not a swift process. Dijang chuckled lightly, affirming, "Indeed, my brother and I have successfully ascended to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, having attained our own path through the laws. Once this path is perfected, we shall attain the state of Hunyuan." As he spoke, Di Jiang and Appo's expression subtly shifted. Only by thoroughly traversing this path could one comprehend the challenges of attaining perfection through the laws. The difficulty did not lie in the present, but in how to achieve completeness in the future and attain the Hunyuan stage. Yet, the ancestral witches had no alternative. They inherently controlled the power of the laws, and the only path available to them was this one. They had no opportunity to change course, and even if they did, they would never choose to do so. The ancestral witches did not grasp Di Jiang and Appo's thoughts. They were still a bit away from the Hunyuan Golden Immortal stage and had not genuinely reached this realm, so they could not share the same insights as Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin. Thus, they expressed pure joy. That is splendid. With this, our Wu clan has grown even stronger. Each one of them was filled with excitement, burning with a desire to begin their training immediately and break through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal stage like Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin. Seeing this, Di Jiang quietly sighed. Then, shifting his gaze towards Wu Tian, he scrutinized him intently, pondering perhaps, Wu Tian is the true hope for our Wu clan. Only he, with the convergence of the 12 types of law powers, has genuinely inherited the legacy of our Father God. Subsequently, Di Jiang smiled again and addressed Wu Tian directly. "Brother, I see that your physical body and primordial spirit have nearly reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Do you have any thoughts on how to break through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal stage?" Wu Tian replied with a smile, "There is no rush. Even at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, I feel that my physical strength can still be further explored. If I were to hastily break through, it may not yield favorable results. If I were to later regret it and wish to solidify my foundation, I fear I may not have that opportunity." At that moment, Xianming suddenly interjected, explaining Wu Tian and Appo's cultivation of the innate 5 elements spiritual roots within his organs, and concluded with a gentle remark, "Wu Tian is still missing 2 types of spiritual roots. Once these 2 are acquired, his physical strength will naturally increase again, and then it will not be too late to break through." Di Jiang and Appo's eyes widened. "Still missing 2 types of spiritual roots? Whose hands are they in?" Xianming promptly replied, "The innate metal spiritual root is in the hands of Zhuan Ti. The innate wood spiritual root is with Dong Wanggong. Suddenly, Zhu Meng darted over, whispering into Di Jiang and Amp, Oppo's, his ear. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang and Amp, Oppo's, eyes bulged with fury as he bellowed. What audacity does Dong Wanggong have? Daring to compete with our Wu clan for women. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, ready to lead the ancestral witches towards Penglai Island. Wu Tian, witnessing this, quickly intervened, exasperatedly looking at Zhu Meng, my brother Zhu Meng. What did you say to eldest brother? How did it turn into a matter of women? What exactly is going on? Are you not aware? Wu Tian also realized that the ancestral witches were uninterested in seeking partners and were entirely indifferent to such matters. However, they were quite intrigued by his affairs. He felt an overwhelming urge to declare, I have no interest in any innate goddesses. My sole focus is on cultivating and strengthening the Wu clan, altering our destiny. Chapter 73. Another 2 drops of ancestral, which blood Wu Tian ultimately remained silent. He believed the ancestral witches would not trust him. Furthermore, he harbored doubts about his own confidence. Wu Tian asti di stolpit di jang. Brother, do not rush. The time for the 3rd sermon is approaching. It is possible that Dong Wanggong has already ventured into chaos. If we go to Penglai and cannot find him, would it not be a fruitless endeavor? He then cast a fierce glare at Zhu Meng. Zhu Meng chuckled and quickly leaned closer to Di Jiang, whispering about Wu Tian's earlier escapade with the White Wolf. Only then did Di Jiang and Oppo's expression soften. I see. Then we shall spare Dong Wanggong for now. Di Jiang chose to trust Wu Tian without hesitation, shifting his focus to the 2 figures in the west. However, as Wu Tian had mentioned, Jie and Zhuan might not even be present, necessitating a delay. Yet, Di Jiang had made up his mind. After the 3rd sermon, he would lead his brothers to the west, not merely to seize the primordial spiritual root of the Bodhi tree, but also to teach Jie and Zhuan a lesson. After all, they had previously wronged Wu Tian. With his resolve firm, Di Jiang turned to Zhu Jiuyin, their gazes meeting with profound intensity and solemnity. Then Di Jiang addressed Wu Tian, Little brother, there are matters I wish to discuss with you privately. Wu Tian was taken aback. What could Di Jiang possibly want to discuss that warranted such secrecy? He then observed Di Jiang clasping his hands, apologizing to Zhen Yuanzi and the others, instructing the ancestral witches to entertain Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. Zhen Yuanzi promptly responded, It is no trouble at all. The ancestral witches are welcome to proceed. Di Jiang nodded with a smile, and then his aura shifted, the overwhelming presence of a primordial golden immortal enveloping him. Wu Tian felt the very space around him transform in an instant. When he regained his footing, he found himself in the Pangu Hall, in a different realm, with Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin looking at him with grave expressions. Wu Tian quickly inquired, What is so mysterious, brothers? He watched as Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin exchanged glances before both struck their chests, their blood glowing brightly. A drop of their essence, blood, surged forth, the power of the laws within it surging even stronger than the ancestral, which blood Wu Tian had previously acquired, as it was the blood of primordial golden immortals. The difference was unmistakable. Gazing at the heavily infused essence blood of the ancestral witches, Wu Tian was astonished, filled with questions. More ancestral witch blood? Is this truly necessary? Brothers, my 12 laws have already merged into one. I merely need to cultivate slowly. There is no need to rely on ancestral witch blood for my training. Di Jiang shot him a skeptical glance. Your thoughts are rather naive. This essence blood is not intended for your current cultivation. It possesses another remarkable purpose. With that, the 2 began to inscribe marks into the blood. After a brief moment, they finally ceased, and Di Jiang let out a gentle sigh of relief, pushing the essence blood toward Wu Tian, his expression increasingly solemn. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke softly to Wu Tian. This time, my brother and I have achieved the realm of primordial golden immortal. We plan to delve into the river of time during the 3rd sermon at Zixiao Palace to explore the fate of the witch clan. Wu Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could respond, Di Jiang continued, This matter has long been decided by us. We merely awaited our ascension to primordial golden immortal. Initially, we intended to keep a secret, but after much thought, I felt it necessary to inform you. Di Jiang sighed lightly. Wu Tian was different from the other ancestral witches. In fact, it was because of Wu Tian's profound concern for the future of the witch clan that they had arrived at this decision. More importantly, time and again, Wu Tian and Appo's insights into the greater trends had proven remarkably accurate. Di Jiang and Zhu were naturally quite invested, their unease growing. Hearing this, Wu Tian and Appo's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Disbelief etched across his face as he murmured within, how could this be? In the original trajectory of events, would Di Jiang and Zhu truly take such actions? Or perhaps they are aware of the witch clan and Appo's fate, but feel powerless under the looming catastrophe? Wu Tian remained uncertain. Nevertheless, a sudden worry arose within him. Although Di Jiang and Zhu have attained the realm of primordial golden immortal, how could they possibly navigate the future's trajectory? Surely there could be complications. The path of time is the path of the Tao, the most enigmatic and perilous. Moreover, in the original grand scheme, Wu Tian as the 13th ancestral, which did not exist, would Di Jiang and Zhu and Appo's exploration of the future reveal any trace of him? Simultaneously, Wu Tian felt increasingly touched. For Di Jiang to confide such a pivotal and significant matter to him signified immense trust and recognition. In that moment, Wu Tian's thoughts were a whirlwind. He even contemplated suggesting, you need not engage in such reckless endeavors. Whatever you wish to know, I can tell you. Would that not suffice? Why risk such peril? The future was not so easily glimpsed. However, if he were to voice such thoughts, how could he explain his knowledge? Moreover, would Di Jiang and Zhu truly believe him? Ultimately, Wu Tian made an attempt. Brother, I possess some insights regarding the development of future trends. Why must you undertake this risk? Di Jiang and Zhu exchanged light-hearted smiles. Their expressions softened, infused with a sense of relief and joy, with Di Jiang affirming, I knew you would respond thus. However, it is not that we do not trust you, but certain matters must be witnessed firsthand. Wu Tian could only nod in understanding. He grasped Di Jiang and Appo's intent. Were it not for this, Di Jiang and Zhu would not have sought him out individually to disclose such crucial and secretive matters, considering he was merely the youngest among the ancestral witches. Observing Wu Tian's still grave countenance, Di Jiang chuckled lightly. Do not worry. My brother and I have prepared for this for quite some time. The timing coincides with Hong Jun's sermon, when the power of the heavenly Tao will be concentrated at Zhixiao Palace, minimizing our interference. Furthermore, we have the Pangu Hall to safeguard us. Wu Tian nodded, his feelings complex. Perhaps, after Di Jiang and Zhu personally explored the future and witnessed the calamity facing the witch clan, they would be more inclined to heed Wu Tian and Appo's counsel in the future. At that moment, Di Jiang spoke again. Take these 2 drops of ancestral witch blood. Should my brother and I become lost in the river of time, this will serve as our beacon to return. Then he jested, but you must not refine them just yet. Even if you wish to refine them, let us wait until we return. Wu Tian hastily replied, of course not. Even if I were to be greedy or impatient, I would never refine the coordinates left by you and my brother at this moment. Accepting the ancestral witch blood and being entrusted with such a significant matter demonstrated immense trust, surpassing even that placed in other ancestral witches. An expectation Wu Tian would certainly not betray. However, did Di Jiang imply that after their return, this essence blood would completely belong to him? Chapter 74. The ancestral witches guard the dividing cliff of treasures the ancestral, which carefully concealed the essence of their blood within their being. After completing this task, Wu Tian pondered briefly before abruptly extending his palm, a sudden surge of thought propelling him to action. With a swift motion, the primordial measuring ruler manifested, emanating an overwhelming aura of divine merit, its innate significance intertwined with profound mysteries. Wu Tian propelled the treasure forward, addressing Di Jiang and Zhu with a solemn tone. Brothers, take this treasure with you. The primordial measuring ruler, having acquired the merit of the great Tao, is ascending, subtly transcending the realm of innate treasures. Should you carry it, it will undoubtedly bestow protection upon you. However, the two ancestral witches outright refused. Di Jiang, with fervent conviction, asserted, what kind of elder brother would seize his younger brother and aunt, Oppos, as possessions? The Purple Cloud Palace is not entirely secure. Those individuals have always viewed our witch clan with disdain. I suspect that Hong Jun harbors ill intentions toward us. You should keep it for your own protection. Whether Hong Jun truly bore malice was uncertain, but it was undeniable that he held no affection for the witch clan. After all, the witches had shown little respect for the heavenly Tao and had disregarded him, the Tao ancestor. The only reason he had not acted against them was due to the constraints of the heavenly rules and the protection of the Pangu Father God. Yet Wu Tian remained undeterred. The essence of the witch clan was to stand tall. Would they truly allow the ancestral witches to cower beneath the Tao ancestor's throne? Sensing Wu Tian and Amp, Oppos, S intent to persuade further, Di Jiang and Amp, Oppos, S eyes widened in indignation, and he proclaimed, what? Do you doubt us? By safeguarding our essence, you provide us with the greatest assistance. Do not concern yourself with anything else. With us brothers around, you need not worry. What could Wu Tian say? He had no choice but to retract the primordial measuring ruler. Subsequently, Di Jiang waved his hand, signaling the end of the conversation. At that moment, Zhu Jiuyin spoke up, a light laugh escaping his lips. We are about to head to the Purple Cloud Palace. Is there anything you wish to entrust us with or tasks you require us to undertake before we depart? Zhu Jiuyin wished to glean more from Wu Tian. His previous predictions and suggestions had astonished the ancestral witches, and now, spurred by Wu Tian, they were eager to explore further. Naturally, they sought to test the waters once more. Wu Tian discerned Zhu Jiuyin and Amp, Oppos, S intentions, and with the openness displayed by Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, the worries that had lingered in his heart dissipated. He smiled and replied, indeed, there is something. Once the third sermon concludes, Hong Jun will surely bestow countless treasures, placing them at the dividing cliff of treasures atop Mount Wuzhou. At that time, everyone will rush from the Purple Cloud Palace to seize them. Will my brothers consider taking action in advance? It is essential to secure the dividing cliff of treasures. Had this been before, Wu Tian would never have spoken so boldly. The calamities of the Dragon and Han era could be seen as a manifestation of the overarching trends. Other suggestions were merely the musings of a clever mind. But to predict Hong Jun's actions, that seemed a stretch. Nevertheless, with Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin already seeking to glimpse the future and following such an earnest exchange, Wu Tian felt no need for subterfuge. What if he harbored secrets? The ancestral witches would not mind, as long as they remained good brothers. Both ancestral witches nodded in agreement. And then Di Jiang inquired with curiosity, the dividing cliff of treasures? Is this object of great importance? How shall I put it? Wu Tian began. Within the original grand scheme, the dividing cliff of treasures was acquired by Yuan Shi, who purportedly combined it with a segment of Mount Wuzhou to forge the banner of heaven. As an ancestral witch, Wu Tian felt somewhat unworthy to refine treasures from Mount Wuzhou. However, by combining the dividing cliff of treasures with other materials and channeling some of Pangu and Oppos, his essence, he aimed to seize the title of the banner of heaven first. Having become an ancestral witch, it felt amiss not to wield a substantial artifact. Wu Tian candidly stated, I wish to use the dividing cliff of treasures for refining. I intend to create a formidable and resilient artifact, ideally suited for our physically robust witch clan. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang readily agreed, no problem. Once you depart, I will send Zhu Rong and Gong Gong to guard the summit of Mount Wuzhou. When the dividing cliff of treasures appears, I will summon the other brothers. Wu Tian paused. Ah, they're in Oppos. There's no need to rush. The current Mount Wuzhou remains intact, and the essence of the Pangu Father God is still potent. As one ascends to the summit, the pressure intensifies. The witch clan typically only operates at the mountain and Oppos as base. To have Zhu Rong and Gong Gong endure such immense pressure so early would be an unneeded burden. They would constantly be tested by Pangu and Appo's might. Zhu Rong has only just acquired the essence of the ancestral dragon. There is no need to put him through such trials. Thus Wu Tian chuckled. There is no need to hurry. We can estimate the time for the sermon's conclusion and ascend shortly before. Despite Wu Tian's reassurances, Di Jiang had already resolved to send Zhu Rong and the others up to guard, fearing that Hong Jun might act prematurely. Missing the opportunity would hinder his younger brother and Appo's treasure refinement. As for the pressure from their father god, it would serve as a test, possibly accelerating their growth and enabling them to ascend to the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm sooner. With a smile, Di Jiang concluded, "Very well, leave this matter to us. You need not worry. Time is of the essence. We should hasten our departure, and you should join Zhen Yuan Zi and the others on your way to the Purple Cloud Palace." Then, he took Wu Tian and soared into the skies. And as they traversed the space, Di Jiang continued to murmur reminders. Ultimately, the essence of his message was that whether or not they learned anything from Hong Jun was inconsequential. They must not be wronged in the Purple Cloud Palace. If they faced formidable opponents, they should remember to seek retribution upon their return, for they had numerous elder brothers ready to avenge them. Wu Tian listened, amused yet touched. When they emerged from the depths of the Panga Hall, only a brief moment had passed. However, the ancestral witches, along with Zhen Yuan Zi and Hong Yun, had already returned to the Hutu Divine Palace. Wu Tian promptly followed suit. Upon reaching the Hutu Divine Palace, everyone gazed curiously at the three, with Zhu Rong exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh, how did you return so quickly?" Wu Tian chuckled. "My elder brother merely had a few words of advice. How much time could that take?" "Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, my brother has something to discuss with you." Zhu Rong and Gong Gong were momentarily taken aback before hastening outside. Wu Tian glanced outside, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he watched their disappearing figures, silently musing. "This time, I truly appreciate your efforts." He then nodded towards Xian Ming and Hutu, before turning to Zhen Yuan Zi and Hong Yun, smiling as he said, "Shall we set off as well?" Zhen Yuan Zi smiled and nodded. "Indeed. Although there is still some time, it is the third sermon, and it is best to depart early. If we encounter delays along the way, it would be unfortunate." Subsequently, the group rose and bid farewell to the remaining ancestral witches. Hong Yun, taking the initiative, summoned his magic, enveloping Wu Tian and the others, transforming them into a stream of crimson light that soared towards the heavens. As they approached the looming chaos, Wu Tian felt a burgeoning anticipation for the third sermon, quietly contemplating primordial purple chi, the path of severing the three corpses. I am eager to see how this unfolds. Chapter 75, the third sermon commences. The journey was remarkably smooth. After all, it was not the first time for them. Everyone was more familiar with the path to Zhixiao Palace, arriving at an even swifter pace than before. Upon entering the palace, Wu Tian nodded at the two young attendants, Hao Hian and Yao Qi, before proceeding directly to his seat. They had arrived early, yet they were not the earliest. The three pure ones were already seated on their mats, eyes closed in serene repose. It was only when Wu Tian and the others entered that they opened their eyes to observe. Each displayed a different expression, but to Wu Tian, their auras seemed to have deepened considerably, clearly indicating that they had all transcended the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, achieving the quasi-saint level. Wu Tian could not help but murmur to himself, "This is rather troublesome." He had planned to use the opportunity presented after the third sermon to encircle them with the innate gourd and seize two innate 5 elements flag from Taiji and Yuan Shi. Now, with the three of them having significantly enhanced their strength, it naturally caused him some concern. Oh well, no need to dwell on it. No matter how strong they are, we have 13 of us. Eldest brother and second brother have already broken through, and perhaps the other brothers will follow suit. With the 12 heavenly god-killing formation together, can we not contain the three pure ones? The more Wu Tian contemplated, the more relaxed he felt. The advantage lies with us. This is a guaranteed victory. After a while, Kunpeng entered from outside, nodded to Wu Tian, and took his place. his eyes fixed intently on the void before him, sparkling with anticipation. Previously, Wu Tian had prompted Kunpeng to look forward to his position. He was already envisioning the potential opportunities that might arise after the third sermon. Wu Tian sighed internally. In the grand scheme of things, Kunpeng had been intercepted by Jin and Junie, losing the crucial primordial purple energy necessary for achieving sainthood. This time, due to the intervention of the witch clan, Kunpeng managed to retain his position and was not usurped by Jin or Junie. But could he truly obtain the primordial purple energy? If Kunpeng were to acquire the primordial purple energy, could he attain sainthood? If Kunpeng truly became a saint, it would undoubtedly signify a monumental shift in the heavenly order, bearing profound significance for Wu Tian. The notion that the grand scheme cannot be altered is not an absolute truth. If Wu Tian could maneuver within it, the possibilities would expand immensely. In an instant, waves of expectation surged within Wu Tian, increasingly hopeful that Kunpeng might secure the primordial purple energy. And what of Xianming, who also occupied a position? If Kunpeng could obtain it, might Xianming not also be able to? Regardless of its utility, securing it first was paramount. With this thought, Wu Tian and Appo's eyes sparkled. Yet, moments later, they dimmed as he sighed. Alas, I fear that Hongjun may not adhere to the expected course. At that moment, the four royal members of the demon clan entered Zixiao Palace together. Fuxi and Nuwa appeared largely unchanged, except for Nuwa's peculiar gaze directed at Wu Tian as she gracefully approached and took her original seat. Emperor Jun and Tai radiated vitality, their lips curving into slight smiles. As the newly ascended demon emperor, Emperor Jun's aura had grown increasingly imposing and regal, his confidence more profound. Casting his gaze toward the front, he raised an eyebrow slightly. What if there were no seats available? With the demon clan currently favored by fortune, we are certainly not inferior to these mortals. Emperor Jun even mused inwardly that if any opportunities arose during the upcoming third sermon, with four royal figures present from the demon clan, they might well contend with the three pure ones. One by one, figures continued to enter, yet fewer than during the previous two sermons. Following those two sermons, cultivation in the primordial realm had flourished, yet strife had also intensified. Countless beings had perished. As the appointed time finally arrived, Hongjun Daozu silently appeared before the grand hall once again, and everyone turned to gaze in astonishment. Hail to the Daozu! Some perceptive individuals had already begun to chant. Hongjun Daozu merely nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the multitude, and each person felt as though he was looking directly at them. Many were overwhelmed with excitement, their emotions spilling over. In truth, at this moment, Hongjun and Appo's heart was anything but tranquil. Following the second sermon, both the witch and demon clans had formed. The witch clan was somewhat understandable. Those ancestral witches were stubborn and had always acted thus, showing little respect for the heavenly order or for him as the Daozu. However, it was unexpected that the demon clan would follow suit. Hongjun and Appo's gaze subtly shifted towards Emperor Jun, observing his self-satisfied demeanor, contemplating their intentions to establish a demonic path for the myriad spiritual beings of the primordial realm. Yet, the most pressing concern weighing on Hongjun and Appo's mind was the seating arrangement within Zixiao Palace. As the third sermon drew nearer, this issue became increasingly apparent. Must he truly bestow the primordial purple energy upon Xianming and Kunpeng? If he were to grant it to them, what then would become of Jin and Junti? It was not that Hongjun favored these two, but rather that he had shattered the Western realms before achieving enlightenment, incurring a significant karmic debt. If he did not seize this opportunity to resolve it, how could he advance to a higher realm, unburdened and at peace? Yet, if he refrained from granting it to Xianming and Kunpeng, how could he justify the first 7 seats in front of everyone? Xianming might be excused on the grounds that the witch clan possessed their own opportunities, diverging from the heavenly order. But what of Kunpeng? Alas, Hongjun cast a glance at Wu Tian. This fellow has certainly created a considerable dilemma for me. Upon receiving this gaze, Wu Tian immediately felt a response within him. The primordial measuring ruler in his soul radiated with golden light of virtue, suppressing his own fate and disrupting the heavenly mechanisms. Then Wu Tian lifted his head to look at Hongjun Daozu, displaying an innocent and radiant smile, instantly evoking the essence of the witch clan. Hongjun Daozu was momentarily speechless. Reflecting on the plans he had previously prepared, his heart settled again, and he ceased to ponder further, instead slowly speaking. "Children, please close the gate." Hao Yin and Yao Qi promptly rose, straining to push the doors of Zixiao Palace. Wu Tian could not help but internally scoff. Clearly, a mere wave of the hand could suffice to close the door, or even a thought could prompt the palace to respond. Why must these two young attendants exert themselves so? Is it to enhance the grandeur of the moment? Or perhaps their involvement grants them a share of merit? As Wu Tian speculated, soon after Hao Yin and Yao Qi managed to close the gates, Hongjun Daozu finally withdrew his gaze. Amidst the immense anticipation of the crowd, he spoke in a faint yet resonant voice. The third sermon begins. In an instant, the aura emanating from Hongjun Daozu transformed. The forces of the laws intertwined behind him, myriad paths manifested, and countless phenomena emerged in a haze. The entire Zixiao Palace underwent a transformation, and the power of the heavenly order grew increasingly dense. Then Hongjun Daozu proclaimed, "The path to enlightenment encompasses 3. P.S. Happy New Year. The little author's blessings come in threes. Wishing you good health, the fulfillment of your desires, and a prosperous new year." Chapter 76. The method of slaying the 3 corpses. The power of the heavenly Tao is dense. The ethereal voice of the Tao ancestor Hongjun reverberated. Suddenly, celestial flowers fell, and golden lotuses erupted from the ground, accompanied by boundless phenomena emerging within the purple cloud's palace. Countless laws and principles unfolded. At last, the Tao ancestor Hongjun articulated the most pressing question on everyone's minds. How does one attain enlightenment? How does one achieve the state of primordial unity? The highest path is to validate one's enlightenment through strength. According to Tao ancestor Hongjun, the great Pangu achieved enlightenment through sheer force. However, this validation is not merely the path of strength, but a formidable breakthrough through immense power. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian could not help but nod slightly, internally pondering. Indeed, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, no matter the obstacles or constraints of the Tao, I can simply break through with a single punch. In simpler terms, validating enlightenment through strength equates to miracles wrought by great power. Regrettably, Panga's aspirations were too lofty. He envisioned a direct and immediate creation of the primordial world, establishing the true Tao. However, after the primordial realm was created under the oppressive force of chaos, the heavens and earth began to merge. In an effort to sustain the nascent world against the chaotic forces, the great Pangu ultimately exhausted himself, transforming into all that exists. Wu Tian's curiosity regarding this supreme method of validating enlightenment through strength was piqued. Yet, he couldn't help but feel disappointed that Tao ancestor Hongjun only provided a cursory explanation, failing to elaborate on the specific cultivation methods. Meanwhile, the expressions of others varied, many revealing looks of concern. If the great Pangu could not traverse this path, how could they hope to succeed? Although their paths differed, as they sought to validate their own primordial Tao rather than that of the great Pangu, years of cultivation had already taught them the immense difficulty of this endeavor. In an instant, a sense of urgency enveloped some. At that moment, Tao ancestor Hongjun continued. The second method is the path of slaying the 3 corpses. This method, of my own creation, involves severing the good, the evil, and the obsessions, entrusting them to the innate spiritual treasures to form the 3 corpses, which are then unified to achieve enlightenment in primordial unity. In truth, the path of slaying the 3 corpses is also an alternative form of validating enlightenment through strength. By severing the 3 corpses and cultivating them, one carves a unique path to fulfill the requirements for enlightenment. One is ineffective on their own. But what if there are 3? The accumulation of numbers leads to a qualitative transformation. As for why it must involve innate spiritual treasures, it is because within each innate treasure lies an eternal primordial spark. Only in this way can one entrust good, evil, and obsessions to realize the three corpses. Furthermore, a significant point is that after stripping away good, evil, and obsessions, one's Tao heart becomes tranquil, drawing closer to the unthinking nature of the heavenly Tao, naturally elevating one's comprehension of a Tao. This also benefits one's personal cultivation. Subsequently, Tao ancestor Hongjun added, "The lowest path is the attainment of merit." What is the attainment of merit? It is to acquire sufficient merit from the heavenly Tao, under its favor, directly infusing oneself with the laws of the heavenly Tao, forcibly ascending to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. After speaking, the assembly within the purple cloud's palace fell into contemplation, many exchanging glances, all pondering the notion that if the great Pangu could not traverse the path of validating enlightenment through strength, they naturally held little hope. As for the attainment of merit, it relies even more on fortune and opportunity. They naturally began to consider the path of slaying the three corpses, especially since Tao ancestor Hongjun himself was a living example, having achieved primordial unity and validated his status as a saint through this method. Immediately, someone spoke up. "I dare ask, Tao ancestor, how does one slay the three corpses?" Hearing this, Tao ancestor Hongjun nodded slightly. He then proceeded to elaborate on how to sever the good, evil, and obsessions, how to entrust them to the innate spiritual treasures, and how to unify the three corpses. The stronger the innate spiritual treasures used to entrust the three corpses, the greater the power, but the difficulty of unifying them increases. However, upon achieving the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal, one's strength naturally becomes even more formidable. As Tao ancestor Hongjun spoke, Wu Tian maintained a stoic expression. Yet internally he was astonished. Was it not said that the innate spiritual treasures entrusted to the three corpses must resonate with one another, ideally forming a complete set? Otherwise, unification would be impossible. Why did Hongjun not mention this? Doubt began to arise within him. However, as he did not intend to pursue the path of the three corpses, nor did the witch clan have such potential, Wu Tian refrained from voicing his questions, instead silently musing. At the same time, he absorbed the profound essence of the path of slaying the three corpses. Ultimately, regardless of the method, the final goal remains the empowerment of oneself, with one's own extraordinary strength, breaking through the shackles of enlightenment, overcoming the barriers of realms. Yet, the great Pangu was powerful enough that he did not require the path of slaying the three corpses. Conversely, Tao ancestor Hongjun possessed far less strength, relying on the technique of slaying the three corpses to bridge his own gaps. If I could obtain the Chaos Bell, the Taiji diagram, or the Pangu banner, or perhaps the three books of heaven, earth, and humanity, such a complete and potent set of innate spiritual treasures, I might consider the path of slaying the three corpses. Yet, this is nearly impossible. Wu Tian suddenly had a thought. What if I were to acquire the innate 5 directional flags, directly using them to cleave 5 avatars, and then unify them? Or perhaps employ the innate yin-yang 5 elements gourd? Or, as in the tales of the past, sever the past, present, and future selves? Wu Tian's mind swirled with possibilities, constantly contemplating various options. However, in the end, he systematically dismissed each one, choosing none related to the path of slaying the three corpses, instead increasingly solidifying his intent to validate enlightenment through the Tao. I inherently embody the laws of the 12 ancestor witches, merging them into one, having also absorbed the primordial yin-yang and 5 elements laws of the innate gourd vine. After such arduous efforts to achieve primordial unity, to suddenly sever them, to divide, and then seek to fuse again? Moreover, Wu Tian always felt that severing one's own thoughts was not the righteous path, although it may bring one closer to the heavenly Tao, facilitating the comprehension of the great Tao. It ultimately harbors hidden dangers. Without the existence of personal emotions, who are they truly? Or are they merely a hollow vessel for the laws of the great Tao? What difference is there between that and a powerful stone? As for attaining merit to become a saint, Wu Tian had even less inclination. With these thoughts, Wu Tian abruptly raised his gaze toward Tao ancestor Hongjun at the forefront of the Purple Cloud's palace, his eyes shimmering with depth. And with unwavering conviction he proclaimed, "My future path shall surely be the amalgamation of myriad great powers within myself, with all forces merging into one, under my command. Why then should I slay the corpses?" Sensing Wu Tian's gaze, Tao ancestor Hongjun felt a subtle shift within, instinctively turning to look at Wu Tian. But just then, someone else spoke up. "Tao ancestor, previously you mentioned that a saint of the heavenly Tao must be a great Luo golden immortal. Yet a great Luo golden immortal is not necessarily a saint. If the path of slaying the three corpses can lead to enlightenment, then how does one become a saint of the heavenly Tao?" Tao ancestor Hongjun's attention was immediately drawn, his gaze shifting to the questioner, who was none other than the Eastern King, the foremost among the male immortals he had personally conferred. Besides the Eastern King, who else would dare address him as Tao ancestor? He prided himself on being closely associated with Tao ancestor Hongjun and, in his eagerness, directly posed the question. Chapter 77. The primordial purple Qi. The gaze of the Tao ancestor Hongjun was tranquil as he looked towards the Eastern King. At this moment, Tai Qing, seated at the foremost position in the front row, was deep in thought, continuously devising methods to sever the three corpses. As he reached the final stages of his contemplation, a slight frown creased his brow. Just as he was about to voice his doubts, he was abruptly interrupted by the Eastern King. A flicker of displeasure arose within him, yet he was swiftly captivated by the question posed by the Eastern King. The essence of a sage and Oppos, as primordial spirit is entrusted to the heavenly Tao, rendering it immortal and indestructible. This endows one with greater authority than the conventional mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal, surpassing it significantly in the vast wilderness. Who would not aspire to such a state? Everyone felt the same. Some were still pondering the method to sever the three corpses, while others hesitated to speak out. Upon hearing the Eastern King and Oppos' inquiry, they all turned their expectant gazes towards Hongjun. Hongjun spoke calmly. To become a sage of the heavenly Tao, one must possess the opportunity for sanctification, the primordial purple Qi. Instantly, the eyes of the assembly sparkled with intrigue. The primordial purple Qi? At that moment, a strand of the primordial purple Qi appeared in Hongjun's hand, resembling a deep purple silk ribbon that rolled and floated in the void, emanating an aura of profound mystery, straddling the line between reality and illusion. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian felt a surge of excitement within. Finally, the discussion had turned to the primordial purple Qi. 7 strands of primordial purple Qi. He was eager to see how they would be distributed. Would it be according to the original seating arrangement, or based on the candidates from the greater scheme? Wu Tian pondered, his gaze intensifying. Hongjun continued, "There are 9 positions for the sages of the heavenly Tao, and the final sage cannot emerge without the cataclysm of the boundless wilderness. Therefore, I possess 7 strands of primordial purple Qi." As soon as these words left his lips, a wave of commotion swept through the purple cloud palace, and the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, their eyes instinctively drawn to the 7 seats at the front. "I knew it. Those 7 seats are not so simple," someone lamented. Others, with fierce determination in their eyes, began to contemplate how to seize the primordial purple Qi from the 7 seated in the front row. After some deliberation, most gazes settled upon Kunping. The 3 purities were formidable adversaries. Niwa had become the queen of the demon clan, backed by Fuxi and the support of the demon race, making her not easily provoked. As for Xianming and Hutu, it went without saying that no one wished to incur the wrath of the witch clan. Thus, the solitary Kunpeng became the focal point of many eyes, facing immense pressure as countless gazes bore down upon him, leaving him restless. Yet within his heart, a wave of elation surged. Just as I suspected, Wu Tian did not deceive me. Initially, Kunpeng had reservations about relinquishing the innate Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner, but now those feelings had vanished entirely, replaced by gratitude towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian's prior actions were not merely to secure his seat. They were to preserve Kunpeng's opportunity for sanctification and the chance to obtain the primordial purple chi. Kunpeng yearned to turn towards Wu Tian to express his gratitude, but the weight of countless scrutinizing gazes held him back, so he remained seated, contemplating how to evade the covetous eyes of so many after acquiring the primordial purple chi. Meanwhile, the displaced Hong Yun wore a face of regret, unable to suppress his sighs. Noticing this, Wu Tian quietly transmitted a message. "Ha, brother Hong Yun, do you regret it?" Hong Yun quickly denied it. "What are you saying, brother Wu Tian? As the saying goes, what is gained is fortune, what is lost is fate. Since I have yielded it to the Xianming ancestor witch, I shall not voice further complaints. I merely lament my own disposition. What if I had been a bit more resolute?" However, he soon shook his head. The witch clan may retain this seat, but neither he nor Jin Yuan could be assured of the same. Reflecting on this, Hong Yun felt a sense of clarity, and the regret on his face dissipated entirely. Resolved in his heart, the Tao is a contest. I must never allow myself to be so passive again. Conversely, the two who failed to secure seats, Jane and Juanti, were engulfed in despair, lamenting their misfortune. Alas, I knew this seat would harbor great opportunities. If it weren't for the witch clan, how could my brother and I have missed out on the primordial purple chi and the chance for sanctification? Initially wary of the witch clan, the emergence of the primordial purple chi, a precious opportunity, caused their discomfort to intensify. Juanti and Appo's anger flared, and in a fit of rage, he directed a fierce glare towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian, sensing the malevolence directed at him, turned to meet Juanti's furious gaze. Rather than feeling anger, he was struck by a sense of absurdity. Really? These brothers truly believe that the seats of Hong Yun and Kunpeng are theirs? With a cold smile towards Juanti, he thought, "Dare to confront me? I shall ensure my elder brothers teach you a lesson you won't forget." Hong Jun, after delivering his previous remarks, paused to absorb the reactions of the crowd. He then deliberately glanced at Xianming and Hutu, who remained composed, appearing indifferent to the primordial purple chi. Hong Jun and Appo's gaze deepened, his resolve strengthening. He continued, "There are 7 strands of primordial purple chi. Among my disciples, there shall be 6 sages." The assembly and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. What does this mean? 7 strands of primordial purple chi. Does that not correspond precisely to the 7 seats before us? Might it not be distributed according to seating after all? As their thoughts shifted towards Xianming and Hutu, a realization dawned upon them. Of course, the ancestor witches could not possibly become disciples of Hong Jun. Their eyes were only for the Pangu great deity. How could they regard Hong Jun as their master? Thus, the implication became clear. The ancestor witches might not acquire the primordial purple chi, while those who had not secured seats could still have a chance. As this thought took root, those in the back rows, who previously deemed themselves hopeless, suddenly felt a flicker of hope. The Eastern King trembled with excitement. Excluding the witch clan, there are still 2 strands of primordial purple chi left. Are they not meant for me? A swell of pride surged within him. Who would dare claim his choice to pursue the path of immortality was misguided. He was the foremost male immortal, personally endorsed by the Tao ancestor, spreading the teachings of immortality. Did that not entitle him to a share of the primordial purple chi? Even the Western Queen Mother displayed a look of astonishment, her gaze sweeping over the ecstatic Eastern King as she pondered. Could it be? Have I misjudged this fellow? Might I truly have a chance at the primordial purple chi? Chapter 78. The ancestor witches have their own fortunes, however, soon. The Queen Mother of the West realized her mistake. She understood one thing. Offerings given freely hold the least value. The Grand Master Hong Jun paid no heed to the eager gaze of the Eastern King, but instead lowered his gaze towards the 3 pure ones and said, "The 3 pure ones share a master-disciple bond with me. Are you willing to enter the Xianmin and become my direct disciples?" Was there any room for hesitation? To waver even slightly would be a grave disrespect to the heavenly Tao and to the attainment of the Tao of primordial unity. The 3 pure ones immediately displayed joyful expressions. Without a moment's hesitation, they bowed to the Grand Master Hong Jun, each exclaiming in unison, disciple pays respects to the master. The Grand Master Hongjun finally wore a smile, observing the three pure ones nodding in agreement, and after they completed their bowing, solidifying their master-disciple relationship and intertwining their fates. He smiled and said, "You need not be overly courteous." As he spoke, he waved his hand. Instantly, three strands of primordial purple energy soared forth. With a flash of violet light, they gracefully descended upon each of the three pure ones, swiftly entering their spiritual platforms and merging directly with their primordial spirits. Boom! The three felt a surge of energy. They sensed boundless, mysterious principles emanating from the primordial purple energy, deepening their connection with the heavenly Tao. But that was not the end. After bestowing the primordial purple energy, amidst the envious gazes in the purple cloud palace, the Grand Master further gifted each of the three with numerous spiritual treasures. The most significant treasure for Taiji was naturally the Taiji diagram. For Yuan Shi, it was the Panga banner. These two treasures were respectively the axe and Appo's S-back and blade, transformed from the heaven-opening axe, representing the pinnacle of innate treasures. Together with the chaos bell of Tai Yi, they constituted the three supreme treasures of heaven opening. Logically, the chaos bell should have been acquired by Tong Tian. Thus, the three pure ones, derived from Pangu's primordial spirit, each possessing a fragment of the heaven-opening axe. Yet, for reasons unknown, the chaos bell had ended up in Tai Yi's hands. Of course, had it been otherwise, perhaps all three supreme treasures of heaven opening would have fallen into the hands of Grand Master Hongjun, who would not have necessarily bestowed them. Would it not be more advantageous to use the three supreme treasures to slay the corpses? Watching Taiji and Yuan Shi receive numerous innate treasures, each with a supreme treasure of heaven opening, Tong Tian and Appo's eyes sparkled with anticipation. At that moment, the Grand Master Hongjun gently flipped his palm, revealing a vast formation of murky hues, with four exceptionally fierce celestial swords standing at each corner. Suspended above the formation was a grayish array diagram. The entire formation resembled a world of sword energy. It appeared incredibly formidable. Then, the Grand Master Hongjun spoke. "This is the sword array of slaying immortals, forged by the demon ancestor Luo Ho, which fell into my hands after I vanquished him." Not only Tong Tian, but the other listeners were astonished. While Taiji and Yuan Shi each received a supreme treasure of heaven opening, Tong Tian was given merely a sword array. Yet they heard the Grand Master continue. "Tong Tian, today I bestow this treasure upon you, the sword array of slaying immortals. It can only be broken by the four saints." Countless astonished gazes instantly transformed into expressions of shock. If it could only be broken by the four saints, did that not imply that once Tong Tian completely refined this array, he could be deemed the most powerful beneath Grandmaster Hongjun? Upon hearing this, Tong Tian was overjoyed. The previous disappointment of not receiving a heaven-opening supreme treasure was instantly dispelled by the words, "can only be broken by the four saints." Moreover, Tong Tian was inherently suited to the paths of swordsmanship and formations. The treasure he acquired on Kunlun Mountain after encountering the 24 petals of creation green lotus was the Qingping sword. He also possessed another treasure, the heavenly flower marvelous dropping banner, a supreme treasure of formations. The sword array of slaying immortals perfectly combined his two great paths, making it ideally suited for Tong Tian. How could he not be elated? "Thank you, Master." Tong Tian hastily accepted the sword array of slaying immortals, loudly expressing his gratitude to Grand Master Hongjun. The Grand Master Hongjun chuckled lightly and nodded slightly, reiterating, "No need for excessive courtesy." After the three pure ones entered the fold of Grand Master Hongjun and became his direct disciples, they not only received the primordial purple energy, but also gained such powerful spiritual treasures, instantly igniting envy among all present. They gazed fixedly at Grand Master Hongjun, fantasizing about the splendid fortune that could fall upon themselves. Even the proud Emperor Dijuan, who aspired to unite the myriad tribes of the wilderness and establish the demonic path, found himself secretly pondering, "Should I also join the Xianmen?" Only Wu Tian, aware of the future trajectory of events, sighed inwardly upon witnessing Tong Tian receiving the sword array of slaying immortals. Alas, the roots of disaster for the canonization of gods have been sown. The sword array of slaying immortals was forged by the demon ancestor Luo-Ho, controlling the four celestial swords to form a formidable array, which was derived from the extraction of the Western Earth veins. This meant that whoever possessed the sword array of slaying immortals would unwittingly establish a significant karmic connection with the Western world, and given the array and Appo's fierce nature, using it to suppress fate would undoubtedly taint fortunes with peril. In the future calamity of canonization, when the sage Kunthi carried away 3,000 disciples of the Jie sect to the Western world, it would be to repay this karmic debt. But at this moment, who could have foreseen? Who would think too deeply? Although Wu Tian understood this, he lacked the motivation to remind Tong Tian. To be honest, even knowing the dangers of the sword array of slaying immortals, Tong Tian would never relinquish it. Furthermore, combining this with the earlier words of Hong Jun, Wu Tian subtly speculated. It seems that the opportunity to thoroughly conclude the karmic ties with the West is something Hong Jun is reluctant to let go of. He is destined to be stubborn and not adhere to the designated positions. Whether Xianming and Hutu could receive the primordial purple energy was of little consequence. However, the open and shameless behavior of Grand Master Hong Jun left Wu Tian feeling quite displeased. If one cannot play fair, then why set up 7 seats? As Wu Tian pondered how to retaliate, Grand Master Hong Jun turned his gaze towards Enhua, smiling gently as he spoke. Enhua, you shall have great fortune in the future, and you too may attain sanctity. Do you wish to enter my fold and become my direct disciple? Enhua promptly nodded. Disciple is willing. Enhua bowed to her master. Behind her, Fushi was overjoyed, having sacrificed his own opportunity to protect Enhua. He finally saw her gain something. After Enhua became a disciple, just like the 3 pure ones, she received the primordial purple energy along with numerous innate treasures, each radiating primordial light, dazzling the eyes of the listeners in the Purple Cloud Palace. Among these innate treasures, the most formidable were the creation cauldron, the innate red embroidery ball, and the map of mountains and rivers. The list of other innate treasures was endless. After Enhua and Appo's turn, it was Xianming, who occupied the seat originally held by Hongyan. As an ancestor witch, Xianming maintained an indifferent expression. She had even resolved in her heart that if Grand Master Hong Jun were to speak, she would outright refuse. We are the bloodline descendants of the Father God, possessing our own bloodline inheritance. Why would we need to take another as our teacher? At this moment, Xianming harbored a hint of dissatisfaction and disdain towards the 3 pure ones, thinking, clearly, they are but fragments of the Father God's primordial spirit, akin to our witch clan, both being authentic descendants of Pangu. How could they forsake their lineage to bow beneath Hong Jun for primordial purple energy? Oof. A disgrace to the Father God and Appo's honor. Xianming thought thus, but she did not even wait for the opportunity to refuse Grand Master Hong Jun. It is well known that the best way to avoid rejection is to preemptively reject others. Grand Master Hong Jun acted accordingly. Gazing at Xianming, his gaze shifted to Hutu for a brief moment. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly. You two are fated to be unrelated to my Xianmen. The implication was clear. They were also disconnected from the primordial purple energy. After uttering these words, Hong Jun Daozu cast a meaningful glance at Hutu and continued. The ancestral shaman possesses her own opportunities. Hong Jun Daozu spoke deliberately, since he did not wish to bestow the primordial purple energy upon Xianming. He could not single out Hutu as having a grand destiny, destined to attain enlightenment in the future. Hong Jun Daozu was wholly focused on rectifying the discrepancies within the celestial order, seeking ways to redirect the heavenly mandate back to a position favorable to himself. Yet, one crucial aspect eluded his consideration. As a saint of the heavenly path, particularly during the paramount moment of imparting teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace, every word and action resonated with the heavenly order. The moment his words were spoken, the heavenly path responded instantaneously. As for Hutu, it mattered little. In the future, she would establish the underworld, transforming into reincarnation, becoming the sovereign of the earthly realm, with minimal connection to the heavenly order. However, Xianming was different. Under the surge of heavenly power, the secrets of fate and destiny were abruptly thrown into turmoil. Chapter 79. The reenactment of a grand scene. Xianming felt a surge of astonishment within her. Initially, she had no particular reaction to what Hongjun Daozu had just said. After all, what was Hongmeng purple qi? If it was absent, so be it. However, to her surprise, as soon as Hongjun Daozu finished speaking, the mat beneath her suddenly stirred, and an overwhelming torrent of heavenly Tao power surged in. The myriad laws of the heavenly Tao, intricately tied to Xianming, rapidly inscribed themselves into her primordial spirit. Outside the purple cloud palace, in the vastness of the primordial chaos, the divine form of the Xianming deity, once achieved at the founding of her lineage, suddenly manifested, immense and magnificent, radiating boundless divine light. The power within this divine form surged ceaselessly, resonating deeply with Xianming herself. As the god of the north, the deity of ice and snow, and the winter god, Xianming's fortune was already exceedingly high, but in that moment, it surged even further. The divine form grew increasingly solidified, while simultaneously, the power of Xianming's primordial spirit soared dramatically. In a brief span, Xianming and Appo's primordial spirit power ascended to the level of a Hunyuan golden immortal. With the backing of the heavenly Tao and Appo's power, the barriers of her previous realm and the shackles of her physical form seemed to vanish entirely. Once her Hunyuan golden immortal aura stabilized, Xianming, despite lacking a primordial treasure for protection, had no fear of her physical form being eroded by malevolent energies. In fact, during this process, the innate restrictions within the North's Xianyuan water controlling banner were completely refined, merging seamlessly with Xianming and Appo's primordial spirit. Boom! Xianming and Appo's aura surged, and behind her, an extraordinary phenomenon emerged, a realm that appeared dark and profound, as if embodying an entire universe. Hongjun Daozu was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping the underlying cause and feeling a pang of regret. He had merely intended to withhold the Hongmeng purple qi from Xianming, never anticipating that his casual remark would inadvertently bestow upon her such an opportunity. The intricacies of causality are indeed profound. Hongjun Daozu sighed inwardly, his gaze flickering towards the ever-changing aura of the Xianming ancestor. Gasps of astonishment filled the purple cloud palace. At that moment, Xianming's primordial spirit was laid bare before all, leaving everyone utterly shocked. They were all astounded. How could this be? Wasn't he the witch clan incapable of cultivating their primordial spirits? How could Xianming, the ancestor of the witches, cultivate her primordial spirit and, moreover, achieve the realm of Hunyuan golden immortal? Even now, during the third sermon, the majority of those present in the Purple Cloud Palace had not attained the Hunyuan golden immortal level. Remaining trapped at the great Luo golden immortal stage, how could they not be astonished? How could they not feel envy? Wu Tian observed this with a chuckle. Indeed, although Hong Jun had employed tricks to withhold the Hongmeng purple qi according to seating arrangements, Xianming's fortune was more than sufficient. The seating arrangement was not wasted after all. After a moment, Xianming and Appo's aura began to retract. Her expression remained as cold as ever. Yet a hint of joy flickered in her eyes as she involuntarily cast a glance toward Wu Tian, conveying a look of gratitude. Indeed, Xianming did not feel indebted to Hongjun. Rather, she believed that her current achievements were entirely due to Wu Tian's influence. Were it not for Wu Tian, could she have cultivated a primordial spirit? Could she have attained her current seat? Wu Tian responded with a gentle smile. The interaction between the two only deepened Hongjun Daozu's discomfort, yet he relinquished any attempt to probe Wu Tian's secrets, for Wu Tian was safeguarded by the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, making it exceedingly difficult to uncover his hidden truths. His gaze shifted toward Hutu, observing her lack of movement, Hong Jun relaxed somewhat. This was only natural. Hutu's fortunes were not tied to the heavenly Tao, and thus, she would not experience any changes at this time similarly, although Hutu was astonished. She felt no disappointment for not achieving a breakthrough to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm like Xianming. Following this sudden turn of events, Hong Jun Daozu's gaze fell upon the sixth seat, the direction of Kunpeng, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. Feeling the weight of Hong Jun's gaze, Kunpeng's heart raced, an anxious thought emerging. Could there be an unforeseen turn of events? Without waiting for Hong Jun to speak, he hastily bowed, exclaiming loudly, Kunpeng wishes to enter the Xianmen. Upon hearing this, Hong Jun Daozu sighed softly. Alas, Kunpeng, there is no master-disciple bond between us. Kunpeng looked up in disbelief, his eyes full of incredulity as he internally protested. No master-disciple bond? The other ancestors had all entered the Xianmen and received the Hongmeng purple qi. Why was it different for me? Does this seat hold no significance? If that is the case, why were 7 seats arranged in the first place? The others in the Purple Cloud Palace echoed similar sentiments. Astonished by the revelation that 2 ancestors had not received the qi, and now Kunpeng was outright denied by Hong Jun Daozu. Yet soon, others' gazes sparkled with eagerness. Kunpeng's inability to enter Hong Jun Daozu's fold and obtain the Hongmeng purple qi presented them with an opportunity. In an instant, thoughts swirled. Jane and Junti exchanged glances, then promptly bowed to Hong Jun Daozu, imploring. Jane and Junti earnestly request the Daozu and Oppos, as compassion, please accept us into the Xianmen. Others quickly followed suit, particularly Dong Wanggong, whose expression grew increasingly jubilant, thinking to himself how splendid it would be if the remaining 2 seats were to be theirs. Even Emperor Jun and Tai felt a stir in their hearts, hesitating. This is Hongmeng purple qi. Should we not also make a request? Seeing this, Kunpeng grew even more anxious, pleading with Hong Jun Daozu, though he was not particularly eloquent, only able to repeatedly cry out, Please, Daozu, show mercy. Hong Jun Daozu appeared troubled, visibly torn. He had clearly stated that there was no master-disciple bond with Kunpeng, yet witnessing Kunpeng's earnestness stirred a sense of compassion within him. Just then, Yuanshi suddenly turned, coldly addressing Kunpeng. Kunpeng, since the master has clearly stated that there is no bond between you, why do you persist in your entreaties? You and your kind, born of eggs and scales, have no face to stand alongside us as equals. A profound silence fell over the Purple Cloud Palace. Wu Tian was taken aback, thinking he had interfered in the seating dispute, believing such a grand scene would not manifest again, yet it had unfolded here. The crowd was equally astonished. Those, like Emperor Jun and Tai, who had been pondering whether to beseech Hong Jun Daozu for acceptance, suddenly turned pale. Their gazes turned icy as they shot daggers at Yuanshi. After such remarks, even if they were shameless, they could no longer kneel and beg Hong Jun Daozu to take them as disciples, especially given their inherent pride. Kunpeng's expression froze momentarily, then flushed with anger and humiliation as he glared at Yuanshi, wishing he could rise and confront him. Chapter 80. The First Alliance of Liches. Regrettably, Kunpeng lacked such ferocity. In fact, he was even more timid than the underestimated and seemingly weaker Hong Yun. In the midst of a significant event, when Hong Yun was ambushed and sought to seize the primordial purple energy, he resolutely chose to self-destruct his primordial spirit, shattering his true essence without hesitation. Kunpeng, however, was incapable of such a bold act. His gaze flitted back and forth among the 3 pure ones, and ultimately, he did not dare to unleash his power. His expression shifted repeatedly, growing increasingly grim. The stares and murmurs from the members of the Purple Cloud Palace deepened Kunpeng and Oppo's sense of humiliation, leaving him utterly disgraced. Wu Tian, observing this, sighed inwardly. Those who help themselves are aided by others. The self-reliant remain strong. Even now, he hesitates and fears offending Yuanshi. Does he still harbor illusions regarding the primordial purple energy? Is he concerned about provoking Hong Jun? The witch tribe held no fear of the 3 pure ones. Wu Tian was even contemplating the cause of the Northern Xian Yuan water control banner and was willing to stand up for Kunpeng, offering him a way out. But he needed to speak up first. Under Wu Tian and Amp, Appo's piercing gaze, Kunpeng seemed to sense something. Even Xianming and Hutu turned their faces toward him, their expressions profoundly contemplative. Kunpeng understood these glances, or perhaps felt the anticipation and support from Wu Tian and the others. His gaze suddenly sharpened. After much inner turmoil, he clenched his teeth and declared, "What of feathered or horned beings? What those born from eggs? Yuan Shi, you pride yourself on being the true lineage of Pangu. Yet after Pangu opened the primordial world and transformed into all things, who among the myriad spirits is not a recipient of Pangu and Appo's legacy? Is there no essence of Pangu beyond the true spirit?" Wu Tian's eyes lit up instantly, nearly unable to contain his exclamation. Well said. Although Kunpeng's words lacked some confidence, his audacity to rebuke Yuan Shi marked a significant advancement, a monumental shift. Moreover, he was not wrong. In the primordial realm, beings belong to various races, origins, and legacies. Yet once they ventured beyond the primordial, traversing the chaos, they were collectively known as the Pangu tribe. Yuan Shi and Amp, Appo's expression turned incredulous. He had not anticipated that Kunpeng would possess such courage to confront him directly. His demeanor grew colder, increasingly displeased. Furthermore, the fact that Hongjun had yet to intervene or prevent the conflict between them gave Yuan Shi the impression that his actions were tacitly approved by Hongjun, thereby attempting to dissuade Kunpeng. Consequently, Yuan Shi became increasingly reckless, his disdainful gaze directed at Kunpeng. He had prepared to mock him further when he was abruptly interrupted by Xianming, whose chilling voice resonated throughout the Purple Cloud Palace. Yuan Shi, it is our responsibility to uphold the legacy of Pangu. The blessings left by our Father God are not to be wielded by you to claim the primordial purple energy, nor to act tyrannically, treating others as mere trifles. Yuan Shi and Appo's expression momentarily froze before darkening with anger. He quickly grasped the implication of Xianming and Appo's words and was astonished that Xianming would defend Kunpeng at this juncture. Xuanming's intervention stemmed not only from the matter of the Northern Xian Yuan water control banner, but also from a disdain for the Three Pure Ones, disapproving of their willingness to bow to Hongjun for the primordial purple energy. Why should the true lineage of Pangu need to become Hongjun's disciples? Yuan Shi found himself in a particularly awkward position. If it had been anyone else, he would have merely felt anger. But the speaker was a grand witch, one he typically regarded with contempt. Moreover, Xianming and Appo's argument was sound, further darkening Yuan Shi and Appo's complexion, revealing a hint of humiliation and rage. As the saying goes, lies do not harm, but the truth is a sharp blade. Xianming and Appo's words left Yuan Shi without any grounds for rebuttal. The witch tribe, in the primordial realm, acted with far more bravado than the Three Pure Ones, yet they only recognized Pangu as their father god. Even with the primordial purple energy at stake, the Grand Witches remained resolute, showing no inclination to alter their principles, unlike the Three Pure Ones, who bowed without hesitation upon hearing the mention of the primordial purple energy and the title of Saint of the Heavenly Tao. Kunpeng was taken aback momentarily, then felt an overwhelming joy. Indeed, the witch tribe had spoken on his behalf. Initially, he was troubled about relinquishing the Northern Xian Yuan water control banner, but now he felt no regret, even nurturing a sense of fortunate relief. Had it not been for this innate spiritual treasure, would Xianming have come to his rescue? Certainly not. Observing Yuan Shi's changing expression, Kunpeng's earlier embarrassment and anger dissipated significantly, leaving him feeling much more at ease. He thought to himself, is it not the case that you rely on sheer numbers and greater strength? You Three Pure Ones may be numerous, but I cannot provoke you. If you have the ability, compete with the witch tribe. He then looked at Xianming with immense gratitude. The others in the Purple Cloud Palace were equally astonished, their expressions incredulous, eyes wide with disbelief. They had not anticipated that Xianming would speak up, nor could they have imagined that the typically straightforward and reckless Grand, which could articulate such words, directly undermining Yuan Shi's authority. However, Xianming had the grounds to say so. Regardless of the witch tribe and imp, Appo's reputation, they had genuinely worked to dispel malevolence and purify the primordial realm, guarding the pillar of heaven, Mount Wuzhou. At that moment, Emperor Jun and Appo's gaze flickered, and after a brief contemplation, he suddenly spoke in a resonant voice. What Xianming has stated is indeed true. Are those who are horned or feathered, born from eggs, not beings of the primordial realm, inherently inferior and destined to be despised by the heavenly Tao? Is it not said that the heavenly Tao is impartial? Emperor Jun turned to the members of the Purple Cloud Palace, searching for affirming eyes among the listeners. The majority of my demon tribe consists of horned and feathered beings, and a significant number of those present are likewise. Yet, my companions and I established the demon tribe to pave the way for all beings in the primordial realm. Are we also to be regarded as inferior? His words resonated deeply. When Yuan Shi humiliated Kunpeng, many listeners empathized but dared not provoke Yuan Shi. Now, an uproar erupted among them, expressing their discontent. Their gazes toward Emperor Jun shifted, many great powers silently contemplating. Should we join the demon tribe? Emperor Jun observed this shift keenly, then nodded slightly before turning his gaze back to Yuan Shi. The witch tribe feared not Yuan Shi, nor the three pure ones. Neither did his demon tribe. Wu Tian looked at Emperor Jun in astonishment. Is this the demon emperor? At such a critical moment, he could stand up and deliver such a speech, aiming to win the hearts of the listeners in the Purple Cloud Palace. Truly, a mind of intricate strategy and profound insight. By a fortunate coincidence, the witch tribe and the demon tribe had united for the first time, standing together against Yuan Shi. Chapter 81. The Unselfish Way of Heaven. The selfishness of the Tao ancestor. Upon witnessing the situation, Wu Tian was instantly filled with excitement. The war of the witch and demon. The witch and demon armies surrounding Kunlun Mountain. Various possible scenarios surged through Wu Tian's mind, heightening his exhilaration. His gaze shifted, intensely fixed on Emperor Jun. Sensing Wu Tian and Appo's stare, Emperor Jun turned around in surprise, locking eyes with Wu Tian, and in that moment, an unspoken understanding passed between them. No words were needed. Wu Tian and Appo's exuberant expression was instantly deciphered by Emperor Jun. Shall we join forces to take action? If the witch and demon can unite, it would indeed pave an unprecedented path. Aware of the overarching trends dictated by the way of heaven, Wu Tian felt a peculiar thrill merely contemplating this possibility. Simultaneously, Wu Tian was somewhat curious. Emperor Jun, stepping forward at this moment, not only wins the hearts of the other listeners in the Purple Cloud Palace, but does he not fear incurring the wrath of Hong Jun? Has he truly given up on the primordial purple energy? In truth, Emperor Jun was well aware. Initially, everyone believed that the 7 seats before the Purple Cloud Palace were destined for the primordial purple energy. However, reality proved otherwise. The witch clan was deprived of opportunities, as was Kunpeng. Clearly, such actions would not please the Tao ancestor Hong Jun. So how could the demon emperor, Emperor Jun, be any different from Kunpeng and the witch clan? Emperor Jun bitterly smiled to himself. If I were to shift my focus to the path of immortality, I might still have the chance to enter the mystical gate and receive the primordial purple energy. But since I established the demon clan, aiming to carve a path for all beings in the primordial wilderness, such a possibility has become utterly impossible. Yet, why was Taoist Niwa able to enter the mystical gate? Could it be that she possesses some extraordinary fortune? Contemplating Wu Tian and Appo's eager gaze, Emperor Jun did not respond. His emergence was not only to garner support from the attendees of the Purple Cloud Palace, but also due to the displeasure he felt towards Yuan Shi's remarks, which seemed almost directed at the demon clan. If he did not step forward, what would become of the dignity of countless demons? What the dignity of the demon emperor? However, confronting the 3 pure ones, who were nearly certain to become the saints of the way of heaven, was not his primary goal. Of course, should Yuan Shi persist, what fear would the demon clan have? Emperor Jun pondered in this manner. At that moment, Yuan Shi was increasingly cornered by the words of Kunpeng, Xianming, and Emperor Jun, his expression growing darker. Originally filled with pride from entering the mystical gate and obtaining the primordial purple energy, this situation hit him like a hammer. They did not fear him at all. Emperor Jun, you wish to stand against me. Yuan Shi and Amp. Appo's face darkened as he forced these words through clenched teeth. Emperor Jun and Amp. Appo's expression shifted abruptly, his aura sharpening dangerously as he fixed his gaze fiercely upon Yuan Shi. Just as Wu Tian felt jubilant, reveling in the escalating conflict, the Tao ancestor Hong Jun, who had been observing the situation, suddenly spoke. Enough. This matter will come to an end here. A vast aura swept through the purple cloud palace, instantly dissipating the tension that had coalesced around Emperor Jun, Yuan Shi, and the others. The atmosphere of confrontation evaporated. Wu Tian sighed inwardly. Alas, what a pity! Yet in a fleeting moment, his spirits lifted again. A conflict within the purple cloud palace was improbable. But as long as the seeds of discord were sown, that sufficed. I refuse to believe Yuan Shi can truly let this matter rest. With the Tao ancestor Hong Jun forcefully suppressing the discord, none of the involved parties dared to disrespect him at that moment. After a brief silence, Hong Jun turned his gaze to Kunpeng, speaking indifferently. Kunpeng, you are indeed fated to be disconnected from my mystical gate. Kunpeng silently nodded, no longer pleading as he had before, even appearing somewhat aloof. After being humiliated by Yuan Shi, if he were to cling desperately, his own dignity would be utterly obliterated. After nodding in silence, Kunpeng and Amp, Appo's eyes deepened, though his thoughts were far from as tranquil as they appeared. Beneath the calm surface, turbulent currents surged. After being completely dismissed by Hong Jun, the purple cloud palace fell into sudden silence, with expressions varying among the crowd, thoughts racing. In light of Yuan Shi and Amp, Appo's earlier words, even those who yearned for the primordial purple energy found it difficult to plead with Hong Jun, to bow and beseech him to accept them as disciples. Yet, some faces lit up with joy. The Eastern King and the Western Queen gazed eagerly at Hong Jun, their hearts racing with the thought, could it truly be offered to us? Within the mystical gate, 2 strands of primordial purple energy remained. And these 2 were indeed the foremost among the immortals of the world, having contributed significantly to the teachings of the Tao ancestor. After all, they were practically one of their own, were they not? Many shared this sentiment, casting envious glances towards the Eastern King and the Western Queen, their fervent gazes causing the Eastern King to beam with pride. Yet, some remained undeterred. At this moment, Jane and Junti exchanged glances before once again bowing towards the Tao ancestor, tearfully pleading, "We implore the Tao ancestor to show mercy. My brother and I were born in the Western realms, where malevolent energies abound. The earth is fractured, and life is scarce." After encountering this great fortune, to be able to come to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the Tao, we beseech the Tao ancestor to take pity on us in our Western realm, to accept us within your fold. After Junti's heartfelt plea, his expression suddenly changed, speaking with utmost seriousness. Should we attain enlightenment and become saints, we vow to teach and guide the beings of the Western realm, mending its deficiencies. Initially, Wu Tian scoffed at this display. After all, these were great powers at the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. How could they genuinely be reduced to tears? Such acting was truly remarkable. However, upon hearing Junti and Appo's words, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he found his assessment of Junti elevated. This fellow was quite perceptive. His ability to obtain the primordial purple energy hinges entirely on the immense karmic ties between Hong Jun and the Western realm. By saying this now, he almost assuredly guaranteed to Hong Jun, "Grant us the primordial purple energy, and we shall bear the karmic burdens of the Western realm." After a moment of silence, Hong Jun remained contemplative. The others in the Purple Cloud Palace were equally astonished. Could it be that crying would yield results? As the joy on the faces of the Eastern King and the Western Queen vanished, the Eastern King's expression turned frantic, his heart racing with thoughts. Could it be? Tao ancestor, I have been spreading your teachings in the Eastern Sea. I am one of your own. Meanwhile, the Western Queen only smiled wryly. Alas, I knew it. After a moment and Appo's pause, Hong Jun nodded slightly, and amidst the immense surprise of Jane and Juni, he spoke softly. Very well. Your intentions are commendable. However, your path does not align with my mystical gate, so I shall accept you as registered disciples. Jane and Junti were overjoyed. Thank you, Master. With a gentle wave of his hand, 2 strands of primordial purple energy floated towards Jane and Junti. The Purple Cloud Palace was silent. The faces of the Eastern King and the Western Queen turned grim. Those like Emperor Jun, with exceptional wisdom, discerned the deeper implications behind this scene, their gazes growing profoundly contemplative. Kunpeng silently lamented, Alas, the way of heaven is unselfish, yet the Tao ancestor is not without his own interests. Chapter 82. The last trace of primordial purple qi. Even so, they discerned the intention of the Tao ancestor Hongjun, who sought to conclude the cycle of causality with the primordial purple qi. Yet what could they do? Could they rise and voice their indignation? Besides Kunpeng, who evidently had a seat yet failed to receive the primordial purple qi, there was also Dong Wang Gong, who felt an unbearable distress, almost unable to accept the reality. Tao ancestor, I was the first to turn to the path of immortality. I envisioned establishing a celestial court to promote the teachings of immortality and enhance its fortunes. Yet, I find myself regarded as less than a mere figure from the mystical sect. What am I then? A jester? The expression of Dong Wang Gong was fraught with complexity. However, throughout it all, Tao ancestor Hongjun did not cast a single glance in his direction, as if he had completely forgotten the existence of the foremost male immortal of this realm. Meanwhile, Jane and Junti joyfully gathered the primordial purple qi. Junti, with a flicker of his gaze, once again lamented to Tao ancestor Hongjun about the barrenness of the West and the scarcity of spiritual treasures. To attain the path of sanctification and follow the method of severing the 3 corpses, one naturally required innate spiritual treasures, which the 2 in the West sorely lacked. Otherwise, Juni would not have resorted to refining the Bodhi tree into the 7 treasures wonderful tree, an utter waste, indeed. Once more, his lamentations bore fruit. Tao ancestor Hongjun waved his hand to bestow treasures, among which the most eye-catching was the 12-petaled golden lotus of merit, awarded to Jane, and the Eastern Qinglian precious flag from the innate 5 directions flag, granted to Junti. The rest were rather mundane. The registered disciples, after all, differed from the personally taught disciples. Most gazes fixated on the 12-petaled golden lotus of merit, with envy gleaming in their eyes. Yet Wu Tian, along with Xianming and Hutu, turned their attention squarely upon Junti. Sensing this, Junti's gaze shifted towards Wu Tian, his eyes twinkling with mirth and a hint of disdain, as if to say, What if you, the Wu clan, forcibly intervened and caused my brother and me to lose our seats? Ultimately, this primordial purple qi still fell into our hands. What does this signify? It signifies the decree of destiny. Junti and Appo's expression grew more self-satisfied. Wu Tian, however, merely smiled lightly, exhaling softly, unaffected by Junti's display. What was there to be upset about? After all, he was to receive the innate 5 directions flag as an apology. With the disciples of the mystical sect determined and the 6 strands of primordial purple qi distributed, only the final trace remained. After bestowing treasures upon Jane and Junti, Tao ancestor Hongjun paused momentarily, gently flipping his palm to cradle the last trace of primordial purple qi, addressing the assembly with an air of indifference. The last trace of primordial purple qi knows no fixed owner. It shall be claimed by the fated ones. Upon completing his words, he flicked his hand. A vibrant flash of purple light erupted, shooting forth. The primordial purple qi soared towards the hall of the Purple Cloud's Palace. As previously mentioned, the interior of the Purple Cloud's Palace contained its own spatial mysteries, and the location where everyone stood was a realm of profound significance. The primordial purple qi hung high in the air like a violet star, casting a resplendent glow over the Purple Cloud's Palace, captivating all eyes. Boom! 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 Sounds of erupting magical powers resonated, countless mystical lights shooting towards the heavens, and after a brief moment of astonishment, Everyone acted without hesitation. Although it was said that the fated ones would claim it. They were not children, after all. How could they not understand in the wilderness? Fate was determined by power, by their own strength. Even the 3 pure ones joined in, despite having already obtained their share of primordial purple chi. Who wouldn't amp? Oppos. T wish for more. After all, if they could seize it, they could pass it down to their disciples later on. A multitude of mystical lights surged forth. Powerful magical forces and dense laws collided in the void of the purple cloud's palace, creating a relentless onslaught. Amidst this turmoil, the primordial purple chi swayed erratically. Tao ancestor Hongjun observed the fray with an air of nonchalance, showing no desire to intervene. However, at that moment, his expression abruptly shifted. Boom! An aura erupted from his being, startling the gathered crowd within the purple cloud's palace, causing them to halt their actions, their eyes wide with disbelief as they turned to the Tao ancestor. What was happening to him? Yet in the next instant, they sensed a shift. The ethereal power of the heavenly Tao within the purple cloud's palace grew increasingly chaotic. The boundless phenomena that had previously surrounded Tao ancestor Hongjun began to quake and blur. Tao ancestor Hongjun's gaze deepened, peering into the most concentrated depths of the heavenly Tao and Amp. Oppos' power, as a glimmer of incredulity ignited in his eyes. Just as Wu Tian was filled with curiosity, he suddenly felt 2 drops of fervent ancestral witch blood within him pulsating, sending mystical imprints into the enigmatic void. Have my 2 brothers made their move? Wu Tian's heart jolted. After achieving the status of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin sought to glimpse into the future of the Wu clan, specifically targeting the moment when Tao ancestor Hongjun delivered his teachings. Clearly, they had chosen this moment to act. The heavenly mechanism became abruptly chaotic, observing the signs of Tao ancestor Hongjun preparing to intervene. Wu Tian quickly turned to Xianming and Hutu, urging, "Let us act. Seize the primordial purple chi." Although the Wu clan held no high hopes for the primordial purple chi, upon hearing Wu Tian's words, Xianming and Hutu wasted no time in joining the fray. Others quickly grasped the situation. Regardless of what turmoil the heavenly Tao faced, it was of little concern to them. Their immediate priority was to seize the final trace of primordial purple chi. Thus they all surged forward. Wu Tian, fearing the commotion would go unnoticed, drew forth the primordial measuring ruler, slashing fiercely towards the direction of the primordial purple chi. Swish! An unmatched force rent the fabric of space. The small world within the purple cloud's palace was nearly torn asunder by the strike of the primordial measuring ruler, propelling the primordial purple chi toward a specific direction. Tao ancestor Hongjun turned his head, furrowing his brow. With a flicker of his consciousness, the space within the purple cloud's palace was reinforced once more. The previously formed spatial rifts swiftly mended. Yet this brief pause, the subtle connection he felt, the reason for the heavenly Tao's chaos, had already been thoroughly disrupted. On the other side, Honyun and Xinyuanzizi collaborated to harness the power of the 4 symbols, attempting to draw in the primordial purple chi and transport it back with their combined might. However, amidst the onslaught of mystical lights, it proved to be quite the challenge. Hongyun exclaimed in surprise. Under the impact of the primordial measuring ruler, the last trace of primordial purple chi was sent flying, piercing through countless layers of space, and, inexplicably, it began to descend towards Hongyun. Without a moment's hesitation, Hongyun swiftly collected it, and once he had fully absorbed the primordial purple chi into his being, eliminating any risk of loss, he burst into hearty laughter. "Haha, thank you, Brother Wu Tian." The movements of the others abruptly halted, staring speechless at Hongyun, then casting incredulous glances towards Wu Tian, unable to suppress their inner thoughts. Wu Tian, too, was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that his casual strike would inadvertently grant Hongyun such fortune. However, in an instant, his focus returned to the ancestral witch blood within him. As the mystic golden light of the primordial measuring ruler suppressed the extraordinary pulsations, ensuring they went unnoticed, Wu Tian mused inwardly. "I wonder how they are faring now. have a glimpse the future of the Wu clan and the unfolding of the calamity of the Wu in Yao. Chapter 83. Hong Yun once again receives the primordial purple qi at this moment. The heavenly Tao grew increasingly chaotic. However, Hong Jun, the Tao ancestor, had already lost his opportunity, and the previous fluctuations vanished in an instant. He could only suppress his astonishment and shift his gaze towards Hong Yun, who had obtained the primordial purple qi. Hong Yun was overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, after the initial thrill, a flicker of doubt crossed his face, his expression shifting as his mindset fluctuated greatly. Initially, after Niwa acquired the primordial purple qi, Hong Yun felt immense regret, continuously lamenting, "Why Kuden and Appos? I have persisted a bit longer. If I had resolutely prevented it, might I not have also obtained the primordial purple qi?" However, upon witnessing the plight of Kuanpeng and observing the scorn heaped upon him by Yuan Shi, a sense of relief unexpectedly welled up within Hong Yun. Like others, he grasped the truth. The primordial purple qi was not necessarily distributed according to one's position. After all, with the primordial purple qi under Hong Yuan's control, it was only natural for it to align with his intentions. The heavenly Tao is impartial, yet the sages of the heavenly Tao may not be. For the sake of their own fortunes and the pursuit of higher realms, it was evident that Hong Jun would choose those most advantageous to him. Did Hong Yun possess anything that could catch Hong Jun and Appos? Si? Contemplating this, Hong Yun Kuden and Appos, helped but chuckle ruefully. Everyone claimed that he and Jin Yuan were among the most genial figures in the primordial chaos, but surely this label of good-natured carried a hint of mockery. He mused that were it not for Wu Tian's intervention, he would never have obtained this final strand of primordial purple qi. After a moment, Hong Yun's expression grew somewhat shy, and he turned to Wu Tian with reluctance yet unwavering determination, saying, "Wu Tian, my brother, you should take this primordial purple qi." He reached out to hand it over. Wu Tian, lost in thought, was interrupted by Hong Yun's gesture and looked at him with a bemused smile. "Hong Yun, my dear brother, this is the primordial purple qi, a chance for sanctification. Are you truly willing to part with it so easily?" Upon hearing this, Hong Yun's initial conflict vanished, and he replied with righteous certainty, "That is not the case. Were it not for your earlier strike with the Hongmeng measuring ruler, how could this primordial purple qi have come my way? It rightfully belongs to its original owner now." Wu Tian and Appos, his astonishment deepened as he gazed at Hong Yun with wide eyes, admiration growing on his face. To make such a decision in the face of the temptation of the primordial purple qi spoke volumes of Hong Yun's character. Unfortunately, such a temperament was ill-suited for the primordial chaos. In the original grand scheme, Hong Yun had first relinquished his position, consuming his chance to receive the primordial purple qi, only to attain the final strand of unclaimed primordial purple qi, thereby exhausting another opportunity. It is said that Hong Yun is the first cloud of the primordial chaos. Born at the dawn of creation, having even absorbed a trace of Pangu and Appos' essence, which granted him his name, Hong Yun, imbued with profound fortune. Yet, what kind of fortune could withstand the consumption of two opportunities for the primordial purple qi? Thus, in the original grand narrative, after Hong Yun obtained the primordial purple qi, he was ambushed on his way back to the Fire Cloud Cave from Zenyuanzi's Wuzhuang Temple, resulting in his demise and the dissolution of his Tao. A thought sparked in Wu Tian and Appos' mind. Given the current circumstances, the seating arrangement altered by Hong Jun no longer reflected the rightful claim to the primordial purple qi. Did this not imply that Hong Yun's fortunes still endured? If this were indeed the case, could it mean that Hong Yun's fate had been altered, no longer destined for death and dissolution as originally foretold? As this realization struck, Wu Tian's eyes brightened, yet he hesitated to fully accept it. After a moment of contemplation, he did not outright reject Hong Yun and Appos' offer of the primordial purple qi, but instead smiled and proposed, "Let us do this. You shall hold onto the primordial purple qi for now, considering it a shared acquisition among us. Whether it be Zenyuanzi or my two sisters, we can all comprehend its essence. Whoever comprehends it fully shall claim it as their own." Having become friends with Hong Yun, Wu Qian felt compelled to devise a means to alter his tragic fate. This arrangement, even if the significance of the seeding remained unchanged, would allow for a collective bearing of the primordial purple qi, conserving some of Hongyun and Appo's as fortune and fate, preventing him from ending up as mere fragments of his true spirit in the end. After articulating this plan, Wu Qian added cheerfully, "Hongyun, what do you think?" Hongyun could hardly object to such reasoning and quickly nodded, his smile broadening. Zenyuanzi, feeling a bit bashful, interjected, "But I did not contribute anything significant. How could I be worthy of engaging with the primordial purple qi?" Wu Qian turned his gaze to Zenyuanzi, amused by his bashful yet hopeful expression, and retorted, "Dear Zenyuanzi, your words lack sincerity. You and Hongyun are one entity. How could he possess the primordial purple qi without you sharing in its comprehension? Would it be right to exclude you?" Even in the original grand narrative, after Hongyun acquired the primordial purple qi, he initially secluded himself in Wuzhuang Temple for contemplation. No one would believe that Hongyun would hoard the primordial purple qi without allowing Zenyuanzi to engage with it. Although they were not born of the same origin, their bond was closer than that of many brothers, akin to being cut from the same cloth. As for Wu Qian, Xianming, and Hetu, while they did not require the primordial purple qi, all three had cultivated their primordial spirits. Who knew what insights they might glean from it? Upon hearing this, Zenyuanzi ceased to decline further, looking gratefully at Wu Qian and nodding vigorously. He remarked with deep emotion, "Everyone says that Hongyun possesses profound fortune. Yet it is only today that I realize. What kind of great fortune is he? He lacks even a few decent innate treasures. In contrast, my dear brother Wu Tian, in this brief time we have known each other, we have already reaped immense benefits." Hongyun nodded in agreement. Even Xianming and Hetu appeared to concur, recognizing the truth in Zenyuanzi's words. The four of them, in the Purple Cloud Palace, engaged in this selfless exchange, leaving many listeners astounded, even drawing a look of surprise from Hongjun himself. This was the primordial purple qi, a gateway to sanctification and essential for becoming a sage of the heavenly Tao. Yet, here they were, engaging in self-effacing humility, leaving those yearning for it